Lord of the Mysteries chapter 1216 to chapter 1274. The fool Klein grunted softly. He didn't deny the hanging man's guess, nor did he confirm that it was Queen of Calamity Kohainem. After all, it was impossible for him to take out a gold coin in front of her and do a divination on the spot. The hanging man Alger waited for a few seconds. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't give a clear response, he hurriedly described the contents of the prayer in more detail. It began from the woman suspected to be Queen of Calamity Kohainem saying that he had some elven bloodline, all the way to the promise of becoming a demigod, the possibility of reappearing in the Western continent, and the key to completing the agreement. After recounting everything, Alger shut his mouth and lowered his head. He didn't dare to directly ask Mr. Fool for his opinion. He obediently waited for the great existence to speak. Some elven bloodline. Sending something from the Book of Calamity to the Western continent. The vanished Western continent might reappear. Western continent. The fool Klein listened quietly and closed his eyes. He said calmly, "It's very dangerous, but it's also an opportunity for you." He had already gained initial control of Sapphira Castle, and the power he could mobilize had reached the level of a Sequence 2 angel. As for Queen of Calamity Kohainem, she was only at this level. Klein was rather confident that he could resist the various accidents brought about by the Elf Queen. It was precisely because of this that he dared to say that this was an opportunity for the hanging man. Of course, the premise of seizing the opportunity was that the hanging man wasn't rash. He had to constantly remember to ask for protection. Therefore, Klein deliberately emphasized that it was very dangerous, making the hanging man remember to pray to Mr. Fool before he took action. Such a short sentence contained two meanings, but Klein believed that Mr. the Hanging Man would definitely understand it. Alger was delighted as he mimicked the sun and replied rather sincerely, "That's right. I only believe in Mr. Fool." This made Klein feel uncomfortable as he recalled the pain of being drowned by the endless lightning. All he could do was smile without saying a word. The hanging man Alger deliberated for a moment and took the initiative to ask, "Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the incantation or password to enter the Western continent?" "I want to know too." The fool Klein sighed inwardly. "It's not time for you to know yet." "Yes, Mr. Fool." The hanging man Alger didn't ask further as he bowed respectfully. When he returned to the world of reality, he immediately walked out of the tent and took the sailors with him. Under the light of dawn, it took them some time to reach the elven ruins. The scene here was exactly the same as what he had seen in his dream. Withered vines covered the decaying wooden buildings, and inscriptions could be seen in some places. The air was a little stiff, as if no one had set foot here for a long time. After looking around seriously, Alger suddenly thought of a problem. That was, how should he face the church after he became a demigod with the help of the Queen of Calamity? I'll directly rebel and become the sixth king above the 5 seas. But that way, I won't have a chance to come into contact with the Book of Calamity unless I design something that forces the church to use this grade 0 sealed artifact. Not only will it be very difficult, but I'll also have to become a sea king or even a calamity to succeed. Yes, I can seek the help of the world. If I want to continue staying in the church, I have to give them a good reason that they can't refuse. Alger frowned slightly and didn't hide his solemnity. In the eyes of the sailors who followed him, this was a sign that he wasn't at ease with the ruins. As his thoughts churned, Alger gradually came up with some ideas. Many of the church's documents have records of powerhouses who became demigods due to fortuitous encounters. 2/3 of them were corrupted by evil gods and devils, and they eventually lost their lives in the purification process. However, 1/3 of them passed the test and became high-ranking deacons or cardinals. Now that the war has erupted, the situation in Rouen is tense. As long as no problems are found, the church likely won't mind having an additional Sequence 4 demigod as cannon fodder. After that, I'll slowly regain trust. The premise of all of this is that the Queen of Calamity really doesn't attempt to corrupt me or leave a mark on me. Considering that the church has all kinds of sealed artifacts, I have to pray to Mr. Fool for blessings. According to Miss Justice, Angel's Embrace can effectively fool the mind in tests related to dreams. With the tarot members all advancing to demigod or about to advance to demigod, Alger really didn't want to become an existence at the bottom. Just like in the church in the past, he had done so many things in order to be superior to others. At this moment, he was naturally willing to take a certain amount of risk for this. Having made up his mind, Alger immediately led the sailors into the ruins and explored step by step according to the route in his dream. This time, he didn't split his subordinates into small teams. On the one hand, he was worried that accidents would happen, and on the other hand, he hoped that all of them would be his witnesses. After 15 minutes, Alger and his crew arrived beside the gigantic tree that had signs of being flipped over in the soil. Before he could take in his surroundings, his vision suddenly blurred as he saw a gorgeous palace formed from coral. Above the palace were layers of rippling dark blue seawater. Huge pillars stood tall, propping up an exaggerated dome. It was tall and magnificent, but also gloomy and dark. Alger looked around and realized that the sailors beside him had all disappeared. He immediately realized that he might have been pulled into an illusion. He silently took a deep breath and slowly walked into the coral palace. There were elves inside. They were either roasting fish, putting spices into the solidified animal blood, or using 2 tree branches to bring food to their mouths. None of them cared about strangers entering. Alger then cast his gaze at the 9 steps that were more than 100 meters away. On the steps was a coral seat inlaid with sapphires, emeralds, and lustrous pearls. The elf queen, Queen of Calamity, was sitting there, looking down at Alger. Very good. Kohinum nodded slightly and threw out the exquisite golden wine cup in her hand. The gentle but strong wind cheered as it held up the wine cup. They were like tiny pixies that lined up and carried the corresponding items as they quickly approached Alger. Alger reached out to receive it and looked down. He realized that there was a pool of blue liquid inside the golden wine cup. It was fake, dreamy, and not real enough. Drink it and head to the waters near Simeem Island in the Rorstad archipelago. Find this coral palace. There's something you want inside. If I don't drink this cup of wine, I won't be able to see the palace. Alger asked thoughtfully. Although he was facing an angel, he was still able to communicate rather calmly. This was because he saw a particular mighty existence every week, so he was already used to such situations. Queen of Calamity Kohinum nodded and said, "That's right." "Yes." "Will this leave a mark on me?" Alger asked cautiously. "Yes. Therefore, before you enter the Coral Palace and obtain the corresponding item, you can't return to Pasu Island or meet the angels under Liataro." "How can I meet His Holiness just because I want to?" Alger heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. He then asked, "When I obtain that item, will the effects of this cup of wine disappear?" Elf Queen Kohinum replied without any change in expression, "No. No, you need to eat that characteristic directly. When the time comes, this cup of wine will transform into a seal, preventing the characteristic from corroding your body for the time being. After that, how you prepare the ritual and explain it to the Church of the Storm will be up to you. Let the characteristic belong to me first before holding the ritual? This way, there might be a better way to make the Church accept it." Alger thought for a moment before raising his hand to bring the cup to his mouth. The ice-cold liquid slid down his throat before vanishing in an instant. The entire coral palace shattered as the light of dawn and the remnants of the gigantic tree with some green leaves appeared in front of Alger once again. "They didn't make me sign a contract or make me swear an oath?" "Yes, drinking that cup of wine is equivalent to making an agreement." Alger retracted his gaze and said to the sailors around him, who didn't notice anything, "There's nothing here. Let's take a deeper look." Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace. Klein also retracted his gaze from the crimson star representing the hanging man and nodded thoughtfully. "That's the grave of Ciadas and Mobit. That golden cup has such a use, it's indeed Elf Queen Kohinum. What's her current state?" "Half of it is in the Book of Calamity, and the other half is hiding somewhere." "Is it using the golden cup or its own characteristic to influence reality?" "Mr. the Hanging Man isn't corrupted for the time being. I'll take a look when he goes to the Rorstad archipelago." As his main body could only last a limited amount of time in the historical void, Klein didn't stay any longer. He returned to the pitch-black wilderness and continued walking in a certain direction with the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light. As he walked, Klein turned his head to look at the east, which was the symbol of Chernobyl. He couldn't help but slow down. "Once I obtain enough information from the dark demonic wolf's hiding spot, I'll head east. I'll keep walking until I reach the border and confirm the situation. Then, I'll consider the matter of the miracle invoker beyond her characteristic. Amon probably didn't expect me to suddenly leave. He definitely knows the dark demonic wolf's past very well. It's unlikely that he will do the same investigation as me. Yes, but he will definitely track me. Klein slowly exhaled and sped up his pace. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the black and red desolate plains. The pattering rain began to fall. Klein dragged a black umbrella out of the historical void. With an umbrella in one hand and a lamp in the other, he walked forward alone. About a week later, the future docked somewhere along the long coastline of Rouen. Admiral of Stars Katlia held a stack of tarot cards in her hand as she said to Bosun Nina and company, "I'll be staying in Rouen for a period of time. I'll be staying in Lone for a period of time. You have to watch Frank and prevent him from doing any strange experiments." Hearing the captain's instructions, Nina curled her lips and pointed out the window. "Is Frank's experiment not strange?" Katlia couldn't refute for a while, so she sighed and said, "If there are any signs of danger, write to me at once." As a mysticologist, she also had her own messenger. "All right." Nina puffed up her chest and said, "After all, I'm the most mature and staid person on the future." At this point, she asked curiously, "Captain, what are you doing in Rouen? What mission did he accept? Are we going to sabotage the enemy's rear?" Nina was of Fasak descent, and Katlia was considered half Intis. In the recent war, she would naturally have some inclination. Therefore, Nina guessed that the captain had established contact with the Intis intelligence department. "You can say that," Katlia replied strictly. In a sense, Nina's guess was not wrong. She had indeed accepted a mission to go to Bakeland, the capital of Rouen, to wreak havoc. However, her target was not the official forces, but the cultists. Besides, there was still the chance to meet the queen. She probably hadn't left Bakeland yet, and the earliest she could do so would be after the new year. At this thought, Katlia suddenly felt a little excited. Ever since she left Dawn, she had never really met Queen Mystic. They only exchanged letters or were on the same ship, but for various reasons, they did not communicate at all. Nina didn't dare to ask further. She pointed at the door and said, "Captain, is there anything else? If not, we're going out." Admiral of Stars Katlia nodded, indicating that the bosun of the future could leave with her subordinates. Just as Nina was holding the handle and twisting it gently, Katlia suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted, "Don't worry." "Nina." Nina, whose blonde hair was tied into a high ponytail, turned around with a confused look on her face. "Don't get drunk." Admiral of Stars Katlia emphasized seriously. "When I return to the ship, I'll let you have a good drink." Nina immediately revealed a charming smile. "Deal." Katlia thought for a moment and exhorted, "Apart from Frank, you also have to pay attention to Heath's condition. Don't let him get curious about the unknown voice and don't get too tired. Also, pull Autolov out of his room frequently and control the frequency and number of times he comes into contact with mysticism knowledge." I know. Do you think I don't know them?" Nina waved her hand and agreed. After the bosun and her subordinates left the captain's cabin and closed the door, Katlia cast her gaze outside the window, looking at the Bakeland that she could not see. After a few minutes, she pulled a tarot card out of her hand. It depicted a lonely old man with a glass lamp and a walking stick. The Hermit card. Late at night, Bakeland, Queen's, Earl Hall's house. Audrey, who was wearing a white chiffon nightgown, suddenly opened her eyes. She took a blue cloak and draped it over her body. She then got out of bed and walked to the full-body mirror in the room. Using the crimson moonlight that shone through the curtains, she carefully observed herself. Her emerald green eyes seemed to glow. They were lustrous and clear, allowing people to clearly see every detail. Audrey closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all the abnormalities had vanished. The corners of her mouth curled up bit by bit as her cheeks protruded slightly. Her eyebrows curved slightly as her eyes darted around slightly. She praised herself inwardly. "Audrey, you've finally come this far." She had completely digested the Dreamwalker potion. According to Audrey's confidence and predictions, she believed that she would finish digesting the potion after February. To her surprise, she encountered so many strange and completely different dreams during this period of time. These included multiple dreams, dreams caused by mental illnesses, lucid dreams, dreams caused by evil spirits and wraiths, and the dreams of a few demigods. Under normal circumstances, as a dreamwalker, Audrey could roughly determine the level of the creature she was about to enter to avoid encountering danger. However, the few demigods had hidden themselves so well that Audrey only discovered some clues when she entered their dreams. She was shocked. Fortunately, she wasn't discovered a few times. Instead, she accumulated experience, and because she carefully traveled, observed, and analyzed the demigod's dream, she greatly digested the potion. In addition, the other special dreams also gave her a completely different experience. After that, she tried to construct multiple dreams herself. She tried to hide behind the scenes in the dream and cleverly guide its development. She interfered with the subconscious to treat the dream's owner's mental illness or expel the corruption brought about by evil spirits and wraiths. To a certain extent, this went against her self-requirement of only observing and recording without interfering, but it strangely sped up the digestion of the potion. This made her conclude a new rule. If I really want to interfere, I have to be the mastermind and guide behind the scenes. Even if the goal is achieved, no one will notice it. On this point, Audrey did very well. The few people with serious mental illnesses unknowingly recovered after having 5 or 6 slightly strange dreams. And it was very normal for a dream to appear strange and incomprehensible. For me to be able to digest the Dreamwalker potion so quickly, it's mainly because of my luck during this period of time. Without so many unique experiences, I'd definitely have to wait another month or 2. Yes, I might even be captured by a demigod and thrown into a Beyonder prison, or I might be directly killed. When did my luck become so good? Since I sacrificed ice cream to the blessed of the angel in the domain of destiny. Audrey looked at herself in the mirror and blinked with a faint smile. She quickly retracted her gaze, scanned the bedroom, and walked to the dressing table. There was a deck of tarot cards there. In the room of a girl who liked mysticism, it was rather normal for there to be a deck of tarot cards. Audrey stretched out her right hand and touched the topmost card with her fingertip. She slowly took a deep breath and muttered to herself, "The battle in the Amantha Mountains is getting more and more intense. A port in mid-seashore has already fallen. The defense line in the Hornaces mountain range in Civilaz County is said to not be able to last until spring. If it wasn't for the fact that we have a certain advantage in the war at sea, the connection with the southern continent's East Balam would definitely be severed. Alfred is still there. I don't know how this war will develop. Thankfully, I'm about to become a demigod. Mr. World has already given me the manipulator potion formula and the main ingredient. The tears of 7 different humans due to intense emotions have also been gathered through this period of dream experience. I've traded for the golden leaf of the Treant Mentor from Young Sunday. I'm only short of the blood of an elderly mind dragon. Phew, I'll try to exchange it from psychological alchemy. Before Vin Rambus died, I was already in charge of a psychological discussion group. But will this expose that Vin Rambus's death is related to me, or should I request Mr. World to summon the blood of an elderly mind dragon from history? This can last for at least 15 minutes. Once I successfully advance and converge my spirituality, completing the self-suggestion, its disappearance won't affect me much. After all, it's only a supplementary ingredient. Audrey, you actually learned how to fake things. Furthermore, you're faking things on such matters. After making a self-deprecating remark, Audrey began to think about what kind of occasion she should use to complete the manipulator advancement ritual. That required her to consume the potion in a special occasion with at least 10,000 people, with their emotions resonating greatly. As her thoughts raced, Audrey had a preliminary idea. The goddess's winter gifts stay, but no matter how large a mass is, it can't accommodate 10,000 people. The cathedral can't accommodate so many people. Yes, it's usually impossible. If there's a chance this time, I can donate a sum of money and suggest that we hold a large-scale mass at Memorial Square and other places to placate the souls that died in the war. The most important square is to invite the family, relatives, and friends of the dead and injured. As long as they make up a certain proportion, the emotional resonance will be able to affect the others participating in the mass, thus fulfilling the requirements of the ritual. After calmly analyzing this situation, Audrey suddenly lowered her head and looked at the mirror on the dressing table. she saw that the faint smile on her beautiful face had long disappeared, leaving behind only a calm surface and the sorrow in her eyes. She stared at herself, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She whispered, "Audrey, you've also become despicable." She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, Audrey had returned to normal. She reached out to the stack of tarot cards on the dressing table and flipped open the top one. The card depicted a goddess of justice sitting on a stone chair, holding a sword in one hand and a scale in the other, coldly watching everything. Bakeland, Hillston Borough, in a house with a fireplace. "Have you finished digesting your scribe potion?" Xiao had just changed into her home clothes and walked back to the living room when she heard the unbelievable news. Furs nodded with a haggard expression. "Yes. Do you know what kind of life I've been living?" As she was forced to travel to 6 places, she had to experience, admire, and record them day and night. From time to time, she would be pulled into the gray fog to record all kinds of strange or high-level beyond her powers. The original lightning storm and historical void image summoning had been replaced many times. Today, she had only returned to the original configuration. "I don't know." Xiao answered honestly. "I know you don't know." Furs took a deep breath and said, "What about you? How have you been recently?" "Not bad. I've been arranged to be in the abnormal affairs court. I have some thoughts of acting, and the speed at which my potion is digesting has begun to accelerate," Xiao tersely said. "It's very hard for me to imagine you wearing a judge's robe and sitting on it to conduct a trial." Furs sighed from the bottom of her heart. "Are you trying to say that the prisoners and lawyers won't be able to see me?" Xiao added on her friend's behalf without minding it at all. Furs laughed dryly. "I'm going to prepare for the advancement ritual of a traveler after some rest." "Aren't you going deep into the spirit world? Do you have a solution?" Xiao asked in puzzlement. Furs nodded. "The messenger who got me to summon him. Divine Sovereign of the 9 heavens summoning a messenger." As Tarot's judgment and a member of MI9, Xiao knew what a messenger was, and she knew that the middle echelons of the charismatic order used messengers extensively. Before she could ask for more details, she saw Furs walk unsteadily to the guest room on the first floor with lifeless eyes. She said in a rather ethereal voice, "I'm sorry, but I didn't say anything. Let me sleep for a while. We'll talk later." She slept all the way until the next morning. She was woken up by the fragrance of meat. "Desi pie?" Furs rubbed her eyes and walked out of the room. There was already food on the table. "Yes." Xiao came out of the bathroom. "It's at the corner of the street." "It's not bad." Furs hummed and sat down at the dining table. She quickly picked up the desi pie and stuffed it into her mouth. After finishing one, she took a sip of sweet iced tea and sighed in satisfaction. "This is what life is like. Oh no, I forgot to brush my teeth." After busying herself with cleaning up, she finally regained her ability to think. She looked at Xiao in puzzlement. "Did MI9 suspect that you had secretly become a judge? They think it's a reward from the faction that instructed me back then." Xiao shared the information she had obtained. Furs combed her hair and smiled. "That's right. Let them ask the Church of Evernight." She covered her mouth and yawned. "I'm going to summon that messenger." After this period of recording, the way she addressed a certain someone had evolved from German Sparrow and Mr. World to that person. This was partly out of respect, and partly out of fear of eavesdropping. Upon hearing her friend's words, Xiao looked around and asked in puzzlement, "Why are you here? Aren't you going to set up a ritual?" She remembered that summoning a messenger required a ritual. "This is only one of the methods. That person told me to use another method." Furs looked at her clothes and found that she didn't have time to change them last night. They were wrinkled from sleeping. Thinking that she was going to meet the messenger later, she decided to pay attention to her image. She hurriedly returned to the bedroom on the 2nd floor and changed into a beige dress with a flounce hem. In preparation, in front of Xiao, she raised her right hand and grabbed forward, as though she was trying to pull something out of the air. In her eyes, an illusory book condensed and formed. It flipped quickly and stopped at one of the pages. The next second, her arm sank, and a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the German Sparrow, who was wearing a half-top hat and a black coat. His face was cold, and his temperament was stiff. Success? This is only my second attempt. I only tried once yesterday, and I failed. Fur's eyes widened, as if she wanted to absorb more light and see more clearly. She knew that she had summoned a projection from the historical void, so she wasn't too nervous. Instead, Xiao subconsciously held her breath and looked warily at the projection of German Sparrow. She couldn't tell if it was real or fake. She still had a clear memory of this crazy adventurer's battle achievements. Fur's actually summoned German Sparrow? Shouldn't it be his messenger? German Sparrow can also descend as a summoned creature? Questions popped up in Xiao's mind. Just as Fur's was at a loss as to what to do next, German Sparrow's eyes darted around slightly. His gaze instantly turned spirited, no longer looking dull and sluggish. It gave off the feeling that he had come alive. Right on the heels of that, he took out an exquisite silver-white harmonica, brought it to his mouth, and blew into it. There was no sound, but the surroundings instantly turned cold as a bone-chilling wind blew. Then, a lady in a dark and complicated dress walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. Her 8 eyes looked at German Sparrow at the same time. German Sparrow nodded slightly and pointed at Fur's. This lady needs to go deep into the spirit world to set up 4 special coordinates. Please help her. All right. One of Rionette Tinker's heads bobbed up and down as it spoke. German Sparrow didn't say anything else. As he approached the window, he made the glove on his left hand turn transparent. His figure quickly vanished as he teleported out of the house. He's gone. He's gone. The historical void projection I summoned left just like that? Fur's watched with her mouth slightly agape, as though she was experiencing a farce. According to her understanding, the thing that was summoned should be under her control. How could it just leave on its own after saying a few words? Could it be that the historical void projection has a personality like the person himself? No, it's like the descent of German Sparrow himself. Fur's glanced at Xiao and realized that she was equally confused. At that moment, Fur suddenly shivered, as though she had been targeted by an extremely terrifying creature. She subconsciously turned her head and realized that German Sparrow's messenger was looking at her with 8 red eyes, carefully sizing her up. He's as terrifying as German Sparrow. Fur's forced a smile and said, "That's right. Sorry to trouble you." At that moment, Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another. Requires payment. 800 gold coins, there's even a fee? Fur's turned agape once again, unsure of how to respond. After a few seconds, her mind suddenly became active, and she calculated her savings. After lending 2,400 pounds to Xiao, I still have 780 pounds left. I've spent quite a bit during this period of time, but the royalties from before are still coming in. Together with some other income and the 300 pounds Xiao has returned, I have a total of 1,258 pounds. That's enough. Fur's was about to agree when she immediately realized a problem. All of it in gold coins? Rionette Tinker's forehead shook slightly. Yes. You can. Oh, as expected, it's all in gold coins. I remember that Mr. World has been trying to gather gold coins and exchange them for gold coins. Is it also to pay this messenger? The relationship between him and his messenger is so complicated. Mr. World should still have quite a lot of gold coins. I'll just get him to exchange it for 800 gold coins later. Fur secretly heaved a sigh of relief. All right. After agreeing, she saw the head in the headless messenger's hand raise up and bite the clothes on her shoulder. The colors around her became richer and brighter. The red turned redder, the black turned blacker, and the white turned whiter. Just like that, Fur's was led by Rionette Tinker through similar scenes without any sense of direction. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a place that seemed to be filled with a faint fog. In the depths of the fog, eyes seemed to look over, but they quickly shrank back. When magicians first summoned German Sparrow's projection from the historical void to Bakeland, Klein's main body immediately entered the fog of history and ran all the way to before the first epoch. His consciousness came alive in the projection, reducing Fur's expenditure. This way, Klein indirectly returned to Bakeland. This was also the reason why he got Miss Magicians to use such a complicated method to summon the messenger. As for the messenger summoned by the adventurer's harmonica, it was an objective existence. It wouldn't increase the burden on Furz's spirituality. Even if the historical void projection of Klein disappeared, Rionette Tinker could still stay in the real world if she wanted to. After a teleportation, Klein's figure appeared in a secluded alley near St. Samuel Cathedral. He used his faceless powers to change his appearance and figure. During this process, although there were still a few pedestrians in the alley, they were affected by the illusion and didn't notice that a companion had suddenly appeared. Right on the heels of that, Klein straightened his clothes, pressed down on his hat, and quickly walked to St. Samuel Cathedral. He found a seat by the side in the prayer hall and sat down. After taking off his top hat and reciting the honorific name, he piously drew a crimson moon on his chest. Then, he clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and prayed to the Evernight goddess in a low voice. I'm searching for traces of the dark demonic wolf's past to grasp his exact situation. At this point, Klein recalled that the dark demonic wolf might be a former colleague of the Evernight goddess. They should have a sufficient understanding of each other, so he hurriedly added, I wonder if you can give me some hints. He didn't wait for a response as he maintained a calm state of mind and continued. After I'm done with this matter, I plan on heading east all the way to see if I can reach the western continent and see what state it's in. I'll also take this opportunity to escape Amon's pursuit and search for other possibilities. After praying, Klein tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion and whispered, Praise the Lady. Just as he said that, a dark night sky dotted with countless stars suddenly appeared in front of him. Unknowingly, a piece of information appeared in his mind. It was information regarding the dark demonic wolf, Kotar. Klein was taken aback for a moment. Only when the starry sky in front of him completely disappeared did he snap to his senses. He sincerely praised the goddess again. After leaving St. Samuel Cathedral, he used creeping hunger to teleport and arrived near the Holy Wind Cathedral in Sherwood Borough. He wanted to pray to the Lord of Storms. Looking up at the towering steeple, Klein was momentarily hesitant, unsure if he should really enter the headquarters of the Church of the Storm Bakelin Diocese. I'm just a historical void projection. I'm not afraid. There's nothing to lose from praying. What if the Lord of Storms hears of Amon's situation and decides to bestow 0 to 32 to me? That way, I won't have to take the huge risk of hunting the dark demonic wolf. One should always have some expectations. Klein thought for a moment before finally making up his mind. He carefully raised his hand and summoned Winner and Uni, who hadn't been parasitized by Amon, from the historical void. He made the marionette transform into him and walk into the Holy Wind Cathedral. In just a minute or two, a dark cloud suddenly floated over Bakeland. There seemed to be a flash of silver lightning in the Holy Wind Cathedral, but no one noticed it. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and everything in the Holy Wind Cathedral returned to normal. In a nearby corner, Klein raised his hand to rub his forehead. The corners of his mouth twitched as he mumbled. So be it. Why did you have to strike my marionette to death? He then took a deep breath as his figure quickly faded away and disappeared. The historical void projection was about to end. After all, the high-level powers that a scribe had replicated were clearly different from the original. The burden of summoning a sequence 3 at a sequence 6 was rather heavy. Even if a scholar of your could transfer his consciousness over to reduce the expenditure, it was impossible for Furs to last too long. In the outskirts of Bakeland, downstream of the Tussock River, Leonard hid his red gloves and slowly walked towards a particular spot. Suddenly, Palazorost's slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. How's that former colleague of yours recently? Recalling the conversation on the tarot, Leonard suppressed his voice and said, he just avoided a trap set up by Amon's avatar. He just avoided a trap set by Amon's avatar and is pursuing the truth of certain matters in the forsaken land of the gods. After Palazorost heard that, he didn't say another word and allowed Leonard to continue walking. After setting up the special coordinates, Furs was thrown back to the real world by German Sparrow's messenger. I feel so tired, but I just woke up. It must be that high sequence beyond her powers expend too much of my spirituality. Furs covered her mouth and yawned as she looked at Zio with a haggard expression. It's possible. Zio agreed with her friend's judgment. Her intuition told her that the German Sparrow projection that she had summoned was definitely not simple. It might even be equivalent to a saint. After some hesitation, Xiao said, "Sleep a little longer. Go back to sleep. Don't try to advance in this state. In a case I previously tried, the murderer was a psychopath. He would deliberately make his friends, his students, and the vagrants he took in consume potions in all kinds of negative states. He watched them lose control and mutate into all kinds of monsters, disgusting and terrifying monsters. What is this guy's goal?" Furs was stunned for a second. Two purposes. One was to observe whether the same magic potion would cause the same loss of control in different people. The other was to record the corresponding scene in the form of oil painting. He believed that the madness, the pain, and the distortion had an incomparable beauty that could stimulate his most intense creative passion. Xiao recalled the trial, feeling both hatred and a baffling lingering fear. He was a complete lunatic. This kind of guy should be killed. Furs shuddered at the mere thought of it. She grimaced and said, "Is he a cult member?" "Perhaps, but there are no clues. On the surface, he's an outstanding painter, and he's very famous. Internationally. If it wasn't for the disappearance of more than 5 of his students and friends in recent years, attracting our attention, we might have only discovered this matter after he completely went mad and lost control into a monster." When Xiao said that, she suddenly paused for a moment before continuing. "Back then, the law enforcement team that captured him vomited when they opened his secret basement. There were terrifying mutated corpses placed there, and there were oil paintings that left people horrified but had a strange charm, a detestable guy, but also a very attractive story." First thought impressed, "Is he a devil?" "No, he's a psychiatrist." Xiao denied her friend's guess. "You sentenced him to death?" Furs asked in anticipation. Xiao shook her head. "His defense lawyer convinced me that he's more suitable to be a sealed artifact researcher." "There's a lawyer? Your abnormal affairs court has lawyers? Isn't it all a direct trial?" Furs asked in surprise. Xiao combed her blonde hair that had grown longer. "We have some beyonders of the lawyer pathway. They also need to act. Of course, they don't know that they're acting." "All right." Furs yawned again and pointed at the reclining chair by the fireplace. "I'll take a nap first." Aren't you going to work?" "I can apply for leave," Xiao replied succinctly. Furs didn't ask further. She walked to the fireplace and collapsed. 2 to 3 hours later, she woke up and meditated for a quarter of an hour. Following that, she found the traveler beyonder characteristic and supplementary ingredients that her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, had given her, and concocted a potion. The potion's color was white but transparent, like half-melted snow. From time to time, light green bubbles would emerge from it. Holding the potion, Furs looked at her good friend who was guarding her and smiled. She smiled and said, "If I lose control, don't hesitate to behead me." "No, pray first. Perhaps there's still a chance to save me." Xiao nodded slowly. "Maintain your current state." Furs silently exhaled. Without any hesitation, she raised the potion and gulped it down. In the blink of an eye, she felt beams of light appear in her body and in front of her. They rampaged about, opening one illusory door after another. Furs's consciousness couldn't help but enter one of the doors as her body turned transparent and vanished. In this chaotic state of mind, Furs nearly lost her sense of self. Thankfully, she had been tormented recently and had a strong will. Furthermore, from time to time, she would sense the 4 special coordinates in the spirit world. Finally, she woke up bit by bit. After an unknown period of time, she realized that she had entered the depths of the spirit world. It was difficult to determine her exact location, nor could she find her way back. With the help of the 4 special coordinates, Furs slowly traversed back to a familiar place. She left the dense stacked colors and the thin fog and walked out of the spirit world. Those 4 special coordinates aren't only used to help me find a way back, but they can also effectively maintain my self-awareness. Teacher is only a sequence 7, and he doesn't have any actual experience. It's inevitable that there will be some flaws in his knowledge. As Furs's thoughts raced, she cast her gaze at Xiao and smiled. "I'm a traveler now." Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. "What additional beyonder powers did you gain?" "The main thing is that there's an additional teleportation, as well as invisible hand." In addition, the number of demigod-level Beyonder powers I can record has increased to 4. The exact effects should be close to sequence 4. Furs did a self-examination. She then raised her hand and drew a tarot card from the room that was used for divination. It was a man with a scepter in his right hand pointing to the sky and his left hand pointing to the ground. In front of him were the Holy Grail, scepter, sword, star coins, and other items. The Magician's card. The day of the longest night every year was the birthday of the Evernight goddess, commonly known as Winter Gifts Day. On this day, all the believers of Evernight would head to a nearby cathedral to witness the sunset. When night came, they would participate in Mass, enjoy Holy Communion, listen to the choir, and do all kinds of activities. 1350 was a heavy year for the Evernight believers of Rouen. The intensity of the war and the rise in prices made them lose their good mood. However, on this Winter Gifts Day, they still walked out of their homes. This was because the Church of Evernight would be holding a large-scale Mass in the various squares to appease the souls that had passed away. At the same time, many foundations would also distribute food vouchers at the Massachusetts. Those who received them could use them to obtain the corresponding items at any relief point or cathedral. This caused some of the believers of Storms and Steam, who didn't celebrate Winter Gifts Day, to head to the nearest square. Westboro, Memorial Square, the place where George III was blasted to death. Audrey wore a black cloak and carried the golden retriever, Susie, who carried a small leather bag on her back. She walked among the nobles with a plain expression. Her expression didn't seem abnormal, but there was some pain and guilt hidden within. She had already obtained the blood of the elderly Mind Dragon and concocted the manipulator potion. It was placed in the small bag on Susie's back. Susie was already a sequence 6 hypnotist, so Audrey believed that not many people present could discover her abnormality and snatch the item from her. The blood of the elderly Mind Dragon came from the hermit Catlia. It was said that she had obtained it from Queen Mystic, and Audrey had paid £3,000 to buy it. This was in line with her expectations. This was because she didn't really want to obtain the ingredients from psychological alchemy. After all, her immediate superior, Vin Rambus, had only died a few months ago, and she was already gathering the items needed for her advancement. It would inevitably arouse suspicion, and the other members of psychological alchemy had the ability and wisdom to notice this. Furthermore, becoming a demigod means coming into contact with the counselors of the Psychological Alchemy Council. According to Mr. World, there might be an angel of the mind domain hidden among them. I should prepare for a while longer. When I have a suitable encounter and excuse, I'll consider raising my status in the council. I'll first conceal my strength for a period of time. With her blonde hair tied up, Audrey lifted the hem of her skirt and slowly walked to her predetermined spot. Along the way, many nobles extended a friendly hand to her, hoping to help this beautiful, noble, but weak girl pass through crowded areas and obstacles. However, they were all blocked by Earl Hall. He let his eldest son, Hibbert, take care of his youngest daughter while he held his wife's arm and walked in front. From time to time, he would turn back to look at the most dazzling jewel in Bakeland. Not long after their family arrived at their destination, the Archbishop of the Church of Evernight's Bakeland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson, walked up the platform in a black robe with red patterns. He looked around, raised his right hand, and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "Praise the goddess!" When the believers below gave a response, the saint said in a low voice that everyone could hear, "That's right. Today is a celebration of the night, but the goddess responds with mercy. He has compassion on every mother who has lost her child, on every lonely child, on every person who has suffered greatly. He said that all of this will come to an end. All of this suffering will return to silence and peace." As Anthony Stevenson's words echoed in Memorial Square and spread to other places, the people of Rouen who participated in the Mass of Repose felt touched, sad, warm, and depressed. In different squares, different choirs began reciting the poem. The ethereal and holy voice seemed to resound deep in everyone's hearts. The crimson full moon rises, and reflects on the land. Everyone sinks into a sweet dream, dreaming of themselves, of parents, wives, husbands, and children. This is forever. Note 1. Unknowingly, everyone felt as though their minds had been baptized, and their spirituality was naturally released. They seemed to have really entered a dream, strolling in a quiet darkness. Here lay their children, their parents, their wives, their husbands, their friends. There was no more suffering, no more pain. There was peace and gentleness in their expressions. We will look up at the night sky, tenderly say her name, Evernight Goddess. If she hears it, she will definitely agree, she will definitely reveal a pure smile to the dead. Come, rest, sleep in peace, my children. Note 2, the people strolling in the dream once again felt a strong sense of sadness, as though they understood that they were really going to bid farewell. They recalled all the beautiful scenes of the past, the scene of the family sitting around the dining table enjoying delicacies and chatting to their heart's content. They recalled the person who looked at them warmly. They recalled the pain of seeing them hurt and hearing of their passing that seemed to tear their souls apart. They recalled the dark clouds and parting brought about by the war. They slept peacefully in this peaceful kingdom, no longer having any worries. However, the survivors had to suffer day and night, turning haggard and withering. A tear slid down, followed by another. The people at Memorial Square's remnant mass could no longer suppress the emotions in their hearts. They silently and unreservedly vented the accumulated pain. Great sadness filled the air, intertwining with the choir's chanting as though it had a corporeal form. Cross your hands, place them on your chest, say the silent prayer, and shout from your heart, the only home is peace. Note 3, the people who were crying silently with their eyes closed subconsciously followed the content of the poem and did similar actions. Then, they were infected by each other and shouted in their hearts, the only home is peace. The sadness reached its peak. More than 10,000 people in Memorial Square felt a strong resonance. At this moment, Audrey opened her eyes, bent down, and took out a bottle of potion from the leather bag on Susie's back. Countless fragments of light floated in the potion, as though it was the manifestation of the sea of collective subconscious. Audrey didn't hesitate. Under such circumstances, she unscrewed the cap and gulped down the liquid inside. Unlike in the past, where she could still experience the potion sliding down her throat and into her stomach, Audrey felt. She felt that she could no longer feel her body. Her entire being seemed to have condensed into a ball of thought and merged with the illusory sea around her. This was the first time that she had seen the sea of collective subconscious without going through the island where her dreams and mind were. It was like she had returned to her mother's arms before she was born. She had returned to the very beginning, where she was washed, disintegrated, and influenced by the imprints left by the ancestors of mankind. There was fear, madness, and all kinds of terrible mental pollution in it. Audrey couldn't resist it for a moment. Her consciousness faded, and her figure swayed, about to melt. Affected by this, Audrey, who knew that she was about to be assimilated by the sea of collective subconscious, also resonated with it. She felt uncontrollable grief. The grief passed from one thought to another. Soon, it filled the thoughts that Audrey had mutated into. It pierced into her soul body and her soul. Affected by this, Audrey, who knew that she was about to be assimilated by the sea of collective subconscious, also felt a resonance. She felt an uncontrollable grief. The grief passed from one thought to another. Soon, it filled the sea of collective subconscious. It pierced through her soul body and soul. The voice in her ear became clearer and louder. Finally, it echoed in the sea of collective subconscious. The only home is peace. The only home is peace. The only home is peace. Audrey repeated the prayer as her figure quickly became clear. With just a thought, she split into many transparent and illusory versions of herself. They roamed the sea of collective subconscious, arriving at the mind islands that represented different people and climbing them. In these places, she directly saw where the sadness of different people came from. It came from the cannonballs that fell from the sky, from the airships that formed a formation, from the letters sent back from the front lines, from the bad news delivered by the postman, from the splattering of flesh and blood in front of her eyes, from the sudden collapse of a loved one, from the pile of toys that no longer had an owner, from the violent coughing in the great smog. The only home is peace. The golden retriever, Susie, also closed her eyes during Massachusetts. She recited the words in human language in her heart, not noticing any abnormalities around her. Suddenly, Audrey's voice sounded in her soul, her body of heart and mind. Susie, I succeeded. I've always been very worried. I was worried that as my sequence advanced, I would be more and more affected by the potion. I would become colder and colder, becoming more and more like a mythical creature instead of a human. Susie looked up in a daze, only to see that the blonde girl beside her had her eyes closed, but her face was covered in tears at some point in time. Then she heard Audrey say in her heart, "Fortunately, I can still feel their sorrow." How nice. In Susie's eyes, another drop of tear fell from the corner of the golden-haired girl's eye, sparkling and translucent. At this moment, the sun withdrew its last ray of light, and the night brought peace. Everyone opened their eyes at the same time and said in a calm voice, "The only home is peace." After crying uncontrollably for a while, Audrey, who was originally bright and cheerful, became a little more delicate, with a touch of sadness, which made everyone who saw her feel affection from the bottom of their hearts. Under all kinds of protection, she returned to Empress Burrow and returned to her room. Only at this moment did she have the chance to seriously examine herself, digesting the knowledge and experience she had obtained from the potion and the sea of collective subconscious. Others might not be able to tell, but Audrey knew very well that the tall, beautiful blonde girl in the mirror already possessed immense strength and exaggerated dragon scales for defense. She was the kind that could shatter a piece of steel with a single punch. Oh, I can still dragon transformation, which is equivalent to using an incomplete mythical creature form. However, I have to wait until I get used to the potion and constantly stack the correct psychological cues. Otherwise, I'll directly lose control. Every dragon transformation can't exceed a certain amount of time. Otherwise, even if I have treatment methods that target my mind and soul, I'll be deeply infected by madness and chaos, causing me to lose control. My current limit is about a minute. The core ability of a manipulator is called control. I can let the body of heart and mind enter the mind island of others through the sea of collective subconscious, directly tampering with their subconscious, reading their thoughts, and silently driving them to do all kinds of things. Paired with control is virtual personas. I can create many personas, allowing them to have a corresponding body of heart and mind. This can resist many of the effects of the mind domain. On the other hand, it can allow me to silently invade the target's mind island while conversing with others without any signs on the surface. I can only create 13 virtual personas at present. A manipulator can also create a terrifying mental plague. I can use the sea of collective subconscious to spread all kinds of mental illnesses and extreme madness. Yes, awe has become a large-scale mind deprivation. It's no longer just an effect of awe. I can also turn my designated thoughts into a mind storm that engulfs the surroundings and affects all enemies. As a manipulator, it's a must to have the ability to roam the sea of collective subconscious. This is called consciousness walk. Otherwise, if I were to slowly arrive at the predetermined place after going through complicated maneuvers like before, the target would have already left. Audrey looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly revealed a faint smile. Then, she puffed up her cheeks and opened her mouth as though she was about to spit out something. Since her mythical creature form was a mind dragon, she definitely had psychic breath. This could directly stimulate and damage the target's body of heart and mind body. It was an area of effect, enhanced version of psychic piercing. Audrey's green eyes darted around slightly as she retracted her gaze and sighed inwardly. This is a demigod. These powers even make me afraid. And how powerful must Mr. World be to be able to kill Vin Rambus, above the grey fog, in the ancient palace? As the participants of the hunt finished their preparations, they decided to organize a private meeting to discuss the specific details. Manipulators are that terrifying? Magician's Furs looked at Miss Justice beside her and blurted out in shock. Just now, Audrey had briefly mentioned the changes she had undergone after becoming a demigod. Although she didn't go into detail to protect her trump card, it still left the magicians, the hermit, judgment, and the star alarmed. Actually, it's not that terrifying. Mr. World knows very well. Audrey cast her gaze to the bottom of the long, mottled table. The World Gairman Sparrow didn't nod as he tersely acknowledged. I also had a powerful helper to kill Vin Rambus. He paused for a moment, then said, "Before we discuss the hunt, I want to know how to make the House of Abraham feel my friendliness." Note 1, adapted from Tennyson, Lotus Eater. Note 2, adapted from I.B.A. Browning, The Children's Cries. Note 3, adapted from Thomas Hood, The Bridge of Sighs and Tennyson, Lotus Eater. P.S. Update before making changes. Friendly? Upon hearing World's German Sparrow's question, Magician's Furs nearly doubted her ears. The image of Mr. X's head, which was covered in cracks, and bloodstains, instantly surfaced in her mind. Just as Furs was deliberating over a good excuse, Audrey glanced at her and smiled at World's German Sparrow. To make the House of Abraham feel your friendliness, what's important isn't what you do, but what Miss Magicians writes in the letter. That's right. Unless I directly appear in front of Miss Magicians' teacher, his understanding of me will only be limited to the various rumors and the things Miss Magicians tells him. As long as the story she tells is good enough, it doesn't matter even if it doesn't match the actual situation. Klein suddenly realized that he had gotten into a dead end when thinking about the corresponding problem. Ah? Magician's Furs understood Miss Justice's words, but she didn't think it through thoroughly enough. After looking at the Hermit, the Star, and company, Audrey said to Furs, "You need to convey Mr. World's goodwill to your teacher. You need to convey Mr. World's goodwill to your teacher. For this, you can weave some stories instead of telling the truth." Then what do I need to say? Magician's Furs took the initiative to ask. It wasn't that she wasn't good at fabricating stories. On the contrary, it was what she was best at. But the problem was that writing a novel that people liked and writing a story that people believed weren't the same. The latter would undoubtedly be easier if she could obtain the advice of a senior psychologist. Audrey had already thought of the details of the letter before she opened her mouth. At that moment, she replied in an unhurried manner, "That's right." At that moment, she replied unhurriedly, clearly, "Your teacher must have noticed your rapid advancement, and because of Mr. X's death and all kinds of sensitive issues, he has a certain degree of suspicion and wariness towards the Beyonder circles you participate in." Yes. Furs nodded slightly, agreeing with Miss Audrey's judgment. If her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, was a careless person who was abnormally insensitive to various signs, she wouldn't have survived until now. She would have long been captured by the Aurora Order or died in the hands of other forces that were interested in the House of Abraham. Audrey continued, "That's right. Under such circumstances, he still maintains contact with you, teaches you knowledge, gives you formulas, and provides you with ingredients. This means that on the one hand, he recognizes your personality and character. On the other hand, he has certain expectations for you to become a sequence 4 demigod and for you to obtain important information from the mysterious and dangerous Beyonder circle. What we want to do is exploit this mentality." Audrey originally wanted to use the more neutral term grasp to replace exploit, but after a slight pause, she chose to face herself and the essence of the matter. Seeing that Magician's Furs was listening attentively, and that Judgment, the Star, and the Hermit were looking forward to what she was going to say next, Audrey pursed her lips and said, "After you return, you can write to him and tell him that you've become a traveler. After you return, you can write to him and tell him that you've become a traveler. Let him be happy about your growth, but also surprised by your exaggerated advancement speed. Then, answer the question he raised previously. Say that the gentleman who wishes to purchase the Worm of Star mentioned something. It's that the ancient curse in the Abraham family's bloodline seems to come from a secret existence named Mr. Dorr. This is a question that your teacher has never told you but is absolutely concerned about. Without a doubt, he will feel fear towards the gentleman who seems to know of your connection with the House of Abraham. He will want to avoid him, but he will definitely desire to know more. He wants to figure out the secrets hidden in the curse that has plagued the House of Abraham for generations, and if there's a solution. At the same time, communicating through letters and not meeting him directly will give him a certain sense of security. He might change his residence, change his identity, and use a more roundabout method to send and receive letters, but there's a high chance that he won't lose contact. Maintain this connection and reveal more valuable information step by step to awaken your teacher's desire. Then, you can use this to shape Mr. World's image and let your teacher experience some kind of kindness." At this point, Audrey stopped and looked at the World, German Sparrow. She could roughly tell that Mr. World had expressed his goodwill to the House of Abraham because he had something to ask of them. However, she wasn't a prophet, nor had she read German Sparrow's mind. She naturally couldn't guess what it was, so she couldn't elaborate further. Klein nodded and laughed hoarsely at Miss Magicians. "After we establish this indirect connection, I might propose a trade request to your teacher, using the promise of removing the curse in exchange for something valuable. Through Demonis Trissy, he had already grasped the solution to the curse of the House of Abraham, but he didn't plan on exchanging it for the Planeswalker potion formula and a grade 0 sealed artifact. On the one hand, the value wasn't equal. If the difference was too great, Klein would feel guilty. On the other hand, he didn't want to release a dangerous existence like Mr. Door back into the real world. That would be irresponsible to himself and all the innocent people. He was considering finding another way to make the curse of the House of Abraham disappear to a certain extent. In other words, it might still exist, but it wouldn't affect the normal lives of the Abrahams and their advancement within a certain range. So that's how it is. Mid- and high-level Beyonders in the mind domain are really powerful. They can make people unknowingly do the corresponding things according to their arrangements. Compared to when I first met her, Miss Justice seems to have undergone a complete transformation. She's both fearful and admirable. Magician's Furs glanced at Zio and seemed to read the same wistful emotions in her eyes. She thought for a moment and mustered her courage to say to the world, German Sparrow. What if my teacher rejects your request for a trade? Do you think I'll kill and plunder? Klein lampooned in his heart in Mandarin and scoffed. Don't worry, I won't harm him. I won't force him. Phew. Although Mr. World is a little terrifying, he still keeps his promises. Magician's Fur slowly nodded. I'll follow Miss Justice's suggestion and write a letter to my teacher later. Klein nodded slightly and looked around. You can discuss the hunt now. The hermit Catlia took over the reins and said, That's right. The biggest problem in this operation is how to find the Saint of Secrets, Butiz. Fur suddenly recalled her previous encounter with Butiz. She raised her hand and said, If I can borrow that powerful sealed artifact from my teacher, I can bring it with me and often stroll around Bakeland. Through the convergence of Beyonder characteristics, I can attract Butiz nearby. This might also attract other demigods of the apprentice pathway, or the leader of the secret order, Zeradol, or blasphemer Amon. The more Fur spoke, the lower her voice became. She felt that this method was too dangerous. If Zeradol and Amon really appeared, she didn't know what would happen to the other members of the operation, but as bait, she would undoubtedly not be able to escape. Catlia nodded and thought. If it's only a grade 1 sealed artifact of the apprentice pathway, the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence wouldn't be that attractive to neighboring pathways. The range would be limited to demigods of the apprentice pathway. And according to what I know, there aren't many of them. It can even be said to be few. Most of them exist in the form of characteristics or sealed artifacts. I suddenly don't want to become a sequence for. Magician's Furz's eyelids twitched when she heard that. Catlia then cast her gaze at the world, German Sparrow. Let's not talk about whether or not there's a grade 1 sealed artifact of the apprentice pathway. To let the Saint of Secrets and Miss Magicians encounter each other, the premise is that he's also in Bakeland. Furthermore, he's not that cautious and often goes out. Upon hearing this, Leonard said from the perspective of a professional official Beyonder, that's actually not difficult. This actually isn't difficult. As a demigod of the apprentice pathway, Bodies is definitely in charge of dealing with accidents and providing support to different places in the upper echelons of the Aurora Order. He has sufficient mobility. Heh, this is a term that appeared after the invention of steam locomotives and airships. As long as you can create some incidents against the Aurora Order in Bakeland, there's a high chance that he will come. As he spoke, Leonard glanced at Klein. According to what he knew, in the chaotic battle outside Byam caused by German Sparrow, the Saint of Secrets had appeared and picked up a glove. That's a solution. Audrey and company nodded. At this moment, the world, German Sparrow suddenly said, Let me remind you that the Aurora Order is an organization that worships a true god. Let me remind you that the Aurora Order is an organization that worships a true god. Once you take action against them, with the implied goal of hunting their upper echelons, the true creator might foresee it and give you a warning. That's possible? Audrey's eyes widened slightly as she observed Catlia, Leonard, and company. She realized that they were equally stunned. This was something they had never considered before. It wasn't that they weren't smart enough, but rather that they had never participated in matters that involved high-level existences. Or rather, even if they had participated, they didn't know anything about it. Then what should we do? Magician's Furs couldn't help but ask. Klein replied in an enlightening tone, I'll use a gentler method that doesn't directly target the Aurora Order to fish out Saint of Secrets Butiz. A softer method. However, Xianxia, who lacked experience when it came to high-level matters, instantly had a new idea. Let Miss Magicians participate in the various Beyonder gatherings in Bakeland, and accidentally reveal her connection to the House of Abraham, thereby attracting the attention of the Aurora Order. Seeing that the world's German sparrow didn't deny it, Xianxia thought as she looked to the other side. How to make this matter reasonable and not arouse suspicion, how to design the steps and process of exposure, and how to lay the groundwork for each gathering. I might need Miss Justice's help. In her opinion, only a manipulator who could accurately grasp the psychology of the people at the gathering could make the plan natural, reasonable, and flawless. Okay. Audrey nodded solemnly, feeling a little excited. She then added, "You're right. Although I haven't done anything like this before, I will try my best to make everything seem reasonable. Why do I suddenly feel a little afraid? Why do I feel like none of us have any experience? Apart from Mr. World, who can't participate directly, Ma'am Hermit might be very experienced in other aspects, but she probably hasn't done such a hunt before. This isn't a game. This is a cruel operation where someone might die if they aren't careful." Magician's furs trembled when she heard that. She deeply doubted the qualifications of most of the members present, including herself. However, when she thought of how Miss Justice and Ma'am Hermit were already sequence 4 demigods, while she and the Star were sequence 5, she felt that this wasn't too serious of a problem. After all, every powerhouse was someone with little experience who accumulated their strength step by step. Furthermore, they had the world, German sparrow, the strongest hunter of the 5 seas, to keep watch. Reasonable. Scheme. Control. Upon hearing Ma'am Hermit and Miss Justice's conversation, Klein subconsciously extracted the keywords. This made him recall his experience of using 0-08 and being arranged by 0-08. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's no wonder the spectators sequence 1 as author. This is indeed a very reasonable development, but it can go from guiding to forcing it. You don't have to worry about the specific arrangements. Go back and think about it carefully. At the same time, you have to make adjustments based on the feedback from the scene. Xianxia nodded in thought as she suddenly had a new idea. When Miss Magicians participates in a Beyonder gathering, it's best if you hide in the nearby area and use your control over the sea of collective subconscious to monitor the thoughts of every participant and accurately grasp the feedback. Would it be enough to create only 13 virtual personalities? There should be more than 13 members at the Beyonder gathering. I can take turns to monitor them and choose the ones I pay attention to. Audrey quickly analyzed the feasibility and tersely acknowledged. No problem. This was also a form of training for her. At the same time, it was also a form of acting to a certain extent. She didn't directly use her Beyonder powers to influence the target, but through an accurate grasp of the target's mental state, she could use her words, performance, actions, and script to control the corresponding personnel. Seeing that there were no problems on Miss Justice's side, Xianxia looked at the magicians. In order to prevent any sudden attacks, as well as to better grasp the situation around you, I need to plant something on you. What is it? Magician's furs asked warily. Xianxia glanced at the world who was at the end of the long, mottled table. After obtaining the approval of Mr. Fool's Blessed, she raised her hand and pressed it against her glabella. A pair of nearly transparent eyes appeared in front of her. They didn't have any eyelashes and were cold and emotionless. This is the eye of mystery prying. After becoming a mysticologist, I can place it on someone else's body. What it sees is equivalent to what I see. Furthermore, once it enters a concealed state, it will be very difficult to be discovered by other means. Xianxia gave a simple introduction. Upon seeing this scene, Klein leaned back slightly and let out a long sigh inwardly. Back when he first grasped spirit vision, he had seen something similar behind old Neil. If he had the accumulated mysticism knowledge he had now, he would have been able to detect the problem earlier. Perhaps, things would have developed differently. If these strange eyes were planted on me, wouldn't I be watched by Ma'am Hermit when I go to the bathroom? Magician's fur secretly drew a cold gasp and asked hesitantly, "Can I plant it before every gathering? Can I plant it before every gathering? If we make frequent contact, it'll be very easy to be discovered. Besides, Saint of Secrets Bootiz won't only appear at the time you choose. Katlia nudged the thick glasses on her nose bridge and explained. Finally, she said, don't worry. I won't see what I shouldn't see. This was a lesson learned through blood and tears. Furs was silent for a few seconds before she slowly exhaled. All right, Katlia nodded slightly and continued, that's right. After discovering clues to the House of Abraham, the Aurora Order will definitely do a certain level of investigation. And to be safe and to prevent any accidents from happening, they will definitely send someone with sufficient confidence. Among them, Saint of Secrets Butiz is undoubtedly the person who is most interested in the House of Abraham. Furthermore, Bakeland isn't suitable for the activities of a king of angels, so the chances of him appearing are the highest. At this moment, the star Leonard, who was leaning back in his chair, raised his hand. Not necessarily. According to the information we have, the Aurora Order has another high-ranking member in Bakeland named Saint Tenebris. After Mr. A's disappearance, he appeared to organize some matters. When the time comes, the person in charge of tracking down clues to the House of Abraham might very well be him, and not the Saint of Secrets. After all, it's his parish. The demigod I encountered when assassinating Mr. X is Saint Tenebris? Klein nodded inconspicuously in enlightenment. Katlia was already prepared for this. Without any hesitation, she said to the star, I might need your help in this matter. I might need your help with this. You should investigate more cases involving the Aurora Order and attack them more often. This way, it will be inconvenient for them to carry out their activities. After discovering clues to the House of Abraham, they might very well seek reinforcements and let, yes, the Saint of Secrets, who is more mobile and more covert, be in charge. Leonard thought of the recent mission list and nodded slightly. Sure. As the captain of a Red Gloves team, he had the authority to do so. The only question is, could this also be foreseen by the true creator? After Leonard agreed, he turned to look at Klein. Klein thought for a moment and pointed out from the side. You are also under the gaze of the gods. Leonard retracted his gaze in enlightenment and said to the hermit Katlia, that's right. I have no more questions. Katlia pushed up the glasses on the side of her face and cast her gaze at Judgment. The Beyonder circle that Miss Magicians participates in will be limited to East Borough and Bakeland Bridge. This should be a place you are very familiar with. You have to constantly pay attention to any abnormalities and immediately inform me of the situation around the gathering location. All right. Although Xiao was disappointed that she could only handle external matters, she knew very well that with her strength, she could only do so much. At this moment, Katlia thought for a moment and said, you are a judge. When the time comes, you might need to do some area of effect prohibitions. This might not be effective against the Saint of Secrets Butiz, but it should be able to cause some interference. Don't doubt it. With preparations and only providing support, a mid-sequence Beyonder can also affect a saint to a certain extent. The premise of all of this is that a demigod is fighting a demigod, and I'm only providing support. The education that Xiao had received from a young age and the MI9 she had joined emphasized cooperation. It was very easy for her to understand Ma'am Hermit's words. At this point, the plan had taken shape. What followed was to adjust it bit by bit through practice. Just as Furs heaved a sigh of relief, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, don't worry. Previously, Mr. World mentioned that Butiz might have a Grade 0 sealed artifact. How should I deal with it? Frankly speaking, she didn't have a direct impression of how terrifying a Grade 0 sealed artifact was. This was because she had never encountered one, nor had she seen others encounter one. However, she had experienced the Grade 1 sealed artifact that German Sparrow had borrowed from Mr. Fool many times, so she knew how terrifying it was. And a Grade 0 sealed artifact was an entire level higher than a Grade 1 sealed artifact, so its might was obvious. In the rumors that Furs had heard, some Grade 0 sealed artifacts could even destroy Bakeland, or even the world. Katlia fell silent for a few seconds. On the one hand, we can use Miss Justice's grasp of the minds of the people around her to search for possible traces. On the other hand, we can use Miss Judgment's understanding of the various anomalies in the area and combine it with divination to determine if there's such a sealed artifact. If we don't receive any feedback, and the Saint of Secrets Butiz really has a Grade 0 sealed artifact with him, you don't have to be too afraid. He won't kill you immediately. He will definitely try to control you and find a safe place to interrogate you. We will have enough time and opportunity to separate him from the sealed artifact. Remember, the sealed artifacts a Beyonder possesses aren't completely a portion of their strength. During this process, didn't you also record some high-level Beyonder powers? If the situation is dire, don't hold back. Escape with all your might. You don't sound very confident. Magician Sfurz's face suddenly turned pale as she forced a smile. I'll do my best. At this moment, German Sparrow, the world, took the initiative to say, when necessary, you can pray to Mr. Fool. When necessary, you can pray to Mr. Fool. I will also ask him to provide some protection ahead of time. And give some revelations. As this operation couldn't threaten Klein's true body no matter what, and it might involve a Grade 0 sealed artifact, he, who had gained basic control over Sapphira Castle, could only obtain some revelations. That's good. Magician Sfurz, Zio, and company silently heaved a sigh of relief. As the private gathering came to an end, Klein looked at Katlia and said, from the looks of it, there's no way to end the operation before the new year. Looks like we won't be able to end the operation before the new year. I'll pay you in advance. He then condensed a portion of mysticism knowledge that he hadn't mentioned before into a pale white brilliance and pushed it to the hermit. Dark Angel Sasher might very well be a negative personality that was separated from the ancient sun god. Mr. Dor was once the most powerful king of angels. The House of Abraham also has at least 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts that correspond to the angel-level Beyonder characteristics of the apprentice pathway. The underlying laws of this world are chaos and madness. Mysticism knowledge reverberated in Katlia's mind, making her feel a heavy weight amidst her shock. If it wasn't for Tarot, Mr. Fool's blessings, and the world's German Sparrow's provision, it definitely wouldn't have been so easy for her to understand this knowledge. She would definitely have to bear a huge risk. If she wasn't careful, she might attract the attention of certain high-level existences or be pestered by madness and pain. Thank you for your advance payment. This will greatly help me digest the potion. Katlia opened her eyes and sincerely thanked him. According to her original plan, she should be able to obtain some mysticism knowledge after meeting Queen Mystic. With German Sparrow's advance payment, there was a high chance that she could completely digest the mysticologist potion. Unfortunately, a few days before she arrived in Bakeland, Queen Mystic Bernadette had left the city after following a clue. This left Katlia very disappointed. Upon hearing Ma'am Hermit's words, Klein, who was disguised as the world, laughed hoarsely. There is a price to this gift. As his voice echoed, he nodded at Justice and Magicians, indicating that he was also speaking to them. After the private gathering ended, the members left Sapphira Castle one after another. Klein stood up and walked from the bottom of the long mottled table to the seat of honor, sitting at the Fool's seat. He leaned back in his chair and rested his elbows on the armrest. The void beside him rippled and condensed into circles of halos. This was a prayer point of light, a marionette controlled by the historical void projection that Klein had summoned. It had already existed before the gathering, but the corresponding area had been shielded by Klein. No one could sense it, and it had only returned to normal now. Klein cast his gaze at the circle of light. Using it as a base, he expanded his field of vision into the distance. In the real world, a dark mountain stood tall. There was a hole at the waist that extended all the way underground. There had once been many humans who had survived the cataclysm hiding here. Later, they were turned into his marionettes by dark demonic wolf Kotar. During this period of time, Klein had been retracing all sorts of traces and found 3 places where the dark demonic wolf had hidden in the past. However, he didn't gain much. The reason was very simple. Just like now, there was a rock at the entrance of the cave, and on top of it sat a young man wearing a classic black robe and a pointed hat. He had a wide forehead and a thin face. Amon. This angel of time seemed to sense the gaze from Sapphira Castle. He raised his head, adjusted his crystal monocle, and slightly curled up the corners of his mouth. Klein retracted his gaze as his facial muscles twitched slightly. He muttered, "What a persistent ghost. It's not like this fellow doesn't know about the dark demonic wolf's past. Is there a need to destroy all the clues I need? Furthermore, it's always done a little earlier. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat him, he would have hung him up and given him a beating." Phew. Klein exhaled and immediately returned to the real world. He wore a black top hat and held a dim yellow lantern. He dispelled the historical void projection and left the mountain without looking back, heading deep into the silent wilderness. Klein's footsteps didn't hesitate at all. This was because he had long obtained detailed information about the dark demonic wolf, Kotar, from the Evernight goddess. He had a sufficient understanding of the god of wishes' character, style, and habits. The reason why he was still pursuing the dark demonic wolf's past was mainly because he wanted to verify something. After all, the eastern continent had been the forsaken land of the gods for 2,000 to 3,000 years. The dark demonic wolf had been away from the Evernight goddess's attention for a long time. It was very likely that there would be some changes in his personality and style. If he were to completely follow the information provided by the Evernight goddess to plan his actions, there was a high chance that he would make the mistake of using an expired map to bombard a target. Under the immense pressure given by the true creator and Amon, the possibility of the dark demonic wolf transforming isn't low. It might even become a pervert. Perhaps it's so mentally repressed that it's half-mad. Klein couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. The dark demonic wolf in his words could actually be seamlessly switched to Klein Moretti or Zhou Mingrue. All he needed to do was change the sentence to future tense. There was another reason why Klein insisted on pursuing the dark demonic wolf's past. It was an attempt to deceive Amon, making it difficult for him to guess that he had already grasped the key information. Of course, this might not be enough to fool the god of deceit. Klein's main goal was to obtain a mental victory so as to adjust his overly repressed mental state. He didn't need to seek misjustice for treatment. Yes, from the looks of it, the dark demonic wolf still maintains the clarity and rationality of the late Second Epoch. It's not as manic, bloodthirsty, and crazy as it was when it first fused with the other Beyonder characteristics. His most important personality trait doesn't seem to have changed. He is still that suspicious. He doesn't even trust his marionettes. Once he decides to migrate, he will leave behind all the marionettes he previously had and erase all connections. Also, the dark demonic wolf seems to have migrated from the east. As he thought, Klein suddenly stopped. In the darkness without the stars or the crimson moon, he relied on his spiritual intuition to cast his gaze in a particular direction. His expression gradually turned solemn as he raised his right hand and pressed down on his half-top hat. Then, Klein adjusted his direction and walked in the direction his gaze was pointing at. It was the east. In the endless darkness, the lantern in his hand dragged out a lonely shadow. His knee-length trench coat was almost the same color as the distant night. His footsteps were a little faster than before. Bakeland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey sat in front of the dressing table and began to seriously consider how to make the release of Bade appear reasonable. During this process, she suddenly thought of something. That was, if she wanted to head to the vicinity of the Beyonder gathering to monitor the thoughts of the participants, she lacked a fast and convenient method. As a Sequence 4 demigod, she couldn't fly, nor could she teleport, much less use flames to secretly jump. It would be fine if it was late at night, as she could use dreams as a springboard to shuttle, but during the day and evening, she could only rely on her feet. Actually, my speed isn't slow. But if I were to run faster than a steam locomotive, I would definitely attract attention. There are so many powerhouses in Bakeland, so there's no lack of existences that can see through my psychological invisibility. Similarly, in my dragon form, I can fly, but it's just too eye-catching. At present, I can only let my consciousness and spirit body enter the sea of collective subconscious, and I can't bring my body in. After some thought, Audrey could only consider purchasing sealed artifacts or mystical items that had the ability to travel. She also decided to travel through dreams where there were dreams. If there weren't, she would walk, take a car, or take the subway. What a simple demigod. Yes, it's no wonder her full name is demigod. Those terrifying Beyonder powers are the side of a god, and these are the side of a human. Audrey gave a self-deprecating laugh as she pulled her thoughts back on track. Bakeland, Hillston Borough. Sitting by the fireplace, Furs had a book spread open on her thigh as a pad for the letter. She held a fountain pen and stared at the horizontal lines on the paper and the tarot cards scattered on the ground. She didn't move for a long time. What's wrong? You don't want to lie to your teacher? No, what you wrote is the truth. You don't want to plot against your teacher? Xianxia walked over, squatted down, and looked up into Firz's eyes. Firz shook her head. No, it's not because of that. I do feel a little guilty, but I know that this is a good thing for him and the House of Abraham. I'm just hesitating. I have a nagging feeling that our fates will change after writing this letter. Ah? Xianxia was somewhat taken aback when she heard that. She didn't quite understand what her friend meant. Firz slowly exhaled and said, the war from before and now isn't that dangerous for us. The war from before and now isn't actually that dangerous for us. We have the ability to avoid it, obtain the corresponding resources, and continue our peaceful lives. Therefore, my feelings towards it aren't that deep. We are like people standing beside a torrent. We could have watched everything from the sidelines, but after writing this letter, we might be swept into the torrent by the surging waves. Xianxia listened quietly as she gaped her mouth and pursed her lips. She pursed her lips and said, if not for this matter, do you think we can avoid the torrent of fate? As she spoke, she picked up a tarot card from the ground. The surface of the card depicted an angel blowing a horn and the dead. The judgment card. Firz looked at the tarot card for a while, closed her eyes, and combed her hair. She smiled and said, I understand. This is our inescapable fate. After praying to Mr. Fool and obtaining the magician's card, they were destined to an inescapable fate. The fountain pen in Firz's hand finally landed on the letter. Pritz Harbor. Dorian Gray Abraham, who had long left the Fishermen's Association and changed his identity, opened the letter sent by his student. As he quickly scanned through it, his expression changed from shock, joy, and confusion to horror. Bang! Dorian threw the letter in his hand and knocked the table in front of him, as if the piece of paper was cursed and hit a monster. He retreated to the other side, pulled open a drawer, and took out some items. Then, he rushed to the door and prepared to leave. When his right palm touched the brass handle, Dorian's movements suddenly slowed down and finally froze. He slowly turned around and cast his gaze at the letter on the ground with a complicated look in his eyes. After a few seconds, Dorian Gray Abraham slowly walked towards the letter. She walked very hesitantly, and struggled, but she didn't stop, as if she had been tempted by the devil. Finally, Dorian stopped beside the letter. He bent down and reached out his right palm. His fingers trembled slightly as he pinched the edge of the paper and picked it up. This time, Dorian was very careful. He read it word by word from the beginning. Sometimes, he was enlightened, sometimes confused, and sometimes in pain. The letter from Firz wasn't long. He only took 3 minutes to read it twice before falling into a long silence. The sunlight shone in from outside the window and shone on the toppled table. Dorian Gray Abraham's lips suddenly quivered, but in the end, he didn't make a sound. He rubbed his right thumb and index finger quickly across the paper, causing the letter to ignite into a scarlet flame. After doing all this, Dorian packed up his belongings, put on makeup, and left the rented house. He used the identity he had previously prepared to go somewhere else. After he settled down, he sat by the desk and stared at the brass ornament, deep in thought. As the sunlight became sparser and dimmer, Dorian's eyelids twitched as he let out a long, slow sigh. He then spread out the letter, picked up a pen, and wrote as he thought. I'm very happy to see you digest the scribe potion in a few months. This means that you really have a chance of becoming a demigod. These are the key points of acting as a traveler that I understand, but you have to remember that everyone has a different personality. There will always be some differences in acting in practice. You can't completely copy them. This doesn't mean that the key points of acting are wrong, but they can cause great conflict in your heart and affect your mental state. Sometimes, making appropriate adjustments may slow down the speed of the potion's digestion, but it's more beneficial to you. You have to remember that acting is just a tool, not a master. I look forward to the day you completely digest the traveler potion. I will prepare the corresponding ingredients and a gift for you. I'm very interested in the curse of the Abraham family that the gentleman mentioned. I think you should have noticed that I have a certain amount of research in this area. Otherwise, you wouldn't always ask me about related things. Linley frowned. I hope you can take a step further to understand. After writing the reply, Dorian Gray Abraham closed her eyes and quickly folded the paper. In January 1351, the new year in Bakeland was much quieter than before. In the basement of a house in the West District, a few candles flickered with a yellowish flame, illuminating the altar, chairs, and round table placed around it. At the edge of the light, in an extremely dark place, a silhouette was faintly discernible. Sometimes it swayed, sometimes it stretched. It was a thin layer without any thickness, like a living shadow. Suddenly, the figure spoke in a deep voice. "You arrived earlier than I expected." Next to the candle, where the light was the brightest, a figure quickly appeared. It was a man dressed in a mysterious black robe. His brown hair was slightly curled, and each strand was hard. His eyes were deep, as if they were hiding countless things. He was one of the 5 saints of the Aurora Order, the Saint of Secrets Butiz. Butiz smiled. "To me, distance isn't a problem." He then pulled a chair over and sat down, saying to the long and narrow shadow, "Have you investigated the matter? Did you discover anything abnormal?" The shadow that had almost fused into the darkness replied in a deep voice. "No problem." "Really?" Butiz instinctively doubted the definite answer. "Kesma, could this be a trap?" The Aurora Order's Saint Tenebris Kesma slowly shook his head. "The target is very careful. She definitely didn't deliberately expose herself. If she wasn't seeking to purchase the cursed item of an ancient wraith, we wouldn't have been able to detect her connection with the House of Abraham." Saint of Secrets Butiz said in thought, "A cursed item of an ancient wraith. An ancient wraith's cursed object. This is one of the main ingredients for scribe. I remember that the Abraham family does have an extra brain of Asman. To be unwilling to directly provide the scribe beyonder characteristic and wish to do some tests is indeed the style of the Abrahams. To put it simply, they don't trust me enough." Saint Tenebris Kisma didn't echo Bodhi's words as he continued, "Don't worry." He continued, "Even if she was seeking to purchase the main ingredient of the scribe potion, we didn't discover any problems. After all, not every believer knows the corresponding mysticism knowledge. However, she was still raising questions related to apprentices and Abraham. She's really very careful in this aspect. The circle of beyonders who seek to purchase ingredients is different from the circle of beyonders who ask questions. Different matters are handled in different circles. Besides, at times, she would hire other gathering participants ahead of time to help her raise her requests. If it wasn't for the fact that we have people in a few of the circles who eventually gathered the information, we wouldn't have noticed her." Saint of Secrets Butiz nodded slightly and asked, "Why didn't you take action directly? Why didn't you take action directly? Why did you call me over?" Darkness floated in the shadows and answered softly, "The situation in Backland is getting more and more tense. The Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind teams are cleaning up the area round after round. We're being watched very closely. If I were to handle this matter, it would be fine if there were no accidents. But if an accident were to happen, I wouldn't be able to graze a secret sorcerer, so I might not be able to escape in time. Besides, aren't you the one who's most interested in the House of Abraham?" Butiz chuckled and said, "I'm not interested in them at all. I'm not interested in them at all. I just want them all to die. To ensure my own safety, the most important thing is to nip revenge in the bud. That's my philosophy." As he spoke, the Saint of Secrets took out a crystal ball from his black robe's secret pocket. The crystal ball wasn't clear, nor was it translucent. It was as if a deep night had been poured into it. As Butiz stroked it with his palm and his lips moved, the strange crystal ball emitted a resplendent glow. Like stardust, they slowly rotated, forming a complex picture. "It's still acceptable." Butiz glanced at the crystal ball in his right hand and nodded lightly. He then looked at the ghostly shadow. "Tell me more specific information." When he learned that there would be a beyonder gathering of a certain circle tonight, and that the target might appear, Saint of Secrets Butiz stood up and said to Saint Tenebris Kesma, "You're not the only one. I must be prepared." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his right hand, raised it slightly, and closed his fingers. The area he was in instantly distorted and disappeared. The candles, firelight, round table, and chairs that had been there had also disappeared, leaving only the floor tiles and the ceiling. After a while, the shadows moved, and everything returned to normal. Saint of Secrets Bootiz didn't look any different from before, but Saint Tenebrous Kesma's figure had unknowingly appeared from the darkness. He looked at Bootiz and said in a deep voice, "You're being more cautious than necessary. But this isn't a bad thing. I hope to resolve the problem without anyone noticing." Bootiz replied with a smile, "Follow me. Hide in the shadows and be my support. Don't appear directly. Once you discover anything abnormal, leave immediately." "All right." Saint Tenebrous Kesma slowly walked out of the shadows. He looked very young, and his facial features were outstanding, but his face seemed to be shrouded in a faint dark veil. After approaching Bootiz, Kesma heard illusory chewing sounds that came from an unknown source. The sounds of gnawing and digestion made him feel an undisguised malice and hunger. This made him, a demigod, involuntarily shiver. Saint Tenebrous' eyes froze for a second as he cast his gaze at Bootiz's face with a hint of shock and astonishment. Bootiz curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a slightly cruel smile. A few seconds later, one of them used teleport, while the other merged into the shadows and left the house. At the intersection of Bakelands East Borough and Bridge District, in a dilapidated apartment building, there were a few connected rooms on the first floor of what was originally a cheap hotel. When Bootiz walked out of the spirit world, there were still 2 to 3 hours before the Beyonder gathering began. No one had arrived yet. He looked around and took in all the chairs and long tables that were placed messily. After observing the environment, Bootiz walked to a corner and pulled at it with his right hand as though he was pulling at a curtain. The area was enveloped by shadows as it distorted before disappearing. As there were no items in it to begin with, there was no objective measurement. Therefore, no one would discover that there was a space missing. They would only feel that the distance between them and the wall seemed to be a little closer, but upon careful inspection, everything was normal. This was a secret sorcerer's spatial concealment. They could use this ability to split a place into two and hide a portion of it. One had to pass through a specific door to enter. At that moment, in the area that had been hidden, the room was normal. There were floor tiles, a ceiling, and a cockroach that was crawling across in a panic. The cockroach rushed all the way to the dividing line, but it was blocked by the endless darkness. After Saint of Secrets Bootiz surveyed the area, his gaze stopped at a transparent vortex in midair. This was a door. All hidden spaces had to have a door. Bootiz thought for a moment, reached into his black robe's hidden pocket, took out a mirror, and embedded it into the position of the door. The mirror distorted for a moment and quickly reflected the scene of the outside world. The chairs and long tables were messily placed, and there was no one there. Just like that, Bootiz used the mirror to monitor the Beyonder gathering. Time ticked by as Beyonders dressed in all sorts of disguises arrived one after another. One of the hooded figures habitually chose a corner by the window and took out a palm-sized notebook with a bronze green cover. She casually flipped through a few pages, as though she was reviewing the main points of the questions or checking if she was sufficiently prepared. Behind her, there was an ordinary mirror embedded in the wall. P.S. There will be additional updates at 7 p.m. In the hidden area, Saint of Secrets Bootiz narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already recognized Laymanos' travels. This made him no longer have any doubts about the information provided by Saint Tenebrous Kesma. He recognized the notebook and knew that it was a mystical item that the House of Abraham placed great importance on. It was one of the strongest items beneath high-sequence Beyonders, and the negative effects were negligible. Back when I was a mid-sequence Beyonder, I yearned for this notebook so much, but the Abrahams were wary of me and didn't value my needs at all. Has she learned her lesson now? This woman likely isn't a bloodline descendant of the House of Abraham, otherwise, she wouldn't be searching for cursed items of ancient wraiths. Bootiz muttered inwardly as his expression gradually turned solemn, but it also had a hint of cruel fanaticism. After observing his surroundings for a while, he carefully reached his hand into a secret pocket of his black robe. The secret pocket seemed to hide a vast space. Saint of Secrets Bootiz pulled out a jewelry box that was split into 3 layers. The jewelry box wasn't small, making it rather difficult to hold it with one hand. It was silver-black in color, and its surface was decorated with exquisite hollowed-out decorations. There were rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and diamonds embedded in it, making it look rather luxurious. As he held the jewelry box, Bootiz's expression revealed a hint of horror and fear. It was as though he was facing the abyss or listening to the ravings of an evil god. The gathering proceeded as per usual. Furs put away Lamino's travels and focused on listening to the different participants, as though she was seeking answers. During this process, she would occasionally raise questions, using gold pounds and spirituality materials as payment, but she failed to receive any effective answers. Gradually, the Beyonder gathering came to an end. The convener began arranging for the different participants to leave from different places. Soon, only Furs and a few Beyonders were left in the room that had been opened up. After receiving the convener's signal, Furs stood up and resisted the urge to stretch her back as she walked towards the side door. At this moment, she realized that her body had stiffened. She could barely move her head, but it was like a wind-up toy. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that the grayish-white walls had instantly turned silver-black, covered with granules, as if they were made of metal. The skin of the remaining participants and the convener had lost the luster that a human should have. Their eyes were dull, and their movements were mechanical, like large dolls. In the hidden area, Saint of Secrets Bootiz had at some point in time opened the top layer of the jewelry box. Inside was a room that wasn't exquisite enough, but it was definitely restored. Inside the room, there were chairs and long tables arranged messily. Several palm-sized dolls were either sitting or standing, as if they were simulating a real situation. Among these dolls, the one standing was wearing a hooded robe. Her chin was curved beautifully, and her lips were red and thick. It was Furs. She, the remaining Beyonders, the convener of the gathering, and the entire room silently turned into toys and were kept at the top of the jewelry box. As for the room that had been opened up in the outside world, there were only grayish-white walls and nothing else. The corners of Saint of Secrets Bootiz's mouth curled up bit by bit. He exerted force with his right hand and closed the jewelry box's lid. In just a breath, he had miraculously controlled his target. This silver-black, three-layered jewelry box was the Grade 0 sealed artifact he had snatched from the House of Abraham. As it had never been obtained by the Orthodox churches or had been deeply understood, it didn't have a corresponding number. According to what Bootiz knew, this jewelry box originated from an angel from the House of Abraham during the Fourth Epoch. He liked to roam the cosmos and head to different places in the vast universe. But once, he silently died in his palace when he returned to his family to rest. His face was filled with fear and warped, as though he had seen something extremely terrifying. A true mythical creature, an existence that could be considered a subsidiary god in the Second Epoch, had perished in an extremely strange manner without causing any commotion. The Beyonder characteristic he left behind combined with his corpse, forming this jewelry box that was quite different from other sealed artifacts of the same kind. And back then, Mr. Dorr, Bethel Abraham, not only didn't attempt to shatter it and restore it to a pure Beyonder characteristic, he even gave it a rather strange name, Box of the Great Old Ones. The first level of the Box of the Great Old Ones could turn the target location into a toy, swapping places with its own internal space. Saint of Secrets Bootiz had used this point to easily and bizarrely achieve his goal. The second level of the Box of the Great Old Ones recorded different locations. Once they were released, the holder and the living beings within the area of effect could directly head to the corresponding area. Just like the angel from the House of Abraham, they could roam the cosmos and explore the universe. As for what was in the third level of the Box of the Great Old Ones, Saint of Secrets Bootiz knew, but he didn't dare to think about it. It was just like how he usually didn't dare to come into contact with this Grade 0 sealed artifact. After the lid of the Box of the Great Old Ones closed, Bootiz grabbed with his right hand and retrieved the mirror embedded in the transparent vortex in midair. Once a certain area was hidden, if a secret sorcerer wanted to leave, they had to pass through the corresponding door or directly remove the concealment. Bootiz chose the latter method. It was the most convenient and fastest. Shadows floated, and the vanished area returned to the real world. The room was finally complete. Bootiz didn't stay any longer. Without even looking at his surroundings, he quickly made his body turn transparent. He held the silver-black box of the Great Old Ones that was embedded with many gems. He traveled through the spirit world, which was filled with strange creatures. In just a few seconds, he walked out of the void and attempted to enter the ruins of the Battle of the Gods through the abyss that split the sea. At this moment, Bootiz slowed down and stopped in midair. He narrowed his eyes as his pupils instantly turned black, dotted with countless resplendence. It was as if a starry sky had been reflected in his eyes. The gravel formed from the stars quickly spun, causing the bottomless rift that split the sea to rapidly turn incorporeal. It made everything in front of Bhutis shrink, condensing into a swaying orange-yellow flame. This flame grew on the tip of a matchstick and was about to be extinguished. Everything that Saint of Secrets Bhutis experienced after dispelling spatial concealment was actually an illusion. He was still standing in his original spot, and the source of this illusion was the ignited matchstick. The matchstick was held by a fair-skinned hand. The owner of the hand was a hooded woman wearing a purple-patterned black robe. She was sitting on a carriage made of a huge pumpkin that passed through the wall. Pulling the carriage was a bunch of grey rats. This was none other than Admiral of Stars Xianxia, but her looks, image, and bearing had changed. This was given to her by Cinderella's magic. The core beyond her power of the Mystery Prior Pathways sequence for mysticologist was called mystical reenactment. It fully embodied the saying that knowledge is power. To put it simply, a mysticologist could draw power from the different mysticism knowledge they grasped and create all kinds of magic or witchcraft. And the fewer people who knew about the corresponding mysticism knowledge, the more difficult it was to spread it, the more powerful the magic would be. The converse was also true. Once a certain piece of knowledge or legend became widely known and was no longer mysterious, the magic or witchcraft created by drawing on its power would become nearly ineffective. Xianxia didn't know why the queen was able to create all kinds of magical and fantastical magic from the personal fairy tales that Roselle the Great told her, but this didn't stop her from learning and applying them. After all, she had heard those fairy tales from Queen Mystic. The magic she used to transform and disguise herself was called Cinderella. The one that made Saint of Secrets Bhutis fall into an illusion was the matchstick girl. She had used this to prevent him from teleporting away, creating an opportunity for the following battle. Just as Bhutis escaped the illusion, Cinderella, who was sitting on the pumpkin carriage, stepped onto the ground and spread out her arms, causing a huge cross to appear behind her. As for Xianxia, it was as though she was carrying this illusory object on her back. In the empty room, candlelight lit up, illuminating a long table with flesh and blood placed on it. Around the long table, there were 3 extremely blurry figures holding the flesh and blood as they constantly devoured it. As though sensing something, the 3 figures turned their heads at the same time and looked at Bhutis. It made the Saint of Secrets' heart beat faster as he felt a chill surge out from the depths of his soul. Following that, he heard the illusory sounds of chewing, and digestion. He felt an undisguised malice and hunger. Bhutis's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly lowered his head and cast his gaze at the box of the great old ones in his hand. At some point in time, the silver-black mysterious box had opened by itself. The magic that Xianxia had just used was called Banquet of Betrayal. It came from the mysticism knowledge of the death of the ancient sun god that she had learned from the tarot. Its effect was to temporarily awaken or bestow sentience upon the items in the target's hands, making them betray them. Without a doubt, this would be very effective when encountering a sealed artifact that was filled with malice towards the wielder. However, if it wasn't for the fact that she had obtained Mr. Fool's blessings every time she monitored the gatherings, Xianxia wouldn't have dared to use this magic. Once the 3 protagonists of the Banquet of Betrayal sensed it, she would definitely die a baffling death. She would die without being able to put up any resistance, and it would be an abnormally horrifying death. Therefore, mysticologists were definitely a high-risk group. Their strength came from walking at the edge of the abyss, from what they shouldn't know, see, or hear. In comparison, Queen Mystic Bernadette, who could create magic from her father's private fairy tales, was much safer than her peers at the mysticologist stage. P.S. November's monthly votes will be added for the first time. Seeking monthly votes during the double period in the first level of the box of the great old ones that had been opened, the long table, chairs, furs, and company were like dolls. They were either motionless or powered by a spring as they repeated simple actions. Upon seeing this scene, Bhutis's hair stood on end. For some baffling reason, he had the feeling that he was about to join in and become one of them. He instinctively wanted to react to the Grade 0 sealed artifact in his hand, but he saw the hooded, purple-robed woman beside the pumpkin carriage retract her right hand and half-clench it to her mouth. A dark-colored, ancient horn instantly condensed in her palm. It had an extremely heavy and powerful aura. The magical horn, the horn of destruction, Buddhi's pupils suddenly dilated. He couldn't be bothered to deal with the problem of the box of the Great Old Ones. He grabbed forward with his right hand, as though he had lifted an invisible veil that enveloped the void. The area he was in distorted once again, disappeared, and was hidden. Whoosh, the horn in Catlia's hand emitted a low sound that echoed in the room, but it didn't spread out. Under the stacking of the sound waves, the shadows shattered and the ground cracked. The space that Saint of Secrets Bootiz had hidden was like thick glass that had been struck by a heavy hammer. Countless cracks appeared at the same time as they intertwined. On the other side, a tall knight dressed in black full-body armor leaped out of the shadows. He held a long and wide sword, and his eye sockets shimmered with crimson light. Saint Tenebris Kesma. Whoosh, Catlia blew the horn again, and everything in the room seemed to freeze into translucent amber. Without a sound, the amber shattered. Even the knight who was covered in black full-body armor fell to the ground like a mirror, turning into tiny pieces. The distorted and hidden area returned to reality. However, Saint of Secrets Bootiz also seized the gap between the two horns to make illusory doors appear around him. Some of them were facing each other, some were deep, some were covered in mysterious patterns, and some were hollow in the middle. One could vaguely see the endless darkness behind them. These illusory doors were numerous and densely packed. They overlapped with each other and nearly enveloped the Saint of Secrets, Bootiz. Bootiz didn't have the time to look or think. He immediately opened a grayish-blue illusory door with 7 brass keyholes and threw the box of the Great Old Ones, which was about to open the second level, in his hand. This was a secret sorcerer's exile. He could throw a target under his preliminary control into the corresponding spatial turbulence, and different illusionary doors represented different scenarios. Danger and opportunity coexisted. This exile wasn't permanent. With Buddhi's sequence level, he could only keep the box of the Great Old Ones away from reality for 20 seconds. Once the time was up, the Grade 0 sealed artifact would return to Buddhi's side through the illusory door. However, at that time, the betrayal caused by the enemy's beyonder powers would definitely disappear. As a demigod of the apprentice pathway, he had traveled to many places, witnessed many things, and recorded all kinds of abilities. In that instant, Bootiz made the most correct decision. At the same time, the Black Knight that had shattered into pieces rapidly squirmed and reassembled, turning into a thin carpet of flowing flesh and blood that covered every corner of the room. As a cult that could only exist in the shadows of reality, although the Aurora Order had many lunatics, they still habitually concealed their actions to prevent themselves from attracting the official factions before they achieved their goals. Of course, as long as the matter came to an end, they would definitely announce their existence. In addition, Saint Tenebris Kesma did this in the hopes that he could, to a certain extent, block the possible existence of the enemy, the hidden helpers, and split up the battlefield. When the floor, walls, and ceiling of the room were covered in a layer of flesh and blood, a twisted black shadow rose from the corner. This was a soul that Saint Tenebris Kesma had grazed. It was a powerful vampire from the forsaken land of the gods, corresponding to the Moon Pathways sequence for Shaman King. If a shepherd grazed a target at the demigod level, due to their robust spirit bodies, they could be directly released. However, only one could be released at a time unless the corresponding shepherd had become a Sequence 3 Templar of 3 heads. Seizing the opportunity when the horn in the hands of the female demigod beside the pumpkin carriage dissipated, the twisted Shaman King shadow dug out one of its eyes. It was an illusory eye, a bright red eye. The eye rippled with a bright and crimson glow, instantly illuminating the entire room as though the crimson moon had descended. Its pupils reflected the lady in the purple-patterned black robe and the dark-colored hood. Right on the heels of that, the Shaman King's shadow clenched the hand that held its eyeball, causing the crimson moon to be completely swallowed by the darkness. A deep, solidified darkness appeared around Catlia, binding her to the spot, as though the scene had been fixed in place. Upon seeing this scene, Saint of Secrets Bootiz took a step forward and instantly flashed behind the enemy. Flash after flash, flash after flash. Around Catlia, a total of 8 black-robed Bodhi's figures appeared. This wasn't because he had created an avatar, but because he had blinked too quickly. There were still after-images left in his original spot, preventing him from disappearing for a short period of time. Of these 8 Bodhis, one released a lightning storm, one condensed a blazing white spear, and one covered his entire body in black armor. He slashed forward with a heavy greatsword that seemed to be able to slice through everything. The different figures had different powers. Be it attacks or control, their target was Xianxia. Almost without any pause, Buddhi's figure blinked to another corner, quickly turning transparent and about to vanish. He had no intention of killing the enemy because this was Bakeland, and the commotion from their battle would soon go out of control. It would spread outside, and when that happened, an official angel might directly descend. The reason why he had launched a counterattack before teleporting away was because he wanted to suppress the enemy and prevent her from interfering with him and Saint Tenebris Kesma's escape. This was a very reasonable strategy. However, a few seconds ago, in a room on the upper floor of the old apartment, Xiao had already learned of the anomaly at the gathering through Miss Justice's mind voice. Although she was worried and anxious, she didn't panic at all. She followed her plan and jumped down from the window, turned around in midair, and pointed at the target area. Teleportation is prohibited here. After doing this, she immediately distanced herself from the dilapidated apartment, so as to not distract the demigods on her side. With such interference, Saint of Secrets Buddhiz failed to successfully enter the spirit world. It was as though a rusty and abnormally heavy door had appeared in front of him, tightly sealing off the path. To Buddhiz, an illusory door of such a level was unable to stop him from leaving. With a little adjustment, he could directly open the door and leave. But at this moment, another anomaly happened to the female demigod in the purple-patterned black robe. A silver glow appeared in Xianxia's eyes. They connected together like a mysterious gigantic snake. This was temporary luck, a knowledge she had obtained from analyzing the snake of fate's blood. Be it the terrifying lightning, the blazing white spear, or the black knight's slash, none of them hit their target. Xianxia seemed to be standing at the core of the storm. No matter how dangerous the surroundings were, she wasn't affected. The attacks and controls either passed by her or were negated by her companions. None of them achieved the desired effects. They even helped her weaken the restraints of the darkness. In an instant, Xianxia's back arched slightly as white, illusory feathers grew out. They didn't belong to an angel, but a swan. The ugly duckling had transformed into a swan. As for what a swan was, the answer was obvious to a sequence 4 demigod. It was an incomplete mythical creature form. And the ugly duckling could also transform into a swan. This was a powerful spell that allowed a mysticologist to reveal an incomplete mythical creature form. It could be used once a day for 10 seconds each time. The surface of Xianxia's body immediately cracked open as the flesh and blood inside condensed, forming black and white eyeballs. These countless eyeballs scanned their surroundings indifferently, as though they were the manifestation of a vast amount of mixed knowledge. As a result, the figure that bore them turned into a black blob of a higher dimension and more abstract form. Upon seeing the dense number of eyeballs, Saint of Secrets Buddhiz and Saint Tenebris Kesma felt dizzy as a storm of knowledge resounded in their minds. The layer of flesh and blood that enveloped the entire room trembled slightly. It either dripped to the ground or squirmed without any order. At this moment, an unimaginable aura penetrated the barrier formed by flesh and blood and surged into the first floor of the dilapidated apartment, instantly enveloping every corner of the place. Saint of Secrets Buddhiz and Saint Tenebris Kesma suffered a shock at the same time. Their bodies, minds, and minds were in an uncontrollable state. This was a qualitative change in Dragon's might. This was mind deprivation. Taking this opportunity, the black blob that was covered in cracks and eyes condensed a spear in front of him. The spear looked ancient. From the tip to the handle, it was dyed with blobs of dark red. It emitted a strong aura of destruction and blood, as though it had once harmed a mighty existence. With a whoosh, the terrifying spear shot out, heading straight for Saint of Secrets Buddhiz, who was standing rooted to the ground. In the entire room, all the sounds and details vanished. Even the dragon's might that emanated suddenly vanished. All that was left was the blood-stained spear tip and Buddhiz's body, as well as the constantly shrinking distance between them. Spear of Longinus, P.S., seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. The blood-stained spear that seemed to have appeared in an ancient era that couldn't be traced back absorbed all the sense of existence in the room and stabbed at Saint of Secrets Buddhiz. The brown-haired Buddhiz's figure suddenly turned incorporeal, turning into a pair of black double doors. At the same time, he appeared behind the door, looking at the terrifying spear from afar in a different world. In the next instant, the spear that was stained with dark red blood pierced through the black door and penetrated the space where Butiz was. Butiz's figure kept retreating as he constantly transformed, turning into one virtual door after another. Some of them were formed by two curved stone golems, while others had a fist-sized hole beside the door's seam. Some had silver nails embedded in them, while others were covered in mysterious patterns. They came one after another, overlapping each other in an endless number. Silently, the spear of Longinus constantly pierced through the illusory doors without stopping at all. It didn't give Saint of Secrets Butiz a chance to escape. In less than a second, the blood-stained spear that emitted a strong aura of destruction shattered countless illusory doors. After its aura clearly decreased, it finally stabbed into its target's chest. Butiz's body instantly cracked with countless cracks, as though he was a ceramic object that had fallen to the ground. With a crack, the Saint of Secrets turned pitch black and disintegrated into pieces that scattered to the ground. This didn't seem like his actual body, but more like his shadow. This was the shadow substitution spell he had recorded from a sequence 3 saint under the true creator. Of course, if not for the layers of doors weakening the spear of Longinus, Butiz felt that it was very likely that his shadow would shatter along with his body. After narrowly dodging the attack, Butiz endured the dizziness in his head and the impact brought about by Catlia's incomplete mythical creature form. He condensed a scaleless silver snake in his eyes. This giant snake was so huge that it filled up Butiz's eyes. There were dense patterns and symbols on its surface, forming one mysterious wheel after another. Its head and tail were connected, intersecting with countless illusory rivers, evolving into a blurry, unreal, and slowly turning giant wheel. Around the wheel, there were all kinds of symbols representing different futures. Suddenly, the pitch-black fragments on the ground that had yet to disappear flew up one by one and reformed into Butiz. The lance of Longinus that was stained with dark red blood rapidly retreated from the illusory doors that were rapidly forming until it returned to the distorted black blob. The terrifying aura receded like the tide and left the room. The black blob that was full of cracks and eyeballs wriggled and recovered, turning back into the woman, wearing a dark hood and a purple-patterned black robe. Everything had returned to before the ugly duckling was cast. Fate reset. This was one of the rewards that Saint of Secrets Butiz had received for subverting the House of Abraham. It was a sequence one beyond her power that he had recorded from the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. Of course, this was definitely very different from the original version. It could only reboot reality for 3 seconds, and it could only reboot a room that was connected to the ground. It couldn't even affect the entire first floor of the apartment. The moment the reboot ended, Saint Tenebris Kesma, who was already prepared, immediately took action. The distorted shadow that was a sanguine earl that he had grazed opened its arms and made a gesture of hugging the crimson moon. The darkness around Catlia surged, instantly forming illusory but solid black chains that bound her firmly to the spot. The flesh and blood that covered the ground, walls, and ceiling gathered together, turning into a knight that was covered in black armor and wielding a heavy greatsword. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. In the gap between the black knight's visor, 2 blobs of crimson light flickered slightly, instantly locking onto the hooded woman beside the pumpkin carriage. The shadow beneath Catlia's feet suddenly came to life. It grabbed her ankle and, like a torrent of water, bound her tightly. Black Knight, shadow domination. Then, the gigantic knight that was almost touching the ceiling took a step forward and rushed to a spot that wasn't far from its target. It cleaved down with the long, wide, and heavy greatsword in its hand. On the other side, Saint of Secrets Butiz's eyes had a silver-white illusory book flipping rapidly before it stopped on one of the pages. Butiz then extended his left hand, and from a distance of 20 to 30 meters, he grabbed at the pumpkin carriage and the mysterious woman in the purple-patterned black robe. His arm suddenly elongated. Its surface was pitch black and sticky, as though it was flowing with an evil liquid. Amidst the liquid, pale white skulls grew out. Eyeballs with obvious blood vessels grew out, tongues with sharp teeth grew out, and all sorts of strange things grew out. It made the feeling of extreme evil and madness rapidly spread. Inside the room, the ground instantly cracked. The few cockroaches that were still alive stiffened and died. This was an attack from a particular state of abomination Sua. Back outside Byam City, Saint of Secrets Butiz had been attracted by Tinder. He had seemingly watched from the sidelines for a while before picking up the items and leaving. But in fact, he had been desperately recording the abilities or states of high-level existences. After many failures, due to fate's favor, he finally obtained what he wanted. Of course, during that exchange, he only had the time to record one. Under the evil, pitch-black arm, Catlia's consciousness was tainted with madness. She was momentarily unable to respond effectively. Coupled with the shackles of darkness and the restraints of her shadow, she could only stand rooted to the ground. She watched helplessly as Saint Tenebrous Kesma's greatsword slashed at her, as well as Saint of Secrets Buddhi's left hand grab at her. At this moment, an invisible wind suddenly blew in the room that no longer had a wall of flesh and blood separating the inside and outside. The moment the wind appeared, it became violent as it swept towards the Saint of Secrets and Saint Tenebrous minds. Manipulator, psionic storm. Faced with the mental influence that was mixed with numerous thoughts, not only did Buddhiz not feel alarmed or flustered, but he even curled the corners of his lips and revealed a smile. As the switch to reboot, he naturally remembered that the demigod who rode the pumpkin carriage had a helper of the same level. She was hiding somewhere outside the dilapidated apartment. The reason why he still focused on the enemy on the surface was to lure out the hidden demigod. In the interval between the reboot of fate and the abomination state, Buddhiz had secretly hypnotized himself, allowing him to naturally split up most of the worms of Star to bear the brunt of mind deprivation or the information torrent. He would leave a small portion to control his body and lock onto the invisible enemy. The dragon's might from before and the fact that he couldn't discover the target made Buddhiz believe that there was a demigod of the spectator pathway lurking. Amidst his paralyzed thoughts, a few tiny pathways rapidly circulated, helping Buddhiz find the source of the attack. But at this moment, most of the thoughts that resounded in the worms of Star weren't as meaningless as he had imagined. In his mind, there seemed to be a voice saying thousands of words in a second. At the bottom of an abandoned castle in Delaire Forest, there's a pair of double bronze doors. It seals the corruption of the underground. The higher a sequence is, the easier it is to be affected. The cosmos is extremely dangerous. There are unknown existences watching. Dark Angel is suspected to be a negative personality separated from the ancient sun god. What? Buddhiz was taken aback for a moment. He felt that these thoughts were dangerous, and he couldn't help but want to understand them further. In this moment of surprise, the enemy he had already found vanished once again, escaping his range of attention. As for the abomination palm that was grabbing at the pumpkin carriage and the female demigod, it also slowed down. Similarly, Saint Tenebrous Kesma was also affected by the mind storm as his action stiffened for a second. By the time they recovered, Catlia had already opened her mouth and spat out a pea. The pea instantly grew, turning into thick green vines that dragged Catlia out the door, allowing her to escape the shackles of darkness and regain a certain degree of freedom of movement. By the time Saint Tenebrous' heavy greatsword and the Saint of Secrets' pitch-black arm landed on her, all they did was shatter her shadow without injuring the mysticologist. At that moment, Catlia was the Emperor's new clothes. She was something that didn't exist at all, so she naturally wasn't injured. In the next second, the purple-patterned black-robed lady with a dark-colored hood suddenly turned transparent as she turned into a pile of bubbles. The bubbles quickly dispersed and burst one after another, leaving nothing behind. As for the green vines, they grew into midair as they ignited into flames, illuminating the surrounding streets. Everything returned to silence. It was as though the short and intense demigod-level battle had never happened. Saint of Secrets Buddhiz and Saint Tenebrous Kesma exchanged looks, unsurprised by this development. Clearly, after the ambush failed, the two enemy demigods were at a disadvantage. They were no longer able to achieve their goals, and this was Bakeland. The longer this dragged on, the more dangerous it would be. Therefore, they seized the opportunity to escape. In addition, in order to interfere with the pursuit, they had deliberately created a huge commotion to attract the official factions of Bakeland. As for Lamino's travels and the sequence 7 or 6 apprentice pathway beyonder, they were all bait that could be abandoned. After nodding slightly, Saint of Secrets Buddhiz took out a crystal ball from a secret pocket in his black robe. He let it glow and quickly shattered, fusing into the void. He was preventing the pursuit of mysticism domains. He indeed didn't dare to stay any longer. He planned on teleporting away and returning to the Aurora Order headquarters. Then, he would interrogate the bait and figure out the truth before deciding what to do next. A second later, Buddhiz's figure. rapidly turned transparent and vanished. Saint Tenebrous Kesma entered the shadows and rapidly left, constantly removing any traces along the way. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday after Saint of Secrets Bootiz entered the spirit world, he immediately began traversing, heading straight for the easternmost area of the Sonia Sea, the ruins of the Battle of Gods. At that moment, his thoughts suddenly blurred as he turned around and left the spirit world from another spot. By the time Buddy's spirituality gave him a warning, he tensed up and found his own thoughts. What he saw was a barren forest with nearly all its leaves gone. There was no one around him, and the crimson moon hung high in the sky. As a former traveler and astrologer, Bootiz immediately recognized his location. He realized that he was still in Bakeland, but he had moved from the city to a remote area in the suburbs. At the same time, he also realized what had happened. His mind world had infiltrated someone else's consciousness at some point in time and affected his thoughts at a critical moment, changing his destination, that demigod of the spectator pathway. I actually didn't notice it. Buddy's pupils dilated as he reflected a silver-white illusory book. The book flipped, and in a flash, it reached one of the pages. Bootiz immediately raised his hand and grabbed at his glabella. He pulled out a blob of darkness from the incorporeal island of consciousness and threw it into his shadow. His shadow separated from him as it distorted and stood up, revealing a female silhouette. Black Knight, Shadow of the Fallen, this was an ability that Bootiz had recorded from Saint Tenebrous Kesma. He could separate the depraved thoughts in his heart and combine them with his shadow, forming an independent creature that couldn't be controlled. Bootiz had used it to clear away the consciousness that didn't belong to him and escape the influence of a manipulator. At the same time, this was also Buddy's counterattack. As long as the hidden spectator pathway demigod couldn't quickly resolve this shadow, the thoughts that she split out would gradually become independent, causing her to go half-mad or even lose control. Once he resolved the latent problem in his mind, Bootiz didn't hesitate to leave the battlefield that the enemy had set up and teleport elsewhere. But at this moment, his spirit suddenly became manic. He felt that the entire environment was making things difficult for him, and he could no longer contain his anger. As the silver book in Buddy's eyes flipped, the entire forest collapsed with a rumble. The black shadow almost collapsed into a ball. After going berserk, Buddy's mood became extremely low again. He couldn't lift his spirits for anything and felt that he was useless. He was the burden of others and the world. Mental plague. In the previous battle, Bootiz had been infected with the mental plague, and now it was finally acting up. The reason why Xianxia had used Matchstick Girl from the beginning wasn't only to interfere with Buddy's teleport away, but it was also to help Miss Justice hide her traces, allowing her virtual persona to infiltrate Buddy's mind without triggering his spiritual intuition. All she did was secretly plant the source seed of the mental plague. It was precisely because of this that when the ambush failed, Xianxia and Audrey dared to activate the contingency plan and retreat on their own, allowing the Saint of Secrets Bootiz and Saint Tenebrous to separate and return to their own places after they were no longer in danger. In the end, Xianxia burned the green vines and created a huge commotion. On the surface, it looked like it was to attract the attention of the official factions and make the enemies give up on their pursuit, but in fact, it was to force the Saint of Secrets Bootiz to leave as soon as possible. He didn't have the time to carefully examine his deeper situation. Therefore, at the critical moment of his teleportation, his thoughts were altered by Audrey's virtual persona. He went straight to the outskirts of Bakeland, to the uninhabited land that Tarot had chosen. And when he finished off the manipulator's virtual persona, the mental plague broke out. In fact, if Bootiz had used Reboot of Fate earlier, he would have definitely been able to return to a state without any latent problems. However, it was only when he was nearly killed by the Spear of Longinus that he decided to use this trump card. And at that time, it had been more than 3 seconds since his mind world had been invaded. At this moment, the depressed Bootiz, who was trying his best to resist his mental illness, saw an insubstantial ball of yarn roll out from the void in front of him. Behind the ball of yarn, bright yarn extended into the infinite distance. Following this thread, Xianxia, who was wearing a purple-patterned black robe and a dark hood, walked over from the spirit world and appeared in front of the Saint of Secrets, Bootiz. She was unable to track the enemy who had interfered, but she could establish a connection with the predetermined battlefield and track Justice Audrey's virtual persona. As soon as she arrived, Katlia closed her eyes and split into a phantom before falling towards the invisible coffin. Butiz, who was already depressed, instantly felt extremely exhausted. He couldn't help but close his eyes as he wanted to collapse. Sleeping Beauty, on the other side, Audrey's virtual persona, who hadn't truly become independent yet, was like a dark shadow. With a sense of depravity, she raised her hand and pinched her forehead. Her pupils silently turned vertical, pale golden cold. Budiz's mind immediately exploded as bubbles of light appeared on the surface of his body. Amidst the bubbles, starlight condensed into worms that had their heads and tails fused into the void in an attempt to burrow out. Psychiatrist, frenzy, this could completely ignite the target's emotions and even cause him to lose control. Butiz had already been infected with the mental plague and was in an extremely abnormal state. Later on, he was affected by Sleeping Beauty, so he was in an extremely low mood. At this moment, with frenzy detonating all of this, he immediately found it difficult to control himself as he showed signs of losing control. Seizing this opportunity, Katlia opened her eyes and raised her right hand, rapidly forming a ball of slowly spinning star sand in her palm. The forest under the night sky turned even darker. The crimson moon in the sky vanished as stars appeared one after another. They were densely packed and dazzling. These stars scattered beams of light, converging into a magnificent pillar of light that enveloped the Saint of Secrets, Butiz, and the area around him. Under the stress, Butiz sobered up a little. His figure quickly turned incorporeal as he constantly blinked, creating more than 10 afterimages in the forest. However, he couldn't escape the envelopment of the starlight no matter how hard he tried. He was unable to teleport out. One Butiz after another was dissolved by the starlight and dissipated. Finally, all that was left was Butiz, who was kneeling on one knee and pressing his palm to the ground, struggling to hold on. This Budiz's body was in tatters, and his eyes were dark red. He was on the brink of madness. When the starlight couldn't be maintained, he blinked and dodged the follow-up attacks from Audrey's virtual persona. Then, he kept blinking, creating one avatar after another beside Katlia and Audrey's virtual persona. One of his avatars grabbed with his left hand, distorting the area where the shadow corresponding to Audrey's virtual persona was located, hiding it and using this to restrain the enemy. As for his other avatar, he spread out his arms and summoned a thick pillar of light that swirled with holy flames, allowing it to fall into the hidden space. During this process, Budiz's other avatars secretly removed the concealment of the space. Hence, the moment the shadow corresponding to Audrey's virtual persona escaped the restraints, it was enveloped by the blazing holy pillar of light and quickly melted away. In his blink state, Butiz could use beyonder powers faster than normal, but he wasn't able to maintain it for long. This was achieved through the effects of the worms of star. On the other side, Saint of Secrets Butiz was similarly attacking Katlia. He used one ability after another, coordinating with each other to unleash a large number of attacks on the target in a short span of 1 to 2 seconds. This forced Katlia to constantly use the Emperor's new clothes to dodge. She was temporarily powerless to counterattack and was in a precarious situation. A few seconds later, Budiz's blink finally slowed down, and the frenzy in his heart eased significantly. At this moment, thick grayish-white scales suddenly appeared outside the forest. They were faintly discernible, as though they formed an extremely oppressive behemoth. In the dark night where the crimson moon was obscured, a nearly invisible and transparent breath descended from above, enveloping Butiz and Katlia. The two demigods immediately felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Their psyches were torn apart as their spirit bodies seemed to be penetrated. The mind dragon's breath, Butiz, who was already in a terrible mental state and had used several of his trump cards, had his mind go blank. Beams of light flashed in front of him as his body couldn't help but tremble. As for Katlia, she had the moon paper figurine she had obtained from the magician's furs. This could help her withstand a psychic piercing, although this couldn't completely eliminate the effects of the mind dragon's breath, it could allow Katlia to recover faster. This meant an opportunity in a battle at the demigod level. In just a second or two, Katlia's eyes returned to normal. As for the dragonized Audrey, who was hiding in the darkness outside the forest, she gave Butiz another mind deprivation. Without any hesitation, Katlia raised her right hand and condensed the terrifying spear that was stained with blood. She threw it at the Saint of Secrets, Butiz. This time, Butiz was unable to dodge or resolve it. His chest was penetrated by the spear of Longinus. His body stiffened for a moment before rapidly collapsing, turning into worms of star that shimmered with resplendent light. Some of these worms of star directly vanished, some devoured each other, and some fused in the distance, reassembling into Butiz. Butiz's eyes were completely devoid of reason. His body was constantly collapsing, and he was about to reveal an incomplete and extremely weak mythical creature form. At this moment, an illusory door suddenly appeared beside him. It was grayish-blue and had 7 brass keyholes. The illusory door quickly opened and spat out a silver-black 3-layered jewelry box embedded with all sorts of gems. The box of the great old ones that had been exiled had returned. With a crazed look in his eyes, Butiz caught the box and revealed a cruel and bloodthirsty smile. He suddenly opened it. 3rd level, P.S. Requesting for monthly votes on the last day of 2019 with regards to the return or recovery of Butiz's Grade 0 sealed artifact. Xianxia and Justice Audrey had made plans. After all, they weren't confident that they could kill a demigod in such a short period of time. If it wasn't for the fact that Butiz had fallen into a trap and suffered from mental plague, sleeping beauty, frenzy, and fatal strikes, causing him to be in a frenzied state, he would have had many chances to teleport away without being able to stop him. In that case, Xianxia and Audrey could only wait for Butiz to return to the safe house and release Furs. They would then wait for the Eye of Mystery prying on Furs to give them feedback. Then, they would exert their influence remotely and create a chance for Miss Magicians to summon the historical void projection. At that moment, facing Butiz, who had clearly lost control of the passageway and was unable to reverse it, and facing his crazy attempt to fully activate the Grade 0 sealed artifact, Xianxia, who was in the middle of the scene, and Audrey, who was hiding outside the forest, did the same thing at the same time. They took out a slightly transparent dark charm and chanted a word in Jotun star. This was a teleportation charm. Klein had created it based on the patterns, labels, and symbols recorded in Lamino's travels. Since Sapphira Castle could mobilize the powers of the Marauder pathway, there was no reason for it not to respond to the prayers of the apprentice domain. As for the materials needed for the charm, be it mysticologist Xianxia or traveler Furs, they had a certain level of understanding. There was no need for Mr. Fool to teach them. When Audrey and Furs were about to activate the charm and teleport away, preparing to return in a minute or two to confirm the situation, Butiz, who had a cruel smile and eyes filled with madness, suddenly stiffened. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the 3rd level of the box of the Great Old Ones. It was extremely heavy, as though it was enveloped by layers of power and suppressed. There was no way to open it. This made Butiz feel like he was trying to open a new world, not a box. An instant later, he seemed to have sensed something, and the madness in his eyes receded and was replaced by extreme shock, horror, and fear. Drip, drip, drip. Balls of light slid down from the surface of Butiz's body one after another. When they touched the ground, they turned into insects condensed from dazzling starlight. The bodies of these insects were bent into a semicircle, forming a magical light that looked like illusory doors. Butiz, who was transforming into an incomplete mythical creature form, suddenly and uncontrollably collapsed. With 2 thuds, his eyeballs fell to the ground and were stained with dust. These 2 eyeballs were frozen with an indescribable fear. They were perfectly intact, completely different from the rest of the body. A Sequence 4 Secrets sorcerer had died just like that. The box of the Great Old Ones, which had a silver-black surface and was embedded with many gems, landed beside Butiz's 2 eyeballs. It looked like a jewelry box commonly seen in noble families. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and put down the sea god's scepter in his hand in puzzlement. He had just been about to mobilize the power of Sapphira Castle and use the level of an angel to push Lightning Storm to prevent Butiz from opening the 3rd level of the box of the Great Old Ones. In the end, the Saint of Secrets' counterattack, which involved everyone dying together, failed. He had suffered an unexpected failure from the beginning. After Zio left the first battlefield, she immediately prayed to Mr. Fool according to the plan. Klein used this as a reminder and found an opportunity to enter the world above the grey fog. Through the crimson stars corresponding to the Hermit and Justice, he monitored the battle. And during the process of moving to the second battlefield, Audrey also found an opportunity to pray, allowing Klein to use her crimson star to directly interfere with the real world. This was also the reason why Audrey's true body arrived at the destination a little later than Xianxia. According to Erodes, the third level of the box of the Great Old Ones hides something terrifying. I thought that the true creator had given it to Butiz to create a terrifying disaster at a critical moment so as to show the true colors of an evil god. Who knew that it couldn't be opened at all? Klein glanced at the crimson star representing the magicians and realized that it was covered in a layer of black ash. It seemed to have solidified, making it impossible for him to see the scene inside and confirm Miss Magician's condition. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It was enough to show the level and strangeness of the box of the Great Old Ones. And the Sleeping Beauty magic and the Spear of Longinus that he had previously seen also gave him some ideas. After learning about the beyonder power of mysterious reenactment at a private gathering, Klein overturned his previous guesses about Bernadette's fairy tale magic. He originally believed that the emperor had specially created it for his daughter based on the fairy tales on Earth, or that Bernadette had deliberately created it based on the fairy tales he had told her after her father perished to express her sorrow. But from the looks of it, the answer wasn't likely to be the case. Some fairy tales from before the first epoch might be mysterious. This meant that those fairy tales originated from mysterious events that had really happened. They were spread among the people and gradually became stories. They were recorded by writers and reworked. This corresponds to the prophecy of the stars returning to their positions. Mysteries have never left and have always been around. It's just that in the Earth era before the first epoch, they were suppressed or sealed by some power. If that's the case, some of the legends and stories on Earth can be explained from another angle. It's no wonder there's the Spear of Longinus. I wonder if the Peach Blossom Spring involves mystery. I'll tell Ma'am Hermit later and see if she can create new magic based on this. I wonder if Bernadette became a mysticologist before the emperor perished. If she did, it's really hard to tell if these fairy tale magic were created by the emperor who had switched to the mystery prior pathways sequence 1 pathway, or if it was created by Queen Mystic Bernadette herself. But no matter what, the emperor should have discovered that these fairy tales are also mysterious in his later years. He can draw power from them. Yes, Bernadette doesn't have a corresponding diary. I can't see the emperor's reaction and guess back then. Could one of the reasons why he insisted on going to the moon be to verify something? Unfortunately, most of the myths are fake. There's no way to draw power from them. It's the same for the internet era. Klein sighed slightly, leaned back in his chair, and continued paying attention to the battlefield. In the collapsed forest, Xianxia and Justice Audrey tacitly gave up on injecting their spirituality and using charms when faced with Butiz's anomaly. Maintaining her dragon form, Audrey continued hiding in the darkness outside the forest, wary of any accidents or official demigods who might have sensed the commotion and come to investigate. Xianxia was pushed by the wind towards the area where Butiz had died, carefully avoiding the box of the Great Old Ones. As a scribe could use many abilities, and demigod-level sealed artifacts often had extremely powerful negative effects. Other than the box of the Great Old Ones, Butiz only left behind a black pocket. It seemed to be part of the robe he was wearing. Apart from that, there were the gathering beyonder characteristics, 2 eyeballs, and about 10 worms of star. Most of the worms of star had been destroyed. Considering the horror displayed by the box of the Great Old Ones, as well as the fact that Butiz was a high-ranking member of the Aurora Order, and that he might be blessed by a god, Xianxia didn't rashly pick up those items. She was afraid that an accident would happen and cause the situation to develop in a bad direction. During the private gathering, they had discussed how to deal with such a situation. If they had the time and opportunity, they would first sacrifice it to Mr. Fool before distributing it above the gray fog. After all, touching many items without knowing the negative effects could very well bring about unknown dangers. And there was a high chance that Butiz had a grade 0 sealed artifact. For a sealed artifact at this level, just knowing of its existence and certain information would cause it to suddenly die. According to Leonard, it was best not to come into contact with such sealed artifacts. It was best not to inquire about them, describe them, or pry into them. Only a true high-level existence could suppress them. Without any hesitation, Xianxia took out silver candles and other ritual items from the various hidden pockets of the purple-patterned black robe. Everything was simple as she set up the sacrificial ritual. During this process, she pinched her lips and whistled, creating an invisible servant to help her. It only took her about 10 seconds to set up the altar. After quickly chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name and using the spiritual materials to open the door of sacrifice and bestowment, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She got the invisible servant to move the box of the great old ones, the black pocket, the 2 eyeballs, the gathered beyonder characteristic, and the 9 worms of star over and placed them on the altar. Amidst the howling wind, these items flew up and passed through the illusory door. Upon seeing this, Xianxia immediately pinched her lower lip with her thumb and index finger, preparing to whistle again and no longer maintain the invisible servant's existence. Amidst the whistle, the servant remained motionless, as though it had nothing to do with Xianxia. Xianxia's eyelids twitched slightly as she clenched her right hand into a fist and brought it to her mouth, preparing to use the magical horn. At this moment, a blazing silver-white ball of lightning appeared out of thin air at the altar. Layers of interweaving lightning snakes formed a destructive storm that enveloped the invisible servant. All of this quickly calmed down, and the mutated servant was completely destroyed. Xianxia exhaled, lowered her head, and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. Then, she followed the procedure to end the ritual, packed up the items, and used Snow White, which was closer to prophecy, to clean up the scene and eliminate any traces. And at this moment, Justice Audrey had already used the teleportation charm from before and left the scene. Xianxia looked around, and considering that Mr. Fool might need things to be more ritualistic, she took out a card from a hidden pocket in her robe and threw it into the middle of the collapsed forest. The card was half inserted into the soil, revealing the image of an old man with a cane who was holding a glass lamp and exploring alone. Tarot card, the Hermit. P.S. I wish everyone a happy last day of 2019. PS2. Recommending friends to sweep the world's horizon. New book, Creation Chart. It's a story that redefines words and changes creation. It's very interesting. It's over 300,000 words. When I wrote this, I glanced at last year's year-end summary. At that time I wrote 798 million words. Now, the total number of words is 381. 2. In other words, in the past year, opening calculator, I wrote 204 million words. That's an average of 170,000 words per month. This means that my updates are quite stable. I can only brag about it. During last year's year-end summary, because I didn't write it out, I actually forgot how many subscriptions I had at that time. I only had a vague impression that the subscriptions were around 30,000, and the average subscriptions were less than 50,000. After this year, the subscriptions and average subscriptions have almost doubled. The average subscriptions have reached 93,000, and the peak of the subscriptions has reached 63,000. The 60,000 subscriptions have lasted for more than a week. Now, the other members of the tarot have about 54,000. I have to thank everyone for this. From getting into the character leaderboard, to getting first place in the monthly votes, from the birthday parties, to getting fleeced by Qi, to Amway after defeat, from all kinds of love-generated drawings, songs, video clips, interactive games, doujinshi, unexpected side effects, to the various lame jokes in the comments of this chapter, the language class representative, the hard-working administrators, and the moderators. You are the ones who brought Mysteries to where it is today. Of course, one of the reasons is that my writing is not bad, laughs. Therefore, in the new year, I want to say thank you. Thank you all. There doesn't seem to be much to write about this month's summary. After writing the part about Amon, I had already summarized it once. This verified an idea of mine. Sometimes, you can break out of the protagonist's comfort zone. That way, there will be a different kind of tension in the plot and a fresh and exciting feeling. After the part about Amon, because of the tension and relaxation, it wasn't good to continue this kind of scene. It was easy to be repetitive and monotonous, and there was a lack of change. Change should be placed in more important moments, not the daily chase. Therefore, in the latter half, I expanded my perspective and wrote about the other members of the tarot to lay the groundwork for the later parts of the novel. This might cause the plot to be a little flat, but it can't be helped. If not for the opening scene, I would have slowed down and drawn more details. That way, the effect would have been better. As for 2020, my goal is to finish writing Mysteries. According to my calculations, I won't be able to finish it until the second half of the year. I'll probably finish it around May. At the latest, it'll be June. The more I wrote, the more nervous I became. I felt like I was walking on thin ice. All I could do was tell myself that I had to stay calm and finish the story properly. That way, more readers could follow me to the end. At that time, when he looked back, he would be able to truly conclude whether the characters he created had achieved their goals, and whether many of the things he wanted to express had been expressed. On the first day of 2020, I'm begging for monthly votes. Let's finish the last few months of mysteries also. I wish everyone all the best in 2020. Actually, I wanted to say that I wish everyone a happy 2020, but I thought that mysteries might make you sad, so I changed the words of blessing. After all, the background of this world of this book has already been brewed, and there will always be the knives that should be there. Last but not least, it will be updated tomorrow at the normal time. I'm begging for monthly votes. You won't lose out if you vote during the double time period. After a while, the sky above the collapsed forest suddenly tore apart as an illusory and mysterious door appeared. The door opened silently as a black-haired, golden-eyed, mature, and elegant handsome man walked out in a well-ironed suit. Before he could observe the scene, he heard a sonic boom and sensed a violent hurricane blowing over. He saw a middle-aged man with an astonishing aura in front of him. The middle-aged man had rather obvious large earlobes. His hair was dark blue and thick, and his eyes seemed to hide countless bolts of lightning. He was the Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Bacolod Diocese, Deep Blue Officiant Randall Valentine. This clergyman, who was wearing a black robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm, looked around and cast his gaze at the golden-eyed man. He asked with a thunderous voice, "Celt, what happened here?" The golden-eyed man known as Celt shook his head. "I just arrived as well." Just as he said that, a mountain-like, nearly transparent spirit body appeared in the void on the other side, placing a figure in midair. The figure wore a black archbishop robe with red patterns. His eyes were deep and he didn't have a beard. He was none other than the person in charge of the Church of Evernights Bacolod Diocese, Anthony Stevenson. After the gigantic spirit body completed its mission, it immediately shrank and entered St. Anthony's mouth. At the same time, a spirit with long black hair covering its face and a transparent lower body appeared behind Anthony. It held his shoulder and prevented him from falling. In the next second, turbulent air currents rushed over from Bacolod, pushing a figure towards the area at high speeds. Soon, the figure stopped. It was an elder wearing a white priest's robe and a clergyman's bonnet. He had a benevolent and gentle expression. The air that spewed out from the elder's back vanished as the black tube that shimmered with a metallic luster retracted into his body. This was the Archbishop of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's Bacolod Diocese, a member of the Divine Synod, Hormick Haydn. He strangely stopped in midair and surveyed the area. Although the battle here isn't too intense, it's certain that it's at the saint level. Also, the remnant corrupted aura is simply, as they spoke, the four demigods lowered their heads at the same time and looked at the center of the collapsed forest. There was a tarot card inserted there. The card depicted an old man with a cane and a glass lamp. The hermit card, Randall Valentine, Celt, Anthony, and Hormick immediately fell into silence. No one spoke for a moment. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein frowned as he looked at the box of the Great Old Ones in front of him. The moment the Grade Zero sealed artifact was sacrificed, the entire Sapphira castle stirred, as though it had reached a boiling point. Boundless energy was automatically activated like steam, gathering into a torrent that completely drowned the box of the Great Old Ones, wrapping it in layers and binding it tightly. At this moment, the silver-black three-layered jewelry box embedded with gems seemed to have become a bug in amber, unable to move at all. Previously, when Sapphira Castle was triggered, it was when I spied on a true god or a king of angels and suffered damage. This is the first time it has experienced such a change due to an external object. Klein couldn't help but raise his right hand and wipe his non-existent sweat. To be honest, he felt a little afraid. He felt that he had gone a little too far after gaining initial control of Sapphira Castle. In the past, he didn't dare let a Grade Zero sealed artifact enter this place. But this time, because it didn't involve the uniqueness, and because he had undergone a qualitative improvement compared to the past, he had the thought of giving it a try. Thankfully, it's under control. In the future, I have to tell Ma'am Hermit and the others that they can't sacrifice everything they pick up to me. It's not like I'm a trash collector. Klein mumbled and began inspecting the box of the Great Old Ones. He remembered that Miss Magician's was still inside the sealed artifact, so he planned on figuring out the situation with the box of the Great Old Ones as soon as possible to prevent the bait from dying because of any delay. This sealed artifact's level is very high. Arotza's understanding of it is rather limited. I'll have to do it myself. From the looks of it, as long as I don't attempt to divine what's in the third level or try to find the source of the power, the danger can be endured. There might not even be any. Klein relied on his spiritual intuition and made a preliminary judgment. Right on the heels of that, he conjured a pen and paper and began divination. After an unknown period of time, he finally opened his eyes and muttered silently to himself, "The first level can swap the location of the internal space with the target area, and it can reduce the corresponding scene into a toy. This is an ability that can barely be used. A living being that has been transformed into a toy has to be released within 24 hours. Otherwise, it will be permanently transformed. Even a spirit body won't be able to sleep in peace. The release is very simple. I just need to designate an area so small that it's almost devoid of living beings, and swap it with the internal space. There's a limit to the range of this ability. At most, it's a city as big as Bakeland. Why did I use this as an example? The second level records different scenes. There's the abyss, the cosmos, and all kinds of places. It can allow the wielder and the living beings within a certain range to directly move to the target area. The problem with this is that it's random. A small portion of the time, one can designate the location and release the corresponding location. Most of the time, the location chosen will change, and the final destination will be unpredictable. As for when the designation will be effective and when there will be an anomaly, there's no way of knowing. Furthermore, this seems to be something that good luck can't affect. Or rather, good luck below sequence 0 can't affect it. This means that there's no way to use the box of the Great Old Ones beyond her power to directly transfer the City of Silver out of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Sigh, if I could, my miracle invoker ritual would be very simple. I'll try turning it into a toy later. The third level is very dangerous, very, very dangerous. I won't take the risk of prying after repeating the important words thrice. No, this should be called courting death by prying. The negative effects of the box of the Great Old Ones are very simple. The wielder will randomly vanish, die, or mutate. If there's no wielder, the living beings in the surrounding area will encounter this terrifying matter one after another according to their distance and size. The largest range is similar to the first level. These Grade 0 sealed artifacts are terrifying fellows that can destroy cities and kill millions or even more people with just a single wrong word. It's no wonder they have to be sealed according to the highest standards. No prying, inquiries, or descriptions are allowed. Where the vanishers go seems to be related to the scene on the second level. The reason why the Saint of Secrets dares to take action with this sealed artifact is that he has the blessings of the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. It can minimize the randomness of the negative effects, but even so, he doesn't dare to hold it for too long because the blessings will wear off. From the looks of it, his failure to regain his lucidity in advance and find a chance to teleport away has something to do with his bad luck. Saints that are valued by large organizations are really difficult to kill. Ma'am Hermit is considered experienced and clear-headed. She didn't make contact blindly. Instead, she created an invisible servant to take it. Furthermore, she sacrificed this Grade 0 sealed artifact to me in the shortest amount of time possible. In theory, I can summon a projection from the historical void to take this item. After all, it doesn't matter if it dies, disappears, or mutates. However, there's no guarantee of how long it can be used unless I obtain Will Acceptance blessings in advance. The way to seal it is to place it in the spirit world. That's not enough. I have to distort and hide a space in the spirit world. Then, I have to regularly fill it with ordinary water, allowing the box of the Great Old Ones to play with microorganisms every day. With so many living beings, it can last for a very long period of time. After grasping this line of thought, there are still many ways to seal it. After roughly figuring out the exact situation of the box of the Great Old Ones, Klein looked at the Grade 0 sealed artifact and felt that its third level no longer had the heavy feeling that it couldn't be opened. Vaguely, he believed that as long as he reached out and removed the seal of Sapphira Castle, he would be able to easily open the third level of the box of the Great Old Ones. What a strong temptation. Klein retracted his gaze and waved his hand, making the box of the Great Old Ones fly to the junk pile in the corner. Who cares if it's a Grade 0 sealed artifact? I'll head there first to sober up. As a terrifying Grade 0 sealed artifact, it has to have a number before it can be ranked. Unfortunately, I don't know what the Grade 0 sealed artifacts of the 7 churches are. It shouldn't exceed 50, right? Yes, I'll temporarily call the box of the Great Old Ones 0 to 61. I'll adjust it according to the situation in the future. If Ma'am Hermit is unable to create a good sealing environment, I can place 0 to 61 above the gray fog. I'll apply for it when there's a need. Of course, I have to pray for Will's blessings in advance. I wonder when I, the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck, will be able to live up to my name? A miracle invoker has a portion, and an attendant of mysteries should have a portion as well. Klein entertained himself for a while before picking up the Beyonder characteristic left behind by the Saint of Secrets, Bootiz. It looked like a crystal, and countless rays of light refracted inside, transforming into illusory and resplendent doors. Klein stared at it for a few seconds before suddenly throwing the Beyonder characteristic into the air. The power of Sapphira Castle boiled once again. Under Klein's control, it formed a corporeal translucent wave that slammed into the crystal. The crystal instantly shattered, splitting into countless tiny points of light. Pitch-black gas emitted from it and rapidly melted in Sapphira Castle, disappearing without a trace. Under the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence, the tiny points of light gradually gathered together. In nearly a minute, they reformed into the beautiful and dreamy crystal from before and landed in Klein's palm. The contamination inside had been removed. In Sapphira Castle, Klein was equivalent to a Sequence 2 angel. However, most of the time, he only had strength and was unable to use the Beyonder powers of the corresponding level. He needed the help of the correct supplementary items. After putting away the secret sorcerer Beyonder characteristic, Klein cast his gaze at the 2 remaining eyeballs of Bootiz. P.S. Requesting monthly votes for the new year. It's double now. There's no need to wait PS2, as it will be completed in the middle of the year. There's no need for it to be on the annual rankings. Every month, it's mainly to earn a recommendation spot, laugh. Everyone, just subscribe and vote normally. Try not to spend too much money, and don't get angry. I'll also sacrifice Olju and recommend the former Unparalleled. The writing is very good, and the story is exciting. 9 Heavens Divine King Bootiz's eyes had already turned dark, frozen with an indescribable horror. It made Klein's heart palpitate just by looking at it. It was as though he could sense the intense changes in Bootiz's emotions before his death. After a series of inspections and the method of divination, Klein confirmed that the 2 eyeballs didn't contain any Beyonder characteristics, but they contained strong corruption and unknown powers. They could be used as a medium for curses, and they could also directly affect the target. They were rather dangerous spirituality materials with an extremely long shelf life. I can't carry them around for long periods of time. Otherwise, my mind might weaken, and I'll have nightmares every day, causing my body to deform. Klein casually summoned a square metal box and placed Bootiz's 2 eyeballs inside. He didn't attempt to purify them, because once the item was shattered and the corruption was removed, there would be nothing left. It would be too wasteful. As there was nothing wrong with the Worm of Star, and it was also a material that Klein knew the best, he quickly focused his attention on the black pocket. The results of the divination surprised him, because it was a so-called spatial item. The pocket looked like it could only fit an adult man's palm, but in fact, it was the size of a 2-bedroom apartment that the Moretti family had rented back in Tinjin City. It could store quite a lot of things. This was made by Bootiz using his secret sorcerer powers. In essence, the pocket wasn't an item, but an entrance. First, I used the power of spatial concealment to isolate an area in the spirit world. Then, I used the fact that the spirit world overlaps with reality and is chaotic. As long as I have the correct coordinates, I can directly reach my destination and open the door to the hidden area in this pocket. This is very similar to the method used to seal the box of the Great Old Ones. However, one door is in the spirit world, while the other is in reality. This causes the negative effects of the sealed artifacts and mystical items in the spatial pocket to also affect the carrier. From the looks of it, it's not very useful. It can't eliminate the negative effects. Besides, I'm in the forsaken land of the gods, so I can't connect to the spirit world. It's useless even if I have this pocket. Also, I have to strengthen the powers of spatial concealment every once in a while, otherwise, it will gradually lose its effectiveness. It's only suitable for demigods of the apprentice pathway, or organizations that have demigods of the apprentice pathway or sealed artifacts providing support. The name interspatial pocket is too vulgar. I wonder what Bodhi's originally called this item. Let's call it traveler's luggage. After confirming the level of danger, he conjured a fake hand and let it reach into the black pocket. Walala, a pile of various gems poured out as the artificial hand retracted, landing on the long modeled table. The sparkling red, azure, green, pale white, deep black, and transparent instantly filled Klein's eyes. I should have expected this. The corresponding material for the apprentice pathway is gems. All gems? Klein's expression turned lively as he sighed with a smile. He then stretched out his other hand and picked up a few gems to feel their weight and material. Apart from these, there were also quite a number of spiritual materials in traveler's luggage. Some were commonly used, while others were relatively rare. Box of the Great Old Ones, Secret Sorcerer's Beyonder Characteristic, 9 Worms of Star, Buddies as Eyeballs, Traveler's Luggage, large amounts of gems and materials. This operation can be considered a bountiful harvest. It's enough for everyone to distribute. Unfortunately, Bootiz can record Beyonder powers and certain states. There's no need for him to bring too many sealed artifacts and mystical items with him. That would instead cause him to be affected by many negative effects. As a demigod, he should have a few good sealed artifacts. I wonder if they're hidden somewhere in the spirit world or in the Aurora Order headquarters. Unfortunately, Buddy's soul collapsed just now, preventing him from channeling his spirit. Klein shook his head and immediately returned to the real world. He found a concealed spot, set up a lantern, and set up a bestowment ritual. He wanted to try and see if he could bring 0 to 61, which was also the box of the Great Old Ones, to the forsaken land of the gods. If he could turn the entire city of silver into a toy and place it in the first level of the sealed artifact. He could then directly send it to the outside world through the sacrifice and bestowment ritual. This way, it would be equivalent to bypassing the giant king's court and dark angel Satyr and ingeniously completing the miracle invoker ritual. After busying himself, Klein, who had completed the preparations, stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. He pulled out another version of himself from the air while his main body leaped into the fog of history and hid in the void before the first epoch. He was worried that after the box of the Great Old Ones passed through the door of sacrifice and bestowment, it would randomly cause him to die. In the fragment of light deep in the grayish-white fog, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and returned above the gray fog. He responded to his prayers. When the mysterious and ancient door of sacrifice and bestowment took shape and slowly opened, he beckoned for the box of the Great Old Ones, which was wrapped in layers of power. He threw it into the gap of the illusory door, throwing it into the deep and endless darkness behind the door. At that moment, the darkness of the void suddenly seemed corporeal, as though it had formed an invisible barrier that blocked the box of the Great Old Ones from passing through the door, causing it to float and be unable to move forward. Klein frowned slightly as he watched this scene. He attempted to pry open the power of Sapphira Castle and use the level of an angel to push it, but he was still unable to make the box of the Great Old Ones break through the barrier. Indeed, the forsaken land of the gods has a seal. However, I have a close relationship with Sapphira Castle. I can use it to respond, but this can't exceed a certain limit. Klein nodded slightly, retracted the box of the Great Old Ones, and threw it into the junk pile. Then, he conjured the world's German sparrow and got the fake person to inform Ma'am Hermit and Miss Justice of the detailed information regarding the box of the Great Old Ones. This was a reminder to them that they had to bring the box of the Great Old Ones back to the real world within 24 hours and release Magician's furs. Among them, Klein informed Miss Justice that before praying for the box of the Great Old Ones, she had to remember to sacrifice some top-grade ice cream to a particular blessed of the Snake of Fate. As for Katlia, due to her temporary luck, there was no need for her to seek external help. However, she had to complete everything in a few minutes and sacrifice the box of the great old ones above the grey fog. Bakeland, at the intersection of East Borough and Bridge District, in an apartment that had been in disrepair for years. Leonard, who was wearing red gloves and a black coat, was leading his team members to seriously inspect the scene. As a mobile force of the Church of Evernight, they were undoubtedly filled with energy at nearly 10 o'clock at night. "Captain, the walls here are severely cracked, and some parts are even shattered. This apartment might not be able to survive next summer's hurricane season," Cindy, who had long burgundy hair, came over and reported to Leonard. Leonard's green eyes scanned the surroundings and nodded slightly. "Fortunately, this is a dilapidated house and no one has been living here for a long time. However, it's very strange that there aren't even any homeless people here." Cindy thought for a moment. "Captain, are you saying that a Beyonder is using this apartment to secretly drive away the tramps sleeping here?" Another red glove, Bob, happened to be checking the bottom of the wall as he casually added, "Then, they had an internal strife and a battle broke out, igniting something?" "I can't rule out this possibility," Leonard replied rather professionally. "But have you noticed? Every part of this room has traces of corrosion, and it lacks the remains of tables and chairs that should be there. It looks too empty. This doesn't look like something a low or mid-sequence Beyonder can do. I suspect that it might involve a relatively higher level of power." After a series of inspections and discovering many abnormalities, the Red Glove team belonging to Leonard failed to find any further clues. All they could do was return to St. Samuel Cathedral first. Just as they arrived underground, a bishop came to Leonard and got him to bring 2 team members upstairs to participate in a meeting. Leonard nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask anything. He led Bob and Cindy through a secret passageway into St. Samuel Cathedral. Following that, they followed the spiraling staircase, and under the illumination of the crimson moon through the stained glass, they came to a room with a blackboard and many people. With just a glance, Leonard discovered many members of the mandated Punishers, Machinery Hivemind, and MI9 whom he had worked with before. Then, he noticed the 3 demigods, Hormick Hayden, Randall Valentine, and Anthony Stevenson, as well as a black-haired, golden-eyed man who was clearly at the same level as them. Without waiting for Leonard to greet him, Saint Anthony, who was wearing a black robe with red patterns, stood up and said in a deep voice, "A high-level battle happened in the outskirts of Bakeland." There was a high-level battle in the outskirts of Bakeland. There was terrifying corruption and a tarot card left at the scene, the Hermit card. "I noticed that you've previously done some investigations on a large number of incidents involving tarot cards and raised the corresponding guesses. Now, give everyone a detailed introduction." "The Hermit card?" Leonard showed genuine surprise, but it was mostly because he had been given such a mission. "Ahem." He cleared his throat and walked to the blackboard. He turned to face the demigods and Beyonders of the 3 churches and the military, and he drew a crimson moon clockwise on his chest. After organizing his words, the Red Gloves captain solemnly said, "In the past 2 to 3 years, incidents involving tarot cards have really entered our sights. In the past 2 to 3 years, incidents involving tarot cards have really caught our attention. It was the death of Lenevis. He was involved in a plot to make the true creator descend, and his body was covered in tarot cards. After that, tarot cards appeared again in the Capim case, but this time, the way the tarot cards were placed was different, with emphasis on the Judgment and the Emperor cards. Back then, I linked these matters to an organization that suddenly appeared in Bakeland that believes in the Fool. As you know, the Fool is the starting card of tarot cards." This bold guess made the demigods and Beyonders present nod slightly. They felt that there was indeed a connection in the meaning of mysticism. Leonard paused before saying, "And under the Fool, this organization might have quite a number of official members." And under the Fool, this organization might have quite a number of official members. They used tarot cards as their code names, such as Judgment, the Emperor, or the Hermit in this case. As he spoke, Leonard picked up the tarot card that was used for demonstration and casually drew one. He glanced at it and chuckled. For example, the Star. P.S. Seeking monthly votes on the first day of the new year in response to Leonard's demonstration, the demigods and Beyonders present nodded one after another, indicating that they completely understood what the Red Gloves captain was trying to express. One of the mandated Punishers raised his arm and took the opportunity to ask a question. In other words, the tarot cards left behind at the scene represent the member who carried out the mission? That should be the case. Leonard didn't give a definite answer. The mandated punisher from before continued asking, then what do the tarot cards that were scattered all over Leonidas' body represent when he died? There's no specific direction. Leonard immediately picked up a piece of white chalk and wrote the name Leonidas on the blackboard behind him. Then, he drew a circle. As I said earlier, in the past 2 to 3 years, incidents involving tarot cards have really entered our sights because of the Leonidas case. This is very likely the beginning of everything. Therefore, there's no specific direction. The randomly scattered tarot cards might represent the whole. This means that the organization that uses tarot cards as a code name has officially stepped onto the stage of history. Heh, please forgive me for using poetic language. That makes sense. The few mandated punishers were convinced by Leonard. Leonard looked around and continued, let me use the Aurora order that everyone is very familiar with as an analogy. Let me make an analogy with the Aurora order that everyone is familiar with. We all know that the Aurora order has 22 oracles, and each of them is in charge of a region's affairs. The organization that uses tarot cards as a codename is very likely the same. Members like Judgment, the Emperor, the Hermit and so on should have their own influence in a certain region. Upon hearing this, a Machinery Hive Mind member thought for a moment. But Backland has produced 3 members with cards, Judgment, the Emperor, and the Hermit. According to what you said, does this mean that the organization that uses tarot cards as a codename isn't that large in scale? The members are all concentrated in Lone or even Backland? After all, the Aurora Order only has 1 oracle in charge of Bakeland. As for Saint Tenebris, he's targeting all of Rouen. Leonard nodded slowly, indicating that he understood what the other party meant. He organized his words and said, we can't rule out this possibility. We can't rule out that possibility. After all, this is an organization that has only been around for 2 to 3 years. Of course, there might be another reason. That is, this organization doesn't divide its scope by region. Instead, it defines whether or not it should be handled by itself based on the matter or domain. It also works together when there are overlapping situations, just like the Capim case. Seeing that the Beyonders of the 3 churches and MI9 didn't raise any other questions, Leonard deliberated for a few seconds. These are all my personal guesses, and there are some problems with them. This may be the direction of future investigations. First question, what is the purpose of this organization? If they're like the Aurora Order, spreading the faith of an evil god, then why haven't we discovered anyone who believes in the Fool? Even if there were, they were scams in the name of the Fool. The second question is, what do they have in common? I haven't found it for the time being. The third question is, high-ranking members who use tarot cards as codenames can't be at a low sequence level. They also have their own factions, but they don't have any fame in the Beyonder world. This is very abnormal. You have to know that although the 22 oracles of the Aurora Order hide their identities, they have more or less clashed with us. Under our witness, they rose from low sequence to mid-sequence, and finally took over the position of an oracle after the death or advancement of their predecessor. They have long been on our list. Having said that, Leonard paused for a moment. If the organization that uses tarot cards as codenames is really an organization that believes in the Fool, then there's someone who can answer my third question. He's the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow. Rumor has it that he believes in the Fool. This name made the Beyonders of the 3 churches and MI9 fall silent, as though they were quickly recalling the relevant information. They had long heard that German Sparrow had a mysterious background and that he believed in the Fool. Furthermore, they had quite a bit of information on him, but they didn't make the connection like Leonard and connect the dots. After a few seconds, the Church of Evernight's Archbishop of Bakeland, St. Anthony, said in a deep voice. German Sparrow is suspected to have close ties with the original Death Consul of Balaam. He's an angel that's still active on Earth. This alarmed the Beyonders who weren't demigods as they instinctively sat up straight. They knew about Admiral Hell, but due to the confidentiality restrictions, they didn't know that the Death Consul represented a grounded angel. That Death Consul doesn't seem to belong to any faction of the Charismatic Order, an MI9 Beyonder said hesitantly. Leonard nodded with a serious expression. Perhaps he is a member of that secret organization that uses tarot cards as a codename. Death God card. There was another bout of silence. Celt, Randall, and the other demigods had no choice but to admit that there was such a possibility. The secret organization that used tarot cards as a codename instantly rose in status, reaching a level that was equal to the Aurora Order. In short, German Sparrow is a clue. Leonard secretly drew a breath and slowly exhaled. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm done. Saint Anthony nodded slightly, stood up, and looked around. He surveyed the area and said, up to now, this secret organization that uses tarot cards as a codename has yet to target us. They have shown a certain degree of friendliness, and now that the war is tense, we are severely lacking in manpower. It's very difficult for us to take any big actions. Therefore, I suggest that we try our best to avoid conflict with them and not attempt to wipe them out for the time being. Of course, the necessary investigations have to be done. Such a secret organization with a grounded angel represents danger. If we don't understand them and don't have sufficient information, we won't be able to react in time in the future to stop any possible conspiracies. Hormick and the other demigods thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Anthony Stevenson surveyed the area and stopped his gaze on Leonard's face. You'll be the leader of this investigation mission. Coordinate it well. Leonard solemnly agreed. At this moment, Deep Blue Officiant Randall Valentine said to Leonard impatiently, give them a name. We can't always say that it's a secret organization that uses tarot cards as a codename. That's too troublesome. Do you have any objections? Leonard seriously considered it and said, Tarot? Tarot Club? Sure. Randall stood up and said with a thunderous voice, let's call it the Tarot Club. Late at night, in the Hall family's villa in Empress Borough, Tim, the exclusive dessert chef, suddenly woke up from his dream and stared at the ceiling in the darkness. He had dreamed that he was enjoying an ice cream, and he woke up with a start the moment he tasted it. The more Tim thought about it, the more he was filled with desire. Finally, he overcame the thought of finding it troublesome. He got out of bed, put on a thick robe, walked out of the room, and came to a small kitchen not far away. As a famous dessert chef in aristocratic circles, Tim had been bestowed with some privileges by Earl of Hall. He could enter the small kitchen at any time and use the ingredients here to experiment with his new ideas. And Tim had returned Earl of Hall's trust with new and high-quality desserts. Of course, he would often come here in the middle of the night to get busy because of his sudden appetite, just like now. After some serious and hard work, Tim used the leftovers and ready-made preparations to make a few cups of ice cream. He enjoyed eating half of it. Then, he rubbed his stomach, washed the cutlery, and left the small kitchen in satisfaction. He left the remaining cups of ice cream in a corner, as though he had completely forgotten about them. Sherwood Borough, by the Tussock River, in an uninhabited shoal. Audrey, who was wearing a dark cloak, first used dream traversing to arrive nearby before walking over with her feet. She skillfully set up a ritual and prayed to Mr. Fool for a bestowment. Soon, a silver-black jewelry box inlaid with many gems passed through the illusory door and landed in front of Audrey. Audrey tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear, and without any delay, she picked up the box of the great old ones numbered 0 to 61. She aimed at a spot where there were only a few rocks and lifted the lid of the first layer. Silently, long tables and chairs appeared in the area. Several beyonders who had used various means to cover their faces appeared. Among them was the hooded furs. Their skin quickly changed from that of a toy to that of a human, and their eyes began to move. Furs, who had the highest sequence, was the fastest to recover. She looked around and was extremely surprised to find that she had unknowingly arrived at the shoal by the river from inside the apartment. Furthermore, this change was only in the environment. The situation around her was no different from before. Where am I? What happened? Furs cast her gaze at the empty altar and thought for a second. She seemed to understand something as she asked in surprise, what happened? It's over? Yes, replied Audrey, who was using psychological invisibility. It's over. It's over just like that. Furs asked in a daze, it's over. How's the target? Dead. Audrey was distracted, controlling the other 5 or 6 beyonders, so her answer was very simple. Dead. Saint of Secrets Bootiz is dead. I haven't participated in the battle yet. I haven't summoned the German Sparrow's historical void projection. Furza's mouth gaped slightly as she felt like she was dreaming. She felt that she had only been afraid for a second and that her mission had been completed. At that moment, she saw the Beyonders around her come to life, but they weren't surprised by the changes in the environment. It was as though this was the original gathering venue. They skillfully destroyed the chairs and long tables and threw them into the tussock river. Then, one after another, they left the shallows and returned to the place where the light from the street lamp shone, returning home. So this is a manipulator. How terrifying. Furs jumped in fright and completely woke up. Go back first. Audrey didn't have the time to explain. She turned around and used the altar from before, preparing to sacrifice the box of the great old ones above the grey fog. Furs glanced at it and didn't ask or say a word. She made her body quickly turn transparent and disappear. P.S. I originally wanted to write official debut in the title of this chapter, but it wasn't serious enough. PS2, seeking monthly votes during the double period, end of this chapter, above the grey fog, in the ancient palace. Beams of crimson starlight shot up, forming a few figures. Leonard casually swept a glance, and his gaze suddenly froze. He stopped at the silver-black jewelry box placed on the long-modeled table. If he didn't remember wrongly, this was likely the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the box of the Great Old Ones, that World Klein Moretti had specially emphasized during the private gathering. Saint of Secrets Bootiz really wields this Grade 0 sealed artifact? Furthermore, he used it? Ma'am Hermit and Miss Justice succeeded in the end? Leonard's pupils dilated slightly as he almost couldn't believe his eyes. As an Orthodox official beyonder, the Red Gloves captain of the Church of Evernight, he had a clear understanding of Grade 0 sealed artifacts. He knew that these things could easily destroy a city, causing people to suddenly die without any resistance. When facing them, not only was he not to come into contact with them, he didn't even try to understand them. Leonard originally believed that after encountering a Grade 0 sealed artifact, Ma'am Hermit and Miss Justice would leave the battlefield according to the plan and think of a way to save Miss Magicians. To his surprise, they actually succeeded. Furthermore, they had snatched the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the box of the Great Old Ones. Ma'am Hermit's mysterious reenactment is this powerful? The banquet of betrayal she mentioned can really make a sealed artifact rebel? Or should I say, Mr. Fool provided some help? As Leonard muttered silently, he glanced at World Klein Moretti, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table. He realized that his former colleague was rather calm. Klein surveyed the area and laughed hoarsely. Congratulations, everyone. This hunt was very successful. All the spoils of war are here. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and condensed a lot of mysticism knowledge into a blob of pale white light. He also included a few legends that originated from the East, such as Peach Blossom Spring and Link chess game. He wanted Ma'am Hermit to test if they were mysterious and if they had a real source. Madam, this is your reward. World Klein made the pale white light fly towards Katlia. Then, he pointed at the box of the Great Old Ones, the secret sorcerer beyonder characteristic, traveler's bag, Buddhi's as eyeballs, the 9 worms of star, and a large number of gems and materials on the table. In addition, you have the right to choose first. After hunting the Saint of Secrets Bootiz in a demigod-level battle, Katlia truly had the bearing and confidence of a saint. She first received the blob of pale white light and closed her eyes to digest the mysticism knowledge contained within. In the second epoch, the ancient gods believed that the original creator left behind some items. That might be a kingdom formed from a portion of his body, or it might be something he created. These items contain Spherote, and there are a total of 9. They are Chaos Sea, Sapphira Castle, River of Eternal Darkness, Knowledge Moor, Shadow World, Broodmother, Nation of Disorder, City of Calamity, Key of Light. The ancient sun god came from a place called Chernobyl. The Marauder Pathways Sequence 0 is called Error. Roselle the Great's fairy tales might have originated from something that had happened in the past. As the mysticism knowledge reverberated, Katlia couldn't help but open her eyes and look at the world, German Sparrow. There were too many things that shocked her, overturned her understanding, and opened the door to a new world for her. In the past, I couldn't figure out Mr. Fool's origins at all, but now, I can vaguely grasp a little. A thought flashed through Katlia's mind as she came up with a guess. She immediately controlled herself, unwilling to think too deeply, nor did she dare to think too deeply. She was afraid that she would come up with a horrifying answer that would make her lose control. This is one of the 9 spherote. Mr. Fool's goal is to gather all the spherote and attempt to recover. Raising her right hand and nudging the heavy glasses on her nose bridge, Katlia forced herself to focus on the small stories. She decided to return to the real world and completely digest the potion. Then, she would attempt to create magic based on it and use mystical reenactment to draw power. Of course, she also believed that not every one of them would succeed. She believed that some of the stories were purely fictional. After all, this was a gift from Mr. World, so there was no guarantee that it would be effective. Furthermore, back then, Roselle the Great had told Queen Mystic many fairy tales and ancient legends. Only a small portion of them could actually produce magic. After taking a few seconds to compose herself, Katlia cast her gaze at the middle of the long mottled table, preparing to choose her spoils of war. Without a doubt, the most eye-catching item was the box of the Great Old Ones numbered 0 to 61. The silver-black jewelry box embedded with many gems completely concealed the light of the other items. Katlia wasn't too unfamiliar with Grade 0 sealed artifacts. This was because Queen Mystic Bernadette had more than one of them. And it was also because of this that the element dawn created by this queen was able to compete with the ancient organization, the Moses Ascetic Order, which was born in the early 4th epoch. The difference between an angel and a saint wasn't something that powerful and dreamy fairy tale magic could make up for. To become a truly important figure, one had to advance to sequence 2 or possess a Grade 0 sealed artifact. It wasn't that Katlia didn't have any desire for the box of the Great Old Ones, but when she thought of the hint that the World German Sparrow had received from Mr. Fool, she felt a sense of horror when she thought of the terrifying negative effects, the extremely dangerous 3rd level, and most of the Beyonder powers that she couldn't control. Although she had brief luck, she lacked the ability to seal the box of the Great Old Ones to date. After an intense struggle, Katlia pointed at the dreamy crystal and said, "I want the Beyonder characteristic of a secret sorcerer." If she could find a suitable high-sequence artisan, it could become a rather good sealed artifact that could barely withstand the negative effects. As for Queen Mystic Bernadette, she had such resources, but she might not be able to succeed. Even if the final product is just teleportation, it would be enough. But it's obvious that a secret sorcerer won't only grasp teleportation. Even if the negative effects are unbearable, I can get the queen to shatter it and make multiple attempts, or I can sell it to Miss Magicians. Yes, she said that her teacher would prepare the ingredients for her. Katlia then nodded at the World German Sparrow, indicating that she confirmed her choice. Choose the secret sorcerer Beyonder characteristic? Upon hearing Ma'am Hermit's answer, a scene surfaced in Klein's mind. A lady wearing a purple-patterned black robe and a dark-colored hood relied on Blink to leave behind a dense number of avatars. Then, they lit a match at the same time. The little match girl has become countless match witches. This is a horror version of a fairy tale. The World Klein couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he tersely acknowledged. "All right, that's your right." He then cast his gaze at Miss Magicians. "It's your turn to choose." I didn't do anything." Magicians first said guiltily. Klein chuckled and said, "You've perfectly completed the job of baiting me." Furs didn't know what expression she should show in response, but she heard Mr. Star laugh. Furs didn't know what expression she should show in response, but she heard Mr. Star laugh. Frankly speaking, she wanted to choose the box of the Great Old Ones because it was an item that had been stolen from her teacher's family. Frankly speaking, she wanted to choose the box of the Great Old Ones because it was an item that had been stolen from her teacher's family. She didn't want to use it herself and wanted to return it to her teacher. But considering that she was really just a bait, Furs felt that she didn't have the right to take an item of this level. She had already gained a deep impression of how rare, precious, and dangerous a Grade 0 sealed artifact was through Mr. Star's introduction. She knew that the value of the box of the Great Old Ones was incomparable to a saint's Beyonder characteristic. Recalling that she was choosing under the watchful eyes of the World's German Sparrow, Magician's Furs finally gave up her impulse and pointed at the pair of eyeballs. "I'll take them." She wanted to bring the pair of eyeballs to her teacher and tell him that Bootiz was dead. All the hatred was over. Apart from that, Buddhisa's eyeball could also be made into a powerful cursed object or used as a medium. 4 curses. It was also a pretty good item. Klein nodded slightly and didn't try to persuade him. All he did was point at the gems, materials, and worms of star. You also paid the price of the moon paper doll. You can choose something else as compensation. Okay. Furs agreed reflexively. As many charms and rituals of the apprentice pathway required gems as materials, and these things could still be appreciated, Furs took a portion of the gems and waited for the bestowment ritual after the gathering. Klein moved his gaze and said to Miss Judgment, "That's right. It's your turn." Zio also knew that she hadn't contributed much, and she knew that she didn't have the ability to resist the negative effects of the box of the Great Old Ones. Therefore, without even looking at 0 to 61, she pointed at the black pocket. "I choose Traveler's Bag. This way, she could carry some heavy weapons with her, and she might even be able to drag out a cannon at a critical moment." As for the problem of having to reinforce the hidden space after a period of time, she had also considered it. After all, it could still be used for about a year. In the future, she could rent a sealed artifact from Maam Hermit to maintain it. Besides, by that time, Furs might have already become a secret sorcerer. World Klein nodded and looked at Leonard. "It's your turn." Leonard didn't stand on ceremony as he scanned the items and tapped a few times. 3 worms of star, 20 gems, and those materials. This makes me feel like I'm paying a protection fee to an official faction. Klein lampooned his poet classmate before saying to Miss Justice, "The mission was very successful. I'm very satisfied. Although you've already received the payment, you can choose a little more." Audrey could read the sincerity in Mr. World's words, so she didn't decline. She chose a worm of star and a third of the spirituality materials. At this point, as the person who had entrusted the mission, World German Sparrow, his harvest was 5 worms of star, a grade 0 sealed artifact, the box of the Great Old Ones, a third of the spirituality materials, and nearly 30 high-quality gems. He smiled and looked at Magician's Furs. "Remember to tell your teacher about this. Just say that this is my goodwill, and I wish to make a deal with him. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period Divine Emperor of the 9 Heavens with regards to Mr. World's request." Furs wasn't surprised. She nervously replied, "That's not a problem." She replied nervously, okay. "What kind of deal is it?" During this period of time, she had already exchanged letters with her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Under Miss Justice's guidance, she had laid the groundwork. World Klein chuckled hoarsely and said, "You don't have to tell him what I want for now. You don't have to tell him what I want for now. Just give him my chips and see if he's interested." "Your bargaining chip is still the promise to remove the curse from the House of Abraham?" Magician's Furs cautiously sought confirmation. Klein nodded and pointed at 0 to 61 on the long model table. "It can also be this box of the Great Old Ones. Something that requires a grade 0 sealed artifact to be exchanged for is definitely not simple." Be it Justice Audrey or the Hermit Catlia, they suddenly came to this realization. Magician's Furs placed more importance on the promise to remove the curse. This was because she had personally experienced it and knew how tragic her teacher's family was. Without any hesitation, she solemnly replied, "All right. All right." Bakeland, West Borough, in the basement of a house. Saint Tenebrous Kesma, who was hiding in the shadows, suddenly grew out of the darkness. He turned his head as though he was listening to something. The muscles on his face gradually twitched, not in patches, but bit by bit. Not only did they fail to connect with each other, but they even interfered with each other. It looked extremely strange. In just a few seconds, Kesma revealed an expression of extreme pain. His skin tore apart inch by inch, and his flesh and blood squirmed as though they were boiling, mixed with a deep blackness. With a thud, he fell to the ground and crawled towards the altar, spitting out large amounts of organs and shimmering points of light. Saint Tenebrous' head was pressed tightly to the ground as he kept muttering to himself crazily, "Bootiz is actually dead. A secret sorcerer with a grade 0 sealed artifact died just like that." There was a tarot card at the scene, the Hermit. The 2 enemies are both saints. One is a mysticologist, and the other is a manipulator, an organization that believes in the Fool and uses tarot cards as code names, German Sparrow. Aztec Eggers. After muttering uncontrollably, Saint Tenebrous Kesma cried in frustration and pain. I repent, I repent, I repent. A few days later, in a certain room of an apartment in Pritz Harbor, Dorian Gray Abraham, who had disguised herself, received a letter from her student, Furs. He carefully checked it, and after confirming that there were no problems and no unusual signs, he picked up the letter opener and took out the letter inside. The letter began with the usual greeting, and Furs went straight to the point. We have already killed the Saint of Secrets, Butiz, and obtained the items on him. Dorian, who had originally planned on skimming through it, was suddenly stuck on this sentence. She read it back and forth several times, forgetting to continue reading. Dorian had a deep understanding of how strong Butiz was, and she knew very well how terrifying a secret sorcerer was. But now, the new student he had taught for more than a year had told him in a very calm tone that she had already taken care of Butiz. For a moment, Dorian's mind was filled with thoughts like impossible, lies, and conspiracy. She suspected that Furs had already been controlled by Butiz and the Aurora Order. In any large faction, a sequence 4 Beyonder was an absolute upper echelon. They were very important members, so how could they be killed so easily? Dorian's Adam's apple squirmed as she forced herself to focus and continued reading the contents of the letter. We've obtained the box of the Great Old Ones. I believe you're no stranger to it. After reading another line, Dorian's eyelids twitched a few times. He felt that the letter in his hand was as heavy as a boulder. Of course, he was no stranger to the box of the Great Old Ones. This was the Grade 0 sealed artifact of the House of Abraham, proof of their former glory. The one who was killed was Butiz, who held the box of the Great Old Ones. As Dorian grew more and more alarmed, he felt that things had exceeded his imagination. At the same time, he inexplicably felt that it wasn't impossible. Perhaps the one who killed Butiz was actually the box of the Great Old Ones. He knew very well how dangerous that Grade 0 sealed artifact was. At the same time, he finally noticed a word, we. This was the first time Furs had indicated that she had companions and collaborators. Of course, Dorian had long guessed it, but he tacitly didn't expose her. As expected, Dorian sighed and eagerly read the rest of the content. The operation against Butiz this time is because a friend of mine wishes to show his friendliness to you. He said that he's willing to use the box of the Great Old Ones or the promise to remove the curse of the House of Abraham to make a deal with you. I wonder if you're interested? He doesn't know where you are, and I won't tell him. You can completely reject. The promise to remove the curse? Dorian skipped over the box of the Great Old Ones and ruminated over the extremely important words to him. After the previous few letters, he had completely understood the essence of the family curse. He was both sad and helpless. In the midst of the pain, there was a glimmer of hope. Before this, who would have thought that the reason why generations of descendants of the House of Abraham had lost control was because of their ancestors' cry for help? This was like a terrible joke from fate. Dorian didn't know if Mr. Dorr understood the consequences of his actions, nor did he know how to describe his complicated feelings. However, he couldn't help but begin searching for a way to make Mr. Dorr return and completely remove the family curse. This was an extremely unlikely path, but to the House of Abraham it was enough. This was because a ray of light had finally appeared in the darkness. After an unknown period of time, Dorian folded the letter and muttered to himself with a bitter smile, friendliness. Such friendliness is really terrifying. After muttering to himself, he fell into silence again. His expression alternated between being gloomy and clear, as though he was struggling internally. Gong, the wall clock rang on time, jolting Dorian awake. His expression gradually turned solemn as he finally made up his mind. After making up her mind, Dorian felt much more relaxed. There was even a smile on her face. He first burned Furz's letter, then packed his luggage and went straight to the steam locomotive station in Pritz Harbor. He was going to Southville, but it wasn't to hide but to make some preparations. He planned on handing over the family items and potion formulas he had been keeping to a family member who had settled down there. Then, he would return to Pritz Harbor and head to Bakelin to meet his student, Furs, as Dorian Gray. He wanted to meet the powerhouse who had shown friendliness. When the time came, he would consume a type of medicine in advance, allowing himself to suffer a strong curse that was rooted in his spirit body. He would have to consume another type of medicine at regular intervals to maintain his life. This way, even if he was controlled and couldn't commit suicide, he would die quickly because he didn't have the chance to consume the medicine. As his spirit body dissipated, he wouldn't leak any critical information. For Dorian, this journey no longer concerned him with life and death. For that fleeting hope, he was willing to give up his life. Bakeland, North Borough, underground of St. Samuel Cathedral. Leonard, who had just had a case discussion with the mandated punishers, Machinery Hivemind, and MI9, returned to his office and sat down. At this moment, Palazorost's slightly aged voice echoed in his mind. They've finally found the exact location of the Jacob family's treasure trove and are about to enter. Ah? Leonard was momentarily stunned, unable to react in time. Previously, at the gathering of the Hermits of Fate, he had sold the news of Jacob's treasure trove. As no one knew what was inside, no one was willing to offer a high price. And Leonard's main goal wasn't to trade, so he only exchanged it for some rare spirits. He immediately lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry. Old man, how did you know?" "Heh, I obviously sent an avatar to monitor the area," Palazorost replied in a bad mood. "Aren't you underestimating an angel of the Marauder pathway?" Leonard laughed dryly. "Old man, you've recovered quite well. You even have an extra avatar." "I'm already at the sequence 2 level." Palazorost scoffed and said, "Don't go out next. Stay in the cathedral to prevent any accidents from happening." "Are you worried that there's a trap in the treasure trove?" Leonard asked in thought. "How can there be no traps in the treasure trove left behind by a marauder angel?" Palazorost scoffed. "I can't predict what will happen, but staying in the cathedral's underground is definitely safe." Leonard nodded and suppressed his voice. "Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Old man, you promised me that if you successfully obtained a sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic, you would steal a grade 1 sealed artifact from the items they obtained." He didn't care if he gained anything, but mainly used this method to ease his sudden nervousness. "Didn't you reject the word steal?" After mocking him, Palaz fell silent, as though he was focused on monitoring the situation at Jacob's treasure trove. About an hour later, he heaved a long sigh of relief in Leonard's mind. "Although there were many traps and accidents, I ultimately achieved the desired goal. Haha, I only took the characteristic and 1 sealed artifact. The rest will be their payment. Don't be in a rush to leave. Wait for me to absorb the characteristic before leaving. When that happens, there won't be any problems." Leonard immediately relaxed as he leaned back, crossed his legs, and leisurely read the newspaper. In the evening, Palazorost finally spoke again. "All right." His voice contained plenty of emotions, but as it was too complicated, Leonard couldn't tell. Seeing that there was nothing else, and that old man might still need to digest, Leonard stood up and rubbed his temples. He left St. Samuel Cathedral and returned to 7 Pinster Street. Just as he passed through the porch, he suddenly saw a person sitting on the sofa. The person was wearing a classic black robe and a pointed hat. His right foot was crossed over his left leg as he leisurely read a newspaper. As though sensing Leonard's entrance, the person looked up and adjusted the monocle on his right eye as he revealed a teasing smile. "P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period PS2, recommended book, I'll Become Stronger Even in Death." Masha died and ran to the world where the greatest force was in the hands of scientists. This had an interesting Frankenstein system. Amon, blasphemer Amon, Leonard was no stranger to the person in front of him. Not only had he faced his avatar, but he had also heard from Taro and old man Palazorost about his deeds and nasty personality. At that moment, Leonard's thoughts were almost completely frozen. His mind was blank, and only a small number of thoughts could be processed. At this moment, Amon's lips quivered as he spat out ravings that were completely at the level of godhood. In Leonard's mind, voices echoed one after another, as though they came from countless Amons. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised? After realizing that I couldn't obtain Sapphira Castle in a short period of time, I shifted my focus to Bakeland. If it wasn't to deceive you, why would I play such a simple game of cat and mouse with him? I believe the two of you should be in contact. He must have told you that I'm still tracking him, sabotaging his operations, and setting up traps at his destination. That's just an avatar that's close to sequence 1, alright, Palaz. I forgot to tell you. In the later stages of the fourth epoch, I pretended to be the ancestor of the Jacob family for a long period of time. I had long secretly devoured him. Then, I watched as his descendants panicked and thought of a way to add a secret treasure to the place where Tudor became Blood Emperor. I didn't finish off these guys because I had a premonition that this treasure trove would be very useful. I have an avatar that has been sleeping there for more than 1,000 years, patiently waiting for someone to open the treasure trove. As for the other avatars, I didn't synchronize this information with them. This way, I might be able to inadvertently mislead them. Yes, this kind of synchronization is my invention. Pales, you're behind the times. In order to truly determine your whereabouts, I watched those guys destroy the traps and take away the items. I watched your avatar steal the characteristics and sealed artifacts from their hands, and I watched as he carefully devoured and digested them. And now, my patience has finally paid off. I'm guessing that you must be thinking of how to stall for time and wait for the deity's descent. The voices overlapped with each other, tearing apart Leonard's thoughts and stinging his soul. It made his head expand and contract physically, made short black hair grow on his face, and made his ribs and waist bulge out, as if they were about to form new limbs. Leonard was on the verge of losing control with just a few ravings. He was in extreme pain and had no ability to resist at all. This was the son of the Creator. This was a king of angels. At the same time, 7 Pinster Street underwent changes. Pitch-black stone pillars had been erected at some point in time, propping up a majestic and magnificent cathedral. Every pillar, every arch, and every dome of the cathedral was inlaid with the bones of different races. They were densely packed together in an extremely chaotic manner, staring at the tiny Leonard in the middle of the hall with their hollow eyes, as if they were holding a trial. Amon stood in front of the 100-meter-tall cross in the depths of the cathedral. He smiled at Leonard, who was bending over with a twisted expression. This corpse cathedral isn't bad, right? It hasn't been long since I stole it. This way, if they wish to discover any abnormalities here and descend, there will be at least a delay of 30 seconds. That's enough. As he spoke, Amon raised his hand and pinched the crystal monocle, his face beaming. A clang suddenly sounded in Leonard's ears. It was illusory and ethereal, as though it came from an infinite distance. This caused the ravings that were tearing apart and contaminating Leonard's spirit body to come to an abrupt halt, causing everything around him to fall silent. In Leonard's eyes, beams of light shot out from his body, condensing into a pure and clear figure in front of him that resembled an angel, but one without wings. This figure was also 100 meters tall. Its body constantly flickered with faint light, as though it was indicating the passage of time. Leonard's body was pushed by an invisible force as he flew towards the door of the corpse cathedral. On the door, transparent and distorted faces appeared, sealing the inside and outside, isolating the spirit world and the astral world. Clang! Another bell rang, and the transparent faces that were filled with pain suddenly froze. Leonard's figure was no longer obstructed. In this short interval, he passed through the corpse cathedral's door in a seemingly incorporeal manner. Everything in front of him immediately returned to normal. There was still some light in the sky, and the gas lamps by the side of the road were already emitting light, illuminating the dark 7 Pinster Street. And from the outside, the building was silent, peaceful, and dark. There was no one there. Old man. At this moment, Leonard finally regained his senses. His heart tightened as he took a step forward and returned to the building. However, the door to 7 Pinster Street stood there with a heavy weight. He was temporarily unable to open it. With such an obstacle, Leonard finally regained some of his rationality. As he anxiously retreated, he quickly thought of what he could do to save Old Man. After a few steps, he stopped, lowered his head with a serious expression, and quickly chanted in Jotun, "That's right." He quickly chanted in Jotun, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Leonard already knew that the one inside was Amon's true body. And to deal with Amon's true body, he could only seek help from a deity. With a lantern in hand, Klein, who was walking in the darkness, immediately entered the fog of history. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. After hearing the contents of Leonard's prayer, Klein, who was originally a little puzzled and a little inattentive, instantly woke up. It was as though he had just woken up in winter and had crawled out of bed only to be splashed with a basin of ice water. Amon's true body went to Bakeland. Amon's true body found Leonard and Pallas. Amon stole his brother's corpse cathedral to delay a deity's descent. It turns out that when he suggested playing the game of who would find dark demonic Wolf Kotor first, he didn't really want to determine the victor. He didn't care what the stakes were. His goal was to attract attention and make me believe that he is still pursuing me and thinking of ways to seize Sapphira Castle. The trap of Jacob's treasure, which Amon had buried for 1 to 2,000 years, has finally come in handy. Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he raised his right hand and summoned an item from the junk pile. 0 to 61, Box of the Great Old Ones. This was a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and it also belonged to the apprentice pathway. It could better mobilize the power of Sapphira Castle and come up with more tricks against Amon's main body. This might give Pallas some hope. At the same time, Klein used the prayer light to confirm that Leonard wasn't parasitized by Amon. He immediately instructed in the tone of Mr. Fool, leave the scene and go to the dark church. While you're at it, pray to the darkness. Below deities, a battle at the top of the sequences was definitely not something a Beyonder at Leonard's level could participate in. Even if Klein had gained initial control of Sapphira Castle and held 0 to 61, he didn't have much confidence. He only hoped that he could stall for time until a deity descended. Outside 7, Pinster Street, Leonard's ears echoed with Mr. Fool's words. Startled, he raised his head and looked at the tightly shut door. Then, he pulled his gaze back and turned around abruptly. Using the knuckle of his right fist, he fiercely knocked a tooth in his mouth. Illusory soil surged out and sprayed at Leonard's head, enveloping him from top to bottom. Suddenly, Leonard seemed to turn into a mud doll as he constantly sank and fused with the ground. This was a rare natural spirit that he had exchanged from the Hermit Order of Fate. It didn't contain any Beyonder characteristics, and its powers mainly came from the spirit world. It allowed Leonard to traverse through the soil at a speed far faster than a steam subway. As Leonard left the battlefield, Klein had already picked up the gem-embedded box of the Great Old Ones and stirred the power of Sapphira Castle. He cast his gaze at the huge, pitch-black cathedral that overlapped with 7, Pinster Street. The cathedral isolated his true vision, preventing him from seeing the situation inside. He could only determine that the battle hadn't ended through the flickering light on the stained glass. Using the power of the first level of 0 to 61 to swap the corpse cathedral with the interior space? No, wouldn't this be equivalent to letting Amon enter Sapphira Castle? Just the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones can't imprison him at all. Activate the second level and move 7, Pinster Street to another place? No, that won't do either. If I leave Bakeland, there won't be a timely deity's descent. Pallas Zoroast will be in even more danger, the third level? If I open it, Sapphira Castle might change owners on the spot. As his thoughts raced, Klein had an idea. It was to shrink the target area and break through it. He wanted to swap the door of the Corpse Cathedral with the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones that was pushed by Sapphira Castle, making the seal that isolated the spirit world and the astral world lose its effectiveness. That way, the deities would sense it and the deity's descent would be brought forward. At the end of the long, mottled table, Klein sat on a high-backed chair. He aimed at the crimson star that represented Leonard and opened the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones. The surging power in Sapphira Castle suddenly calmed down and returned to its concealment. It silently pierced through the crimson star. In the real world, 7, Pinster Street. The door of the Corpse Cathedral that overlapped with an ordinary building lost its luster. Then, it turned into a shallow beach with gravel and pebbles. The interior and exterior were suddenly connected, and the situation inside was clearly reflected in Klein's eyes. In front of the 100-meter-tall cross, Amon, who was dressed in a classic black robe, a pointed hat, and a monocle, faced the open door and slowly turned around. In his hand was a crystal pillar formed from light and shadow. Many 12-ringed worms of time were rapidly swimming inside as they wandered about. Everything around him seemed to come to a halt. Amon raised his head and looked up into the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign too late? After Klein's heart sank, he suddenly felt the box of the Great Old Ones in his hand tremble violently. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the surface of the Corpse Cathedral's door, which had shrunk into a toy, was glowing with light. Every white skull and distorted face seemed to come alive. Adam's corpse cathedral is of such a high level? Just a door was enough to resist the first level of 0 to 61? Without any hesitation, Klein used the crimson star representing Leonard to lock onto a gas lamp pole outside 7 Pinster Street. Suddenly, the door with the distorted face embedded in the white bones returned to the real world. As for the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones, there was an additional Toy Street lamp. Right on the heels of that, Klein aimed at Amon, who was inside the corpse cathedral. His right hand slid down to open the second level of 0 to 61. At that moment, Pallas Zoroast was no longer on the battlefield. Klein could move Amon elsewhere without any qualms. He had targeted the astral world, hoping that Amon would be cared for by the 7 deities. However, he didn't know if there would be a random anomaly. At this moment, the door returned to the corpse cathedral. Then, the magnificent building that overlapped with 7 Pinster Street quickly collapsed. The process of collapse was very orderly. It began with the dome, followed by the arches and walls, and finally the pitch-black stone pillars. The items that fell didn't hit the ground. They disappeared in midair. Amon, who was standing in front of the cross, also dissipated inch by inch as the corpse cathedral collapsed. It was as though he had also imagined something that could be removed at any time. Of course, Klein knew very well that this was only Amon using a loophole. He had used the end of the corpse cathedral's imaginary conjuration to make himself an imagination and leave Bakeland. Boom, at some point in time, thick dark clouds appeared in the sky. A ball of lightning the size of a house dragged a silver-white stream of light as it ruthlessly smashed into the corpse cathedral and Amon, who had yet to completely collapse. Tiny cracks suddenly appeared on Amon's crystal monocle, and the pointed hat on his head collapsed. However, this angel of time didn't panic. After his face twitched uncontrollably, he maintained his smile. With the crystal pillar formed from light and shadow in hand, he dissipated like a phantom, disappearing into the sea of light that filled the interior of the corpse cathedral. In the next second, the majestic church with a black base and inlaid with white bones completely turned into a fantasy. At this moment, the house at 7 Pinster Street still existed, but there was an exaggerated mark on the floor of the living room. It was as if a person had laid there and turned into charcoal. This was left behind after Amon's countless clones were killed, but Klein knew that Amon's main body had successfully escaped and achieved the desired goal. Once he recovered, this king of angels only needed a ritual to ascend to the throne and become the embodiment of all the mistakes in this world. After I swapped the door to the corpse cathedral, the first one to sense and react was the Lord of Storms. The goddess really has no way of performing a divine descent. All she can do is use various mediums to slightly interfere with reality, making it difficult for her to affect him when Amon's main body is prepared. I was still happy that I had escaped Amon, satisfied that I had repeatedly avoided his traps, but in the end, he silently did such a huge thing. When did he shift his focus to Bakeland? Yes, it should be after I used the law of deception to reincarnate in another land. He sensed Pallas Zoroast's shadow, as well as the fact that he has a connection with me. He began to set his goal on obtaining the last sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic to become a true god. Leonard didn't go into detail when he prayed previously. He only mentioned that there was a problem with Jacob's treasure. For a sequence 1 angel like Pallas Zoroast, who's so familiar with Amon, to not notice anything amiss and directly step into a trap, Amon must have done something impressive again. Phew, although I've rapidly grown in my battle of wits and courage with Amon and completed my transformation, I'm still far inferior to a top swindler like him. I'm still too inexperienced. Once Amon becomes a sequence 0 error and his ability to walk on land, it will be too difficult for me. No, I have to figure out the Marauder Pathways apotheosis ritual and think of a way to wreak havoc. I can't let Amon easily ascend to the throne, but could this be what Amon wishes to happen? He deliberately held a ritual and waited for me to deliver myself to his doorstep? As his thoughts raced, Klein let out a long sigh. Then, he sent a message to Leonard with the attitude and tone of the fool, "There's no need to pray." Inside St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard had just emerged from the soil in the garden and was attempting to rush into the prayer hall when he heard Mr. Fool's words. "There's no need to pray." Leonard's footsteps gradually slowed down as he repeated the sentence in a daze. He slowed down and finally stopped beside a stone pillar. He lowered his head and raised his hands to cover his face. At this moment, a slightly aged voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What's there to be sad about? I'm not completely dead yet. Ah? Leonard released his hands as he said in a daze and pleasant surprise, "Old man, you're not dead yet?" His eyes were already slightly red. "Look, what are you saying?" Pallas Zorost's voice was clearly weak. "Ahem, to put it simply, I've died once, but I'm not completely dead yet." Leonard finally heaved a sigh of relief. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention before suppressing his voice. "You successfully deceived Amon? It can't be said to be a fraud." Pallas Zorost sighed and said, "All these years, the thing I've been thinking about the most is what to do if Amon's true body really finds me. After repeated experiments, I've also created a method. After my true body dies, I can revive in my avatar, but I will lose my sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic and passively lower my level. I'm not too far behind the times. In other words, Amon killed you once and obtained your sequence 1 characteristic, and you revived at the level of a sequence 2. Leonard roughly understood what was going on as he asked in confirmation. Pallas Zorost sighed and replied, "That's about it. Actually, it's not like Amon didn't notice it. When I pushed you out of the corpse cathedral, he didn't stop me. He left me a sliver of hope, making me lose the determination to fight to the death in the subsequent battle. If not for that, I wouldn't have been finished off by him so quickly. After absorbing the Beyonder characteristic from the treasure, I basically recovered." Leonard blurted out in surprise, "Old man, you pushed me out of the corpse church because I have your doppelganger in me?" Pallas immediately scoffed. "What do you think? Do you really think I see you as my grandson? Don't you have other doppelgangers?" Leonard muttered. Pallas grunted and sighed. "To think that Amon would even deceive his own avatar. This time, I have nothing to say about my loss. If he hadn't known from absorbing Amon's avatar that this angel of time didn't know the exact situation of Jacob's treasure trove, he would have definitely been more cautious on this matter and would have been more prepared for Amon's appearance. This was the most important reason. Be it the ancestor of the Jacob family or the fact that Klein Moretti was dealing with Amon's main body in the forsaken land of the gods, none of them were factors that made him make up his mind. Leonard thought for a moment and comforted him. "Old man, this is the most fatal trap in this treasure trove. No matter what, you will step into it. It will be good enough if you can survive." "That's not it," Pallas immediately retorted. "If I had a premonition of danger, I would have directly chosen to believe in an orthodox god and become his grounded angel. Under his blessings, I would head to Jacob's treasure trove. After I absorbed the characteristic and recovered my sequence 1 strength, I was considering this problem. Should I directly join the Church of Evernight, cooperate with your fool, or remove the parasitism and hide like before to avoid Amon?" Upon saying this, his emotions became very complicated. Old man really has a plan. Why are you so familiar with seeking refuge? Leonard sighed inwardly and focused his attention on the most important matter. "Old man, after Amon obtains your sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, is he going to prepare for the apotheosis ritual?" "Yes." Pallas replied in a deep voice, "This means that for a very long period of time, your former colleagues and us will at most suffer the harassment of Amon's lower-level avatars, or nothing at all." "What are the requirements of his apotheosis ritual?" Leonard pressed. Pallas fell silent for a second. "Take his place during someone else's apotheosis ritual." At this point, Pallas laughed in a self-deprecating manner. "Amon's next focus will definitely be the apotheosis ritual. This will be our last period of peace. Once he becomes a god, he will definitely seek you out and use you to deal with the fool. Although I can abandon you and run ahead of time, I have to worry that he will have thoughts of retrieving all the characteristics at the angel level. Quickly grasp those rare spirits, digest the potion, become a demigod, wield a holy artifact, and obtain the blessings of Evernight." Leonard's expression turned solemn as he slowly nodded. He then found a quiet spot and informed Mr. Fool of some necessary information through prayer. "Someone else's apotheosis ritual? The only one with a chance of becoming a god seems to be Adam. It'll be good if the two brothers fight. The final period of peace. I hope that the avatars that Amon left behind to interfere with me aren't too strong. I hope that I can find traces of the dark demonic wolf as soon as possible. I hope that Dorian can agree to that deal." Klein sighed and returned to the real world. He continued walking in the darkness with the lantern in hand. P.S. This chapter on Saturday will be updated in advance. Seeking monthly votes. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough, 22, Hope Road, Hat Trick Inn. The broad-shouldered and thick-armed Dorian Gray Abraham unconsciously paced back and forth in the room, waiting for her student Furs to visit. No matter how calm he was and how mentally prepared he was, he couldn't help but feel nervous and apprehensive at the final moment when he really needed to face the answer. After an unknown period of time, knocking sounds came from the door of the room. Dorian listened to the rhythm for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, walked to the door, twisted the handle, and pulled back. Outside the door was Furs with slightly curly brown hair, a dark dress, and tinted glasses. Dorian habitually looked behind Furs. After confirming that no one was paying attention to them, she stepped aside and let the students pass. At the same time, he glanced at Furs's hands and realized that his student was not carrying a suitcase. Dorian immediately retracted her gaze and walked to the center of the room. She found a seat and sat down, then pointed to the sofa opposite her. "Take a seat." Furs cautiously lifted her skirt and sat down. She then took the opportunity to ask, "What's up?" "Good morning, teacher." Dorian didn't get straight to the point. "Did you really kill Butiz?" "Yes." Furs took out a long and delicate cigarette case from a hidden pocket in her clothes. She opened it and showed Dorian what was inside. It was a pair of pitch-black eyes that were frozen with an indescribable fear, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying before they died. Dorian had been mentally prepared to receive a horrifying head made of blood and debris like the last time. However, the student did not carry any luggage and only took out a lady's cigarette box. This made him think that it was a relic that could prove Butiz's identity, but the truth was once again beyond his expectations. This was still Butiz's corpse, but there were less of it than Louis Vine's. There's only a pair of eyeballs left. The spiritual intuition of an astrologer made Dorian believe that the eyeballs belonged to Butiz. Seeing that her teacher was silent and did not speak, Furs subconsciously explained, "His body has completely collapsed and dissipated. Only his eyeballs are still intact." She paused for a moment before continuing. "This eyeball contains remnants of Butiz's horror before his death and the corruption from the box of the Great Old Ones. It's a very powerful cursed item, so I didn't send it to you directly. That would cause the postman who handled it to encounter something bad. They might even die unknowingly." The corruption of the box of the Great Old Ones. Dorian nodded in enlightenment and sighed with a smile. Did he eventually die in the box of the Great Old Ones? This is really fate. Back when Butiz rebelled and attracted the Aurora Order, the first item they snatched was the box of the Great Old Ones. Furs had listened to Ma'am Hermit and Miss Justice's recount of the battle spoils of war during the private gathering. She understood how beautiful and dangerous the battle she had missed was. At that moment, she thought and said, "I guess so." However, he had already begun to lose control before he was corrupted by the box of the Great Old Ones. Dorian wasn't surprised as she said to her student, "Put it away. Keep it. It's your spoils of war." After Furs closed the cigarette box and placed it back into her secret pocket, Dorian leaned forward, clasped her hands, and pressed them against her nose. "Butiz is one of the people with the most talent as an apprentice I've ever seen. Who knew that he would end up like this?" At this point, Dorian let out a long sigh, as though she was reminiscing about something and regretting something. Furs didn't really understand the details of what had happened back then, so she didn't dare to speak rashly. She could only remain silent and wait for her teacher to walk out of his own emotions. After about 10 seconds, Dorian straightened her body and asked, "How did you digest the scribe potion?" This was not only to show concern for the students, but also to accumulate experience and provide some reference for the other members of the family to teach the students. Furs' expression suddenly became a little complicated, as if she had recalled something she did not want to remember. "It's mainly because someone helped me. On the one hand, they helped me record many strange or high-level abilities. On the other hand, they took me to many places in a few months and recorded different folk customs and sceneries." Dorian was silent for a while and nodded. "It's not easy to imitate," he then asked, "German Sparrow?" "Yes." Furs gave an affirmative response. Dorian fell silent again. What kind of deal does he want? Or rather, what does he want? Furs pulled herself together and replied a little embarrassedly, he wants the Planeswalker potion formula and uses the box of the Great Old Ones to exchange for one of the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts in your hands. This price was definitely generous. Furs originally imagined that Mr. World was going to use his promise to exchange for the Planeswalker potion formula and Grade 0 sealed artifact. She never expected that there would be an additional box of the Great Old Ones. Of course, the promise of freeing the House of Abraham from the curse was definitely worth a lot to Dorian, but a promise was always a promise, and it might not be fulfilled. Dorian wasn't surprised by German Sparrow's request for a Grade 0 sealed artifact. She was already mentally prepared. Instead, she felt that the conditions were unimaginably good. After all, there weren't many things in the House of Abraham that a demigod coveted. He frowned slightly and said, "What does he want the Planeswalker potion formula for?" "I don't know," Furs answered honestly. Dorian stood up and began pacing. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Furs. "I need to meet him and talk to him before I can make up my mind." "All right." Furs agreed without any hesitation. Dorian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He prepared to send his student away before quickly taking out the potion and consuming it. He had arranged to meet at this time because he knew that his curse was about to erupt. If anything were to happen, the enemy definitely wouldn't be able to communicate with his spirit in time. However, after Furs stood up, she didn't walk towards the door. She stood on the spot and grabbed at the void in front of her. Her arm suddenly sank as she quickly pulled back, dragging out a figure in a black trench coat and a silk top hat. This figure had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were deep and cold. He was none other than German Sparrow. German Sparrow's eyes moved slightly as he quickly recovered from his daze, becoming no different from a real person. "Teacher, he's here," Furs said solemnly. "He's the German Sparrow." This made Dorian Gray Abraham's mouth gape slightly. She forgot to close it and didn't respond for a moment. Although he came from an ancient family and knew many secrets, he was only a sequence 7. There were many things that he couldn't truly imagine even after seeing the descriptions. After Klein's consciousness returned, he reached into his clothes and took out a golden pocket watch. He opened his pocket watch and glanced at it. Without any emotion, he said to Dorian, "You have 3 minutes." He's exactly as rumored, cold, arrogant, and crazy. Dorian didn't dare to waste any time and said straightforwardly, "Give me a reason to believe your promise." Klein closed the pocket watch and put it back inside his clothes. "Actually, I've already grasped the ritual to make Mr. Dorr return." Dorian's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to ask, she heard German Sparrow add calmly, "But I'm not going to do that." "Why?" Dorian and Furs were both confused, but one dared to ask, while the other didn't. Klein looked out the window. "Do you know about the pollution from the starry sky?" Apart from true gods and angels, the House of Abraham definitely ranked first when it came to understanding the stars. Klein believed that they must have left some hints and obscure records. Dorian nodded solemnly. "I know. I suspect that Mr. Dorr has been corrupted by the cosmos." Klein gave a simple explanation. "As for my promise, it has a way to fulfill it now, but you may not be willing to. Plus, it doesn't completely remove the curse." "What's the solution?" Dorian held back his surging excitement and asked. Klein's expression instantly turned serious. "You and the members of your family should convert to my lord. That way, when the full moon and the blood moon arrive, you will receive protection and will no longer be troubled by the curse." After completely digesting the scholar of your potion, Klein no longer needed to pull people above the gray fog to avoid Mr. Dorr's ravings. He could directly use Angel's Embrace to resolve it. At present, the only thing he needed to worry about was that there might be more people in the House of Abraham, making it difficult for him to deal with the situation or the lack of spirituality. "Who is your master?" Dorian asked after a moment of silence. Klein suppressed his shame and said solemnly, "Honorable Mr. Fool." "The Fool? Are you from the Antigonus family?" Dorian suddenly made some connections. Klein shook his head, denying the other party's guess. Dorian fell silent again, but considering that she only had 3 minutes, she hurriedly asked, "Believing in him will save us from the curse?" As a member of an ancient family, he knew very well how dangerous it was to believe in an unknown existence. He was afraid that after resolving Mr. Dorr's ravings, he would be burdened with other curses. Klein answered frankly, "This is only a temporary solution. This is only a temporary solution. I will find a better solution for you." Dorian nodded and hurriedly said, "This is only a temporary solution. I'll try to believe in your lord and give you the Planeswalker potion formula. If this can really temporarily resolve the curse, we'll complete the deal for the Grade 0 sealed artifact." He planned on using himself as an experimental subject to see if the method was effective. Furthermore, he didn't plan on telling the other members of the family. He wanted them to wait for the better solution mentioned by German Sparrow until they couldn't wait any longer. "All right." Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and wrote down the fool's honorific name. As for Dorian, she began using the crystal ball to help her recall and record the Planeswalker potion formula. After the exchange, Klein cast his gaze at the supplementary ingredients and ritual. Supplementary ingredients: 1 worm of star, 1 worm of time, 1 worm of spirit. Advancement ritual: leave behind a legend in 9 places outside this planet. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period Divine King of the 9 Heavens to leave a legend in 9 places outside the planet. Isn't that the cosmos? Klein looked at the potion formula in his hand and nearly frowned. He felt that this was even more dangerous than the advancement ritual of a miracle invoker. Although the box of the Great Old Ones and the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts in the House of Abraham, as well as a number of Grade 1 sealed artifacts, had the ability to send people into the cosmos, making the ritual not seem difficult, Klein clearly remembered that the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana, had once warned him that the cosmos contained extremely terrifying corruption. It was dangerous to even understand it unless one was at the level of an angel. If one isn't a planeswalker, they will be corrupted by the cosmos, and to become a planeswalker, one has to roam the cosmos. This has become a dead end that can't be resolved. Perhaps the House of Abraham has records of relatively safe places in the cosmos. I can't be too pessimistic. Also, I have to use divination to verify the authenticity of this formula when I return. Dorian won't lie to me, but that doesn't mean that he won't be lied to by others. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at Dorian Gray Abraham. Where are the Planeswalker Beyonder characteristics? Dorian, who had already memorized the fool's honorific name, thought for 2 seconds and said, 2 are in our family in the form of Grade 0 sealed artifacts. 2 of them are in our family in the form of Grade 0 sealed artifacts. 1 of them has evolved into the box of the Great Old Ones. It said that 1 is in the hands of the Demonist sect, and 1 is in the hands of the Church of the God of Combat. The last one has gone missing since the Second Epoch. If I can use the box of the Great Old Ones to exchange for one of the 2 relatively normal Grade 0 sealed artifacts in the House of Abraham, I don't have to worry about obtaining the Planeswalker Beyonder characteristic, but the advancement ritual is really a headache. Furthermore, the essence of this ritual is clearly to leave a mark in the cosmos. No matter how I change it, I can't bypass the cosmos. Klein controlled his expression and nodded at Dorian. I hope you can find the answer when the crimson moon turns round. With that said, his figure quickly faded. He had already reached the limit of Furz's endurance. Dorian watched as German Sparrow laughed just like that. She subconsciously looked down at the piece of paper with the fool's honorific name in her hand and realized that it had turned illusory and vanished. Dorian was unable to find the correct answer from the various Beyonder powers recorded in her family's records. She turned to look at Furz and opened her mouth, planning to ask. At this moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart and his pupils dilated. Oh no! The curse was about to activate. Dorian hurriedly took out a small metal bottle from a hidden pocket in her clothes. She unscrewed the cap, brought it to her mouth, and gulped it down. Dang, he was in such a hurry that the lid of the metal vial fell to the ground. Furz watched as her teacher's face turned pale and clutched his chest. For a moment, she couldn't react to what had happened. As a former surgeon, she quickly made a judgment and hurriedly said, I'm fine. Teacher, do you have heart disease? Did you bring any special medicine? After asking the last question, Furz realized that she had been too anxious and concerned, making her appear a little silly. The bottle that teacher drank just now was definitely the special medicine. Do you need any more help? I have the ability to record a doctor, Furz asked again when she saw her teacher's expression ease up. Dorian shook her head, indicating that she was fine. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. It's because you didn't act according to plan and directly summoned German Sparrow in the room, preventing me from having the time to drink the medicine. That's why I'm in this state. Xianxia, the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of generosity, Biam. The Blue Avenger docked at the harbor in the evening. Previously, the Church of the Storm's destruction of Sonia Island's maritime communications had finally attracted the demigods of the Fasak Empire. Many captains had died in the line of duty as a result, and the fleet had suffered an extremely serious blow. Alger Wilson and his crew, who had been waiting for an opportunity to attack the harbor in the island's primeval forest, managed to escape the attack. After the Church of the Storm and the Ruan Navy announced that the battle had basically achieved its goal and could end, they returned to Pasu Island to rest. After that, Alger deliberately requested to fight. He appeared pious, hot-blooded, and impassioned. He was praised by the cardinals. Because he was familiar with the Rorstad archipelago, there was no doubt that he was sent here to strengthen the naval forces of this important colony. Of course, in order not to contradict his past identity and to leave clues for other matters in the future, Alger and his crew arrived in Biam under the guise of being recruited as pirates. In this war, many pirates were recruited and became an effective supplement to the navies of various countries, just like mercenaries in the early and middle 4th epoch. While there was still some light in the sky, Alger got off the ship and headed straight for the Church of Waves where Sea King John Cotman was. As a Sequence 5 ocean songster, he was already qualified to meet the Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers. As he walked, Alger suddenly saw a familiar face. It was a middle-aged man in a formal suit, a bow tie, and glasses. He looked rather refined, but Alger knew very well that he was a believer of sea god Cavituous. He had once been a pirate, and now, he was a merchant who did business in both the underworld and in the underworld. Ralph, long time no see. Alger greeted the illegitimate son of Ruan, Fasak, and Rorstad. Ralph was taken aback, as if he couldn't recognize the captain of the Blue Avenger. Alger? Captain of the Spectre ship, he asked in surprise after a few seconds. Alger smiled. Have I changed a lot? Ralph furrowed his brows slightly and replied, Your temperament has changed a lot. You're more like the sea and dark clouds before a storm. You have good taste. But I'm just deliberately showing it. If I didn't have such changes after consuming the Ocean Songster potion, I wouldn't look like a member of the Church of the Storm. Alger sighed. Because there are too many things to worry about. Now, I've been hired by the Church of the Storm. Ralph's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly felt a sense of wariness in his heart, but on the surface, he laughed. This is indeed a good thing, if there is no war. Alger glanced at the spot where Ralph had come from and asked, What's wrong? Since when was there a school here? At a glance he could see the 4-story building, the cement playground, the garden lawn, and many children playing happily. The children's skin was darker, but some of them were not as tanned as the natives. Their hair was only a little naturally curly, but it was not too obvious. There was no doubt that part of it was mixed blood. Ralph looked back and sighed with a smile. Didn't you donate money to my charity fund? Under God's guidance, I built schools in several major cities on the island to provide education, meals, and boarding for these discriminated children. Our childhood was not bright enough. I don't want them to be the same. While Ralph replied, Alger kept staring at the school. Only after he said that did he retract his gaze. I thought you would take at least half. Ralph could not help but laugh. Looks like I left a bad impression on you. What do you think of this school? Alger sized him up for a while. Do you think I'm someone who has been to school? He paused for a moment before continuing. Which street is your charity fund on? I might need you for something in the future. Recalling that he had been hired by the Church of the Storm, Ralph didn't dare to expose his connection with the resistance. He chuckled and said, Donations are fine, but there's no need to come for anything else. After giving him the address of the charity fund, Ralph returned home. He went up to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door of a particular room. Lord Donnas, I have something to report. Inside the room, a deep and dignified voice replied. Come in. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough. Dorian, who rented a house here, walked to the window and watched the sun set as the sky gradually darkened. The crimson moon would be full tonight, and the curse of the house of Abraham would descend once again. Dorian hadn't shaved for days. Around his mouth, the sides of his cheeks, and his lower jaw, there was a white beard. It was a stark contrast to his middle-aged appearance. After looking for a while, Dorian lowered his head and chanted in Jotun. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. After finishing his prayer, he returned to the middle of the room and found a sofa to sit on. He waited for the crimson moon to rise, waiting for the period when his spirituality was at its strongest. At that moment, above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, Klein had already sat in the seat belonging to the fool. He beckoned for a paper figurine. Under the protection of Sapphira Castle's power, the paper figurine passed through Dorian's prayer light and landed on him. During this process, Klein deliberately didn't show his effects, allowing the angel to silently hug Dorian. He felt that if Mr. Fool made his presence too obvious, it would instead scare the members of the ancient family, so he chose to keep a low profile. The process of waiting for the outcome was always torturous. From time to time, Dorian would take out his pocket watch and snap it open to take a look. He wanted to know how long it would be before the full moon's spirituality was at its strongest. This could be calculated using his knowledge of mysticism. Finally, when it was almost midnight, Dorian instinctively bent down, hoping to reduce the pain brought about by the curse. However, as time passed, there was only silence in his ears. There was no buzzing of ravings. The crimson moonlight passed through the window and shone on Dorian. He looked up in a daze and felt that his surroundings were peaceful, tranquil, peaceful, and indifferent. Nothing abnormal had happened. Dorian then looked out the window and saw the crimson full moon. It was holy, dignified, gentle, and dreamy, as though it was hanging in his heart. After a moment of silence, Dorian lowered his head, took out his pocket watch, and opened it. He raised his right hand and rubbed his eyes, covering his face. He didn't loosen his grip for a long time. The white beard on his face gradually became messy, stained with tears and snot. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday inside the room, the crimson glow was like water, soaking every corner. Dorian slowly raised her head and looked at the full moon outside the oriel window. She didn't move her eyes away for a long time, as though this was the first time she was enjoying such a beautiful scene. Phew. He exhaled, stood up, and entered the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, scooped up a handful of ice-cold water, and splashed it on his face. After washing up, Dorian wiped her face with a towel and returned to the living room. She sat on the sofa, lowered her head, and piously muttered to herself, "Praise be to Mr. Fool." After finishing his prayer, he walked into the study, took out a pen and paper, and wrote to his student, Furs, "Please tell Mr. German Sparrow that I've confirmed his promise. I hope he can find a better way to resolve the curse. I will gather the other members of the family to discuss if we should use one of the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts to exchange for the box of the Great Old Ones. Here, I'll first introduce the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, so that Mr. German Sparrow will have sufficient time to consider which one he wishes to obtain. One of them is called the Painting of God. It looks like an ordinary oil painting in a brass frame, but the content depicted on it will change from time to time. When it presents different locations, the wielder can change the surrounding area of the target, allowing the corresponding scene to descend. When it presents different characters, the wielder can make those characters attack the target once per person. When it presents abstract and incomprehensible images, different effects will appear in reality, and we only understand a small portion of the corresponding relationships. When it presents doors, opening different doors will transfer them to different places. It's impossible to predict the destination beforehand, and it can be used to exile targets. When it appears in the dark underground or the deep starry sky, it's extremely dangerous. It has to be sealed. If no one is watching or appreciating this oil painting, the characters inside will come to life. They will extend their hands from the oil painting and slowly enter the real world. You have to pay attention to this when sealing it. Once upon a time, a branch of my family made a mistake when they took care of this painting of God. No one admired it for a full minute. At that time, it presented an image of an angel surrounding a deity. Then, the deity came to life and walked out of the oil painting. That branch of my family was destroyed, leaving only a few mentally deranged members. I don't know where the god went, but he didn't take this painting with him. We were worried for a long time, afraid that the god would destroy the world. Fortunately, he never appeared again. Perhaps he had been noticed by the 7 gods and dealt with. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that this is a story made up by those with mental disorders. But in one night, most of the members died, and a small number of them went crazy. This in itself means a lot. The other Grade 0 sealed artifact is called the Staff of the Stars. It's shaped like a black staff embedded with gems. When holding it, if the corresponding scene appears in your mind, and it's real and still exists, this staff will bring you directly to your destination. However, you have to pay attention to one thing. The outline has to be absolutely correct. Every detail can't be wrong, and it can't be different from the original. Otherwise, you will never know where your destination will be. Similarly, when holding the Staff of the Stars, if some beyonder powers or characters appear in your mind, this staff will reproduce the corresponding power or person. The latter can launch an attack. To achieve such an effect, the prerequisite is to have a sufficient understanding of the powers and characters. Otherwise, you don't know what kind of anomaly will happen. Once, someone wanted to use the Staff of the Stars to release lightning storm, but he ended up turning into a frog. He only recovered after finding a way to remove the curse. The Staff of the Stars is hard enough and can be used to attack directly. Those who are struck by it will randomly experience anomalies or encounter all kinds of strange effects. Previously, I used the Staff of the Stars to strike a beyonder from the Aurora Order. The left side of his body was transferred outside the door, while the right side remained where it was. His organs splattered out. The Staff of the Stars will randomly move around. If it's not sealed properly, it will disappear at any moment and escape control. When holding it, one's mind has to be empty most of the time. This is because once a scene appears, it might trigger the effects I described earlier. If no one is holding it, all kinds of anomalies will happen around the Staff of the Stars. It's hard to predict whether it's good or bad, so it has to be sealed. Burn after reading. After writing the letter, Dorian read it several times to confirm that there were no mistakes before stuffing it into an envelope and pasting a stamp. At that moment, in the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein had already finished reading Dorian's letter through the prayer point of light. I seem to have forgotten to tell him that I can pass the corresponding information to German Sparrow through Mr. Fool. That's good too. I'll treat it as a benefit for an official member of the tarot. If every believer does this, I won't be able to handle it if I don't leave some worms of spirit in Sapphira Castle. Yes, this can also effectively maintain Mr. Fool's status, making the members of the House of Abraham not dare to belittle him. Klein mumbled and turned his attention back to the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts. He once again confirmed that Grade 0 sealed artifacts had serious negative effects and couldn't be used as regular items. Of course, their abilities and effects were extremely powerful and terrifying. They lived up to the title of Grade 0. In comparison, the Staff of the Stars is more suitable for me. I can get Miss Justice to hypnotize me ahead of time, making the thoughts that surface in my subconscious exist in the form of thoughts and not in the form of images. I have to consciously control them to outline the scene. I wonder if I can get the residents of the City of Silver to hold the Staff of the Stars and outline the streets of Bakeland in their minds to directly lead the forsaken land of the gods. However, there's no way to hypnotize them beforehand. They have never really seen Bakeland. Even if they were to recreate the corresponding scene, it would be very difficult for them to accurately outline the details. In short, it's very troublesome, but I can give it a try. I'll choose volunteers who aren't afraid of death. If I can exchange for the Staff of the Stars, I won't be in a hurry to shatter it and turn it into a characteristic. Who knows when it will come in handy? After all, the advancement ritual might not be completed. With the Staff of the Stars, I'll have more confidence in dealing with the dark demonic wolf and escaping from the forsaken land of the gods under the dark angel's nose. Klein sighed and made up his mind. At this moment, he discovered another fact. That was, if a portion of the members of the House of Abraham followed Dorian and converted to Mr. Fool, then even if he returned the box of the Great Old Ones to them, it wouldn't be difficult for him to borrow it if he really needed to use it in the future. In other words, out of the 3 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, the Staff of the Stars, the Painting of God, and the box of the Great Old Ones, he had obtained the ownership of one and the right to use two. It's still very useful to develop believers. When the time comes, wouldn't the House of Abraham become Terah's subordinate faction? However, Dorian definitely won't spread the faith of the fool so quickly unless some members are already on the verge of losing control and can no longer resist the curse of the next full moon. Klein had an inexplicable feeling that Terah's faction was expanding. He thought about it seriously and felt sad that he might have to respond to believers 24 hours a day in the future. Only by becoming an angel and truly gaining control of Sapphira Castle and daring to place some worms of spirit on it could he resolve this problem. If there's really no other way, I'll get a Rhodes to be an artificial intelligence customer service. Klein rubbed his temples and left the gray fog, returning to the forsaken land of the gods. Late at night, in the waters of the Rorstad archipelago, a huge sea monster quickly swam to the target location. This was a helper that Alger had prayed for from sea god Cavituous. At the level of an ocean songster, he was still unable to control a creature of this size. In fact, he could have swum from by him, but that would have been too tiring, and he wouldn't have been able to resist any accidents. A few seconds later, the sea monster opened its mouth and Alger swam out, approaching a gorgeous coral cluster. After circling around a few obstacles, a dark blue color suddenly appeared in Alger's eyes. Through the deep blue, he saw a magnificent palace made of coral. It was clearly so real, but no one could see it unless there was a specific medium. Alger stared at it for a while before swimming forward. When he arrived in front of the palace, he reached out and pushed open the door. The shaking water waves stopped as Alger passed through the barrier and landed on the ground with the help of the wind. He looked around and saw murals painted on both sides. The contents of these murals weren't anything out of the ordinary. They were mainly about ships and elf-faced people fighting against storms and huge waves. However, Alger noticed that the ships weren't sailing in the sea, but a patch of black that was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. This made Alger think of a phrase, abyss. This is a little similar to the legendary abyss, but it's a little similar. Furthermore, there aren't any devils. They seem to have surged out from underground. These murals record the history of the elves? But it doesn't match the corresponding myths. The world said that every elvish word corresponds to a primordial elf. As Alger pondered, he walked towards the 9 steps ahead. As he approached, he saw 2 thrones and a dark blue crystalline coral. On the branches of the coral, silver bolts of lightning danced, illuminating the surroundings. Alger held his breath and slowed down his pace. He climbed up the steps and arrived in front of the thrones. He solemnly reached out his right hand and picked up the coral. With a splash, the seawater outside the palace suddenly surged. As the coral was enveloped by the dark blue, it gradually turned incorporeal and fused into Alger's body. Bolts of lightning bloomed like flower petals. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation boats on Monday in the forsaken land of the gods, the frequency of lightning was very low at night. A few humanoid creatures cautiously approached a meatball with 6 legs and a dozen eyes. They were wrapped in animal skins or simple clothes whose original material could not be seen. With the help of a few lanterns, they walked through the deep and boundless darkness. Their expressions were very solemn. On their faces, some had 10 to 20 sarcomas, some had 2 eyes that were almost squeezed together, and some didn't even have a nose at all. Instead, it was replaced by a black hole. After a fierce battle, they managed to kill the monster without a hitch. They then split into 2 groups. One group guarded the surroundings, and the other group harvested the spoils of war. During this process, the man with multiple sarcomas on his face suddenly stopped while he was dissecting the monster's corpse to collect the edible parts. Adal, what's wrong? The noseless woman asked in puzzlement. The man known as Adal slowly retracted his right hand and revealed an item he had found on the monster. It was an amulet carved from stone that had many traces of corrosion. This is... The man whose eyes were almost squeezed together seemed to understand the reason and hesitated to finish his sentence. Adal surveyed the area. Sin, Ruth, I gave this to my father when I was young. On the day I came of age, he felt that he could no longer control himself. He chose to leave the city and enter the depths of darkness. Xian and Russ fell silent when they heard that. They could understand Adal's feelings. In Moon City, this was a common occurrence. Since they did not have enough safe food, they could only pick mutated plants and fruits and collect monster flesh to survive. This would lead to the accumulation of toxins and madness. After their physical condition deteriorated, they would either die quickly or gradually lose control. In order not to affect the surroundings and cause damage to the city, the latter would often arrange everything after noticing that something was wrong. They would take torches and a small amount of food, leave the defensive circle, and leave alone in the darkness that would never dissipate, never to return. The residents of Moon City could imagine what would happen to them. They would either be killed by monsters or become monsters. There was no other possibility. After 7 to 8 seconds of silence, the noseless female, Xian, hesitantly said to Adele, "That's right. Perhaps this is the monster who killed your father. It has a belt made of beast hide." Adele's voice gradually softened as he raised the bone dagger in his hand and stabbed it down, cutting out a rather normal piece of flesh. The members of the hunting team skillfully completed the collection in silence until Russ, whose eyes were almost squeezed together, suddenly said in a deep voice, "There are more and more deformities among the newborn children. The price of accumulating poison and madness from generation to generation wasn't as simple as a decrease in average age. Those who maintained normal physical conditions would gradually experience a certain mutation. For example, Adele had quite a number of sarcomas on his face. Similarly, the accumulated toxins and madness could also be passed on to future generations, resulting in deformities. Russ and Xian in the hunting team belonged to this category. Their lives would be shorter, and it would be easier for them to lose control and mutate. All the hunting groups present knew very well what the increasing number of deformities meant. Perhaps in less than 2 or 3 generations, before the residents of U City grew up and a new generation was born, the deformities might go out of control. In that case, even without external attacks, U City would quickly be destroyed. Only the stone buildings and wall paintings would be left behind to prove that they had once existed. I hope the high priest and the rest can find a new direction. Adele stood up with his lantern and answered weakly. In the past 2 to 3,000 years, it wasn't that U City hadn't sought a way to escape their current situation. They had sent one exploration team after another into the depths of the darkness. Some returned after suffering serious setbacks without gaining anything. Some disappeared into the endless darkness without any news. In addition, to the east of U City, there was a grayish-white fog that enveloped the sky and land. It was like an invisible barrier. Not only did it block off vision, but it also prevented any living being from passing through. The residents of U City once believed that this was where hope lay. They believed that the place enveloped by the grayish-white fog was a normal country. They believed that the other side of the grayish-white fog was the land that wasn't cursed. They tried to enter the grayish-white fog again and again, but they failed. They dug a long tunnel, hoping to pass underground without an invisible barrier. However, the corresponding area deep underground was also shrouded in grayish-white fog. They thought of ways to obtain the ability to fly and attempted to cross it from a high altitude. However, they couldn't see the top of the grayish-white fog until they were struck by lightning. They mobilized the powers of all the demigods and sealed artifacts, attacking the target again and again. Over 2 to 3,000 years, they accumulated day after day, but they failed to wear down the invisible barrier at all. Upon hearing Captain Adele's words, the members of the hunting team felt despair and sorrow. It was as though they were slipping down the edge of the abyss, unable to save themselves. Those deformities were the type that found it difficult to control their emotions. At this moment, they more or less felt as though they were suppressing something in their hearts, wanting to erupt. In U City, 2 to 300 years ago, deformities were unable to become beyonders and join the hunting team. They could only do work related to gathering. However, as manpower became more and more scarce, the high priest and the other upper echelons relaxed the restrictions. "Let's go. This bit of food isn't enough." Adele looked around and walked deeper into the darkness with the lantern in hand. They didn't take the risk of extinguishing the fire and letting monsters surge out of the darkness, because it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to deal with them. In the suffocating silence, the members of the U City hunting team couldn't help but feel as though there was no end to the darkness. This was just like U City's present situation. They could never find hope, and the lantern in their hands could burn for less and less time. When the last sliver of light dissipated, they would be silently engulfed by the darkness. As he walked, Adele's eyes suddenly reflected a faint yellow. It was a spark that didn't belong to the hunting team. The light of the fire shone into the eyes of all the members of the hunting group, filling up their pupils. Adele, Xian, Russ, and company couldn't help but widen their eyes as intense surprise surged in their hearts. In their lives, in the historical records of U City after the cataclysm, there had never been a spark that came from elsewhere. Indeed, many monsters had the power of the flame or sun domain, but before they attacked, they would hide in the darkness without revealing any light. But now, a spark appeared in the depths of the darkness. Adele, Xian, Russ, and company trembled slightly. They thought of many things, but they couldn't think of an answer. They quickly recalled the hunting arrangements and confirmed that it was impossible for any Moon City residents to appear nearby. Since the flame didn't belong to Moon City, where did it come from? The entire hunting team slowed down. They were shocked, stunned, curious, afraid, worried, and panicked. They had also discovered some destroyed city-states and knew that any abnormality in the darkness could be fatal. Be on guard. Adele finally snapped out of his daze and gave the order. The hunting team immediately took up a combat formation and waited for the faint yellow flame to approach. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Every second seemed to slow down. Finally, after the flame grew larger, it illuminated a figure. A figure. There's only one person. The members of the Moon City hunting team held their breaths at the same time. It seemed like they were about to meet an outsider. After 2,000 to 3,000 years, someone else had finally set foot on this land. They were no longer the only ones in this abandoned world. As for who could traverse the endless darkness and arrive here, Adele and company had no way of guessing without any experience. As the fire grew bigger and bigger, the members of the hunting group gradually saw the figure clearly. It was a young man with a slender figure. He had black hair and brown eyes. His expression was grave and stern. He wasn't a deformed person, nor had there been any abnormalities. He wore a strange hat and clothes, and carried a lantern made of a special material. He walked out of the darkness step by step. The light from his lantern was brighter than all the lights in the hunting group combined, and the darkness around him faded away quickly. Before long, the light shone on Adele, Xian, Russ, and company. The figure stopped, looked at the hunting team from Moon City, and said in a low voice, "Let's go." "Where are you from?" "He's speaking in Jotun. His eyes are clear, and he can communicate." Adele opened his mouth and stopped himself from subconsciously answering. He asked in return, "Who are you?" The figure carrying the glass lantern calmly replied, "German Sparrow." After more than half a year of traveling and overcoming one difficulty after another, Klein's spiritual intuition finally told him that he was about to reach his destination. And he also met the first group of living people on this trip to the forsaken land of the gods. "Where are you from?" Adele asked while maintaining his vigilance. Klein's gaze swept across their faces, and his tone remained unchanged as he said, "I'm from the City of Silver. Also from outside the Cursed Lands." Hearing this answer, all the members of the hunting group were in a trance. They wondered if they were hallucinating because they were expecting too much. In the autumn of 1351, Bakeland was shrouded in the flames of war. Ever since Fainapotter also declared war on Rouen, the war that had been in a stalemate for a period of time finally lost its balance. Rouen and its allies, Lemberg, Mason, and Seeger, lost a lot of territory. Only the last few lines of defense were struggling to resist, on the verge of collapse. After seeing the long queue at the food distribution point from the carriage window, Audrey slowly retracted her gaze and said to her personal maid, "Annie, don't worry." To St. Samuel Cathedral, P.S. Double the monthly votes for the last day. As the carriage slowly drove on the road, Audrey subconsciously cast her gaze out the window. Many pedestrians stood by the side of the road, staring at the horses that were pulling the carriage. Their eyes seemed to emit a green glow. The lucky ones who had successfully received the food crossed the street in secret and ran to their homes. Teams of policemen in black and white checkered uniforms patrolled the streets. They had revolvers by their waists and short batons in their hands, intimidating those who wanted to take risks. "Recently, we don't even dare to go out on the streets alone." Annie, Audrey's personal maidservant, muttered softly. Audrey nodded slightly without a response. After a while, the carriage arrived at Phelps Street and stopped at the edge of the square in front of St. Samuel Cathedral. the flocks of white pigeons had already disappeared. It was empty. The Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, as well as the Rouen Poverty Relief Foundation and the Rouen Medical Charity Foundation, had moved from 22 Phelps Street to a few small rooms inside the cathedral. This was because the building they were in had collapsed during an air raid some time ago. To the staff of the three foundations, it was a thrilling memory. If they hadn't left 22 Phelps Street early for different reasons, they would have long become victims. After getting off the carriage and passing through the door, Audrey saw a girl with black hair, brown eyes, and a thin face walk over. Without waiting for the other party to speak, she took the initiative to say, "Melissa, is there any more food that can be distributed?" Melissa shook her head with a solemn expression. Even the injured soldiers that were helping don't receive enough food. Audrey's green eyes dimmed. She didn't show her helplessness or weakness as she nodded slightly. "I'll think of a way." From the City of Silver, from outside the Cursed Lands, German Sparrow's words echoed in the ears of Adele, Xian, Russ, and the other members of the Moon City hunting team. It made them feel as though they were in a dream, unable to snap back to their senses for a long time. Just as Adele gradually regained his rationality and deliberated over what to say, Xian, who was born without a nose, excitedly asked a series of questions. "Where is the City of Silver? What does it look like? How far is it from here? How many normal people are there outside the Cursed Land?" Klein glanced at her and replied in an emotionless voice, "On the other side of this cursed land, the City of Silver discovered a plant that can be eaten normally. It's called black-faced grass. This allowed them to maintain the stability of their species, allowing them to effectively explore the depths of the darkness and seek a way to leave. They found some mushrooms recently. These mushrooms can use the flesh and blood of monsters as nutrients and produce fruits that are not poisonous or crazy. The City of Silver has taken a step further in escaping its madness. When the new generation grows up, even if they're old, it won't be so easy for them to lose control." These words left Adele, Xian, and company disappointed, as though their persistence no longer had any meaning. The life in the City of Silver described by German Sparrow was the most beautiful scene they could imagine, but others simply had it. "There are deformities among their newborns?" Xian asked in a dreamy tone. Klein shook his head. "Almost none." "Will their parents walk into the depths of the darkness when their physical conditions decline?" "No, when they grow old?" Adele subconsciously asked. Klein, who was wearing a black trench coat and top hat, and holding a lantern, replied, "I won't. Because they bear the curse of killing their kin. If a life is not ended by the hands of a blood relative, it will turn into a terrifying evil spirit or monster." The members of the Moon City hunting team finally found some sense of reality. Their hearts were like a lake that was slowly heating up, with bubbles popping up one after another. These bubbles were fragile, hollow, and could burst with a single poke. There was actually nothing inside, but something called hope and light flickered inside. Russ, whose eyes were almost squeezed together, could not help but repeat Xian's question. "How many normal people are there outside the Cursed Land?" Klein looked at them with a complicated gaze. "I'm basically a normal person. I don't have to worry about monster attacks all the time. I don't have to be afraid of being in the dark. I don't have to go crazy when I'm old. I don't have to bear all kinds of curses. I can see the sun when I wake up every day. I have enough food every day. There's a crimson moon rising every night. However, all of this is being destroyed." Klein silently added. This time Adele, Xian, Russ, and company were somewhat at a loss. This was because the scene described by German Sparrow seemed to be something they could imagine, but at the same time, they couldn't imagine it. It was just like how when they read the few remaining ancient books, they could understand a certain spirit, but they couldn't truly understand certain contents. They had no idea what the sun or the crimson moon was. However, they had normal food every day. They didn't have to bear all kinds of curses. They didn't have to constantly worry about monster attacks. They didn't have to be afraid of being in the dark, and they didn't have to go crazy when they were old. This was the beauty they yearned for day and night. There's such a place in this world? Is this the heavenly state recorded in the ancient books? Is this land really cursed? The members of the Moon City hunting team fell silent once again. Among them, some of them opened their mouths, but they didn't know what to ask. Some of them wanted to bring German Sparrow back to Moon City and inform the high priest and everyone else of this news, but they were afraid of attracting danger. During this process, they didn't let down their guard or let down their guard. Klein wasn't surprised by their attitude at all. Instead, he believed that this was how a civilization in the forsaken land of the gods should behave to this day. With the lantern in hand, he took a step to the left, attempting to circle around the humans who wore beast skins or strange clothes and continue heading east. Regardless of what story these people had or if they were worth helping, he planned on investigating and listening to them later. This was because his spiritual intuition told him that his destination wasn't far. The western continent he was teleported to was just 2 to 3 hours away. The moment Klein took a step, Adal and company immediately bent their backs and prepared to defend and attack. However, they didn't manage to wait for German Sparrow to approach. They watched him walk more than 10 meters to the left and turn back. Seeing the young man dressed in strange black clothes, wearing a strange black hat, and carrying a strange transparent lantern gradually fade away, Adal, who had quite a number of sarcomas on his face, had his expression change a few times as he shouted, "That's right." He shouted, "Who are you?" Klein didn't turn around. With the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light, he walked deep into the darkness. He said normally, "A missionary. A person who spreads the light of my Lord." Adal, Xian, and company looked at each other, their expressions filled with confusion. They hesitated for a while, and just as the faint yellow light was almost gone, all of them instinctively took a step forward and followed behind Klein. They didn't dare approach, but they didn't want to leave either. Just like that, they carried the food they had hunted and silently walked forward, seemingly monitoring and guarding against him. As for Klein, he walked at a moderate pace, maintaining a general speed. He didn't wait, nor did he attempt to shake them off. Just like that, both sides walked extremely quietly under the sparse lightning. At some point in time, Russ and another member of the hunting team had left the team. With the beast skin lantern and the food they had harvested, they turned around and silently disappeared into the endless darkness. As time ticked by, Klein finally stopped. With the help of the lightning that streaked across the sky, he saw a grayish-white fog a few hundred meters away. The fog connected the ground and extended all the way to the sky, as though it had no top. At the same time, the fog extended to both sides without end. Klein stared intently for a long time. Even though there was darkness in between, he slowly raised his head. Only when the second bolt of lightning subsided did he retract his gaze. Is the vanished western continent behind or inside the fog? Klein thought with a heavy heart. He couldn't help but slow down his breathing. He held the lantern and continued forward until the dim yellow light illuminated the solidified fog. Without needing to make any other attempts, Klein's seer intuition told him that the grayish-white fog was an invisible barrier that couldn't be passed through using conventional methods. He thought for a moment, stretched out his right hand, and grabbed at the darkness diagonally in front of him. After 4 to 5 consecutive grabs, Klein pulled out a black cane embedded with many gems from the air. This was the Staff of the Stars, a terrifying sealed artifact numbered 0 to 62 that Klein had exchanged for with the box of the Great Old Ones. Of course, Klein had only summoned the historical void projection of the Staff of the Stars at the moment. This way, even if an unwanted scene appeared in his mind, he could remove the maintenance of the historical void projection and stop the danger in time when the corresponding effects were about to be triggered. To a scholar of yore, this was the best way to use a Grade 0 sealed artifact on a daily basis. However, there was a limit to its effectiveness. At present, it couldn't exceed 3 minutes. Furthermore, the effects were somewhat different from the original version. Using a marionette to hold the Staff of the Stars was impossible to avoid the negative effects. This was because a marionette needed to be controlled, and with control, there was a high chance that the scenes would be transmitted. Of course, if he were to engage in a prepared battle, Klein wouldn't do so. This was because it would take up one of his 3 precious summoning spots. Furthermore, although the Staff of the Stars belonged to him, it was only a forced possession. It was in a sealed state. In addition, the Grade 0 sealed artifact's level was rather high. Klein wasn't able to successfully summon it in one go. He often needed 3 to 6 tries. In an intense battle, this required sufficient opportunities. It wasn't that easy. It was precisely because of this that he would hypnotize himself ahead of time when he was performing in preparation. He would use the staff of the stars in a special state and leave the chance to summon the historical void projection to familiar angels like Miss Messenger, Mr. Azek, Maya Mariana, and Wilaseptin. Holding the black cane embedded with all kinds of gems, the scene of the illusory door slowly opening naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. The gem on the cane flashed with a faint light, and the grayish-white fog quickly outlined an insubstantial door. The door opened silently, and behind it was still the gray fog. Opening the door doesn't work. Klein wasn't surprised by this outcome, but he was still a little disappointed. He thought for a moment and prepared to change his method. However, just as he was thinking, the staff of the stars automatically activated as the scene appeared. P.S. Double the monthly votes for the last day Divine King of the Nine Heavens. At first, I thought I would have to cancel this chapter, but I still finished it. From the beginning of December to the beginning of January, I was very busy. Every week, I didn't even have a day off. I used it to save up chapters, which were quickly used up. The annual gala ended last night. After that, I didn't have anything to do outside. It was mostly things that had been delayed for a long time and needed feedback. These could all be solved online or over the phone. Because I took the opportunity to write a chapter yesterday and had a draft, I thought that everything would return to normal today and I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But I was too naive. My plan was to have supper with some people after the annual gala ended. I would go back to sleep at around 1 a.m. Today, I would wake up half an hour earlier, at 8:30 a.m. Then, I would go to the hotel buffet and have breakfast. Then, I would come back to think about the plot and write. I would try to finish writing before 12 a.m., or more than half of it. Then, I would check out of the hotel, have lunch, go to the high-speed rail station, and go home. On the way, I would use my phone to complete or fix the remaining chapters. The successful part of this plan was to check out of the hotel, go to the high-speed rail station, go home, and have supper, breakfast, and lunch. Yeah, I ate supper until 1:30 a.m. After I washed up, it was around 2 a.m. I thought that I could sleep for another 6.5 hours. In the end, at 5 a.m., the hotel suddenly gave me a wake-up call. A wake-up call? I woke up from my dream and almost had a heart attack. Although my English wasn't good, I could tell that it was a wake-up call. I wanted to curse, but I held it in. I unplugged the phone and went to sleep while I was still sleepy. Did it end just like that? No. A minute later, when I was about to fall asleep, the phone rang again. Only then did I realize that there was a phone on the desk. I hurried over. On the way over, the phone stopped, then rang again. It was the third wake-up call. I was wide awake. I pressed 0 and called back to scold the caller. Then, I picked up my phone and asked the writers in the annual gala about what had happened. Then, the group came alive. Many people replied that they had received a wake-up call. They were going crazy. Later on, they found out that the hotel's front desk had confused Yuowen's team with another team. That team had to wake up early or leave for an event. Then, the hotel called most of Yuowen's writers' rooms to provide a wake-up call. I'm the kind of person who finds it hard to fall asleep once I'm completely awake. My sleep quality is terrible, and I tossed and turned in bed for more than 2 hours. I really can't fall asleep. I thought about how I still have to write, so I woke up before 8. After resting for a while, I went downstairs to eat breakfast. When I came back, I started thinking about the plot, but my brain felt like it was filled with glue. I couldn't think at all. Just like that, I couldn't sleep, and I couldn't think of anything. I stayed up until 11. Only then did I recover a little. I organized the plot, but I only wrote 500 words before I had to check out of the hotel. I started feeling sleepy on the way, so I slept on the train. I only woke up when I reached home. Seeing that it was almost time, I subconsciously wanted to ask for leave. But after thinking about it, I decided that I could try writing as much as I could. In the end, my condition wasn't bad. Not only did I finish writing, I even had time to edit and write a single chapter. However, I probably won't be able to write tonight. I'm a little sleepy now, so I won't have time to save any chapters. Don't be surprised if I have to update tomorrow. Even if it's a few minutes late, don't worry. Finally, I'd like to add something off topic. The first time I fought for the monthly votes was when I was in the Arcana Club. Back then, it was a bye. I was young and impulsive. I said some weird things, and I regretted it afterwards. Then, I set a rule for myself. When I post a single chapter, I'll only talk about myself and not others. I did it most of the time, and I hope that everyone will learn from me, laughing. Regardless of whether it's in this chapter or in the book review section, I'll only talk about the mysteries, and not other people or other books. Of course, I'm excluding One Life, Arcana Club, Martial Arts, Doom, Crow, and Horse Gang. End of this chapter. Just now, when Klein was thinking of a solution, he naturally thought of a scene. The sea of clouds between the two mountains rapidly boiled and split to the left and right, revealing a dark bottomless crack. The orange-red light of dusk filled it, forming a corporeal path. This was the scene created when Blasphemer Amon entered the giant king's court stream projection. And just as Klein felt that he didn't have enough understanding of the corresponding powers and planned on changing his method, the red, green, blue, and transparent gems embedded in the staff of the stars emitted a faint glow as they automatically activated. The solidified grayish-white fog also boiled, but it wasn't as intense. They swirled backwards and split to the sides, but there was still an endless grayish-white fog in front of him. There was no end at all. Klein sighed inwardly. As he paid attention to controlling his thoughts, he made other attempts. In the past 3 minutes, he had tried at least 10 times. 7 of them were done willingly, and 3 of them were done due to stress, but he failed to open the invisible barrier. Normal methods really don't work. With a flick of his wrist, Klein made the historical projection of 0 to 62, which was nearing its limits, disappear from the real world. He stared at the silent grayish-white fog for nearly a minute without moving, as though he had turned into a statue. Finally, Klein closed his eyes and retracted his gaze. With the lantern in hand, he walked towards the humans who were spying on him. He didn't plan on continuing blindly because there was a high chance of success. He planned on asking the ancient survivors who had stood guard nearby for 2,000 to 3,000 years and had clearly explored the grayish-white fog before. He wanted to see if he could find any inspiration from their accumulated experience. According to Klein's predictions, the humans would definitely have a rather extreme reaction to his approach. He had already prepared the corresponding abilities to allow them to speak to him calmly. However, when he looked over under the dim yellow light of the lanterns on both sides, he discovered that the ugly or deformed humans were looking at him with their mouths slightly agape. Their expressions were confused and shocked, as though they had temporarily lost their ability to think. Klein frowned slightly. In the deep darkness, he walked at an unhurried pace to the group of ancient survivors and stopped about 2 to 3 meters away. "What do you know about this fog?" Klein asked in Jotun. This kind of language that could stir the power of nature did not differ from region to region. There was only a slight difference in accent, but not too much. This was because if the original version was modified, it would most likely lose its effect in ritualistic magic. Only when Gehrman Sparrow raised the question did Adal seem to snap back to his senses. His lips quivered for a moment before he gave an irrelevant answer. We didn't make any changes to the mist. The scene of the German sparrow making the fog boil like water and splitting it into 2 really shocked them. They felt like they were witnessing a miracle. The hard work of generations after generations of Moon City over the past 2,000 to 3,000 years could not compare to this person's attempt in the span of 1 to 200 heartbeats with his cane. This was also the main reason why they gave up resisting when the German sparrow approached. They instinctively believed that no matter how much they tried to avoid it, it would be useless. Klein was silent for 2 seconds before he continued to ask, "Do you have any relevant records?" Adal finally understood what Gehrman Sparrow was getting at. After some hesitation, he slowly nodded. And said, "Yes. However, only the high priest and the others often read through them." Dressed in a black trench coat and half-top hat, Klein thought for a moment. He suddenly reached out and took out an item from the void. It was a cross that was dyed green and had several sharp spikes protruding from it. It was a historical void projection of the unshadowed crucifix that originated from the ancient sun god. Klein held the cross and raised it a little higher, aiming it at the group of ancient survivors. pure, bright, and warm light bloomed, dispersing the surrounding darkness and illuminating Adal, Xian, and company. Their combat experience made them reflexively attempt to defend, but their instinctive comfort made them stop halfway through their actions. That kind of light and warmth was definitely not something a bonfire could compare to. This made the remaining members of the Moon City hunting team vaguely recall the deities mentioned in the ancient books and by the high priest. They were deities that emitted infinite light and brought infinite warmth. Under the bright light's illumination, a twisting and struggling illusory black gas that seemed to have a life of its own rose from Adal, Xian, and company's bodies before quickly dissipating. The members of the Moon City hunting team felt their bodies relax as the pressure in their souls disappeared. After purifying the corruption and diseases gathered in the target's body, Klein shook his wrist slightly, causing the unshadowed crucifix to vanish in front of him. Right on the heels of that, he grabbed diagonally in front of him and pulled out another cane from the void. It was an ordinary wooden cane. This was the former City of Silver's sealed artifact, Life's Cane. Although Klein had already sacrificed it to the Evernight goddess, anything that a scholar of yore once possessed would only accompany him in another way. With Life's Cane in hand, Klein took a few steps forward and used the tip of the cane to poke the leader of the Moon City hunting team. Adal didn't dodge due to his previous experience. The sarcomas on his face began to crack, ooze pus, fade, shrink, and disappear. In the end, not even a scar was left behind. Adal knew of his changes from the looks in his teammates' eyes. He hesitantly and slowly raised his right hand and touched his face. From top to bottom, from bottom to top, he repeated it a few times. During this process, he realized that his condition had never been better. It was even better than when he had just become an adult. Klein didn't look at him. He took a diagonal step and used Life's Cane to treat the other ancient survivors. With Adal as an example, Xian and company were on guard as they accepted the touch of the cane's tip. Then, they felt an indescribable feeling of being reborn. Among them, the two deformities, who were easily agitated, couldn't help but shed tears. Unfortunately, I can't treat natural defects. Mental illnesses can be treated, but some crazy tendencies can't be treated. Klein retracted his right hand and made the historical projection of Life's Cane dissipate. He walked to his original spot, turned around, and looked at the group of ancient survivors. I didn't come here to destroy, but to spread the light of my Lord, bringing light and warmth. Go back and tell your leader that I'm here. If he's willing, he can come over. He didn't attempt to ask where the ancient survivors' settlement was, nor did he plan on heading over directly. This was because it would incite the strongest resistance and vigilance. Therefore, handing the reins to the other party was the most suitable solution. At that moment, Adal, Xian, and company were already shocked by the German sparrow's performance of constantly taking out all sorts of mystical items out of thin air. They increasingly felt that they were walking into a miracle and had already received the baptism of the divine light, allowing their bodies to recover to their optimal state or even exceed their optimal state. All right, Adal replied a few seconds later. Just as they turned around and prepared to return to Moon City, a flame lit up in the depths of the darkness, quickly approaching from afar. The leader was an elder wearing a dark brown beast hide. His hair was gray and messy, and his face was filled with wrinkles. High Priest. Xian blurted out after seeing the other party's appearance. The person who came was none other than the High Priest of Moon City, Nim. Behind Nim were Russ and the other members of the hunting team, as well as a few high-sequence beyonders. Nim nodded at Adal, Xian, and company. He walked to the front of the group and looked at the man who claimed to be the German sparrow. He crossed his arms and bowed. Honorable guest, I'm the High Priest of Moon City, Nim. Moon City was once a city belonging to vampires, but that civilization was destroyed in ancient times. After that, we accepted the orders of the great sun god, the Lord who created everything. We moved here to guard this grayish-white fog and made the corresponding attempts. Even though this land was later cursed and the Lord no longer responded to us, we didn't give up. To this day, 3,722 years have passed. P.S. Update first before making changes. PS2, this chapter is completely free. Yesterday, I said that I would use a big chapter as compensation because I felt that everyone might value this more. But since there are different opinions, I'll use it as compensation for free. that's fairer. There's no need to worry about owing debts and writing a big chapter. 3,722 years. Indeed, they were sent here when the ancient sun god was still alive. Klein had the City of Silver's defense in the darkness for more than 2,000 years as a reference, so he could easily verify the words of Moon City's high priest, Nim. He nodded slightly and asked, "Are you guarding this fog to prevent it from mutating?" Moon City's high priest, Nim, who was wrapped in a dark brown beast hide, shook his head. "The oracle given to us by the Lord is to keep watch every day to see if anyone comes out of the fog." Walking out of the fog. Did the ancient sun god have a premonition that someone would walk out of the fog? If it's really the western continent in the fog or on the other side of the fog, does it mean that there might be life and civilization inside? Klein felt an indescribable throbbing in his heart when he heard this, but he also deeply understood one fact: even Amon's father, the second-generation master of creation, couldn't open the grayish-white fog and needed someone to guard it. Was there a special way to pass through this invisible barrier? Mr. Hanged Man mentioned before that Queen of Calamity Kohainem said that she might need an incantation or a password. Also, the premise is that the western continent has already reappeared. Klein looked at the Moon City high priest, who had obvious wrinkles on his face, and said without batting an eyelid, "I think they've already introduced me to you. I'm a missionary. I've come to this land to spread the light of the Lord." Moon City's high priest, Nim, maintained his calm as he looked at Klein with grayish-white eyes that were the same color as his long hair. "Sir, who is the Lord you believe in?" Klein instinctively wanted to answer directly, but considering his predetermined identity as a preacher, he held back his embarrassment and used his clown powers to control his facial muscles, revealing a slightly fanatical expression. "Please allow me to introduce my Lord, the savior of this land, the great Mr. Fool, the Fool." Moon City's high priest, Nim, Adal, and company never expected to hear such a word. For a moment, they found it odd, but for some baffling reason, they felt that it seemed to contain infinite philosophy. In the end, their attention was focused on the description. The savior of this land. Nim couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Adal and company, sizing up their glowing faces. As a Sequence 4 demigod, he knew very well that the poison and corruption that had accumulated in their bodies had been purified. Furthermore, the members of the hunting team had received very good treatment. If he hadn't watched these youths grow up and remembered how they looked before their mutation, he definitely wouldn't have dared to confirm that they were residents of Moon City. Seeing the high priest look over, Adal immediately said excitedly, "His Excellency Sparrow has prayed to the gods and saved us." Sparrow added, "We feel warmth." Xian, who didn't have a nose, quickly added. After the baptism, she had unknowingly developed a certain level of faith in the Lord Gehrman Sparrow spoke of. After Sparrow, Ruth and the God, Sparrow God, the after God, God, Sparrow after God and the God, who had the God of world high S, God. Hi, Luo God God, you God of God, God Son, God. High Priest Nim retracted his gaze and looked at the German Sparrow, who was wearing strange clothes and a strange hat. "The great Mr. Fool is a deity from this world, no, this cursed land." Klein nodded solemnly and slowly. "Yes. Then, what about the great sun god, the Lord that created everything?" Nim hesitated for a moment before asking the question he was most eager to know. Klein changed his tone to that of a charlatan. "The kings betrayed that existence. Blood, anger, filth, and shadows began to flow across this land, and a great calamity began." Nim's pupils dilated slightly, as though he wanted to absorb more light to see the world in front of him clearly. With great difficulty, he tried to suppress something and asked, "Are you saying that the Lord fell because of this?" Not only did he fall, but his flesh and blood were also eaten by the traitors. As a result, this land has been cursed. Klein boldly said this because he was in the forsaken land of the gods. He didn't deliberately distinguish between the Amon brothers and the other 6 kings of angels. He planned on making the residents of Moon City believe that all the kings of angels were traitors. This way, they wouldn't be fooled by Amon in the future. The trek and various experiments over the past half a year had convinced Klein that the forsaken land of the gods was really sealed. Or rather, it was isolated from the outside world in all aspects. The only connection point was either the exit of the giant king's court or something at the level of Sapphira Castle. Therefore, when Klein used the Staff of the Stars here, he could only move within. He couldn't head to the outside world that he had outlined in his mind. In addition, the box of the Great Old Ones had even suppressed the historical void projection. The moment Klein successfully summoned it, the projection was immediately devoured by the environment, making it impossible to use it. This made him suspect that the third level of the box of the Great Old Ones was dangerous even to a true god or the true creator. Upon hearing German Sparrow's words, the high priest of Moon City, Nim's body trembled slightly. His wrinkled face instantly turned ashen. The expressions of the Beyonders behind him also changed, as though they had suffered an extremely serious blow. Some of them even showed signs of losing control. Upon seeing this, Klein reached out again and pulled out Life's cane from the void. He made it fly out with the help of the air and accurately touch the target. The Beyonder's signs of losing control immediately vanished. His forehead was dripping with sweat, as though he had just recovered from a serious illness. As Klein removed the maintenance of the historical projection, Life's cane quickly faded away. As for the Beyonders of Moon City, they finally broke free from the grievous news. Some of them were filled with doubt and disbelief. Some of them began to cry softly, while others cast confused gazes at German Sparrow, as though he was their last hope. The high priest, Nim, had closed his eyes at some point in time. 2 to 3 seconds later, he opened them again and looked at German Sparrow. "Do you have any other questions?" In less than a minute, he seemed to age by more than 10 to 20 years. His body exuded a sense of decay, but it wasn't complete despair. It was as though a tree had rotted, but it was beginning to give birth to new hope and new life. Klein half-turned his body and pointed at the solidified gray fog with the lantern in his hand. "When did you begin trying to open this barrier? What did you gain?" High Priest Nim said frankly, "In the beginning, it was the Lord's oracle. At first, it was the Lord's oracle. He asked us to try to think of a way to pass through this fog while guarding it. After the land was cursed, we used this as our main direction in search of hope. However, we didn't gain anything substantial. No matter what method we used, the solidified fog didn't react." At this point, Nim hesitated for a moment. It wasn't completely unresponsive, but it wasn't the reaction we wanted. Klein immediately saw hope. He maintained a normal pace and asked, "What's the matter? What's his reaction?" Seeing that the high priestess was a little hesitant and did not answer immediately, Xian took the initiative to speak. "High Priest, His Excellency Sparrow has just parted part of the fog. He has gone deeper than we have in the past 2 to 3,000 years." Nim couldn't help but take a deep look at the German Sparrow before saying, "Don't worry. More than 1,730 years ago, the high priest at that time had an inspiration in the face of the cruel reality that Moon City had been trying for nearly 2,000 years without any results. He felt that he couldn't purely treat this fog as a barrier that needed to be broken or a seal that needed to be broken. Instead, he treated it as a mighty existence. He designed an honorific name, prayers, and corresponding symbols for the fog. He held one ritual after another here, trying to communicate and pray. This is really a train of thought that ordinary people can't think of. I didn't think of it just now. As expected, after so many years, there must have been many people with strange thoughts in Moon City. 3,000 years wasn't for nothing." Klein sighed in his heart and nodded slightly. "Was there any feedback after that?" Nim answered with a nasal voice. "Once, the high priest changed the first sentence of the honorific name to the eternal fog. Then, at the end of the ritual, he vaguely heard a voice coming from the depths of the fog. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear it clearly and was unable to decipher its exact meaning. From then on, we have held countless rituals. We realized that there wasn't a response every time, and even if there was a response, it might not be in a timely manner. We need to wait patiently." Klein's mind raced as he asked, "How many times do we need to succeed?" As he thought, he asked, "How many times do we need to succeed?" There's no pattern. Sometimes, we succeed on the first try. Sometimes, there might not even be any feedback after a month. High Priest Nim sighed and said, "We have made many improvements, but they were all useless." "Did you hear what those voices were saying after that?" Klein asked. "No. Perhaps our sequence isn't high enough and we aren't strong enough." Nim shook his head. "If that's the reason, I can give it a try." Klein deliberated for a few seconds before politely requesting, "Can you hold the correct ritual again? Can you perform the correct ceremony again? I want to hear those sounds." Nim couldn't reject such politeness, nor did he dare. He hesitated for a moment. "Yes, but many of the materials are in Moon City. You will need to wait for a while." Klein thought for a moment and asked, "Have you ever used those materials?" "Yes," Nim asked in confusion. Klein nodded indifferently. "Let's do it then. Tell me when you last used those materials and where nearby. P.S. Update first, then change." After hearing the high priest's answer, Klein held the lantern and walked 20 to 30 steps to the right along the grayish-white fog. Then, he half closed his eyes as though he was sensing something. This made the Moon City Beyonders following behind him not dare to make a sound, afraid that they would disturb the oracle. After 4 to 5 seconds, Klein reached out his right hand and slowly grabbed at the air in front of him. An altar made of stone fell from the void into reality. On it were 3 candles made of oil and 7 to 8 spiritual materials. As a sequence for demigod, Nim was taken aback, as though he couldn't believe his eyes. Previously, when he saw German Sparrow take out his cane to treat his companions, he had only imagined that the other party had spatial powers or had received the blessings of Mr. Fool. But now, his judgment had been completely overturned. This was because he was very familiar with the altar, the candles, and the spiritual materials. They were all things he had used before. He can actually create something I've used before? Is this a power that originates from history and time? Nim recalled the remaining manuals in Moon City and combined it with his understanding of demigods. He had a preliminary guess. At this moment, Klein turned his head and looked at the high priest. "You can begin." Nim quietly took a deep breath. Under the watchful eyes of Adal, Xian, and Russ, he walked to the altar and created a wall of spirituality. After looking at the symbols, labels, and patterns engraved on the altar and confirming that there were no problems, he followed the process that had been engraved in his memory and performed the ritual with abnormal familiarity. In the end, he lowered his head and chanted in a low voice, "The eternal and unchanging fog, the barrier that freezes spacetime, the existence that embraces everything." Before the prayer ended, Klein had already focused his attention on the grayish-white fog, hoping to hear a voice coming from deep within. For this, he secretly controlled a large number of monster marionettes that were moving in the surrounding darkness to disperse. He placed one at a certain distance, hoping to not miss any suspicious traces. However, he didn't notice anything abnormal until the ritual was completed. After waiting for a while, Klein cast his gaze at Moon City's high priest, Nim. He calmly said, "Again. Bakeland, Empress, in the study of the Hall family." After receiving permission, Audrey pushed open the door and walked in. Her father, Earl Hall, and brother, Hibbert, were discussing some matters. "Oh, baby, you don't look so good." Earl of Hall looked at the door. Audrey didn't act. She forced a smile and said, "There's a huge shortage of food in the Poverty Relief Fund. I want to collect more food. I visited many nobles today, but they all told me that there's no more food left, even if I buy it with gold pounds." While they were talking, the nobles were either in the small living room or in a place specially used for afternoon tea. In front of them were high-quality black tea and a variety of exquisite desserts. From time to time, they would ask Audrey to comment on the cooking skills of their dessert chef. Their servants' faces were ruddy, and their footsteps were light. They almost didn't make any noise so as not to disturb their guests. The current situation. Earl Hall sighed when he heard that. Audrey thought for a moment and said seriously, "Dad, I remember that there should be a lot of food at home. Dad, I remember there should be a lot of food at home. Can I buy some with some money?" "Audrey, you've already done too much. There's no need for this," Hibbert Hall said with a frown. Hibbert Hall said with a slight frown. Audrey just looked at her father and did not respond to her brother's words. Earl Hall's expression, which had relaxed a lot because of his daughter's arrival, slowly turned serious again. "Audrey, the premise of charity is not to affect your and your family's lives. This is a principle I hope you will keep in mind." Audrey, who was dressed in a gold-on-white dress, frowned slightly before relaxing again. She said sincerely, Dad, the food we've stockpiled at home is enough for everyone in this house to eat for an entire year, or even more. Besides, there's still a lot of food in Eastchester County. As Winter County hadn't completely fallen, the Faysac army that invaded through mid-seashore didn't attack Eastchester County. As for the Faysac, Intis, and Fainapotter fleets at sea, they were suppressed by Rowan's armored fleets. They could only barely deal with them and protect the sea supply line. Earl Hall looked at his daughter's emerald green eyes for a few seconds before suddenly sighing and smiling. Audrey, you've really grown up. You have your own ideas and good perseverance. However, none of us know how long this war will last. We don't know what the final outcome will be. We have to reserve a lot of food to deal with all of this. I can accept having 2 less delicious dishes for every meal to help those who are in trouble, but I don't wish for my dining table to become like the middle class described in the newspapers. This will make us completely lose the dignity of being nobles. This is something we've been holding on to for every generation. Do you understand what I mean? I was just making an analogy. The essence of the matter is that I value the continuation and future of the family more. I value our identity and status. Only when it doesn't affect them will I show my love and kindness. Audrey, what I said might be cruel, but you've already grown up. It's time to listen to it. Everyone is selfish, just to varying degrees. In my heart, the entire Hall family is more important than your mother and me, more important than you, more important than Hibbert, and more important than Alfred. Apart from these, there's Faith and good friends, followed by acquaintances, and finally, all of Bakeland, people in need of help. If it doesn't affect those in front, I don't mind helping them, but unfortunately, I have to consider more things now. At this point, Earl Hall shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. I'm sorry to let you know that your father is such a selfish person. As Audrey listened to her father's words, her expression changed slightly at first, but it immediately disappeared. Until the end, she didn't show any additional emotions. At this moment, she fell silent for a moment before asking again. But we've already obtained things that far exceed what we need. Can't we even share a portion of it? Hibbert Hall interjected a little angrily. Why should we share what we worked so hard to obtain with others? This is produced from our fields, pastures, and woodlands. We bought it with gold pounds, and money and assets are passed down by the family. It was earned by Father's precise foresight and powerful courage. It's accumulated from generation to generation. We do charity to help others as an additional display of our love. It's not something we have to do, understand? Earl Hall nodded. Hibbert's words are generally correct. That's what I think as well. Audrey pursed her lips and slowly nodded. I understand. Earl Hall retracted his gaze and said to Hibbert, the stockpiled food has to be guarded well. If the outcome of the war really can't be reversed, try to contact those fellows from Intis and show them our sincerity. The war has lasted for so long, and many of them have died. Many fields have been abandoned, and the prices in the cities have skyrocketed. There's definitely a strong demand for food, pastures, and woodlands. In addition to my shares in Intis and Suchet Bank, as well as some of my shares in Barvat Bank and Bakeland Bank, I should be able to bribe them. At such a time, only by satisfying these requirements can we talk about kinship. Intis and Rouen often had marriage alliances. Many nobles were relatives, especially believers of steam. Father, are you considering surrendering? Hibbert asked in surprise. Earl Hall nodded slightly and sighed again. How can I not consider it in this situation? When the time comes, you'll be the new Earl Hall. Hibbert's heart palpitated when he heard that, but he was also rather puzzled. Father, what about you? Earl Hall replied with a bitter smile, your mother and I are both devout believers. We also have a certain status in the church. When Rouen falls and the church is destroyed, the outcome won't be good if we're still unwilling to leave the stage. At this point, he comforted his eldest son. As long as the Hall family is still around, the title is still there, and the core assets aren't too damaged, we won't have a miserable old age. After you convert to steam, remember to prepare a secret prayer room for us at home. As the two of them conversed, Audrey, who was wearing a gold and white dress, watched and listened quietly. Her green eyes were like gems. After repeated attempts, As the projection of the altar disappeared, the high priest of Moon City, Nim, deliberated and said to the German sparrow who was holding the strange lantern, "It doesn't seem like it's possible today. We can try again tomorrow. It won't take more than 2 months." At that moment, Klein's mind was filled with another question. Could it be that I'm using a historical void projection, causing the ritual to fail? He deeply reflected on himself and decided to listen to the high priest of Moon City. He would try again tomorrow. When the time came, he had to get the other party to bring real materials. Just as he was about to nod, he suddenly heard a faint voice. The voice came from the depths of the grayish-white fog. It was layered, indistinct, and abnormally blurry. "It's effective? This ritual really has an effect, but the delay is too high." Klein was delighted as he immediately raised his right hand and pressed it down slightly, gesturing for the Beyonders of Moon City to remain silent. He then held his breath, reined in his thoughts, and focused on listening. The voice that echoed in the grayish-white fog seemed to come from many different sources. They intertwined, sometimes interfering with each other, canceling out each other, and sometimes overlapping to produce a resonance. Gradually, the voice became clearer in Klein's ears, especially when it resonated. It seemed to be a language he was familiar with. It seemed to be countless people chanting a name together. The name was, "The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings." The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings. When he heard the voices in the depths of the grayish-white fog, Klein trembled slightly as the back of his head went numb. This feeling quickly spread from the top of his head to every part of his body, causing tiny goosebumps to appear on the surface of his skin. This was the second time he had heard the name, "The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings," from someone else in the real world. The first time was said by a man who had stolen his thoughts. In fact, he didn't know the exact meaning, nor did he truly grasp the incantation. Therefore, in essence, this was the first time. At the edge of the legendary Western continent, outside his vanished hometown, Klein heard the incantation that had caused him to transmigrate for the first time in the real world. He heard one of the most important secrets hidden in his heart, and he heard the Eastern-style honorific name that pointed to an unknown existence. He stood there, his mind almost blank. His ears were echoing with muffled and clear chants and shouts. "The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings, the Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings, the Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings." When the voices became softer and almost disappeared, Klein finally regained his train of thought. As a false god who had done quite a number of guilty deeds, his first reaction was, "I've changed the Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings to King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck. Will I incur the wrath of the heavens?" Back when he set up the 3-paragraph honorific name of the Fool, the first paragraph described his own experiences and state. Back then, he thought that he had transmigrated and was afraid of exposing the problem. He changed the Fool from an alternate world to the Fool that doesn't belong to this era. In the end, it revealed the essence of the incantation. The second paragraph bound the gray fog to him, making the direction even clearer. And in order to completely limit it and not create any ambiguity, Klein directly translated the last sentence of the incantation in the third paragraph of the honorific name, which was "The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings." He originally thought that it was nothing, but he later suspected that the previous owner of the strange door of light in Sapphira Castle was the Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings, or rather, a certain existence wearing an Eastern vest. Of course, it was also possible that the Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings was the true body. Later on, he wore a coat that was more suitable for the current world. As for which one it was, Klein couldn't guess. Because he had never heard of the honorific name, "The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings" outside of himself in the real world, Klein was suspicious, fearful. In reality, he didn't pay much attention to this matter. He seemed to be used to it. However, at this very moment, the chants of "Heaven and Earth, Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings" were like warship cannons that continuously bombarded his heart and mind, causing the worry and fear that had accumulated in his subconscious to surge out. After calming himself down, Klein began to force himself to use reason to think about the current situation. Are these chants hidden in the grayish-white fog, or do they come from the vanished Western continent? I knew it. The color and state of this fog are very similar to those beneath Sapphira Castle. Its power also originates from history? One has to have the correct power of the domain of time to open it. Queen of Calamity Kohainem said that when the apocalypse comes, the Western continent will definitely reappear. In other words, only by pushing time to that node will the grayish-white fog come to life. Only then will it be possible to open it with the corresponding incantation. The one who made the Western continent disappear, or sealed it, or made it into a protective isolation is the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, an existence suspected to be the former owner of Sapphira Castle. According to various theories, Sapphira Castle and the other 9 items were left behind by the original creator. They are different parts of his body or something he personally created. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings is roughly equivalent to the former owner of Sapphira Castle, roughly equivalent to the original creator. However, Sapphira Castle only appeared after the original creator split. Furthermore, the incantations like the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings can only point to Sapphira Castle. They can't affect places like the Chaos Sea. Also, the disappearance of the Western continent is definitely something that happened before the Second Epoch. As an ancient god, Elf King Sennaithrim was unable to return to his hometown. In other words, in the chaotic and crazy First Epoch, or even before the First Epoch, after the original creator split into Chaos Sea, Sapphira Castle, and other things, something happened before the ancient gods were born. These things caused the Western continent to disappear, and the former owner of Sapphira Castle to disappear, the ancient sun god. The City of Silver creator's prophecy is also very interesting. It said that someone will walk out of the grayish-white fog, so he sent people to Moon City to guard this place. And strictly speaking, I actually came out of the grayish-white fog from the Western continent. However, I left the Western continent to enter Sapphira Castle. Long before the ancient sun god's prophecy, I left the grayish-white fog in 1349, in Rouen. Yes, after going around in circles, I came here again and encountered the people from Moon City. The ancient sun god's prophecy has really come true. However, the process was a little complicated, and the way it was realized was unexpected. As Klein pondered, his mood gradually improved. This was because the situation and his spiritual intuition told him that there were still civilizations in the Western continent that were isolated by the grayish-white fog. There were still many people alive. This method of making the Western continent disappear reminds me of the Miracle Invoker's ritual. It also has the powers of spacetime. They are mainly from the Apprentice pathway and the Marauder pathway. So, the former owner of Sapphira Castle, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, really corresponds to these 3 neighboring pathways? Klein reined in his wandering thoughts and took 2 steps forward. He then turned around and said to Moon City's high priest, Nim, and company, I heard those voices clearly. What are they saying? Nim's grayish-white eyes suddenly widened as his wrinkled face revealed an uncontrollable excitement. Adal, Xin, Russ, and company had similar reactions, or even more intense. Even their bodies were visibly trembling. This was a problem that had troubled the residents of Moon City for more than 1,000 years. Solving this problem had already become a symbol of escaping their current situation. Klein took a deep breath and said in a charlatan-like tone, They are praying to my lord. This was definitely not a lie. After all, as the fool, he had already gained initial control of Sapphira Castle. The last sentence of his honorific name was King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck, which was equivalent to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Nim and company fell silent. When they looked at Klein again, their eyes were filled with obvious respect and fear. Combined with the miracles he had shown, they gradually viewed Mr. Fool as their savior. Klein surveyed the area and calmly said, That's right. All of you, retreat at least 100 meters. All right, Your Excellency Sparrow. High Priest Nim agreed without hesitation. After the Beyonders of Moon City had retreated a sufficient distance, Klein reached into the void with his right hand and quickly dragged out another version of himself. Following that, his true body vanished. Right on the heels of that, Klein's historical void projection walked in front of the solidified grayish-white fog. He extended his right hand and pressed it down. There seemed to be an invisible barrier there that was a bit cold, blocking everything. After staring at it for 2 seconds, Klein opened his mouth, suppressed his voice, and recited in Chinese, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. As his voice echoed, the grayish-white fog in front of him didn't react at all. It remained still and frozen. He waited for nearly a minute, thought for a moment, took a deep breath, and chanted softly again, "The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, the celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings, the celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." This was the complete incantation for the luck enhancement ritual. As the last word was said, Klein's right hand, which was pressed against the invisible barrier, suddenly felt an obvious tremor. The gray fog began to sway, as though a boulder had been thrown into a lake. The ripples quickly transmitted and overlapped with each other, vaguely outlining a door in front of Klein. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the scene. The Beyonders of Moon City who were not far away widened their eyes, unable to move their eyes away. Among them, the latecomers who had never witnessed such a scene were even more shaken, unable to restrain themselves. From their point of view, there was no doubt that this was a miracle. Klein held his breath, waiting for the door to take shape. However, the ripples eventually calmed down. He was just one step away from success. After a moment of silence, Klein recited the incantation again. He kept chanting, but even if the ripples in the grayish-white fog didn't disappear, it was unable to truly outline the door. For a moment, he wanted to make an attempt with the complete ritual. In other words, he would place 4 portions of food and recite the incantation while taking 4 steps counterclockwise. But soon, he laughed foolishly at his idea. This was because if he did this, he would enter Sapphira Castle without opening the invisible barrier. After taking a deep breath, Klein grabbed a gold coin from the void and used divination to confirm that the effects of the complete ritual were as he had imagined. Is it really not time yet, and the apocalypse hasn't arrived? Klein stared at the grayish-white fog in front of him. There was no movement for a few minutes. When a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and illuminated his face, he turned around and walked to Moon City's high priest, Nim, with the lantern in hand. It's not the correct time to open it according to the oracle. There are still more than 10 years left. Without waiting for Nim, Adal, and company to respond, Klein pointed at the nearby darkness with his empty right hand. I'll be meditating here for a period of time. If you want to feel the light of the Lord and listen to his teachings, you can come here whenever the lightning strikes frequently. I will cleanse and heal once a day, when the lightning is the most frequent. He didn't try to get the residents of Moon City to pass on the message, nor did he plan to head to the city or ask for specific information. He gave them enough time to buffer. Moon City's high priest, Nim, heaved a sigh of relief and replied with increasing respect, I will pass on your words to everyone. City of Silver, top of the spire, chief's room. Colin Iliad, who had white hair and an old scar on his face, looked at the deep darkness outside the window until a silver-white beam suddenly erupted in the distance, bringing a few seconds of light. Only then did he retract his gaze and nod slightly. Chermont successfully broke through. His gaze then fell on the 2-meter-tall young man standing in the middle of the room. Derek, do you know why I, who had become a Sequence 3 Silver Knight after my first exploration of the Giant King's court, kept suppressing my subsequent plans and not implementing them? Derek thought for a moment. Your Excellency, on the one hand, you want to see if there's any other way to circle to the seaside. On the other hand, you are waiting for the other elders of the 6-member council to advance to Sequence 3. And now, both of these things had been accomplished. Nearly 5 months ago, an expedition team from the City of Silver discovered a hidden path. From there, they circled around the mountain where the Giant King's court was located and arrived at the seaside. However, the sea was illusory. There was no way to pass through it. Forcefully entering the water would only cause their bodies to gradually disintegrate. Now, another demigod of the 6-member council, Waite Chermont, had finally advanced and become a Sequence 3 Silver Knight. He could have his own honorific name and respond to the prayers of the other residents of the City of Silver within a certain range. Colin Iliad sighed. Very good. Your understanding of the situation is very clear and comprehensive. If it wasn't for the fact that I have no other choice, I really don't wish to bring you into the Giant King's court again and attempt to open the sleeping Dark Angel's palace. At this point, Demon Hunter Colin paused for a moment before continuing. I don't know how much danger such an exploration will bring. All I can do is make sufficient preparations in advance. Now, Chermont has finally succeeded. Even if an accident happens in the future and we are unable to return, he and the other elders will be able to support the City of Silver, allowing everything to continue and wait for the next opportunity. He sized up Derek for a few seconds and nodded in agreement. Your growth is better than I expected. If it wasn't for the fact that the matter with the Giant King's court was caused by you, I really wanted to keep you in the City of Silver as a reserve elder of the 6-member council. Hearing this, Derek Berg answered without hesitation. Even if you want me to stay in the City of Silver, I have to apply to head there. This was the light he saw. This was a chance to save the City of Silver in his heart. He was willing to give up everything for it. Colin Iliad showed a rare smile. You're still too young. When you've experienced a lot like me, you'll understand that compared to drawing your sword, sacrificing your life with passion, enduring humiliation and helplessness, and persevering in the darkness is a much more difficult and painful thing. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chermont later. Ask him if he's willing to lead the expedition team to the Giant King's court or stay in the City of Silver. Derek fell into silence. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Colin Iliad didn't continue the topic and instead asked, "What's the matter? Has your Priest of Light potion been completely digested?" "I completely digested it last week," Derek answered frankly. Colin Iliad nodded. "Have you gathered all the supplementary materials?" Derek acknowledged with a grunt. "I've gathered all of them. I'm just short of preparing the ritual." His ritual needed to strip away the strongest and most unwilling emotions, and then inject them back after consuming the potion. After a few discussions at Taro's gatherings, as well as Miss Justice's private attempts, there was already a mature plan. With the help of this sequence, 4 manipulators' control over the mind domain and Mr. Fool's angel's embrace, it would be completed. Demon Hunter Colin didn't rush him as he calmly said, "Don't be anxious. The second exploration of the Giant King's court will still take some time." "Wait for me to become an unshadowed?" Derek took the initiative to ask. Colin Iliad didn't deny it as he nodded slightly. "I'm also waiting for Lovia to become a Black Knight. Her ingredients and ritual have already been prepared." Upon hearing this, Derek immediately felt pressured. In the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the City of Generosity, Byam, at the top of the bell tower attached to the Church of Waves. Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, high-ranking deacon of the mandated punishers, Sea King John Cotman stood behind the railing, looking at the sea that wasn't as blue as before, as well as the burning shipwreckage floating on it. "Humph, in my territorial waters, even a war bishop has to lower his head." This demigod with a well-defined body and a rigid face muttered as he retracted his gaze. He had dark blue hair that was as thick as a worm and a pair of dark blue eyes. He controlled the weather and sea around the Rorstad archipelago. Standing beside the Sea King, Alger Wilson didn't show any signs of frustration as he patiently waited for John Cotman to shift his attention to himself. Apart from the fact that most Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway were irascible, they often trembled in submission when facing high-ranking Beyonders of the same pathway. This stemmed from the characteristics of a tyrant. After murmuring, Sea King John Cotman finally cast his gaze at Alger, who was leading a fleet of pirates, and said without any expression, "Your performance this time was very good. The Council of Cardinals has approved your review and decided to let me preside over your advancement ceremony." After receiving Queen of Calamity Kohainam's relics, Alger found an opportunity to report the matter to Sea King John Cotman. He began from the exploration of the elven ruins in the primitive forest of Sonia Island and recounted his encounter. He only changed 2 details. First, he said that he had taken the initiative to head to the elven ruins to ambush the Phasacians and had deliberately searched for a suitable location. This was confirmed by many sailors who were present at the time. Second, he downplayed the autonomy of his actions. He only said that he had dreamed of a female high elf on the night he explored the elven ruins and drank a cup of wine from her. Nothing abnormal happened after that, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. When he arrived at the Rorstad archipelago, he woke up one night from a deep sleep and suddenly realized that he had entered a gorgeous palace at the bottom of the sea. He had picked up a coral that was emitting lightning. Although there were many witnesses and physical evidence to prove that Alger's description was true, Sea King John Cotman didn't fully believe him. He sent him back to Pasu Island to be investigated by Pope Guard II. With the help of Angel's embrace, Alger appeared to tremble in front of the tyrant's aura. Without holding back, he confessed that he had some ambition after meeting the female high elf in his dream. For this, he had taken the initiative to head to the Rorstad archipelago, hoping to receive the inheritance. However, in fact, he had concealed the most core secret and the most serious problem. He had used the method of confessing his ambition to pass the investigation. As for whether the female high elf had given him a fortuitous encounter because he had some elven bloodline or if she had some hidden motives, he expressed that he wasn't sure. He hoped that His Holiness could investigate and find an answer to put him at ease. Alger showed his fear of the unknown, making the cardinals believe that this was the main reason why he had reported his fortuitous encounter. This plan was designed by Alger himself, but he had received Miss Justice's suggestion to make every segment more humane. Of course, as expected, after that, Alger didn't wait for the advancement ceremony. Instead, he entered a period of observation. The Pope of the Church of the Storm, the grounded angel, had reinforced the seal in Alger's body, preventing the cataclysmic inter characteristic from seeping out and affecting him for 2 years. In the past half a year, Alger had led the pirate fleet assigned to him and worked hard to harass the ships of Fasak and Fainapotter. He had even directly participated in naval battles, taking quite a bit of risk to make contributions again and again. He had fully displayed his piety towards the Lord of Storms and his obedience to the Church's orders. Finally, after the recent naval battle in the Rorstad archipelago, the situation had become increasingly difficult. He had finally received the approval of the Council of Cardinals. Alger clearly took a deep breath. Then, he punched his left chest with his right fist and shouted loudly, "Holy Lord of Storms." His excitement was half a performance, and the other half came from the bottom of his heart. This was because he had been under quite a bit of pressure over the past half a year. Ma'am Hermit had finished digesting the mysticologist potion and was preparing to advance to sequence 3 clairvoyant. Although Miss Justice hadn't completely digested the manipulator potion, she had made considerable progress. Furthermore, she was a complete rookie when she first joined the tarot. Now, she had become a true demigod. She wasn't just a sequence higher than Alger, but an entire level. It wouldn't take long for Sun to advance to sequence 4 unshadowed and obtain godhood. The star had also finished digesting the sequence 5 potion and had accumulated quite a bit of merit. He was just waiting for the higher-ups to give him an opportunity. After one trip after another, Miss Magicians wasn't far from digesting the potion. And her teacher had prepared the corresponding sequence 4 secret sorcerer potion ingredients for her. There was no need to mention the German sparrow of the world. Even if he suddenly expressed that he had become an angel, Alger wouldn't find it strange. Miss Judgment was currently a sequence 5 disciplinary paladin. She was digesting the potion and working hard to catch up to everyone's progress. The Moon, who didn't like to work hard, felt a certain degree of anxiety. He was seeking the possibility of becoming a sanguine earl. Faced with such a situation, as one of the most senior members of the tarot, Alger naturally didn't wish to be left behind. He was eager to advance to sequence 4 and become a demigod. After so many days, he had been suppressing the anxiety in his heart and patiently waited. There were 2 times when he showed signs of losing control, so much so that he had no choice but to seek treatment from Miss Justice. And now, he had finally received the answer he wanted the most. Pass the test and prepare for the ritual, Divine Emperor of the 9 Heavens Moon City. Many humans walked out of the mottled but abnormally sturdy buildings. Some of them were clearly deformed, while others had already undergone a certain degree of mutation. These humans looked at each other and saw a certain amount of puzzlement on each other's faces. There were still 2 to 3 months before the sun sacrifice. Why would the high priest summon everyone to the square? Could something major have happened? The residents of Moon City entered the only square from the streets with worry, fear, and puzzlement. At that moment, the platform was empty. The person who had summoned them didn't seem to have arrived. The residents of Moon City gathered in an orderly manner according to their respective areas and began discussing in low voices. Why isn't the high priest here yet? Doesn't he like to wait and not want to be waited for? What exactly happened? Why did he suddenly summon all the residents of the city other than the guards? Amidst the voices, at the top of a tower near the square, behind the crystal glass, the high priest, Nim, leaned against the wall and stared at the square. His expression was warped as he endured something. His grayish-white hair flew up, and a tuft of short black hair grew on his face. The flesh between his ribs and waist squirmed, forming lumps. These abnormal changes would disappear and appear at times. It was as though Nim was having a relapse again and again. His entire being was evil and terrifying. More than a minute later, Nim finally calmed down. He let out a long sigh and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had been resisting the madness that had accumulated in his body. In fact, no matter which beyonder pathway it was, the higher the sequence, the more serious the madness and inhuman tendencies. This would gradually exceed one's humanity, and one had to rely on external anchors to maintain a sufficient balance. Normally, this situation wasn't that obvious at sequence 4 and sequence 3. But at the angel level, even if there were enough anchors to stabilize them, they would fall into a dark, negative, and mutated state from time to time. They had to endure and resist it alone, waiting for it to ease. This was like a sacred and solemn existence. Usually, it didn't seem to have any problems. It could respond to your prayers, chat with you normally, and even make a few jokes. But at times, it could only hide in a dark room and hide in the shadows. It would tear off the surface of its skin, revealing its sinister side, and show all sorts of signs of madness. As for Nim, he often ate the flesh of monsters, accumulating a lot of poison, corruption, and madness. That was why he suffered such pain at sequence 4. Of course, those who didn't know the acting method and relied on time or luck to advance to sequence 4 and 3 would also do the same. After adjusting his state, Nim turned around and left the room. With the help of an illusory door, he appeared on the platform in the middle of the square. All the discussions died down, and the residents of Moon City cast doubtful and uneasy gazes at the high priest. Nim looked around and said bluntly, "There's no need." The hunting team led by Adele encountered an outsider. An outsider? The eyes of the residents of Moon City widened. They felt as if a bolt of lightning had descended upon the city. More than 2,000 years, this was the first time Moon City encountered outsiders. Of course, this referred to humans who could communicate with intelligence, not monsters. Nim took a silent breath and continued. He claims to be a missionary who spreads the light of deities. He caused the grayish-white fog to undergo an obvious change. He cleared the corruption and toxins accumulated in Adele and company's bodies and treated the abnormalities in their bodies. As he spoke, Nim nodded to the side of the platform. Adele and Xianxia, who were hiding in the shadows, immediately passed through the torches and walked to his side. They used their own conditions to prove what he had just said. Hiss, God. This is Adele and Xianxia? They really, exclamations blurted out as shock and surprise intertwined with each other, as though they were corporeal. Adele and Xianxia looked at each other, took 2 steps forward, and recounted what had happened to their hunting team. Upon hearing the flame that appeared in the darkness, the cross that emitted a bright light, the cane that could treat abnormalities and diseases, the grayish-white fog parting to the sides, and the appearance of the door, as well as the happy description of their good conditions by the hunting team, the residents of Moon City gradually fell silent. Among them, some of them had already unknowingly shed tears. It was because they had finally seen a ray of light amidst their extreme exhaustion and depression. The tears had a slightly salty feeling as they flowed down their faces, past the corners of their mouths, and dripped to the ground. In addition, those who remained rational and clear-headed raised their arms and expressed their opinions. Could that missionary be a special monster from the depths of the darkness? Have Adele and Xianxia already been controlled and influenced to have such a performance? After the wave of questions subsided, Nim said in a deep and clear voice, "I've checked them and also used sealed artifacts to check them. I've checked them and also used sealed artifacts to check them. I haven't found anything abnormal for the time being. I'll let them continue staying in the Black Tower for at least 15 days of observation." After making the promise, Nim paused for a moment. That missionary named German Sparrow will be cultivating in the vicinity of the grayish-white fog for a period of time. He allows us to go there to sense the light of the deity he believes in and listen to the corresponding teachings. And every day, he will purify and treat us when the lightning is the most frequent. Everyone can choose to head there, but they have to report in advance and listen to the arrangements. They are not to act on their own and affect the city's defenses. And those who go there will be quarantined for 15 days like Adal and Xian when they return. The residents of Moon City fell silent as they looked at each other. They couldn't make up their minds. At this moment, Russ and another member of the hunting team, who had previously returned to the city to inform the high priest and failed to receive the purification and treatment, stood up. "High priest, I want to go." "All right, I'll lead this team tomorrow." Nim nodded slightly and agreed. He had originally planned on giving such a team a name, but he couldn't think of a good description. All he could do was stammer and skip it. In his heart, he actually had a name, but he didn't dare say it out loud. Pilgrim. With Russ and company taking the lead, several Moon City residents stood up and expressed their willingness to take the risk. When the frequency of the lightning increased, a new day arrived. A team of 7 to 8 people from Moon City carried animal hide lanterns and began trekking in the darkness towards the edge of the grayish-white fog. After the darkness and light alternated countless times, Russ and company's eyes suddenly reflected a flash of fire. It was a bonfire that was slowly burning. German Sparrow, who was wearing strange clothes and a strange hat, was sitting on the other side. He held an iron-black long stick and was roasting something. There were monster corpses lying around the bonfire. There were all kinds of strange things growing on these corpses. Some of them were pure white and plump, as though liquid would spurt out with a single poke. Some were black with blood-colored threads and fat patterns embedded in them. Some were covered in golden spots, and the lid at the top was the size of a palm. These things were densely packed, covering different parts of the monster's corpse. It had a demonic and alluring beauty to it. After taking a few steps forward, the high priest, Nim, discovered that German Sparrow was roasting one of those strange items. Droplets of fat dripped down, producing sizzling sounds in the fire. It made the light more obvious as it emanated an alluring fragrance. Gulp. The Moon City residents and the team instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva as they developed a strong and uncontrollable appetite. Every cell in their bodies was screaming crazily, "I want to eat, I want to eat, let me eat." Klein, who was sitting on a rock, raised his head and pointed at the colorful things growing on the monster corpses around him. "They're called mushrooms, and they're divided into different types. If you're willing, you can pluck them and eat them yourself, but you can't touch the completely black ones. Furthermore, they have to be sufficiently cooked before you can eat them. Otherwise, you will suffer a terrifying curse." Moon City's high priest, Nim, thought for a moment and answered on behalf of the others. "We want to first listen to your Lord's teachings and feel his brilliance." Klein nodded slightly. As he spun the roasted stick he had summoned from the historical void, he said, "You can sit down and listen. You can sit down and listen." After the 7 to 8 Moon City residents sat opposite the bonfire, he said with a solemn expression, "I'm from the Giant King's court." This was a term that the residents of Moon City were familiar with. They immediately felt energized as they shifted their attention away from the things being roasted on the bonfire and cast it at German Sparrow. Following that, Klein described the situation in the City of Silver and the situation outside the Cursed Land like before. He also mentioned the city ruins he had seen along the way. This made the residents of Moon City sigh, yearn, and find it unbelievable. At times, they would empathize with him and feel grief. Midway through his speech, Klein suddenly stopped. He retracted the iron-black stick in his hand, brought it to his mouth, and bit off a mushroom. The rich gravy seeped out with a slightly hot feeling, cleansing his mouth. After more than half a year in the forsaken land of the gods, Klein had already overcome his aversion to mushrooms. After all, Donnas often had to be assigned by him to do certain things. He was unable to meticulously prepare food sacrifices, so the gap in between could only be filled with mushrooms. Closing his eyes in satisfaction, Klein handed over the iron-black stick in his hand and smiled. "You can give it a try." High Priest Nim was still hesitating when Russ reached out his hand. As he thanked him, he plucked a mushroom and sent it into his mouth. He ate in such a hurry that his mouth was scalded. However, his expression warped for a moment before it suddenly froze. Following that, his expression relaxed bit by bit, gradually revealing a feeling of intoxication, enjoyment, and desire. In the end, Russ's tears flowed out uncontrollably as he sobbed in a low voice. This is the best food I've ever eaten." Even though their taste for food had changed over the generations, humans were still unable to adapt to the toxins and madness. They craved sugar and fat. At that moment, all the residents of Moon City could tell that Russ was touched. "You guys try it too." Klein handed the iron black stick in his hand to the other Moon City residents. Those people's throats squirmed as they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. However, they didn't immediately respond. They cast their gazes at the high priest, Nim, waiting for him to nod. Nim took out an item from the animal hide clothes he was wearing. It seemed to be a magnifying glass with a handle. At first glance, Klein almost looked like a monocle. He was so scared that his heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he controlled himself in time and confirmed the details. Nim held the metal handle and placed the glass item in front of his right eye. He examined Russ through the lens for a few seconds. After a brief silence, he put down the item and nodded at the other residents of Moon City. Apart from Russ, the people finally reached out and carefully and orderly removed a mushroom from the black skewer before stuffing it into their mouths. The texture of the mushroom, which didn't contain any disgusting smell or filth, made them instantly intoxicated. They didn't care about scalding their mouths and swallowed the mushroom in a few bites. Then, they instinctively reached out for another one. However, the mushrooms on the long iron stick had all been distributed. Nim retracted his gaze from the long, iron-black stick and waited for German Sparrow to continue recounting his experiences and the fool's teachings. Klein looked around and repeated what he said before. "You can pick any of the mushrooms in the surroundings, except for the pure black ones. Also, you must only eat them when they're fully cooked, or you'll be cursed." The residents of Moon City did not hesitate at all. They immediately stood up and chose the mushroom that they had admired for a long time. Klein glanced at it and added, "That's right. When the pure white mushrooms are cooked, they will easily split open and liquid will flow out. You need to prepare some utensils or drink it in time." Without waiting for Russ and company to respond, he picked up the topic that he had previously stopped talking until he heard the voice reciting Mr. Fool's honorific name from the grayish-white fog. Seeing that the high priest, Nim, was engrossed in his speech and was rather moved, Klein deliberated and said, "That's right. There are many ways to make the grayish-white fog react, but they are all related to my master." This was a reasonable guess. This was because there was more than one suspended person, and there was more than one way to enter the world above the gray fog. If Roselle the Great were to come here with his replica mysterious silver plate, there was a high chance that he could cause an anomaly in the invisible barrier. Of course, the premise was that the Emperor belonged to one of the three pathways: seer, apprentice, or marauder. Seeing that Nim and the others didn't raise any questions, Klein warmly said, "According to my observations, Moon City's Beyonder pathway isn't singular." The gray-haired Nim didn't hide anything. "Yes, when we were chosen to come to Moon City, the Oracle consciously made the Beyonder pathways comprehensive. Unfortunately, after so many years and after so many disasters, many of the potion formulas and Beyonder ingredients of the pathways have been lost." "Which pathway are you from?" Klein asked casually as he watched the residents of Moon City use the monster bones to roast the mushrooms. "I'm a Night Watcher," Nim said frankly. "Sequence 4 Night Watcher of the Evernight pathway?" Klein nodded slightly and asked, "What's the matter? Did anything unusual happen near this gray fog?" Nim, whose face was covered in wrinkles, thought for about 10 seconds. "Yes." Klein's heart skipped a beat, but he asked calmly on the topic, "What kind of abnormality?" Nim glanced at the fragrant mushrooms and deliberated over his words. A small hill suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a deep pit. There are no signs of explosion in that area, and there is no soil scattered around. What was going on? What a strange scene. As Klein threw the mushroom's roots into the fire and turned them into fuel, he asked without any change in expression, "What's the matter? Did you do any further investigations?" "Yes." Moon City's high priest, Nim, nodded and said, "An investigation team encountered a demonic wolf there." It wasn't a demonic wolf that had rotted or mutated, but the original demonic wolf. Demon wolf? Klein didn't expect to hear such information. His pupils changed slightly as he pressed, "What's the matter? What does the demon wolf look like?" Nim subconsciously took a deep breath. It's the same as the demonic wolves described in the ancient documents, but it's even bigger. Even if all 8 of its feet touch the ground at the same time, it's still as tall as 2 or 3 people put together. Its fur is not pure black. It gives off a dark and deep feeling. Its eyes are very strange. Most of them are pupils, black pupils. Also, there is a tuft of grayish-white short hair on its head. Wasn't this the dark demonic wolf Kotar? It had actually come to the easternmost side of the forsaken land of the gods? Was it related to a strange change? If the power that caused the western continent to disappear really came from Sapphira Castle, it would be normal for it to attract the mythical creature corresponding to a miracle invoker. Klein frowned indiscernibly. It didn't attack your investigation team? Klein deliberately used it instead of him to avoid scaring the people of Moon City. From his point of view, it was very easy for the dark demonic wolf Kotar to wipe out an investigation team. It didn't even need to pay a huge price to turn Moon City into his marionette kingdom. To his surprise, the mythical creature seemed to have spared Moon City. If Klein hadn't seen the spirit body threads of Nim, Russ, and company ahead of time and confirmed their condition, he would definitely have suspected that he was talking to marionettes. No, it left in a hurry, Moon City's high priest, Nim, said truthfully. This doesn't match the dark demonic wolf's suspicious and cautious personality. What could have scared him into fleeing in such a hurry, to the point where he didn't even bother to silence the people who saw him? Or could it be that there's something special about the people of Moon City who were ordered by the ancient sun god to guard this place? Unless necessary, the dark demonic wolf didn't want to attack them? Klein continued asking without any change in his tone, did it leave any traces? Did it leave any traces? No. Nim shook his head with certainty. Apart from the hill turning into a crater, we didn't discover anything abnormal. Klein's thoughts raced as he tried asking from another angle. When did this happen? The more he understood an item from the past, the more he could touch upon the fog of history. Nim recalled for a moment. 2 years, 2 months, and 10 days ago. He then explained, there are too few things worth recording. There are too few things worth recording. I have a deep impression. 2 years, 2 months, and 10 days ago. It's currently September 8, 1351. If we go back in time, it's June 28, 1349. This? Klein's right hand suddenly trembled slightly. His pupils and expression were normal, but this was the result of a clown's deliberate control. He remembered very clearly that June 28, 1349 was the day he transmigrated and became Klein Moretti. It was the day he repeated the luck enhancement ritual and entered Sapphira Castle in the true sense of the word. The anomaly here, the appearance of the dark demonic wolf, and the mythical creature's hasty departure are all related to me? Klein's heart surged with emotions. He was momentarily unable to find an explanation, so he pretended as though nothing had happened. After some thought, he said, did something similar happen in the past 2,000 to 3,000 years? No. Nim gave a very certain answer. What about 208 years ago? Did anything special happen? Klein pressed. That was the time when Roselle the Great transmigrated to this world. Nim hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, I can't tell you the exact answer. I can't give you an accurate answer. You need to go back and look through the corresponding records. Thankfully, the information and documents in the past 300 years haven't been damaged. At this point, he added, don't worry. My limited impression tells me that there shouldn't be anything special. If that's the case, then the reason for the anomaly here and the appearance of the dark demonic wolf was because I entered the world above the grey fog and bound Sapphira Castle to me? Klein nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. He simply said, tell me where the pit is. By the time High Priest Nim answered, the mushrooms roasted by the residents of Moon City were already edible. Some of them took a bite of the white mushrooms and were scalded by the milk inside, but they couldn't bear to spit it out. Some chewed repeatedly, savoring the faint sweetness. Some ate one after another, unable to stop themselves. Nim was somewhat taken aback when he saw this, as though he couldn't believe that these people were from Moon City. Every one of them was filled with conflicting feelings of hunger and satisfaction. Their faces seemed distorted, but they were brimming with pure happiness. High Priest, you should try it too. Russ, whose eyes were very close, handed Nim a mushroom covered in golden patches that emitted a strange sweet fragrance. Nim hesitated for a moment before carefully shining the magnifying glass at it. Then, he took the mushroom and stuffed it into his mouth. The next second, his expression changed slightly, and he slowly half-closed his eyes. He had tasted a similar taste in some mutated tree roots, but none of them were this pure and memorable. After an unknown period of time, Nim looked at the indifferent Gehrman sparrow and said with abnormally sincerity, "Your Excellency, we wish to hear Mr. Fool's teachings. I haven't had the time to make it up yet. However, as I'm getting closer and closer to the level of an angel, the corresponding matters should be brought forward. I have to prepare an anchor in advance." As Klein's thoughts raced, he recalled the words he said back when he modified the believers of See God. His expression quickly turned solemn. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the air, dragging out a bronze cross with many spikes. Klein then pressed his right thumb on a thorn, allowing his blood to soak into the unshadowed crucifix. The coppery green color on the surface of the unshadowed crucifix rapidly peeled off, revealing its body formed purely of sunlight. God said. Klein opened his mouth and said in a low voice, raising the radiant cross in his hand quite a bit higher. Warm, bright, and penetrating light surged out like a tide, instantly filling up the surrounding area. The accumulated darkness and discomfort in Nim, Russ, and company's bodies rapidly melted away as though their bodies and minds had been purified. They were in a daze, and heard the solemn voice of the oracle, who held up the radiant cross and was enveloped in a divine aura. God said, "First commandment, do not make living sacrifices. Do not use humans as sacrifices. Second commandment, do not use my name in vain." Above the fog sea that wasn't shrouded by the dark clouds of war, the future slowly sailed towards the Berserk Sea while surrounded by ships. Admiral of Stars Katlia, who had nothing to do recently, was waiting for the Moses ascetic order to respond to her request. She strolled on the deck and enjoyed the sunlight that shone through the thin fog. She glanced around and saw Frank Lee. This first mate of the future, the second in command of the Star Pirates, wore light blue trousers made of thick canvas and a white shirt that didn't have the top 2 buttons fastened. It revealed his thick brown chest hair, making him look like a gigantic bear in human form. He stood at the bow of the ship and gazed into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking about, but he seemed rather downcast. Katlia couldn't help but slow down a little. She turned around and was about to enter the cabin. "Captain." Frank noticed her as he looked over in anticipation, as though he was waiting for this Admiral of Stars to answer him. Katlia paused and pushed up the heavy glasses on the bridge of her nose. "What are you confused about?" Frank pondered for a moment on how to express his question and replied seriously, "I'm reviewing all the inventions and creations I've made over the years." "What do you think?" Katlia cooperatively asked. Frank nodded and said in distress, "There's too much to reflect on. Among them, the most crucial point is that the things I've created still lack the most important thing." Katlia was puzzled, but she didn't wish to press further. However, she ultimately held on to the thought of being responsible for all the crew members of the future. "What is it?" Frank's expression instantly became solemn. "They all lack a soul. It's a good thing that wheat, grapes, and mushrooms don't have souls." Katlia subconsciously persuaded him before saying, "This isn't a domain you can reach now. You're only a Sequence 5 druid." Frank's eyes lit up and blurted out, "I understand." Katlia's face frowned indiscernibly. "What did you understand?" Frank's gloominess was gone. "I understand where the problem is. That is, the creation that I want to create has already exceeded the limits of a druid's ability. So, Captain, I don't want to be a druid anymore. I want to be a classical alchemist." This was Sequence 4 of the Planter Pathway, the starting point of a demigod. Admiral of Stars Katlia's expression froze for a few seconds before she assumed the posture of a captain and demigod. "It's good to have a goal, but you have to recognize how difficult it is." What he meant was, don't hold any expectations, and don't take this goal seriously. Frank Lee, who was encouraged, immediately nodded heavily. "I will do my best." In order to prevent Frank Lee from messing around, Katlia decided to control the progress of this matter. "I will help you too." At that time, even if he found something, he could tell Frank Lee that it was a pity. Frank was very glad, and thanked the captain from the bottom of his heart. I will also write to German Sparrow and ask him for some help. He's a good friend of mine. What Frank didn't know was that the few letters he had written in the past half a year had gone through a rather complicated process, handing them to a messenger to Furs. Furs would hand them over at the tarot gathering or request Mr. Fool's help. Katlia nudged her thick glasses again, and without another word, she turned around and entered her cabin. After returning to the captain's cabin, before she had the time to think about the matter, she saw an additional letter on the desk with the brass sextant. Katlia was delighted. Without using her beyonder powers, she quickly walked over, picked up the letter, and tore it open. It was from Bernadette. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, she directly wrote, "If you have the time, you can come to La Cha in secret." La Cha was a rather hidden island in the Fog Sea. It hid Queen Mystic's palace. It was called Emerald City. Katlia read this sentence a few times as the corners of her mouth curled up. Bakeland, West End, Odora's villa. Emlyn White once again met Cosme Odora, the middle-aged sanguine baron who looked like a gentleman. What did Lord Nibs say? Emlyn controlled his emotions and tried his best not to appear too eager. Cosme looked into Emlyn's bright red eyes. He only wanted me to tell you that the entire sanguine doesn't have any additional Earl Beyonder characteristics. We can only wait for the remaining Earls to pass away due to old age or accidents, leaving behind an inheritance. Compared to humans, the sanguine had a long lifespan. Even without a noble title, ordinary members could live for about 300 years. Under such circumstances, they could slowly accumulate their Beyonder characteristics, filling up every level and not letting too many Beyonder characteristics be left vacant. That was why it wasn't easy for an ordinary member to become a baron or a baron to become a viscount. They either had to wait for the current survivors to pass away, obtain it from the outside, or make enough contributions to receive a precious reward. And compared to the first two ranks, it was even more difficult for a viscount to become an earl. This was because a sanguine earl was already a demigod and could easily live for more than 1,000 years. Those viscounts had to wait generation after generation before they had a chance of waiting for an earl to pass away. It was precisely because of this that as long as an earl characteristic was left vacant, it would immediately be distributed and not placed in the warehouse. If the baron and viscount characteristics were more or less left in the sanguine treasury in the form of Beyonder ingredients and sealed artifacts, there weren't many of them. Every bestowal had to be very strict, so there really wasn't any room for the earl characteristic. This answer was within Emlyn's expectations. He looked at Baron Cosme and nodded slightly. In other words, as long as any earl passes away, it will be my turn? No. Cosme shook his head. Although you've already accumulated quite a bit of contribution, you haven't reached first place. What's my rank? Emlyn frowned slightly before relaxing his brows, not allowing himself to make it obvious. Cosme coughed and cleared his throat. 12th. This might not even be my turn when the apocalypse comes. Since the ancestor has given me the heavy responsibility of saving my race, why didn't she arrange these matters? My Scarlet Scholar potion has been digested for months. Could it be that this is another test? Emlyn lampooned inwardly and fell silent for a few seconds before asking thoughtfully, "What's the matter?" He asked thoughtfully, "If I obtain an earl characteristic from somewhere else, will the race help me prepare the ritual?" Cosme exhaled and said, "Of course. Of course." Emlyn didn't stay any longer. He left Odora's villa and took a carriage back to his residence. Ever since Vainopotter declared war on Rouen, he had never been to the Harvest Church. He had only heard from the star that the door had been smashed and many things had been snatched away. It had become a residence for vagrants. As for Father Yutravsky, he spent half a month in a cell behind Cheney's gate, and half a month in a room on the upper floor of St. Samuel Cathedral. Beside him was Archbishop Bakeland. This went on in an endless cycle. This was because they were worried that staying behind Cheney's gate for a long period of time would cause Father Yutravsky to suffer an irreversible and incurable corruption. And in such a tense situation, the Church of Evernight wished to leave a buffer point so that they could express their goodwill in the future and begin negotiations. Although Emlyn wasn't a believer of Evernight and even hated churches, he would visit St. Samuel Cathedral twice a month to visit Father Yutravsky. Where can I obtain an earl characteristic? Feeling that he had fallen behind and that he might not be able to shoulder the responsibility of saving his race, Emlyn looked at the desolate streets as he seriously considered every possibility. He quickly had some ideas. Ma'am Hermit mentioned that the Aurora Order Saint Tenebris has grazed a shaman king. This corresponds to an Earl characteristic. If I can hunt this demigod of the shepherd pathway like how I lured the Saint of Secrets, the problem will be resolved. However, with the previous lesson, Saint Tenebris likely won't easily step into a trap again. There's also the possibility of directly attracting a king of angels. This was something everyone had discussed on the tarot. The conclusion they came to was to avoid the Aurora Order for the next year and try not to provoke them. Apart from Saint Tenebris having a sequence 4 Shaman King characteristic, Emlyn White could only think of one place, Rose School, be it the life school of thought's artificial vampires or the primordial moon worshippers that originally existed in the southern continent. They now belonged to Rose School. Of course, there were definitely some people who pursued freedom and hadn't joined any organization. However, either their sequences weren't high, or there wasn't enough information to leak out. At the thought of Rose School, Emlyn instantly recalled a person, Merrick. Merrick represented the Temperance faction of Rose School. This was a faction that resisted the Mother Tree of Desire. They also seemed to wish to obtain something from the Rose School of Thought. Perhaps we can cooperate with them. Emlyn nodded slightly. In Moon City, a number of residents gathered anxiously at the entrance, casting their gazes east from time to time. They were the relatives of the people led by the High Priest, as well as the representatives of most people in Moon City. Finally, a flame appeared as High Priest Nim led Russ and company back to Moon City. A man went forward and cast his gaze at his sister. He realized that there were still traces of tears on her face. This Moon City resident, who wasn't a deformed, sensed her brother's gaze. She couldn't help but open her mouth as her heart palpitated. Tears streamed down her face before she could say a word. God is here to save us. She cried. She cried very sadly and wantonly. God is here to save us. The sobbing words echoed at the entrance of Moon City, leaving the waiting residents in a daze and feeling shocked. At the edge of the solidified grayish-white fog, beside a burning bonfire, Klein, who had eaten another round of mushrooms, wiped away the iron-black stick in his hand and looked up at the crater described by Moon City's High Priest, Nim. He then reached out his right hand and gently pulled out his past self from 15 minutes ago. After exchanging looks, Klein's true body rapidly vanished and entered the fog of history. He ran all the way to a time before the first epoch and sat above the stacked cities of the past. His historical void projection stood up and snapped his fingers. Amidst the rising scarlet flames, he flashed towards his destination. When the crater that the hill had turned into was just inches away, Klein stopped and carefully extended his right palm, dragging his past marionette, Kona's Kilgore, out of the void. The facial muscles of this tough-looking Earl of the Fallen squirmed as he quickly transformed into another German sparrow. He took out a lantern from the fog of history with one hand and rubbed his temples with the other. He muttered softly, "Why does a marionette have to change his appearance? There's no one else here. I can't develop obsessive-compulsive disorder." A few seconds later, the marionette projection walked towards the crater not far away with the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light. As the light flickered, Klein saw his target and realized that it wasn't deep. The difference between the bottom and the ground was no more than 2 meters. Of course, compared to the original hill, this change was indeed huge. Inside the crater, the soil was smooth with a few rocks in it. There were many mutated and twisted plants that were difficult to distinguish. It looked no different from other places. After observing for a while, Klein, who had already secretly activated his spirit body thread's vision, slowly walked into the crater. He planned on following the planned route and circling every spot that was worth revisiting. As he walked, he frowned slightly and exclaimed, "Huh?" He realized that his thoughts had turned sluggish, but it didn't affect his thinking. It was like waking up after sleeping too much. His head felt stuffy, and his thoughts weren't active enough. This was a situation that occasionally happened to a person. Beyonders of other pathways might not be able to sense it, but as a demigod of the seer pathway, Klein could clearly sense the abnormality. If this were to deepen further, it would be close to the reaction brought about by a marionettist controlling spirit body threads. The influence left behind by dark demonic wolf Kotar? That's not right. If he had unintentionally left it behind, it means that he had presented a complete mythical creature form. Then, Moon City's investigation team would have long collapsed and lost control. If he had intentionally left it behind, what's the point of doing so? Tell others that he had been here? Puzzled, Klein walked around the area but did not find anything out of the ordinary. After some thought, his main body, which was hiding in a historical void before the first epoch, took 4 steps counterclockwise, chanted an incantation, and went above the gray fog. He wanted to do a divination, with the specific time and location, the High Priest of Moon City, Nim's description, and the on-site investigation, as well as the help of the illuminated historical fragments. Klein believed that the prerequisites for divination were basically met. This couldn't be said to be enough, but it was barely enough for him to give it a try. Furthermore, if the matter of the hill turning into a crater was really related to Sapphira Castle and him, then the success rate of the divination would greatly increase. The revelation would be very clear and unaffected. Without any thought, Klein, who had already considered the details, sat on the fool's high-back chair. He conjured a dark red fountain pen and yellowish goatskin parchment and wrote, "On the 28th of June, 1349 of the 5th epoch, an anomaly occurred in this place." Putting down the fountain pen, Klein grabbed with his left hand and took out a clump of crater soil from the fog of history, using it as a medium for divination. With one hand holding the soil and the other holding the goatskin parchment, he leaned back in his chair and recited the divination statement 7 times. Then, with the help of cogitation, he entered a deep sleep. In the gray world of dreams, Klein saw the grayish-white fog, the hill that was dozens of meters tall, and the surrounding twisted and mutated plants. A few seconds later, the fog suddenly squirmed and quickly spat out a black shadow. The black shadow was like a huge velvet curtain, crazily absorbing all the light around it. It was translucent as it grew larger and larger, completely enveloping the hill. The hill disappeared along with it, not even its roots could be seen. All that was left was a deep pit. The strange plants at the edge of the crater that were similarly covered suddenly had thin, illusory spirit body threads that extended towards different sections of the black curtain. The curtain became more and more transparent and illusory. Finally, it reached a point where it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. If not for the spirit body threads revealing the actual situation, Klein wouldn't have discovered that the curtain was covering the surface of the crater. The scene flickered as the dream distorted and a new scene appeared. The 5-man Moon City patrol team approached and discovered that the hill had disappeared. There was an additional crater. They stopped in their tracks and didn't hesitate to turn around and leave the area. They didn't rashly investigate. After an unknown period of time, a huge figure suddenly appeared in another direction. It was a demonic wolf that was 4 to 5 meters tall and covered in dark short fur. It had 8 legs and was covered in dark, short fur. The demonic wolf had a tuft of short, grayish-white fur on its forehead. Its pure black pupils occupied at least 3/4 of the space in its eyes. It was none other than dark demonic wolf Kotar, who had yet to reveal his complete mythical creature form. The dark demonic wolf raised his head and opened his mouth as though he was roaring, but there was no movement. In the next second, a figure appeared in front of him. It was another him. The dark demonic wolf's historical void projection gently kicked with his 8 legs and instantly arrived beside the crater. After he surveyed the area, he carefully lowered his head and picked up the completely transparent curtain that had caused the entire hill to vanish. The curtain suddenly came to life as it rapidly contracted and wrapped around the dark demonic wolf. It was as though he had added a half-black, translucent piece of clothing onto him. The dark demonic wolf trembled slightly as though he had turned into a puppet of clothes in 2 to 3 seconds. However, this was only a projection in the historical void. In the next breath, his true body removed his maintenance and vanished. The curtain lost its support and instantly collapsed, spreading out to the ground. Dark demonic wolf Kotar didn't give up. From time to time, he would transform the surrounding monsters into marionettes or summon historical projections. He made them come forward again and again, suffering all kinds of failures. But in the end, his new batch of marionettes still managed to pick up and control the curtain. The entire process didn't make a sound, as though he was performing a mime. Following that, the gigantic demonic wolf made the marionettes bring the curtain close to him. At this moment, the nearby grayish-white fog squirmed again, forming a vortex that was comparable to a hill. The vortex emitted an invisible suction force, causing the strange curtain and dark demonic wolf Kotar to be pulled over at the same time. This scene caused substantial ripples to appear in Klein's dream. Countless points of light burst out, making it difficult for him to see the exact details. When everything returned to normal, dark demonic wolf Kotar quickly left the solidified fog with the transparent curtain. At this moment, Moon City's investigation team arrived and saw the ancient subsidiary god's departing figure. Kotar glanced at them and didn't stop as he disappeared into the depths of the darkness. At this point, the scene shattered and the dream ended. Klein woke up. He sat up straight and tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his fingers. It's not that the solidified grayish-white fog didn't undergo any abnormalities before I arrived. It's just that the guards of Moon City didn't notice it. After all, this fog extends for an unknown length of time. What's the curtain that the grayish-white fog spat out? When it's large, it can cover a hill, turning it into a deep pit like magic. When it's small, it can become the demonic wolf's clothes, transforming him into a puppet. It's a little like a high-level item of the seer pathway. It was spat out because I entered the world above the gray fog and completed the binding with Sapphira Castle. It seems to be able to turn the surrounding plants into its marionettes. This gives me a familiar feeling, right? In the foggy town, there's a problem with the food prepared in the room. There are spirit body threads that grow out and extend towards the cathedral at the core. Once they're eaten, one's entire body will instantly evaporate and vanish. Yes, it's being hung in the cathedral and becoming a marionette. In other words, at the level of a miracle invoker or attendant of mysteries, one can make plants or objects that once possessed spirituality grow spirit body threads, turning them into marionettes. Is that curtain the beyonder characteristic of a miracle invoker or an attendant of mysteries? From the dark demonic wolf's performance, it's very likely the latter. This is the reason why the attendant of mysteries characteristic has been missing for a long period of time. There are only clues, but no one can find it. Before Sapphira Castle has an owner, the grayish-white fog will unconsciously attract the empty high-level characteristics of the three pathways and contain them. What is it trying to do? That suction force is really strong. It even scared the dark demonic wolf, Kotar. He couldn't care less about staying and only wanted to escape. What is he suspecting and afraid of? After a series of analysis, Klein's face gradually turned excited. If he could successfully hunt an angel-level existence like the dark demonic wolf, it would be an unparalleled harvest. Of course, the dark demonic wolf after obtaining the curtain was definitely more difficult to deal with than before. Klein's confidence in this matter had decreased significantly. As his thoughts raced, Klein suddenly recalled something. From the time node, when the dark demonic wolf arrived at the northern city ruin, Noise, he had clearly obtained the curtain. He turned the entire city into marionettes and created a puppet city not to settle down or to accumulate helpers, but to prepare for the attendant of mysteries ritual. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes for Monday. If the dark demonic wolf is really preparing for the attendant of mysteries ritual, then his whereabouts aren't completely untraceable. Klein nodded slowly. He already had some vague thoughts in his mind, but he could not truly sort them out. He instinctively wanted to use the soil that had been tainted by the curtain to directly divine the whereabouts of the item and lock on to the dark demonic wolf's current hiding spot. However, considering that the other party was an angel, this method would most likely alarm him, making him alert and take evasive measures. Klein rationally gave up on this idea and returned to the real world to think hard about the entire matter. The next day, when the frequency of the lightning gradually increased, another group of Moon City residents came to German Sparrow's bonfire under the lead of a priest named Duke. They listened to his preaching, enjoyed the mushrooms, and waited for purification. After the residents of Moon City received the baptism and their faces were covered in tears, Klein looked around and asked casually, "What's the matter?" "The God of Sun asked you to stay here and watch out for anyone walking out of the fog?" "Yes." Duke, whose swollen body had been cured, knew that the high priest had mentioned this matter to the oracle in front of him, so he answered quite frankly. Klein nodded slightly and asked another question. "If you really find someone walking out of the fog, what will you do?" Duke didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. "Immediately recite the honorific name of the great god of the sun, and report this matter to him." As he spoke, his tone became very gloomy. In the end, he couldn't even form words. That was because the god of sun, the creator, hadn't responded for more than 2,000 years. Even when Moon City held the most complete ceremony and repeatedly chanted the honorific name, there was no response at all. What else? Klein asked keenly. This was a revelation from his spiritual intuition, and it was also a result of inference to a certain extent. It was obvious that the ancient sun god and the City of Silver creator had considered a problem. One possibility was that the person who walked out of the grayish-white fog was extremely careful and cautious. He didn't like being watched or monitored. After discovering Moon City's patrol team, he was inclined to use his Beyonder powers to influence their minds, making them forget that they had seen him or recite his honorific name. Facing such a situation, the ancient sun god should have made some arrangements. Of course, this was not absolute. If Amon's father could accurately foresee that the person who walked out of the grayish-white fog was a novice, then there was no need to say too much in the oracle. However, considering that the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator, had even predicted wrongly where he would come out of the grayish-white fog, Klein was skeptical of the above possibility. Duke thought for a moment and hesitated. Greet that person and tell him a word. Klein's spirits were immediately lifted, but he maintained his composure and asked, "What word?" Duke's lips moved a few times, as though he was mimicking the pronunciation. Then, he said in a strange tone, "Chernobyl." Klein's mind froze for a second before he let out a silent sigh. In a forest in East Chester County in the Kingdom of Rouen. The farmers from the nearby villages gathered here, plucking the strange mushrooms that were covered in tree roots, rotten wood, and bushes. According to the kingdom's laws, this forest and everything that grew within it belonged to its owner, Miss Audrey Hall. However, the continuation of the war, the collection of food, and the high taxes made the farmers unable to care about breaking the law. That was something they had to consider only if they survived. Furthermore, with more people participating, they naturally became bolder. They formed small teams and efficiently plucked. They split the mushrooms that were covered in stars or had fat patterns into two portions. A small portion was kept for their own consumption, and most of them were prepared to be sold to the grain merchants waiting outside the forest in exchange for gold pounds to buy salt, cloth, and other necessities. These farmers didn't go overboard. Apart from the mushrooms, they only took away a portion of the fruits on the trees, leaving enough for the guards of the forest to hand over. In just 2 to 3 hours, the farmers sold a large number of mushrooms and fruits. With gold pounds in their hands and rations on their backs, they returned to their respective villages with smiles on their faces. To them, everything that happened today was what they wanted to do, and they had achieved their predetermined goals. The grain merchant with a beard was equally happy because this was an unexpected harvest. In the current situation, he could earn a lot of money. He led the workers and moved a large number of mushrooms and fruits to the processing point outside the city. After the corresponding processing, they were all placed into the warehouse. As a meticulous businessman, he checked the warehouse again after sending the workers away. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he personally closed the door and locked it. At this moment, he saw a thick stack of cash on the ground, all of which were 10-pound denominations. When did I drop so much money? The grain merchant bent down in relief and picked up the stack of cash. As he counted, he suddenly remembered the origin of the money. It was the profit from selling the mushroom powder, dried mushrooms, and preserved fruits. How generous! The bearded merchant sighed in satisfaction as he turned to leave the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, Audrey, who was wearing a light blue dress, dispelled her psychological invisibility and took out a black bag. This was a traveler's bag that she had rented from Judgment Zio. Following that, Audrey, whose blonde hair was tied up in a simple bun, easily poured the bags of food into the black bag. After doing all of this, she took out a hard, bronze-green notebook and flipped to the page that recorded teleportation. This was Lamino's travels for Magician's Furs. And everything that had happened was secretly controlled by Audrey. She first gave the rapidly reproducing mushrooms provided by Ma'am Hermit to the animals in the forest. With their help, she planted them in suitable spots. Following that, she influenced the farmers in the surrounding villages, strengthening their inner desires, allowing them to overcome their fear of the law. And the grain merchant and his employee happened to pass by and discover this matter. This manipulation of people's hearts was addictive, as though she was the ruler of all life. However, Audrey didn't smile at all. Instead, she sighed softly. It's still not enough. I'm still lacking a lot. Very much. The mushrooms she had obtained weren't the type that little son mentioned that could grow by feeding on monsters' flesh and blood. They needed the environment to provide them with sufficient nutrients to grow rapidly. Therefore, there was no way to plant mushrooms in this forest anytime soon, otherwise, it might turn into a desert. Staring at the empty cloth bags, Audrey's green eyes shimmered as she couldn't help but think. Large amounts of food are concentrated with the church, the royal family, the military, the government, the nobles, and the merchants. Fasak, Intis, and Fainapotter also have it, but with just a traveler's luggage, I wonder how many times it will take. It's very dangerous to manipulate the nobles, merchants, and the military. I might be discovered if I'm not careful. If the situation hadn't deteriorated to such a state, I might never have known that some people have such a side. Different environments and situations make everyone wear different masks. I have to take note of this in the future. As her thoughts raced, Audrey, who lacked experience in dealing with such matters, planned on seeking Mr. World's advice in the next 2 days to see if he had any suggestions. As the world, German Sparrow had been walking alone in the uninhabited forsaken land of the gods for long periods of time, surrounded by a dark and despairing environment. Audrey suggested that he seek her out for regular psychological counseling. It didn't necessarily mean that he needed to be treated. Just a casual conversation could effectively relieve the depression, loneliness, and depression. German Sparrow followed the doctor's advice, and Audrey knew from their chats that apart from seeking her out for psychological counseling, this powerful adventurer would occasionally chat with Mr. Star above the grey fog. His emotional state was rather good. With a decision, Audrey immediately activated her traveling ability and returned to Bakeland. But on second thought, she felt a little depressed. This was because she knew that even if she gathered a large amount of food, it would only allow the residents of Bakeland to stabilize for a period of time. If the war didn't end, the situation would only worsen. War. Audrey closed her eyes, completely at a loss as to how she could stop it. She had heard from Ma'am Hermit that the essence of this war was very likely to be a battle of gods. And the prelude to a battle of gods was the same. It was to spend a certain amount of time and strength to shake the opponent's anchor. After some thought, Audrey pursed her lips and decided to start with what she could do. As the notebook emitted a blurry glow, her figure quickly turned transparent and disappeared. Beside the quietly burning bonfire, Klein, who had sent off the guest from Moon City, couldn't help but recall what blasphemer Amon had once said. He said that Chernobyl had history he wanted to explore, and there were many clues. The ancient sun god had also specially emphasized Chernobyl. Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly had the urge to explore Chernobyl. This wasn't considered an impulse. It was something he had always wanted to do, but because of Amon, he didn't dare to put it into practice. I've been heading east for more than half a year. No one would have thought that I would suddenly descend upon Chernobyl. Amon has obtained the last worm of time beyond her characteristic and is preparing the ritual. It's impossible for his true body to still be in Chernobyl. Yes, he is a very patient king of angels. Perhaps he has an avatar waiting in Chernobyl. Klein analyzed the current situation and decided to let the projection in the historical void give it a try. In any case, his true body definitely wouldn't head there directly. After making up his mind, Klein first went above the grey fog to do a divination. Then, he returned to the real world, reached out, and dragged out his past self from 5 minutes ago. This historical projection gained consciousness as his true body vanished. Following that, he grabbed a few times and took out the black staff embedded with many gems. Staff of the Stars. Klein wanted to use the powers of the Staff of the Stars to directly teleport to Chernobyl. P.S. Update before making changes. 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign. At the same time that he received the Staff of the Stars, Klein took out a gold coin from thin air with his other hand and flicked it with a clang. As the gold coin tumbled, the revelation he had obtained from his divination naturally surfaced in his mind. It was an extremely deep ravine, and at the bottom of it was a thick and wide building that was constructed with layers of grayish-white. Every detail was a restoration of the Chernobyl that Klein had seen back then, but it didn't come from the spirit world, but from Klein's subconscious. With the help of dream divination, he recreated the scene he had seen in his mind. And just as this scene was completed, the gems embedded in the Staff of the Stars emitted a faint light, instantly disappearing with Klein's historical void projection. Then, it appeared above the grayish-white building. In just a second, Klein had returned to Chernobyl. From the easternmost area of the forsaken land of the gods, this was one of the main powers of the Staff of the Stars. If the corresponding scene that surfaced in the wielder's mind was real and still existed, then the Staff of the Stars could allow him to cross all obstacles and arrive at his destination, no matter how far away it was. Of course, the prerequisite was that the outline had to be absolutely correct. There couldn't be any visible difference from the original. The reason why Klein chose the deep ravine where Chernobyl was located and not the wilderness that was filled with grayish-yellow fog was that he knew that after the giant king's youngest son, the god of glory, Bladel, escaped the curse and completely passed away, that place would definitely undergo a huge change. The only place that wouldn't be affected was the mysterious Chernobyl that was valued by the ancient sun god and Amon. This didn't mean that the deep ravine and grayish-white building wouldn't have any visible changes. In fact, Klein was already prepared for the teleportation to fail and for his destination to be unknown. After all, the person was fake, and the item in his hand was fake. It wasn't a pity to lose it. In midair, Klein, who was holding the Staff of the Stars, didn't even have the time to observe his surroundings before his entire body suddenly sank and plummeted down. Without creeping hunger, nor did he transform into an avian creature, he currently didn't have the ability to fly. Therefore, even though the demigods of the seer pathway were so strange and terrifying, they actually had an ordinary human side. As his thoughts raced, a beyonder power appeared in Klein's mind. The Staff of the Stars lit up in different colors, stirring up violent winds around it. The wind wrapped around Klein, causing his black windbreaker to flutter and his body to slowly descend. During this process, Klein's right hand trembled, allowing the Staff of the Stars' historical void projection to return to its usual spot. This was to prevent any accidents from happening due to his instinctive imagination. Right on the heels of that, he pressed down on the half-top hat on his head with his left hand. Just as the lightning in the sky faded, he pulled out a lantern from the void. Under the dim yellow light of the lantern, Klein's feet, which were wearing buckless leather shoes, stepped firmly on the ground at the bottom of the deep ravine. The endless darkness around him seemed to hide monsters one after another. In front of him was Chernobyl, which was made up of layers of gray. With the lightning in the sky and the lantern in his hand working together, Klein soon discovered a situation. This thick and wide grayish-white building didn't have a door. Yes, every place is sealed. I remember that the ancient sun god opened an illusory rift in the grayish-white wall. Klein thought as he found the spot in his memories and began chanting the fool's honorific name. In the easternmost part of the forsaken land of the gods, beside the solidified fog near Moon City, Klein, who was hiding in the historical void, immediately entered Sapphira Castle. With the help of the prayer light, he used his true vision to scan the situation in Chernobyl. There wasn't a single Amon in the deep ravine and the remnants of the grayish-yellow fog in the wilderness. As for Chernobyl itself, even with the true vision provided by Sapphira Castle, Klein was unable to see what was happening inside. Beneath the layers of grayish-white, there seemed to be absolute nothingness without any color. It's indeed not simple. As expected of a place where the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator, walked out. Klein sighed inwardly as he quickly left Sapphira Castle and returned to the historical fragment from before the first epoch. Outside Chernobyl, Klein regained his consciousness as he reached out his hand and took out Laymanos' Travels. He quickly flipped to one of the pages and prepared to use the apprentice's door opening. Such a move was actually a little rash for Klein, but considering that it was only a historical void projection, he felt that it wasn't a problem. Beyonders of the seer pathway are indeed cautious and rash at the same time. I'm cautious when preparing, and rash after making preparations, showing the duality of caution and recklessness. As Klein lampooned himself, he silently passed through the obstacle and entered Chernobyl. After repeatedly opening doors, he finally left the place where the grayish-white was poured. He saw a thick, half-open metal door in front of him. The metal door wasn't tall, only about 2.5 meters tall. It was clearly prepared for humans. In front of it were 2 pitch-black traces and 2 firearms that were more sci-fi than any weapon of the current era. These 2 firearms were a little similar to the ones Klein had seen in magazines in his previous life, but he wasn't a fan of such things, so he couldn't be sure. Klein didn't pick them up, nor did he attempt to study them. This was because his spiritual intuition told him that the two gun-like weapons had been completely corroded. Any touch would instantly cause them to dissipate and turn into bubbles. After taking a look, Klein dispelled Lamino's travels. With a lantern in hand, he passed through the two pitch-black traces and arrived behind the metal door. There was a very wide aisle, and on both sides were rooms of different sizes. Some of the tables and chairs inside had toppled over. Some were intact, while others were missing half of them. The walls and ground were covered in black traces. It looks like a research institute. Klein made a preliminary judgment based on the remnant items and overall layout. Without needing him to search deliberately, he soon discovered a room with a collapsed machine. On the table were a few yellowish pieces of paper. They seemed to have been casually placed there after someone had gathered them. The ancient sun god or Amon? Klein hesitated for 2 seconds before finally stepping into the room. The lantern's dim yellow light dispersed the darkness inside. He picked up the few pages and quickly scanned them. 10 seconds later, Klein put down the piece of paper as the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't recognize a single word on the few pages. I barely passed English in my previous life, much less other languages. Klein suddenly felt how the other Beyonders in this world felt when they read Roselle's diary. He slowly exhaled, extended his hand into the void, and took out an item. This was a translation device that Zhou Mingrui had specially bought when he had saved up some money to travel overseas. During the luck enhancement ritual, it had been in the computer bag beside him. To Klein, the greatest advantage of the translation device was that it could translate offline, as long as it didn't exceed the built-in dictionary. After some fiddling with it, he finally understood what was written on the few pages. Research on the situation of oil production in a dried-up oil field. Why would they build a research institute in a place that no one else would think of? God, what did they discover deep in the oil field? These are really some wonderful materials. What exactly happened? The doctor turned into a pool of black oil in front of me. More and more people are turning into oil. The research institute is sealed off from the outside. No one can leave. No one can leave. Madness. Everyone has gone mad. We're the only ones who are still normal, but our food is running out. I think I'm hearing things. There seems to be a voice coming from underground. It's summoning me. He is summoning me. The simple and straightforward text sent a chill down Klein's spine. He had the feeling that he was walking towards madness and death, one step at a time. At the same time, a thought naturally surfaced in his mind, the pollution that originated from underground. The cause of all this was the discovery of some strange geological material during the research of the dried-up oil field, and unnecessary in-depth experiments were done? Then, the world was destroyed? But if it was a disaster caused by such a coincidence, then it doesn't make sense for me, Roselle the Great, and the others to obtain the item that helped us transmigrate ahead of time. Perhaps, there's a coincidence in the inevitable, and there's an inevitability hidden in a coincidence? The pollution from underground had actually been affecting the human world, but it wasn't obvious. It could only intermittently bring about some mysterious events. When this research progressed, he would completely awaken? Klein subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He carried the lantern and left the room, heading deeper into the research institute. He paid close attention to his surroundings to see if there was anything worth paying attention to. After walking for dozens of seconds, his vision suddenly turned much darker. More than half of the lantern's dim yellow light was devoured by the area in front of him. Klein took a closer look and realized that there was a cliff 2 steps away. That part of the research institute had collapsed into the ground. It was dark and empty, with no end in sight. Vaguely, Klein seemed to hear a silent cry. It came from deep underground and directly sounded in his mind. Klein had once had such a feeling. It was brought about by the bronze door in the Hall of Truth. He frowned slightly and took a few steps back, prepared to dispel the historical void projection at any moment. At this moment, a palm that was so shriveled that only skin and bones were left reached out from the darkness and grabbed the edge of the cliff. Then, a figure jumped out and landed in front of Klein. He was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe. There was a monocle in his right eye socket. He was none other than the Angel of Time, Amon. However, Amon's condition wasn't normal. He was like a skeleton covered in skin. Klein subconsciously took a few steps back as he watched Amon's flesh and blood rapidly fill up. He nudged his monocle and smiled. There's actually a visitor. You are? I am? Klein, who was just about to dispel the historical void projection, was stunned by Amon's question. He controlled himself and didn't frown slightly. Instead of answering, he asked, "You're not Amon's true body?" Standing at the edge of the cliff, Amon took a step forward and smiled. Of course not. You seem to know my true body, or other avatars? Although Amon didn't attack, his step forward still gave Klein an indescribable pressure. It wasn't easy for him to not retreat and expose his cowardice. He tersely acknowledged and replied in a deep voice, "That's why I'm very surprised that you don't know me. That's why I'm very surprised that you don't know me. Are you very famous?" Amon, who had crawled out of the darkness, teased with a smile. Then, he raised his hand to adjust the crystal monocle on his right eye. After this action was completed, it froze for a few seconds before it stopped. Amon seemed to be thinking and whispered as though in thought. Amon muttered, "There aren't any other me nearby." Is there really none, or has the connection been completely severed? What accident caused this Amon to become independent? No, I can't believe anything this fellow says. He is a top swindler. Klein's heart stirred at first, but he immediately suppressed the corresponding thoughts. He then asked, "Why did you crawl out from underground?" Amon's expression returned to normal as he chuckled. Guess. Be it his true body or avatars, the fact that he has a terrible personality remains the same. Klein lampooned and probed, "You're exploring the secrets of the underground. You're exploring the secrets of the underground." Amon nodded slightly. Isn't that obvious? He then turned his body halfway and pointed at the darkness in front of the cliff that light couldn't illuminate. My father crawled out from here just like I did. Ah yes, it has a name. You should have heard of it, Chaos Sea. Chaos Sea? One of the 9 Spherote, Chaos Sea. It's indeed hidden deep underground. Was the corruption behind the bronze door really brought about by it? Back then, I completed my mysticism knowledge by chatting with Amon. The ancient sun god was originally a member of this research institute, but he fell into the Chaos Sea deep underground during the collapse. He only woke up in the second epoch and crawled out? Back then, he was only an ordinary person. According to the law that the higher one's sequence was, the more dangerous it was to approach the underground. Why wasn't he too affected? Klein's thoughts spun quickly. He recalled one thing after another and made one conjecture after another. 2 or 3 seconds later, he cooperated and said, "So you took the risk and jumped in to search for the buried history and the truth about world?" Something like that. Amon pinched the top and bottom edge of the monocle and said with a slightly self-deprecating tone, "But I didn't do it voluntarily." Huh? Klein used a simple pronunciation to express his doubt. Amon smiled. Every one of us knows that it's very dangerous deep underground, so none of us wish to go down by ourselves. We have tried many roundabout methods, including creating marionettes to replace ourselves, but none of them succeeded. We were unable to obtain any feedback. In the end, under his true body's presiding, we conducted a fair vote. Unfortunately, I was chosen. It's a miracle that Amon hasn't completely gone mad. As expected of the god of mischief. Even internal decisions have to be made in such a prank. Klein resisted the urge to lampoon. Then, you jumped down by yourself? I can't just wait to be thrown down by them, right? Amon spread out his hands. At this point, he seemed to finally understand something as he muttered to himself. Chaos Sea severed my connection with my main body and the surrounding avatars? I'm independent? Independent. Back when I was in front of the bronze door of the Hall of Truth, I felt that every cell and worm of spirit was giving birth to a new consciousness, producing a self different from my main body. Amon's avatar directly entered the Chaos Sea, so it's very normal for him to have such an anomaly. An independent Amon avatar should be able to effectively scam Amon's main body. No, I can't believe it. Klein had just confirmed Amon's words with his own experience, but he suddenly warned himself not to trust the god of deceit. He smiled and said, "Of course. I suspect that you're lying to me." Amon propped up the crystal monocle and sized up Klein for a few seconds. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Even if I want to find a partner, it won't be a weak fellow like you. In the era of the 8 kings of angels, were you very close to Red Angel Medici? Since Klein was determined not to believe that Amon was already independent, he attempted to ask, what did you discover in the Chaos Sea? A lot. Guess what it is, Amon said with a smile. I didn't discover anything, Klein deliberately said. Amon shook his head. I think the same for the others. Furthermore, because I haven't come out for a long time and didn't respond, it's reasonable to believe that I've been corroded and digested by the Chaos Sea. Without waiting for Klein to respond, Amon continued. The Chaos Sea is extremely large. It almost fills up the Earth's core and submerges the layer above. It is also the only Sapphira that is both real and illusory. In the world, there is a direct entrance to the Sapphira. The others are either completely illusory and hidden somewhere, or they are absolutely real and coexist with reality. I discovered something very interesting inside. The first blasphemy slate was likely born there, but it was later pulled by some power and left the underground before it was complete. My father might have browsed through that blasphemy slate in the beginning. That's why he condensed his remains into a second blasphemy slate when he died. These are the origins of the 2 blasphemy slates? No wonder the ancient god of the sun was so powerful in the late second epoch. Klein seemed to have vaguely understood something. What's the difference between 2 blasphemy slates? Amon adjusted the position of the crystal monocle. The second blasphemy slate has some sequence names changed, and there's more content. The content contains the secrets of transcending the sequences. Transcending the sequences? Klein's pupils widened slightly as he felt that his long-held guess had been confirmed. Becoming the creator? Amon smiled. Something like that, but such a description isn't accurate enough. I like to call that level above the sequences. There are also a number of true deities who use other methods to name it. Some call it Great Old Ones, some call it outer deities, and some refer to it as the cosmos. Cosmos? The moment Klein heard this term, his spiritual intuition began to warn him frantically. He remembered very clearly that the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana, had once told him that he shouldn't attempt to understand the cosmos before reaching the level of an angel. Otherwise, just understanding it would bring him great danger. Without any hesitation, Klein, who was hiding in the historical void before the first epoch, gave up maintaining the projection. He stood up on the stacked old city and took 4 steps counterclockwise. Almost at the same time, the violent lightning that streaked across the forsaken land of the gods calmed down. The endless darkness also vanished. A huge crimson moon occupied half the sky. The light on the surface of the crimson moon expanded and contracted as though it had come to life. Outside this world, on the moon that orbited the Earth, a crimson sea flowed. It drowned everything, as though it was digesting this huge natural satellite. When Klein learned about the Great Old Ones, outer deities, and cosmos, the blood-colored sea boiled. They quickly gathered in the middle and constantly piled up, finally forming a blood-red phantom that couldn't be seen clearly. This phantom was many times larger than the moon. It had countless eyes as it looked down at the blue planet and cast its gaze at Klein's main body, which had established a connection with him due to his understanding. As the crimson sea receded, many potholes appeared on the moon's surface. From the ground, the moon was no longer crimson. It was bright and cold, unchanged for billions of years. Further away in the universe, the brown star, orange star, crimson star, Venus star, and blue star flickered at the same time, as though they were blinking. In the fog of history, bubbles appeared on the surface of Klein's body. In each bubble was a mutated worm of spirit. They bore the faces of Zhou Mingrue, Klein Moretti, German Sparrow, and Don Dantes as they tried their best to burrow out. Klein's thoughts quickly turned chaotic. His entire spirit body seemed to be sliced apart by an invisible blade, but he still forced himself to finish chanting the last incantation. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Without a sound, Klein's spirit body passed through the gray fog and entered Sapphira Castle. The power in the entire space boiled as it enveloped him, melting away wisps of black gas, red light, and bubbles, severing the invisible connection. Nearly 10 seconds later, Klein, who was struggling and rolling, finally regained his senses. He held onto the high-backed chair and stood up. Inside Chernobyl, Amon, who was standing at the edge of the cliff, nudged the crystal monocle he wore on his right eye and muttered to himself, "You have a fast reaction." If Klein had been a second slower and fallen into that chaotic state, he wouldn't have been able to dispel the historical void projection in time. Then, Amon would have been able to deceive the connection between the projection and his actual body and directly appear in the corresponding historical fragment. Above the grey fog, Klein sat down and rubbed his temples. That Amon was indeed lying. He should be an avatar that stayed behind in Chernobyl. After sensing my arrival, he was unable to bypass the historical projection and directly deal with his true body, and he might not have the strength of a Sequence 2 angel. Therefore, he hid somewhere between the cliff and the Chaos Sea. He pretended to be an avatar that had just crawled out and was independent from his true body to carry out a deception. On the surface, he tried to make me believe that my avatar was independent and that he could work together, making me focus on this. In fact, he had hidden the danger in his words. Even if it's a normal conversation with the god of deceit, he will still be deceived. However, in order to achieve his goal, he has also given sufficient secrets. In the kingdom of Ruan, Bakeland, Furs, who was still sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up from her dream and subconsciously cast her gaze out the window. She had no lack of similar experiences. Before she became a member of the tarot, she had woken up in the middle of the night due to the curse of the full moon several times. But today, she didn't feel the familiar pain. All she felt was an inexplicable throbbing in her heart. As the curtains sealed the window, Furs couldn't determine what time it was from the weak light. She subconsciously got out of bed, walked to the window, and pulled open the curtains. Sunlight penetrated the thin fog and shone into the room, dispersing the accumulated darkness. Furs stood by the window and looked up into the sky. Her face revealed obvious confusion. The sun had already risen, and the crimson moon had long set. Why did I still have the feeling I had before the curse of the full moon arrived? Furthermore, there were still many days before the full moon. Republic of Intis, capital of Trier. Astronomers who woke up early, mysticism enthusiasts, and beyonders hidden among ordinary people all cast their gazes into the sky. The clouds in the night sky dissipated, and the huge and bright moon completely covered the light of the stars. The color of the moon was no longer the usual crimson red. It was pure white and abnormally bright. All the witnesses were stunned. This was a moon they had never seen before. Be it the normal textbooks of human society or books related to mysticism, there were no records of such a phenomenon. Apart from the common waning moons, full moons, and the occasional blood moon, the moon had never experienced such a change. At least not since the fifth epoch, in the past 1,300 years. At this moment, the witnesses realized that other than the crimson and blood-red states, the moon had other colors. Forsaken land of the gods, city of silver. Due to the high frequency of lightning in the afternoon, Derek and the others noticed the abnormality high up in the sky. The lightning and darkness that they were used to had completely disappeared in just a few seconds, leaving nothing behind. The blood-red light that occupied half of the sky was so obvious, so huge, that it illuminated everything incomparably clearly. The residents of the City of Silver who were more quick-witted immediately thought of the description of the moon and the corresponding pictures in the general education textbooks. Instantly, a stunned and confused thought flashed through their minds. Could this be the moon? Crimson moon? We actually saw the crimson moon. Soon, the red moon in front of their eyes faded inch by inch, revealing a clear and cold figure. The residents of the City of Silver were even more confused, unsure of what had happened. Derek Berg, who had heard Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, and the other tarot members talk about the situation in the outside world, was even more astonished than them. This was because this was a natural phenomenon that didn't exist outside the forsaken land of the gods. A few seconds later, the moon disappeared, and the deep darkness once again drowned everything. The frequent lightning became the main source of light. What just happened? Do you see that red mass? Moon. That's the moon. That's the crimson moon. Is this a sign that we are about to get out of the current situation? Our second exploration of the Giant King's court will be very successful, and we will open the door to the outside world? Amidst their confusion, most of the residents of the City of Silver subconsciously treated this phenomenon as a good thing, a good omen in mysticism. Only Chief Colin Iliad, the six-member council's leader, Old Lovia, and company had solemn expressions as they frowned. Above the grayish-white fog, inside the ancient palace, Klein, who had roughly figured out Amon's deception, instinctively turned his attention back to the secret he had obtained. He had some guesses about the corresponding content, but when he really uncovered it, he realized that it was more terrifying, more exaggerated, and more despairing than he had imagined. To be able to successfully make the cosmos notice me, it means that most of the secrets revealed by Amon are true. Above sequence 0, there really is another level. This should be the level of the ancient sun god. However, his condition doesn't seem to be right. He suffered a backstab and perished. According to Amon, using the creator to describe this level isn't accurate enough. He named it above the sequence. There are also existences that use the term transcending the sequence to describe that level, indicating that he has escaped the restrictions of the beyonder pathway. The gods call this rank Great Old One, Outer God, Starry Sky. From this, two things can be seen. First, in the vast universe outside this world, in the boundless starry sky, there are Great Old One and Outer God, which are existences at the level of the creator. For example, the one who contains the moon, brown star, orange star, and the others appear to be the original planets. They have changed, preventing Roselle the Great from recognizing them. This is because there are Great Old Ones or outer deities entrenched on them, watching our world. The Great Old Ones and the box of the Great Old Ones came from the mutation after being corrupted by the cosmos. Yes, there's a high chance that there's more than one Great Old Ones or outer deities. Why are they around this planet? What are they spying on? They didn't directly invade because there's a power that's temporarily isolating the outside world? This comes from the seven deities? Based on the prophecy of the apocalypse in 1368, the seven deities might not have played the most critical role. They haven't transcended the sequences. When the true barrier disappears in 1368, the Great Old Ones or outer deities will no longer be obstructed. Then, the apocalypse of the world will descend. With this in mind, questions that had accumulated in Klein's mind suddenly flashed through his mind. Why did the Evernight goddess risk instigating a war of gods to snatch the uniqueness of the death pathway? Why did the seven deities acquiesce to the appearance of a black emperor? Why did Adam, Amon, and the other kings of angels walk out from behind the scenes in this era after countless years of silence and step onto the stage? Why did the remnants of the second epic's ancient gods appear one after another? Why did Sapphira Castle only have one transmigrator in the first 4 epics, but there are 2 in the 5th epic in just over 1,000 years? Few, regardless of whether he is good or bad, he is working hard to improve himself to welcome the apocalypse. The goddess is an existence that's good at plotting. Is she choosing such a risky method to transcend the sequences and become a Great Old One? There's only about 10 years left. Time waits for no man. She secretly supports me because she has similar expectations? Adam could have finished me off at least twice, but he didn't. Apart from the fact that I don't have much of a grudge with him, this is also a factor. Klein tapped the edge of the long-modeled table and muttered to himself, the key to becoming a Great Old One or an outer deity is one of the 9 Sephiroth. Looking around the empty Sapphira Castle, Klein sighed and muttered to himself, I didn't expect this to happen. As for the exact situation, I'll have to see the second blasphemy slate to know. Unfortunately, I don't know when I'll have the chance. He then focused his attention on something else. I wonder if the ancient sun god has completely transcended the sequences. If there's really a native Great Old One born, humanity will at least have a sliver of hope when the apocalypse comes. His fall is more complicated than I imagined. It's no wonder Roselle the Great said that I have to be a sequence 0 in order to preserve myself and protect the people I care about. I wonder if those Great Old Ones or outer deities have their powers infiltrated. Yes, based on how the 7 orthodox deities and the evil gods like the true creator view the primordial moon and the mother tree of desire as enemies, their true bodies might be Great Old Ones or outer deities. It's no wonder the mother tree of desire can directly mislead my divination above the gray fog. She is the most dangerous existence I know. I understand why the Great Old Ones and outer gods gathered around this world. They likely want to obtain the 9 Sephiroth. Destroying the world is just in passing. With this in mind, Klein suddenly recalled what the mother tree of desire had said through Cynthia, Admiral, I want to have a child with you. Klein couldn't help but shiver as he seriously considered the problem of his safety after returning to the real world. He already had a certain level of understanding of the cosmos. As long as he subconsciously had the corresponding thoughts, he would directly establish a connection with the great old ones and outer deities, causing him to be corrupted. If it wasn't for the fact that Sapphira Castle has already severed the previous connection, I wouldn't even dare return to the real world. Klein thought for a moment and decided to get his psychiatrist, Miss Justice, to help him hypnotize himself and seal the corresponding information deep in his subconscious. He would only remember it when he saw the preset notification. He originally wanted to directly summon the projection of justice in the historical void to do this, but considering that this was a delicate task, if the controller didn't have a deep understanding of the mind domain, it was very likely that there would be some mistakes. And once there was a mistake, the great old ones and outer deities would cast their gazes over. Phew, remember to get Miss Justice to hypnotize herself to forget about this matter. Klein deliberated for a moment before turning the corresponding request into a stream of light and sending it into the crimson star representing justice. Before long, Audrey, who had just finished breakfast and had yet to leave home, arrived above the grey fog. The long bronze table had vanished, and there was a desk and 2 chairs in the ancient palace. Mr. World, what is it that you want to forget this time? Audrey looked at the German sparrow sitting opposite her and raised the most critical question. Klein rubbed his temples and used a deep voice to recount the secrets of the cosmos, great old ones, and outer deities. This made Audrey's eyes widen bit by bit as though she had been invaded by an evil god. After Klein finished speaking, she fell silent for a few seconds before speaking in the same deep voice, looking slightly confused. This is the truth of the apocalypse? Even the 7 deities can't save us? Without waiting for Klein's response, Audrey laughed self-deprecatingly. I thought what I'd been doing recently was very meaningful. I thought the worst news I could think of was the defeat of Rouen and the destruction of the church, but compared to the secret you told me, all of this is so insignificant. Upon hearing Miss Justice's slightly bleak and confused words, Klein could empathize with her. This was because he had previously had similar thoughts. After recalling the chicken soup for the soul he had read in his previous life, he deliberated and said, the death of a father is insignificant to the entirety of Rouen. A father's death is insignificant to all of Loan. It can happen every day, and it might even happen more than once. However, to his child and his family, it's a matter that can change their fates. Similarly, if one isn't at the level of an angel, everyone's outcome is destined. They will definitely die and be buried, but this doesn't mean that the time between our birth and death is meaningless. Audrey nodded slightly and said in a self-deprecating tone, I understand all of this. It's just that the secret you mentioned just now had a huge impact on me. I couldn't control my emotions for a moment. As a psychiatrist, I actually need someone to console me, Klein smiled. Isn't that normal? Many times, we can recognize if the state of others is normal, but we can't see our own problems clearly. Didn't you say it before? Occasionally, you and Susie will console each other. As Don Dantes had seen the golden retriever, Susie, Audrey didn't hide the matter during their conversation. Audrey nodded slightly and said, That's right. That's right. I've thought it through. I'll do what I can and leave no regrets. Klein then said, I've already thought it through. What we do might even accumulate strength to fight against the apocalypse. Klein then said, it's not just a matter of not leaving any regrets. Perhaps what we do can even accumulate strength to fight against the apocalypse. Compared to the whole, although it's tiny, no matter how vast a desert is, it's still made up of grains of sand. No matter how boundless the ocean is, it's also made up of droplets of water. As long as everyone has a bit of warmth and light, there might be some hope. A bit of warmth and light. Audrey softly repeated the keywords in the world's German sparrow's words. That's not what I said, Klein added with a smile. The corners of Audrey's lips curled up as she replied with a faint smile, could it be Roselle the Great who said it? I don't know if he said that. I had to endure a strong sense of shame to flip through his quotations, so I couldn't finish reading it. Klein didn't give a definite answer, nor did he deny it. Start hypnotizing me. Make me forget everything about the cosmos and only remember the corresponding warning. Wait a moment, I have something to ask you. Audrey generously made a request. She took this opportunity to talk about what she had been doing recently, as well as the difficulties she had encountered and the confusion she had. Mr. World, do you have any suggestions? What can I do to prevent the people of Bakeland from suffering too much before the war ends? As for stopping the war, although she really wanted to, she knew rationally that she did not have the ability to do so. At the same time, she also understood that even Mr. World was unable to do it. Even if Mr. Fool were to intervene personally, he would only be able to turn this situation around and not stop the war. After all, the World War was essentially a battle between deities. Klein hesitated for a few seconds before calmly saying, although the spectator pathway tries its best to stay behind the scenes, and although I always remember the words cautious and careful when doing things, trying my best not to put myself in a dangerous situation, when he said that, Audrey subconsciously replied inwardly, that's right. From the various rumors at sea, furs, and the others' descriptions, and the semi-god battle that I witnessed, I couldn't see any signs of caution or caution at all. I could only see power and radical. To be able to do all those things and survive, it's definitely not enough to rely on power alone. Seeing that Miss Justice was listening attentively, with her green eyes filled with concentration, Klein continued. But in this world, not everything can be easily solved. There is no need to take risks. Sometimes, when I do something, I do it with the thought that I might die. The mumbling in Audrey's heart stopped. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, I'm not sure. I see what you mean. Most of the time, it's impossible to do what you want to do and be absolutely safe. You can only choose one of them. Klein nodded and decided to let Miss Justice understand the truth of this world better, so as to prevent her from being overly idealistic when doing things. Among the methods you mentioned just now, the most feasible, least risky, and most helpful to the people of Bakeland is to obtain food from the nobles, churches, big merchants, and the royal family. Why aren't we plundering the food of the Fasak, Intis, and Fainapotter armies? Audrey subconsciously asked. Klein said calmly, that's because these three armies have already penetrated deep into Rouen borders. Even if you can break through the demigod's watch and successfully snatch the food, they won't collapse. They will definitely plunder the surrounding citizens for food to sustain themselves. It won't affect them much in the short term, but in the long term, it might not be possible. In that case, Audrey would know who would be the one being hurt. This was the difference between a war before a war of gods and an ordinary war. Besides, I'm unable to do it. Traveler's bag has a limited capacity. It's the same for teleportation recorded in Laymanos Travels. Audrey enlightened herself and asked in thought, if I were to really obtain food from the nobles, merchants, and the royal family, and the church discovers the traces, what would be their reaction? Klein maintained his previous tone. Tacit approval. Audrey had a vague feeling that this was the answer, but she couldn't figure out the reason. Klein continued, believers are the anchors of a deity. Believers are the anchors of God, and a believer is an anchor. In this respect, there is no difference between a noble and a poor person. No one is nobler, and no one is lower. Under normal circumstances, nobles and merchants can use their status, power, wealth, and influence to help the church maintain the system and spread the faith, so they are more valued. But in this situation, which one is more important, a few thousand anchors or hundreds of thousands or millions of anchors? This is a simple math problem. Faced with the truth that had torn away the veil of warmth, Audrey was momentarily speechless. When Klein saw this, he added, that's right. In that respect, what you want to do makes sense on a larger level. You help the Evernight goddess and the Lord of Storm stabilize their anchors. In the future, this might be the key to fighting against the apocalypse. Audrey pursed her lips bit by bit before releasing them after a long while. She chuckled. Only now did I realize that I'm actually a little proud of my noble status. What's noble is one's character, not one's status. Klein helped her finish the rest of the sentence. Audrey slowly exhaled and calmed her chaotic heart, but she didn't make up her mind. She casually said, our tarot and the church of Evernight seems to have a pretty good relationship. Mr. Fool and the Evernight goddess are allies? This question stumps me. I do wish to become allies with the goddess, but the goddess might not think much of me. Klein lampooned before saying rather seriously, we're currently considered allies. We're currently considered allies. He deliberately emphasized the present to prevent himself from being smacked in the face by reality in the future. At the same time, he muttered the real answer inwardly. From the looks of the situation, the goddess is Tarot's angel investor and main shareholder. Audrey slowly nodded and suddenly smiled. I'm wondering what you're mumbling to yourself when you answer we're currently allies. It must be interesting, just like when we explored Liveseed. Miss, a psychiatrist isn't suitable to crack such jokes with patients. Is it because we've chatted too much in the past half a year and have become more familiar with each other, revealing your true nature? Please respect the adventurer in front of you who's famous for being cold and crazy. Yes, I have to say that the spectator pathway's ability to adjust their emotions is really strong. It's all Leonard's fault that time. Klein was first taken aback before pretending that nothing had happened. He leaned back in his chair and said, "Let's begin." Audrey immediately reined in all her emotions and began to seriously and meticulously attempt hypnosis. After everything was over, Klein used the Crimson Star to confirm that Miss Justice hadn't been noticed by the Great Old Ones after she returned to the real world. Of course, he had already forgotten that this matter was related to the Great Old Ones or the outer deities. However, he was certain that nothing abnormal had happened from Miss Justice's state. Phew. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and threw the piece of paper that could awaken his memories into the junk pile. He told himself to wait until he became an angel before reading it. Bakeland, Bridge District, inside an apartment. Emlyn White looked at Merrick, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. He took off his top hat and bowed gracefully. "What do you want?" Merrick sat on the sofa, leaned forward, and clasped his hands. Emlyn pulled a chair and sat down. "You still want to deal with the important figures of Rose School's indulgence faculty? You have a clue?" Merrick asked with an indifferent expression. Emlyn had definitely made preparations before coming to visit. He said unhurriedly, "That's right. I really don't have any clues about the person in charge of the Rose School in Bakeland. However, after the war intensified, the southern continents East and West Balam, Star Highlands, Paws Valley, and Hagati Plains fell into chaos. Many of the Rose School's demigods surfaced and walked onto the stage. It was no longer difficult to lock onto them." Merrick glanced at the red-eyed and thin-lipped Emlyn. "Which Duke or Marquis of the Sanguine are you representing to say these words? Can't I represent myself?" Emlyn raised his chin slightly and asked with a smile. Merrick shook his head seriously. "You're only a Sequence 5. You're not qualified." He was so direct that Emlyn was momentarily at a loss for a reply. Maintaining his smile and calming his emotions, Emlyn replied, "I can find a helper of a sufficient level. I can find a helper of a sufficient level." On this matter, he didn't wish to rely on the Sanguine's forces. This was because if that happened, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a liaison, a bystander, and a messenger. He wouldn't have any say in the distribution of the spoils of war. As for the Sanguine's dukes and marquises, there was no lack of direct descendants who wished to advance to demigod and become earls. In the beginning, Emlyn believed in his identity as the Sanguine's savior. He believed that the important figures above him would treat every matter and every member fairly, but as the hanging man analyzed the orders, actions, and hidden intentions of the high-ranking Sanguine like Marquis Nibs, Emlyn gradually became wary. Merrick's brows furrowed indiscernibly. "Sherlock Moriarty?" Emlyn was puzzled as he adjusted his sitting posture. "Why do you think it's him?" If it were in the past, he would have directly said, "Why did you mention Sherlock Moriarty? He's been away from Bakeland for nearly 2 years." But now, he could acutely sense that there was a hidden message in Merrick's words. Hence, he subconsciously adjusted his rhetorical question. "In the eyes of this wraith, Sherlock Moriarty isn't simple?" "Yes, he's indeed not simple." As he spoke, Emlyn made a guess. Upon hearing Emlyn's question, Merrick's eyes immediately turned odd, as though he was meeting the Sanguine Viscount for the first time. He quickly restrained the abnormality on his face and said emotionlessly, "We need to consider it. We need to think about it." "No problem." Emlyn secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He then stood up and bowed in a very gentlemanly manner. After agreeing on the method of contact, he put on his silk top hat and walked out of the room. On the way back to his residence, Emlyn couldn't help but go through his initial plan. As long as I reach a cooperation agreement with the demigod of Rose School's temperance faculty, I can use it to request the marquises and dukes to use the Grade 1 sealed artifact in the clan, as long as I reach an agreement with the demigod of the Rose School of Thought's temperance faction, I can use it to request the marquises and dukes to use the Grade 1 sealed artifact in my race, using the request of the partner as an excuse to reject the demigods in the clan, not allowing them to directly interfere. Yes, to reach an agreement, I have to produce enough strength to convince Merrick and company. I can only post the mission on the tarot and see if Ma'am Hermit, Miss Justice, and Mr. the Hanging Man are willing to accept the mission. Also, Miss Magicians can be considered. She can summon the world, a projection of German Sparrow. The biggest problem now is that I don't have enough compensation. I can only try to pay in advance, or make a promise that I'll pay you back when I become a count. With this in mind, Emlyn was suddenly glad that he had joined the tarot. This was the only organization that he knew of that could use the promise of the future to exchange for current resources. And within the Sanguine, in the Orthodox churches, one had to accumulate contributions one step at a time before they could line up for a Beyonder characteristic and advancement ritual. Sometimes, a Beyonder might not be able to accumulate the required contributions their entire lives. This is like a credit loan guaranteed by Mr. Fool. It can be used to issue a mission, and it can be repaid in installments when the advancement is successful. Emlyn habitually relied on things he was familiar with. Although he had never taken a loan from a bank, some Sanguine had rich experience and often interacted with each other. Most of them had fixed hobbies that consumed a lot of money, and the precious items they collected were difficult to convert into cash. They had no choice but to borrow money from their acquaintances or bank loans. Emlyn remembered that there was a Sanguine who wasn't good at business and relied purely on being a doctor to earn money. He had taken a fancy to a precious piece of art and bought it with a loan from the Bakeland Bank. After that, he, who couldn't bear to mortgage his property, relied on his long lifespan to repay the loan in installments after 200 years. Of course, in name, the father died and the son took over. And when the son died, the grandson took over. Emlyn's evaluation of this was very trustworthy. Bakeland, North Borough, outside St. Samuel Cathedral. The citizens lined up in a few rows and received food such as toast, dried mushrooms, and preserved fruits from the staff of the Rouen Poverty Relief Foundation. Their line extended from the cathedral's entrance to the square and circled around several times. At a glance, there were heads everywhere. Audrey stood on the steps behind Melissa and took in all of this. She saw the citizens with sallow faces and eyes filled with desire. She saw mothers carrying babies, coaxing them as they anxiously observed the line in front of them that didn't seem to have shrunk by much. She saw many people dressed smartly, wearing formal suits and long skirts. She saw some people lowering their hats and wearing veils, as though they didn't want the people around them to recognize them. From time to time, there would be people who didn't want to abide by the order. They would be dragged out by the priests and police who helped maintain the line and thrown to the back. As the portions of food were delivered, the cloth bags piled up behind the long table shriveled one after another before turning empty. Finally, all the food had been distributed, but the long line had only been reduced by half. The citizens who didn't receive any relief couldn't help but reveal a mixture of disappointment, frustration, reluctance, and pleading. However, they didn't make a ruckus or argue. They mechanically moved their feet and rushed to the other food distribution points. They had experienced such things too many times in the past month or two. They knew that unnecessary emotional outbursts would only waste their little stamina. They wouldn't be able to quickly move to other relief points or affordable food outlets. At that moment, their expressions were numb as they left the square with empty eyes. They were like a group of zombies. During this process, a woman carrying a child's legs went limp and she fell to the ground. Her child immediately burst into tears, and there was obvious pain in his voice. As he cried, the child sobbed and said, "Mommy, I'm so hungry." As he cried, the child sobbed and said, "Mommy, I'm so hungry, there'll be food soon. There'll be food soon. There's food at Memorial Square." The woman picked up her child and patted his back. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Upon seeing this scene, Audrey was just about to say something when she saw Melissa take out a portion of food from a wooden box under the long table. She then jogged towards the mother and child. "I didn't see it just now. There's another portion." Melissa half squatted down and handed over the bread, dried mushrooms, and preserved fruits in her hands. Then, she explained softly, afraid that it would cause a fight among the surrounding citizens. The remaining food was actually prepared for the Foundation staff who had been busy for a long time. Melissa had given her portion. The woman took the food and handed it to the child. "Thank you, thank you." The child hugged the food tightly and childishly said to his mother, "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." Audrey subconsciously looked around and realized that the church's priests, most of the police, and the Nighthawks, who were hidden among the citizens to prevent any accidents, had undisguised sympathy, pity, and sadness. After the citizens had basically left, Audrey picked up her portion of food and handed it to Melissa. "You deserve it." Melissa looked at Miss Hall in front of her and shook her head. "I'm giving you my own share." "Miss Hall, don't worry. I'll have food when I get home. My brother is a government employee." With a faint smile, Audrey stuffed the toasted bread, dried mushrooms, and preserved fruits into Melissa's hands. "You don't have to worry about me either. My family has prepared desserts for me when I'm busy outside." As she spoke, she took a wooden box from her maidservant, Annie, and opened it for Melissa. Inside the wooden box were exquisitely shaped cucumber sandwiches, cream muffins, and miniature carrot cakes. Melissa's face revealed a clear look of astonishment. She looked deeply at the desserts for a few seconds before looking up at Miss Audrey Hall. She then lowered her head and didn't say a word. She drank the water prepared by St. Samuel Cathedral and chewed on the toasted bread. Audrey seemed to be petrified by her gaze. She held the wooden box and stood rooted to the ground. She didn't move for a few seconds as she pursed her lips tightly. After the fifth batch of Moon City residents received purification and treatment and enjoyed the magical mushrooms, the ancient city became believers of the Fool without any resistance. They welcomed the Saint and Oracle, German Sparrow, into the city. Klein then held a large-scale mass and used the unshadowed crucifix and life's cane to heal the remaining Moon City residents. High Priest Nim came out of isolation and at the end of the mass, he respectfully asked, "Lord Oracle, what's the complete honorific name of the Great Lord?" Klein looked around and said solemnly with a taut face, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After giving out his honorific name, he deliberately emphasized one sentence. "Don't recite the honorific name in full when you pray. Only when there's an important matter. Otherwise, as Mr. Fool, he would have a mental breakdown from the work call." Nim wasn't surprised at all, because it was the same for the ancient sun god. He thought for a moment and asked, "What are the specific requirements for the ritual to worship the Lord?" Klein said with the air of a charlatan. "God said, the 8th commandment, serve me with your heart, not with a sacrifice. The most important thing in the ceremony is devotion. There are no other requirements. It can be very simple. Anyway, the Lord doesn't care." With that said, Klein added inwardly. After clarifying the matter, he raised his right hand and pointed at the pile of mushrooms in front of him. "The Lord bestowed these mushrooms upon you to give you a bountiful harvest. These mushrooms use the flesh and blood of monsters as nutrients. They can rapidly grow and reproduce, and they can accumulate all the toxins, corruption, and madness into the pure black mushrooms. This can be used as a medium for curses or paint for arrows." The residents of Moon City listened excitedly. At the same time, they clasped their hands and lowered their heads. They shouted, "Praise the Fool!" At that moment, Klein seemed to hear countless illusory voices emerge from the air. They mixed with the real praises, surrounding him and fixing him in place. After Mass, Klein followed the newly appointed priest of the Fool, Nim, into the Black Tower. Nim didn't hold back as he explained in detail how many demigods and Grade 1 sealed artifacts there were in Moon City. 3 demigods. 5 Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Moon City isn't weak at all. As expected of a faction that can directly obtain a revelation and guard the borders. Furthermore, in the beginning, their 22 Beyonder pathways were relatively complete. They could effectively cooperate with each other, making certain rituals not require external help or be restricted by the environment. Yes, for them to be able to last until now in an environment worse than the City of Silver and without the support of a Grade 0 sealed artifact, they are indeed outstanding. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't find suitable food, they would have been able to last in the darkness for hundreds or even thousands of years. Klein sighed when he heard that. At this moment, Nim said respectfully, "Your Excellency, we are willing to sacrifice all the sealed artifacts and beyonder characteristics to the Lord. I wonder which one will please him more." The high priest had just said that apart from him, the night watcher, Moon City also had an iron-blooded knight and an imperative mage. They served as the lightning priest and the night priest respectively. As for the 5 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, one of them belonged to the monster pathway. It seemed to be a portion of the misfortune sorcerer's beyonder characteristic mixed with a bit of a chaos walker's characteristic. One of them was a puppet from the mutant pathway. One of them was bestowed by Red Angel Medici back then, allowing everyone's strength to be gathered together. One of them was suspected to be a manifestation of a bizarro sorcerer's characteristic. It was unknown which pathway it corresponded to. It had extremely powerful insight abilities, but it had been corrupted by an unknown entity. It was rather dangerous. Upon hearing Nim's words, Klein's eyelids twitched. "Serve your master with your heart, not as a sacrifice. The Lord encompasses the entire world and does not care about these things." At this point, he paused for a moment. "Of course, if you don't mind, you can show me around so that I can broaden my horizons." "No problem," Nim answered without hesitation. He originally imagined that German Sparrow would take away a Grade 1 sealed artifact during the tour, but to his surprise, the Oracle only wanted to understand the exact situation and had no intention of asking for any benefits. He picked up every sealed artifact and looked at it, but he eventually put it back. After the tour was over, Klein said to the 3 demigod priests, "I'm not sure. The opportunity to leave this cursed land hasn't come yet. You need to hold on for a while longer. And I will continue my journey to find other survivors and spread the light of the Lord." "Yes, Your Excellency," Nim and the other priests replied without any hesitation. With those mushrooms, they would not be in danger of being destroyed for at least 3 generations. After arranging the matters in Moon City, Klein put on his windbreaker, top hat, and lantern and walked into the deep darkness outside. What he was going to do next was very clear. Find dark demonic wolf Kotar and hunt the god of wishes. My wish is to obtain the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic and that curtain. I wonder if he can help me realize it. As he walked, Klein mocked inwardly. Seeing that he had escaped the attention of the residents of Moon City, he pulled out another version of himself from the fog of history. His main body entered the void and transferred his consciousness to the projection. This projection summoned the Staff of the Stars historical void projection. With its beyonder powers, it descended directly into the place outlined in his mind. The completely destroyed ancient city of the north, Noise. After successfully arriving at his destination, the projection quickly disappeared. Klein's main body returned to the wilderness outside Moon City. Right on the heels of that, he summoned the Staff of the Stars projection and repeated the previous process, instantly returning to the Noise ruins. The main purpose of the historical void projection was to scout the way and ensure that the scene that appeared in his mind was the same as reality. It didn't cause the Staff of the Stars to produce a random effect. This was the caution of a scholar of your City of Silver, in the middle of the quiet and dark training ground. Colin Iliad, who was carrying 2 swords on his back, stood by the side and watched as Derek Berg set up the ritual and prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to send a Holy Spirit to descend and provide help. This was different from a normal summoning ritual. The corresponding incantation was more complicated. "The Great Fool, you are the ruler above the gray fog, you are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your favor, I pray for your attention, I pray for the power of concealment and change. In the name of the Great Fool, I summon, Holy Spirit that sees through everything, kin of the king of yellow and black, traveler of dreams and hearts." Lines of Jotun echoed in the altar as the flames at the top of the candle suddenly expanded, interweaving into an illusory door covered in mysterious patterns. The illusory door slowly opened, and a woman wearing a pure white dress and a silver mask walked out. She stepped into the void and landed on the ground. Her hair was wine red, and her eyes were golden. They were clear and deep, as though she could see through everyone's hearts. This was Justice Audrey. She had used light to change her height and the main characteristics that her mask couldn't hide. She had come to the City of Silver in the form of a spirit body, to the forsaken land of the gods. In fact, the summoning ritual wasn't complicated in nature. Klein had pulled Audrey's spirit above the gray fog in advance, and when the door of summoning was established, he would open it for her and let her pass through. That would settle the entire matter. In other words, the description of Holy Spirit that sees through everything wasn't important. If it was Sleeping Princess, owner of the Golden Apple, former owner of the Crystal Slipper, it could still make Justice Audrey descend. This only depended on who Klein wanted to let pass through the door of summoning. After all, the key point of the ritual was to use the Fool's name to summon and use the power of Sapphira Castle to communicate with the forsaken land of the gods. Audrey, who was wearing a silver mask, quietly surveyed the area. Without leaving a trace, she sized up the flashing lightning in the sky, the hidden dangers in the darkness, and the nearby chief of the City of Silver, Colin Iliad. She then retracted her gaze and nodded at Little Sunday. "You can begin." As she spoke, she couldn't help but sigh at his height. Although this could be seen at the tarot gathering, it still left Audrey in a daze when she actually encountered him in real life. She remembered very clearly that Sun was a few years younger than her. According to Ruan's standards, he was definitely underage. To her surprise, he was more than 2 meters tall. This made Audrey, who had used the lie mask to deliberately become taller, still look up to him. Without any hesitation, he relaxed his mind and cast his gaze at the golden potion placed on the altar. Gradually, he became a little dazed as scenes involuntarily flashed through his mind. It was his parents who were still alive in their coffins, it was the silver sword that had stabbed down heavily. It was the blood that had splattered onto his face and blinded his eyes, it was the warm scene of a family in the past, it was the City of Silver that was on the brink of collapse in the darkness, it was the teammates who supported each other and used each other as shields, it was the elders who stood in front of everyone, blocking the wind and rain, it was the repeated curses. It was the hope of seeing lightning in the darkness, it was the hope of every day for more than 2,000 years. It was the desire of every generation for light. The emotions that Derek was most unwilling to give up were very complicated. It included anger towards reality, nostalgia for the past, the pain that came from this situation, the oppression from history, as well as the desire to save the City of Silver. Audrey separated these emotions bit by bit, as though she had experienced the despair and sorrow of the City of Silver, as well as their unity and sacrifice. Her golden eyes occasionally focused and flickered, as though she had grasped something. She had some feelings, but she was still confused. After a while, she saw the angel of light with 12 pure white wings on its back. This was another response from Mr. Fool to the sun. Audrey seized the opportunity and attached those intense emotions to the angel phantom, preventing them from disappearing, flowing back, or completely separating from Derek's main body. "It's done." She didn't open her mouth, allowing her voice to echo in Derek's heart. At that moment, Derek's eyes became abnormally cold, as though he didn't know what happiness, sadness, pain, or oppression was. He then picked up the golden potion in front of him and poured it into his mouth. This was the demigod potion obtained by shattering the unshadowed crucifix. The sealed artifact that originated from the ancient sun god no longer existed. Of course, to Klein, as long as he had it, it would last forever. The scorching and violent liquid slid down Derek's throat and instantly filled his entire body, occupying his soul. Beams of bright sunlight burst out from his body, washing away the remaining corruption in his flesh and blood and the emotions that had settled in his soul. Derek's body became purer and more transparent, like a Holy Spirit formed from pure light. His self-consciousness, his emotions, and thoughts were being purified and rejected. Before long, all that was left was the instinct to praise the sun. At that moment, Audrey no longer allowed the intense emotions that had been stripped away to attach themselves to the angel phantom. Instead, she guided them back to Little Sunday. The scenes resurfaced in Derek's mind, and he was overwhelmed with complicated emotions. He once again experienced the pain of killing his parents with his own hands. He experienced the despair brought about by the City of Silver's situation, and he experienced the joy of obtaining Mr. Fool's favor. This was engraved into his bones. It was the foundation of his mind's world. It was extremely sturdy and reliable, helping him withstand the final few rounds of the potion's purification power. Finally, Derek opened his eyes. They were pure white. When he saw a remnant of light in front of him, he instinctively reached out his right hand in an attempt to grab it. However, the light quickly dimmed and calmed down. Derek was taken aback for a moment before he clenched his right hand. Beams of light soared up, enveloping the entire city of silver. The legendary noon arrived at this moment for a brief moment. Including Chief Colin Iliad, every resident of the city of silver was stunned. This was more shocking than any demigod advancement in the past. Sunlight. This was sunlight that illuminated the entire city. After ending the summoning, Audrey returned above the grey fog. At that moment, Mr. Fool was nowhere to be seen. The only person left in the ancient palace was the world, German Sparrow, who had planned on watching the ritual from the sidelines. "You don't seem to be in a good state?" Klein took the initiative to ask. Audrey sat down and smiled. "I'm just a little hesitant, and confused." "That's normal. Before they make up their minds, everyone will be like that." "There are countless people who shrink back and regret," Klein said calmly. Audrey did not directly respond to this topic. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, "Ever since I became a spectator, I've always shown the side of myself that others can accept, taking care of their most delicate emotions. This isn't a bad thing, but this way, I have no way of knowing what my true self looks like in the eyes of others. I have no way of removing the gorgeous clothes and seeing the rotten flesh hidden beneath. I have no way of figuring out where the problem lies. Recently, I've been trying to reveal my true state in some details. I want to see how the people around me will react to the current situation. I want to see if they still think that I'm that kind, amiable, and noble lady." Having said that, she suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, she sighed softly. After a few seconds, she sighed. Without waiting for the world's German Sparrow to respond, Audrey, who maintained her upright sitting posture, slowly said a few words: "Heavy, pain, shame." Klein listened quietly and didn't comment on Miss Justice's words. He used a gentle tone that was closer to Dwayne Dantes' image. "Why do you suddenly want to do such a test?" "It's not a test." Audrey shook her head. "I'm just revealing some of the details that I usually deliberately hide and avoid, so as to see what the real me is in the eyes of others." After a pause, she moved the corners of her mouth without a smile. "After the last conversation, I'm really trying to formulate a plan. I intend to secretly manipulate things so that the nobles, merchants, the royal family, and the church can provide enough food. This matter is easy to talk about, but when I actually put it into action, I realized that I couldn't be as resolute and decisive as I thought I would be. Some of them are my uncles and aunts. Some of them are my cousins. Some of them are my friends since I was young. Some of them are my elders who took good care of me. Some of them are people I often meet at various banquets and charity events. They are rather friendly people. They formed the basis of my childhood and gave me too much. They are a part of me growing up. They carry my beautiful memories of the past. Moreover, the food that they accumulated was not robbed, so their explanation is actually reasonable to a certain extent. I really can't bring myself to target them and try to rob them of part of their wealth, at least for now." When she said these words, Audrey's voice unconsciously became louder, as if she was arguing with someone. She immediately realized that she had lost her composure. She remained silent for 2 seconds before continuing. "Therefore, I want to understand myself more deeply and get rid of the illusion of warmth. Under different gazes, I want to ask myself what I really want, whether my thoughts in the past were impulsive, hypocritical, naive, or a strong will from the bottom of my heart." At this point, Audrey suddenly smiled. "Although there are no results yet, the attempt itself has already brought some additional rewards. I used to think that I strictly abided by the principle of you're just acting, but now I realize that I was almost addicted to acting. It's different from the other pathways, which require one to portray different identities and occupations. The spectator pathway's portrayal is completely integrated with one's daily life. Sometimes, it's very difficult to differentiate. The simplest example is, who doesn't desire to be loved by everyone? Therefore, I'll wear different masks when facing different people. I'll use the powers of the spectator pathway to create an image that best matches the other party's wishes. When such things happen more and more, when you do it to everyone, you're already addicted to acting and are about to lose yourself." Klein nodded slightly. "This is a very good harvest." He didn't comment on Miss Justice's previous words. Audrey was silent for a while, then slowly said, recently, I've reread the East District investigation report that my father got someone to do, and I've gained a new understanding of many things. Before the war, many poor people, workers, and farmers lived a life similar to today's. They lived in hunger and pain for a long time. The amendments to the Poor Law, the mandatory regulations on labor hours and the environment, and the control of air pollution have indeed brought about some improvements, but only a little. When the war ends, if we defeat the apocalypse, will similar things happen again? As she spoke, Audrey pursed her lips and fell into silence. Klein could sense Miss Justice's confusion and bewilderment. After some deliberation, he didn't say the answer he had in mind. Instead, he said in a deep voice, these questions of yours, including the truest thoughts you just mentioned, need to be answered by yourself. No one else can replace you. I can only give you some suggestions. Go to the fields to see the working farmers. Go to the factories to see the toiling workers. Go to East Borough to experience it in depth. Go to the library and read the newspapers and all kinds of related works of the past. Audrey listened attentively and nodded seriously. I'll try to do it. She then stood up and bowed to the end of the long, mottled table. Although Mr. Fool had already left, Audrey believed that he was watching her. Just as she was waiting for Mr. Fool to send her back to the real world, the world's German sparrow suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Yes? Audrey asked with a nasal voice. Klein looked at her and conjured a piece of paper. This is a description of a mythical creature's character and behavior. I hope you can provide me with help in analyzing his reactions in different situations. All right. Audrey didn't refuse and agreed. After she took the piece of paper and read the contents, Klein deliberated and said, regarding what you just said, I have another suggestion. Your doubts and questions are actually divided into two types. Some are indeed urgent, but some are not so urgent. You can wait for things to calm down before you do an in-depth investigation. Well, when people are anxious, they tend to make mistakes. You'd better distinguish between them. Audrey thought for a moment and nodded solemnly. I understand. After replying, she suddenly laughed. I thought you stopped me at the end because you wanted to bless me. You wanted me to see the truth and still love this world. Klein was taken aback at first, then he asked with a smile, you seem to have read a lot of Roselle the Great. He's an outstanding person, but he's also a very complicated and contradictory person, Audrey said with a faint smile. Klein nodded indiscernibly and spoke rather slowly, that's right. If I wanted to give you my blessing, I wouldn't say so. I will say, I hope that after you see the truth, you will still love your family and friends. Audrey was stunned. Her lips moved slightly as if she was repeating those two words. After a few seconds, she closed her eyes and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Thank you, Sonia C. Worsted Archipelago Waters. The Blue Avenger led a pirate fleet as it shuttled through the smoke-filled battlefield. Suddenly, a gigantic fireball flew over from an unknown location. Silver-white beams of light parted the surface of the sea, creating a passageway that didn't originally exist. Surrounded by the majestic waves on both sides, it headed straight for the Blue Avenger. When Elder Wilson, who was standing at the bow of the ship, saw this scene, he raised his right hand without a change in expression. A violent tornado suddenly appeared, sweeping up the blue seawater and the silver-white beams of light, making them look like a long snake that soared into the sky and collided with the gigantic fireball. Boom, the water splashed and fell like rain. Alger immediately locked onto a battleship, opened his mouth, and let out an angry roar. With a boom, the ship was suddenly lifted into the air by a ferocious wave. Seizing this opportunity, the Blue Avenger's cannons automatically fired, and the rumbling sounds continued without end. Seeing that the Beyonder on the enemy's battleship still wanted to use the recoil of the fireball to move the ship sideways, Alger suddenly pulled down with his right hand. A thick bolt of silver lightning struck down, charring the Beyonder's body as he trembled constantly. Boom! 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 One cannonball after another hit, and the ship disintegrated in midair. At that moment, Alger was in a daze. He couldn't help but look down at his right hand. This is the power of a cataclysmic interrupter. Is this what it feels like to be a demigod? He sighed inwardly in an intoxicated manner before quickly coming to his senses. He made the Blue Avenger pursue the enemy. An hour later, the intense naval battle ended, and Ruan's side once again defended the Rorstad archipelago. Alger was in a good mood. After the Blue Avenger returned to the port, he called for the sailors to disembark and head to one of the few bars that were still open for a drink. Ruan had issued a wartime ban on alcohol to conserve food, but for sailors, alcohol was indispensable. Therefore, in a place where the Church of the Storm was in charge, the ban wasn't too strict. Furthermore, the Rorstad archipelago was rich in resources, and the population wasn't too large. The sea transportation lines were also under control, so food could still be supplied. After walking for a distance, Alger's gaze suddenly froze. The street in front of him had been bombarded, and many houses had collapsed. Among them, a huge pothole had appeared in a concrete field, and the 4-story building beside it was left in ruins. The smile on Alger's face disappeared bit by bit. Monday afternoon, 3:00 in Bakelin time. Crimson beams of light rose from both sides of the long bronze table, solidifying into blurry figures. After all the members bowed at Mr. Fool, the gathering directly entered the transaction phase due to the lack of Roselle's diary and the lack of accumulated questions. Emlyn immediately sat up straight and surveyed the area. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a commission. Which shaman king do you wish to hunt?" According to her understanding of Mr. Moon, Katlia went straight to the heart of the matter. Emlyn took 2 seconds to digest her question. He maintained his elegant smile and said, "You guessed right." Katlia nodded slightly. "Then what kind of payment can you pay?" Emlyn was once again at a loss for words, a little embarrassed to say the words he had prepared. At this moment, the world's German sparrow, who was at the bottom of the long bronze table, suddenly said, "You found someone from Rose School's temperance faculty to cooperate?" Emlyn secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Yes. Then I can accept this commission." As this was a matter between Miss Messenger, Miss Sharon, and Merrick, Klein controlled the fake world to take the initiative to accept the order. Of course, this requires a certain medium. Without waiting for Emlyn's response, he made German Sparrow look at Miss Magicians. "Make some preparations ahead of time." Furs, who had been watching the entire play, had a blank look on her face. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Seeing that Miss Magicians hadn't fully reacted, Klein made the fake world add another sentence. "You don't need to be there. Just summon my historical projection in advance." "Okay." Magician's Furs nodded hurriedly. At that moment, because German Sparrow had accepted his mission, Emlyn clearly relaxed. In his mind, this meant that the probability of success had skyrocketed. In the next second, the world's German Sparrow looked at him and asked in a hoarse voice, "What kind of payment can you pay?" Emlyn fell silent for 2 seconds as his gaze drifted up slightly. "When I become a shaman king, I'll make a promise to help you on a similar matter for free. Also, I only want the shaman king beyonder characteristic for the spoils of war. The people from Rose School's temperance faction should have a clear goal. The rest is yours." Mr. Moon is feeling guilty. He doesn't have much confidence. Audrey came to a certain conclusion through his actions and words. This fellow, Emlyn, has also learned from others to take out a loan. Klein snickered inwardly as he made the fake world reply indifferently. "Looks like I'm the only demigod you can afford. If Mr. Moon can provide a large amount of food, I don't mind participating." Audrey mumbled inwardly. However, she didn't need to say anything to know what Mr. Moon's answer would be. Why do vampires like us have to hoard so many snacks? For the blood race, their staple food was human blood that was rich in spirituality. Food such as bread and meat products were not necessities. Seeing that the world's German Sparrow didn't reject his conditions, Emlyn secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "What else do you want?" "I will try my best to satisfy you." The German Sparrow thought for a moment. "Provide a mystical item or sealed artifact that can greatly enhance the wielder's spirituality for a short period of time." This was lent to Miss Magicians, allowing her to maintain the historical void projection she summoned for a few more minutes. And without a doubt, the moon domain had such beyonder powers. For example, a Scarlet Scholar could create a full moon state, allowing spirituality to flourish and enhance one's spiritual perception. Phew. Emlyn quickly nodded. Okay, no problem. Seeing that the human and vampire had come to an agreement, the magician's furs hurriedly raised her hand. No full moon. If that happened, she would be lucky if she didn't die on the spot, much less enhance her spirituality. After all, the higher the sequence, the better the effects of Mr. Door's ravings. And furs had long advanced from sequence 6 scribe to sequence 5 traveler. Emlyn also knew about Miss Magician's full moon curse, so he didn't have any questions about it. He tersely acknowledged, indicating that he would take note of it. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, who was listening to the entire transaction, thought and said, "That's right." Although the Beyonders of the Rose School's indulgence system are easily controlled by their emotions and instincts, this doesn't mean that their brains have disappeared along with their zombification. Even if their brains have really disappeared, they still have Beyonders of the Moon domain among them. Since their demigod directly participated in the Southern Continent's war and exposed their location, it's impossible that they didn't consider the possibility of the Blood Tribe, Temperance Faction, and other enemies ambushing them in secret. I believe that there's a high chance that they're hiding a trap. Yes. Leonard echoed. Many dossiers indicate that although the Beyonders of Rose School's indulgence faculty are known for being bloodthirsty, cruel, and indulgent, they are still very meticulous when it comes to doing things. They will show a certain level of cunning and sinister. Zio glanced at her friend and said, "That's right. 2 months ago, I encountered a Beyonder incident that involved Rose School. The target was clearly deceived and fell into a trap." The World Gehrman Sparrow listened attentively and laughed before turning to Emlyn. He then turned to Emlyn and said, "Which Shaman King is your target?" Emlyn didn't hide the truth. The Shaman King who led the natives to besiege Rowan's main colonial city in East Balam and North Olet. Upon hearing this, a thought flashed through Klein's mind. The Mother Tree of Desire didn't seem to wish for the goddess to grasp the uniqueness of the death pathway. She was driving the natives and using war to shake the Church of Evernight's proselytizing foundation in the southern continent. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Klein made the World German Sparrow look at Emlyn and chuckle. "Then, my target will be another Shaman King. This has nothing to do with your actions." Without needing him to be too direct, Emlyn, Katlia, and company quickly understood his plan. It was a simple plan. German Sparrow hunted another Shaman King and took the initiative to step into a trap, attracting the forces of Rose School's ambush. And at this moment, the Moon and the Temperance faction of Rose School seized the opportunity to attack the real target. "Isn't that too dangerous?" Emlyn subconsciously replied. The danger was, of course, referring to the German Sparrow who set off the trap. The World's German Sparrow replied very calmly, "That's just a historical projection. If he died, then so be it." Upon hearing such an answer, Emlyn, Leonard, and the other tarot members were at a loss for words. They didn't know if they should marvel at how different a sequence 3 demigod was, or if they should be envious of Scholar of Yours Beyonder powers. Klein continued making world speak. "If Rose School is suspicious of my sudden attack and only diverts a portion of its forces to stop me, maintaining a relatively complete trap, I'll attempt to forcefully hunt down that Shaman King and turn the fake target into the real target. After all you want is the corresponding item. You don't care who the original owner is. A simple but effective plan. The crux of the matter is that German Sparrow has to have strength that exceeds the limits. Even against an angel, he can resist." Audrey studied it seriously and evaluated it inwardly. Emlyn no longer had any doubts as he thought for a moment. After some thought, he said, "Before the official operation, there's a need to meet with the Temperance faction of Rose School to finalize the details." World's German Sparrow nodded. "You make the arrangements." After this exchange, Klein made World conjure a stack of paper and distribute it to the tarot members. "A certain existence and I will be dealing with a mythical creature. You can give your opinions and share your thoughts." On the piece of paper was written dark demonic Wolf Koter's personality and specific actions, as well as Miss Justice's various analyses based on it. Klein hoped to find inspiration through the different opinions provided by people with different personalities and insights. Mythical creature. The world has already targeted a mythical creature? The hanging man Alger, who was much quieter than usual, couldn't help but look up at the bottom of the long bronze table. Although he was already mentally prepared for this, feeling that he wouldn't be surprised even if the world's German sparrow suddenly claimed to be an angel. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised and shocked when he realized that the hanging man was really targeting a mythical creature. Xianxia had similar feelings, but she immediately thought of the snake of fate, the death console, and the ancient bane. This matched the certain existence mentioned by the world's German sparrow. It was very normal for 3 angels and a sequence 3 deities blessed to hunt a mythical creature, their gazes retracted from the bottom of the long, mottled table as they seriously read the information in their hands. At this moment, as it didn't involve a commission, a transaction, or the sharing of information, the tarot members inexplicably felt like they were working hard together. They had the feeling of a loose gathering that was beginning to resemble an organization. After reading the contents of the piece of paper, the hanging man Alger was the first to speak. According to Miss Justice's analysis, no bait will make that suspicious mythical creature take the bait. It will only make him hide even further away. In a situation where he is suspected to have a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic, there's really no need for him to pursue anything else. Improving himself is the most important thing. If we want to deal with him, we can only consider it from this angle. Upon hearing this, Xiao said from her profession, but this mythical creature is very careful. He didn't leave any clues, and according to the intelligence, the location of his sequence 1 ritual isn't restricted in the forsaken land of the gods. Yes, there are too many monsters for him to use. Sun confirmed Miss Judgment's words. The scene immediately turned gloomy. Leonard thought for a moment and said, yes, there are too many monsters for him to use. Can we rely on the law of beyonder characteristic convergence? As he spoke, he looked at Klein Moretti. That mythical creature seems to be on the same pathway as you. Just relying on the convergence of beyonder characteristics at this level to find that mythical creature through a chance encounter might take a year, 2 years, or even longer. Furthermore, the other party is a complete mythical creature. He has the ability to interfere with this to a certain extent. Klein rejected Leonard's suggestion. Of course, if he were to attach the convergence ability of Sapphira Castle to himself, he might be able to directly encounter the dark demonic wolf the next time he used the Staff of the Stars to randomly teleport. However, the problem was that if that were to happen, the chances of encountering Amon's true body would be higher, much higher. This was a standard case of sending him to his doorstep. After hearing everyone's discussion, Xianxia thought and said in accordance with the Queen's taboo, can we use this mythical creature's honorific name to establish a connection? If the dark demonic wolf hadn't been tracked by Amon, it wouldn't be impossible. But now, Amon would definitely have thought of it. Under such circumstances, the fact that the dark demonic wolf hasn't perished means that he is definitely wary of such matters. The world German sparrow slowly shook his head. With his suspicious personality, he definitely won't automatically respond. Just as he said that, Klein suddenly had an idea. The dark demonic wolf's lack of response didn't mean that he wouldn't pay attention to the corresponding prayer light. As he had experience, Klein placed himself in the shoes of the dark demonic wolf. Usually, he would turn off the automatic response to prayers to prevent the enemy from using the feedback to establish a connection and lock onto his location. Under this premise, when faced with the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar prayer, there was no doubt that he would rely on the corresponding point of light to observe who the other party was and obtain more information so as to make preparations for what might happen in the future. If the person chanting the honorific name was a familiar and powerful existence like Amon, it would be best to immediately extinguish the prayer point of light. However, if the other party was a stranger, under such a situation of absolute safety, it was highly likely that any rational creature would do something like long-term monitoring to understand the exact situation and determine if there was a need to counterattack. At the very least, that was what Klein would do. The essence of this matter was that a non-mythical creature would be marked by a high-level existence. They could die an extremely tragic death for no reason at any time. To a prayer, this was equivalent to suicide or even more terrifying. To the dark demonic wolf, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. In the beginning, the suspicious dark demonic wolf would definitely suspect that there was a conspiracy. It wouldn't dare to rashly establish a connection and influence Klein from afar. However, with the passage of time and a deeper observation, it would confirm that the other party was a weakling who wasn't even at the level of an angel with the aura of Sapphira Castle. Furthermore, he hadn't made sufficient preparations. He would definitely find an opportunity to attack from afar through the marked prayer point of light when Klein was least prepared. This matched the advantage that Klein had previously concluded: I'm very weak. The only problem with this plan was that the initiative was completely in the hands of the dark demonic wolf. Everything about Klein was being monitored, so there was no way for him to make any preparations. Once the other party really tried to influence him, he wouldn't be able to retaliate at all. There was no reason for him to be spared. Phew, by doing this, I'll successfully fish out the prey, but the hunter will die as a result. It's meaningless. But if I don't place myself in such a passive position, I really wouldn't be able to fish out an angel of the seer pathway. I wouldn't be able to fish out such a suspicious demonic wolf. This can't be replaced by a marionette or someone else. If only I can grasp the fact that the dark demonic wolf doesn't dare to rashly attack from afar due to its paranoia. It will only choose to monitor and observe for the time being. Klein's mind raced as he searched for an opportunity from the impossible. In this regard, he could only sigh inwardly, feeling regretful that he wasn't an angel of the spectator pathway. According to his guess, angels of the spectator pathway would more or less have the beyonder characteristic of the more others understand you, the more you understand them. When the dark demonic wolf used the prayer light to closely monitor and carefully observe an angel of the spectator pathway, his location would undoubtedly be exposed to him. Unfortunately, I'm not. Furthermore, a sequence 2 of the spectator pathway might not be able to do it. I can only be certain that a sequence 1 has such a trait. Summoning 0-08 from the fog of history? That won't do. Ignoring the problem of not being able to summon that pen without Roselle's travels, even if I successfully create a projection, the pen is a pen, and I am me. The dark demonic wolf's understanding of my situation won't allow 0-08 to attempt to grasp it in reverse. Also, I can only use it for a short 2 minutes at a time. There's no time to sense anything. This can be used as a supplement to the plan. I can write down the development I want ahead of time, making the dark demonic wolf's choice reasonable and eliminate any uncertainties. Klein considered many things, but he ultimately failed to find a suitable way to trap it. Apart from regretting that he wasn't a sequence 1 angel of the spectator pathway, he could also associate it with the cosmos. The cosmos that would be corrupted just because of understanding it. If I had the essence of the cosmos, then after the dark demonic wolf monitors me through the prayer point of light, he would have been corrupted due to understanding it, allowing me to lock onto his location. However, the essence of the cosmos is higher than that of an angel. How can I have it? I keep feeling like I've forgotten something. Klein made the world's German sparrow shake his head indiscernibly. He surveyed the area and said, "There's no need to discuss the answer now. We can use the appropriate method to communicate with the appropriate people when we return." He focused his attention on Leonard and Katlia, hoping that they could obtain suggestions from more experienced existences like Pallas Zoroast and Queen Mystic Bernadette. As for himself, he would use the historical void projection to return to Bakeland and consult Miss Messenger, Willaseptin, and Ariana. This is what it means to seek the opinions of angels or quasi-angels before making a major decision. Klein lampooned his actions inwardly. When Leonard and Katlia heard that, they nodded in unison. All right. Following that, the tarot members discussed the situation of the various battlefields until it ended. After returning to the real world, Leonard, who was resting in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, suppressed his voice and described the main points of Klein's problem. Finally, he said, "Old man, what suggestions do you have?" He wants to obtain the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic left behind in the forsaken land of the gods. Pallas Zoroast was first enlightened before he chuckled. "Tell your former colleague that he can't resolve this matter himself. I only have one suggestion, to seek help from the fool." Leonard knew old man's character very well, so he hurriedly asked, "Is that really the only suggestion?" Pallas Zoroast grunted and said, "That's a mythical creature that even Amon failed to capture. That's a mythical creature that even Amon hasn't been able to capture. We can only rely on the fool's help." Only then did Leonard nod and sigh. From the looks of it, that's the only way. 2 days later, 2 minutes before the agreed meeting time between Emlyn and Merrick, Magician's Furs was nestled in a reclining chair by the fireplace as she listened to the commotion on the second floor. She cast her gaze at her good friend, Xiao. If the war continues, Bakeland will definitely suffer more attacks. Are you really not going to evacuate your mother and brother to the surrounding villages? Xiao's short, pale yellow hair was parted asymmetrically and combed neatly. Compared to last year, she looked more serious and had the bearing of an adjudicator. She was like a high-ranking knight leading a squad of knights. She said hesitantly, the surrounding villages have reached their limits. The population of the surrounding villages has reached its limit, and I can still get enough food from MI9. Having said that, she paused for a moment. If the flames of war really reach Bakeland, bring them on a trip to Intis, Fainapotter, it seems like that's the only way. Furs was just about to mention her trip to Intis a few days ago to purchase food when she suddenly heard her alarm ring. She jolted and suddenly sat up straight. She reached out her right hand, which was wearing a red string, and grabbed at the void. Her arm sank as she pulled out the bespectacled German sparrow, who was wearing a silk top hat, a black trench coat, and no glasses. The cold adventurer's eyes darted around as he gained consciousness, reducing the expenditure of Miss Magician's spirituality. As he nodded slightly, he made the glove on his left hand quickly turn transparent. In less than a second, German Sparrow teleported away, disappearing from the apartment that Furs and Xiao rented. Furs was taken aback. After a while, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly as she turned to Xiao and said, I think I'm just a tool. The sky was already dark, but the gas lamps along the streets weren't lit. Only the crimson moon illuminated the entire city. Klein arrived at the agreed location and looked around. His gaze paused for a few seconds on the abnormally deserted streets, the burn marks on the walls, and the collapsed houses not far away. Just from what he saw, Bakeland was desolate, dilapidated, and filled with the smell of gunpowder. At this moment, Emlyn White walked out of an alley and nodded at the crazy adventurer. According to the other party's instructions, he didn't say a word or bow to prevent wasting precious time. He directly led German Sparrow to a nearby house and rhythmically knocked on the door. With a creak, the door automatically opened, revealing a dark environment that was shrouded in faint moonlight. The moment Emlyn and Klein stepped in, they saw Merrick, who was wearing a white shirt and a black vest, appear on the sofa. And the door behind them seemed to have a life of its own as it slammed shut. Glancing at Merrick, Emlyn smiled and pointed at Klein. This is my partner, Mr. German Sparrow. Just as he said that, he suddenly realized that the way Merrick looked at him had turned even odder, as though he was examining a fool. Long time no see. Merrick immediately stood up, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed at Sherlock Moriarty. Since the other party didn't appear in the form of Sherlock Moriarty, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to mention such matters. Long time no see. Klein took off his hat and surveyed the area. Miss Sharon, please come out and discuss with us. I have limited time. As he spoke, he took out the silver adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. A figure wearing a dark and complicated long dress walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. The messenger summoned using the historical projection of the harmonica was an objective existence. It wouldn't increase the spirituality burden of magician's furs. At the same time, Merrick nodded. All right. He cast his gaze at the high stool on the other side of the room. Emlyn looked at the wraith with a blank expression before looking at German Sparrow and the spirit world creature he had summoned. For some baffling reason, he felt as though he was being ostracized and shouldn't be here. And on the high stool, a figure quickly outlined itself. Her skin was as white as a doll's, and she wore an exquisite black regal dress. She wore a small bonnet of the same color. Her blonde hair and blue eyes were rather pale. Emlyn subconsciously looked at the high stool on the other side of the room and saw the exquisite doll. His eyes immediately revealed a mixture of astonishment, admiration, and fanaticism. His mouth gaped, and he nearly blurted out where he could buy such a doll and which master's masterpiece it was. However, he was already an adult and had experienced many things. He knew that it was very impolite to raise such a question in such an occasion. He planned on finding an opportunity to ask after the discussion was over. Sharon frowned without a trace. Her body floated up and bowed at Rionette Tinker and Sherlock Moriarty. There's no need for pleasantries, Klein said simply. This is the initial stage of our plan. He described his plan of using a historical projection to step into a trap to attract Rose School's attention. Sharon, who was wearing a black bonnet, listened quietly and said in a slightly erratic voice, "That's right." She said with a slightly ethereal voice, "They might not take the bait. After discovering that the attacker is you, that Shaman King might choose to retreat under the protection of a sealed artifact or an angel. This way, they would only be able to implicate a portion of Rose School's strength." Without waiting for Klein and Emlyn's response, Rionette Tinker's four heads opened their mouths and spoke at a relatively fast speed. "Their main target should be me." Emlyn was a little confused, but he could roughly tell that the spirit world creature summoned by German Sparrow was someone of considerable status. Furthermore, it had a deep relationship with Rose School's temperance faculty. "That's right. Even if the Mother Tree thinks highly of me, such an arrangement would most likely attract Miss Messenger." Klein pondered for a moment before giving an additional plan. "Ma'am, attack the other Shaman King with me in the form of a historical void projection. German Sparrow is very respectful towards this spirit world creature." Just as this thought flashed through Emlyn's mind, he saw the 8 eyes on the forehead sweep at him. He shivered for some reason and reflexively joined the discussion. Can this fool the people from Rose School? Since Klein made such a suggestion, he must have thought of a corresponding solution. "I have an item that I can lend to Lady Tinker." At this point, he looked at Rionette Tinker. "That item can simulate the Beyonder powers that appear in your mind. I hope that you can use it to summon your past self and enter a concealed state, injecting your consciousness into the projection. This way, Rose School won't be able to discover any abnormalities in a short period of time. It's very likely that they'll take the bait and gather their forces to kill you and me, giving Miss Sharon and Emlyn a chance to launch a sneak attack. If they are more cautious than I thought." Klein paused for a moment and smiled. "In that short period of time, if you and I were to join forces in peak condition, we would have a chance of killing a Shaman King under the protection of a sealed artifact. The main point now is, do you have a sufficient understanding of the Beyonder powers of summoning historical void projections and transforming into a concealed state? I can show you the former, but I will think of a way to deal with the latter." Rionette Tinker's four heads bobbed up and down at the same time. "I can. No problem, that's the general direction. As for the details, you can confirm them in the next few days." Klein silently estimated the time and looked like he was going to keep it short. Sharon nodded indiscernibly and said, "The most important thing is information. Teacher can provide a portion of it, and the rest can be obtained through magic mirror divination." Merrick chimed in, "I remember the symbol you drew back then." He also remembered that the question raised by the secret existence didn't violate his privacy, nor did it bring him a strong sense of shame. Emlyn thought for a moment and cautiously asked, "How do we communicate with each other?" "How do we communicate with each other? If we can't grasp the timing accurately, the plan will definitely fail. The Sanguine's Oath of Rose couldn't transmit what they saw and heard over such a long distance." Sharon glanced at Rionette Tinker and said, "Teacher's true body can stay with us. Teacher's main body can stay with us. 10 seconds after he enters a concealed state, we will take action. Once he exits its concealed state, we will immediately leave, regardless of whether we succeed or not." Emlyn jumped in fright as he instinctively turned his head to glance at German Sparrow. He remembered very clearly that he was summoned by Mr. World. How terrifying. Emlyn didn't know if he was talking about the spirit world creature or German Sparrow. "Once the information is gathered, you can communicate again." Seeing that it was almost time, Klein took off his top hat and bade farewell. Emlyn's lips twitched, but he ultimately didn't ask a question. He followed German Sparrow out of the house where Sharon and Merrick were. Miss Messenger actually didn't ask for gold coins. "I'm busy helping him. She really shouldn't be charged. If I really want to charge, the gold coins I have are all historical projections. I can only rely on Emlyn." I have to say that the ring of spirituality that Emlyn provided to Miss Magicians is quite effective. On the one hand, it can strengthen Miss Magicians' spirituality, and on the other hand, it can speed up the recovery of her spirituality, allowing her to last until now. Just as thoughts raced through Klein's mind, he heard Emlyn White ask in puzzlement, "That lady, Miss Sharon, is a sequence 4 demigod of the mutant pathway?" Yes, the potion's name is Puppet, Klein kindly reminded him. Emlyn was instantly enlightened. After 2 seconds of silence, he said with a complicated expression, it would be perfect if she couldn't talk or move. If it wasn't for the fact that Clown was known as a master of expression management, Klein would have spat at Emlyn's face. He had thought that the other party would praise Miss Sharon's beauty and doll characteristics, showing infatuation and fanaticism, but in the end, I can't understand this guy's mental world. Klein controlled his urge to put inside in his heart. Emlyn glanced at him as though he had guessed what he was thinking. He scoffed and said, that's right. Which 2 things do you like the most? With German Sparrow's persona, he shouldn't have answered such a boring question. However, Klein was still Sherlock Moriarty, and he was considered a friend of the vampire in front of him. He thought for a moment, walked into the alley, and said casually, what's the matter? Money and delicious food. Then I'll give you a stack of edible gold pounds. Would you like it? Emlyn didn't have the fear that Miss Magicians had towards crazy adventurers. He walked beside German Sparrow and asked further. Klein imagined it and felt that this would tarnish the value of the gold pounds, and it would make the delicacies lose their alluring appearance. Hence, he slowly shook his head. So. The corners of Emlyn's mouth curled up. Although I like exquisite and beautiful dolls and beautiful and pure girls at the same time, I can't help but find it a little odd when they are combined. Yes, I believe that every one of my dolls has their own personality and their own story. If they were to suddenly come to life, I would be very disappointed and worried if they weren't what I imagined them to be. Of course, if I have the chance to obtain the puppet potion and drench every doll with it, I might give it a try. As Emlyn spoke of his conflicting thoughts, he acted like a philosopher. If Miss Justice were here, she should be able to analyze Emlyn's true mental state from his reaction and words. Before Klein could respond, his figure instantly faded and vanished. In the apartment that Furs and Zio rented. In front of the fireplace, Furs leaned back into the reclining chair with a pale face. She pulled up the wool blanket that covered her body and, with the help of cogitation, entered a deep state of sleep. 2 hours later, she woke up in high spirits, but there was still a hint of fatigue on her face. This Miss Magicians took a deep and slow breath and reached out once again, dragging German Sparrow out of the air in front of her. Half of the demigod powers she recorded was to summon images from the historical void. Klein glanced at her and didn't even nod his head this time. He directly teleported out of the apartment and entered an empty room in a hotel. 2 hours ago, he had been busy with Emlyn and Miss Sharon's matters. This time, he was returning to Bakeland for himself. Without wasting any time, Klein immediately took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. After Miss Messenger stepped out of the void once again, Klein recounted the main points of his plan to hunt the dark demonic wolf. Finally, he asked, do you have any suggestions? Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads bobbed at the same time. Sapphira Castle. It's essentially the same as Palazorost's answer. Klein pressed in puzzlement. How? I don't know. Rionette Tinker's 4 heads answered in unison. Klein silently exhaled and thanked her. Sorry to trouble you. You can leave now. The blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands immediately replied, Bills. Records. 1351. Year, 9. Month. Gehrman. Sparrow, owes. Me. A. Gold coin. With that said, her figure turned transparent and returned to the spirit world. Klein was stunned for 2 seconds. He slowly took out his wallet from his inner pocket and picked up a paper crane. I have a question. He wrote on the surface of the crane with a fountain pen he carried with him. After doing all this, Klein lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In the grey world of dreams, he once again saw Willasepton, who was lying in a black pram and wrapped in silver silk, in the pitch-black steeple. You're already more than a year old. Do you still think you're a few months old, baby? Klein pretended not to see the man sucking his fingers and quickly described his problem. The chubby Willasepton retracted his thumb and sized up Klein. Isn't the answer obvious? Ah? Klein was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Willasepton grumbled. You must have been eating too little sweets recently, causing your memory to deteriorate. Do you still remember what happens when Beyonders of the Fate pathway look at you directly? This. Klein's eyes suddenly lit up. After Klein became a demigod and gained initial control over Sapphira Castle, preventing its aura from seeping into the real world and attaching it to him, he didn't consider such problems. After all, this would result in abnormalities, causing him to be instantly recognized by Beyonders of the Fate pathway. It was rather unsafe. And at this moment, with Will-Septon's reminder, he felt his thoughts clear up. Back when I was only attached to Sapphira Castle and had a certain level of use, the accompanying aura and projection of Sapphira Castle was enough to make a saint of the Fate pathway not dare to look at it directly. It made the corresponding low and mid-sequence Beyonders feel as though they had seen a mythical creature. Now that I've gained initial control over Sapphira Castle, there's a high chance that I can make the effects even better. This can affect an angel that's a complete mythical creature? Sapphira Castle is at least at the level of Sequence 0? Yes, according to my guess, it might be a little higher than Sequence 0. It has the trait of being corrupted if one understands it. Klein's thoughts became active as they flashed across his mind like bolts of lightning. He quickly decided to return to the forsaken land of the gods and find the monsters in the depths of the darkness and the marionettes in the fog of history to conduct experiments to determine if his idea was useful. A smile appeared on his face as he said to the 1-year-old child in the black pram, "I roughly understand what you mean." "I think I understand what you mean. I'll have someone send you ice cream in the near future." Will-Septon, who was wrapped in silver silk, slowly turned his head and looked to the side. "No, there's no need. I've been eating too much ice cream recently. It's affecting my body's development." Klein pricked up his eyebrows and said, "It's pure. It's top-grade ice cream from Trier, the capital of Intis." "Give it to me next week," Will-Septon replied after some hesitation. With that said, the chubby 1-year-old child turned around and buried his face in the tiny pillow in the pram. As Miss Magicians could only maintain the historical void projection for a limited amount of time, Klein didn't say anything else. With his unique traits, he forcefully broke free from the dream and woke up. He got out of bed. Right on the heels of that, he reached out his right hand and pulled at the air. 4 or 5 times later, his arm sank, and he dragged out an ordinary-looking lady in a simple linen robe and a tree bark belt. She was barefooted and had long black hair draped over her shoulders. The leader of the Church of Evernights Ascetics, servant of concealment Ariana, at the same time, in a house in Hillston Borough, Furs, who was sitting on a reclining chair, seemed to be pulled by invisible strings. She sat up abruptly, her body straight, and the veins on her forehead throbbed. She felt that her spirituality was like a flood that had burst a dam, surging into the void in front of her. She couldn't stop it no matter what, and it looked like it was about to dry up. In the next second, the feeling eased up a lot, but it was still frightening. It wasn't something she could withstand at the moment. In the hotel room, seeing that Ma Mariana's historical void projection had gained sentience, Klein cut to the chase. "I plan to work with someone to deal with a certain shaman king from Rose School." Ariana nodded lightly, indicating that she understood, but she did not give her own suggestions. Seeing that the ascetic leader didn't give any warnings, Klein felt a lot more at ease with his plan to hunt the shaman king. "I'll be planning an operation against the dark demonic wolf soon." Ariana opened her mouth slightly. "Be careful. Does this mean that I shouldn't underestimate the dark demonic wolf, Kotar?" Just as Klein was about to retort, his consciousness suddenly blurred. He saw the lady opposite him and himself in her eyes turn incorporeal and quickly vanish. Furs fell into the reclining chair, her facial muscles twitching slightly. "This is even more tiring than writing all night." She gritted her teeth for a while and hurriedly tried to cogitate to fall asleep. Sometimes, when a person is extremely tired, he or she will have trouble sleeping. In the forsaken land of the gods, near the ancient city of Noise in the northern ruins, in the uninhabited dark wilderness. Klein held the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light and circled around to confirm his surroundings. Then, he found a rock to sit on and no longer blocked the gray fog's aura from infiltrating reality. On this basis, Klein also subconsciously strengthened the projection of Sapphira Castle on him. After finishing his preparations, Klein quickly transformed a monster hiding in the darkness around him into a marionette. The marionette walked out of the area without any light and approached Klein under the illumination of the lantern, casting his gaze on him. In the eyes of this marionette made from an ordinary monster, the black-cloaked and half-top hat Klein looked no different from before, apart from his eyes becoming deeper and his bearing becoming more indescribable. After repeatedly testing different types of monster marionettes, Klein confirmed that ordinary people, or rather, most Beyonders, wouldn't be able to discover the aura of Sapphira Castle on him. Following that, he reached out his right hand and dragged out his past self from half a day ago. He then controlled the rather sluggish historical void projection to cast his gaze over. This time, Klein saw a layer of grayish-white fog shrouding his body. There were specks of light shimmering inside, but it didn't reveal his actual appearance. He then dispelled the maintenance of the historical projection and attempted to grab Nimble Master Rosago and other Beyonders of the Seer pathway to repeat the experiment. Yes, after strengthening the projection, Beyonders of the Seer pathway can directly discover certain abnormalities. However, at the very least, those below the level of angel can only confirm that I'm related to Sapphira Castle. They can't directly see that strange door of light, which is also the projection of Sapphira Castle. Klein wasn't too surprised by this outcome. He took a deep breath, and after making preparations to save himself, he raised his hand and pulled out Anuni, who had just become his marionette. Anuni raised his head bit by bit, and his eyes gradually reflected Klein's figure. It reflected the thin grayish-white fog that was spreading outwards. In the depths of the fog, transparent or translucent twisted maggots formed countless balls of light. The balls of light stacked together, forming a door of light that was dyed bluish-black. The door of light was much clearer than before, and it had a more textured texture. At the same time, its shape had also changed. It stretched to the top and became much taller. This made it look like a tall, thin, and resplendent figure, and the grayish-white fog around it was the figure's hooded robe. The different balls of light constantly flickered, making Klein feel as though he was being stared at by the deep, mysterious, and terrifying figure. With a boom, Klein's head involuntarily tilted back. Blood mixed with transparent maggots spewed out from his pores. The worms of spirit fell to the ground and struggled crazily. Some of them quickly dissipated, while others eventually calmed down and crawled back into Klein's body, burrowing into his pores. Man. It's much better than the last time I fainted and lost my memories. Klein rubbed his temples and sighed silently. Anuni, who was in front of him, was unable to maintain the historical void projection due to the impact he had suffered. He had vanished. This was also one of the reasons why Klein didn't suffer too much damage this time. Without Anuni, he wouldn't be able to see the strange door of light that had changed. He didn't need to continue attacking it. After 2 seconds, Klein entered the fog of history. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. As he watched the illusory dark light rise from his body and melt away, Klein finally heaved a sigh of relief and laughed self-deprecatingly. I nearly corrupted myself and corrupted myself. After that, I'll use Rosago and the other Beyonders of the Seer pathway to do another experiment, under the situation of not being directly impacted, as the observation time increases. Will I be reverse corrupted by Sapphira Castle's projection, Southern Continent, East Balam, Failtech City, which was under attack? Under the illumination of the crimson moon, the Ruan soldiers who were hiding behind the simple buildings were taking turns to rest to recover their energy. Their faces were black and filled with traces of gunpowder. From time to time, someone would wake up and take out dried tobacco. They casually wrapped it and lit it with the remaining match. They brought it to their lips and took a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with numbness and blankness. Several soldiers on duty at this line of defense smelled the smell of tobacco. They subconsciously sniffed and looked back. Do you still have tobacco? A soldier holding a repeating rifle asked his companion in a low voice. His comrade shook his head. I've long finished smoking them. I wonder when the next batch will arrive. I'm going crazy without tobacco. The soldier who spoke first pointed outside the fortifications with his chin. See that? There are so many corpses, so many hands, and so many feet. They used to belong to the living. Before the sun set, the resistance launched a ferocious attack. They crazily attacked the various defensive lines of Failtech City. Their fearless attitude frightened the Ruan soldiers and servants. They nearly won, but in the end they failed to break through the key defensive line. They left behind a large number of corpses and retreated like a receding tide. His comrade fell silent for a moment. Perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps the day after, we will end up like this. Having said that, he looked up at the crimson moon and said dreamily, I wonder how Bakeland is doing. I wonder how Backland is doing. I haven't received a letter from home in a long time. I wonder if they have enough food, and if they can find a doctor if they're sick. The soldier who had wanted to smoke was just about to curse the darn war and the darn enemy when his eyes suddenly widened. He raised his trembling right hand and pointed ahead. Alive, alive, alive. The soldiers looked over and saw that under the crimson moon, the mutilated corpses that the resistance had left behind were crawling up one after another. They were staggering as they attempted to approach the defensive line. In the distance, a mysterious man wearing a hood and a black robe embroidered with crimson patterns stood behind the resistance with his arms slightly spread open. The spirituality of the entire battlefield was rapidly growing. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Ever since the war deepened, the Rouen soldiers had seen too many unscientific and unnatural phenomena. It was so many that they were numb to it. However, the scene of the mangled corpses crawling up still shocked them. It left them horrified and confused. They had the feeling that they wouldn't be spared and would eventually become zombies. Of course, there was a reason why they were able to maintain their morale after seeing so many unscientific and unnatural phenomena. They didn't collapse. Just as they were feeling immense fear, a series of chanting sounded from behind them. They are naked, without food or clothing. They have no cover in the cold. The Evernight didn't abandon them. It gave them its blessings. Note 1, the holy and merciful prayers echoed throughout the entire defense line, quickly dissipating the fear of every soldier. Their bodies and minds turned tranquil. Then, a number of soldiers obeyed the orders and moved out cannonballs covered in silver patterns. They adjusted the muzzles and aimed at the black mass of mangled corpses. Boom! 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 Sparks constantly flashed as the cannonballs landed in different spots on the battlefield, exploding and emitting a rich darkness. The mangled corpses were either destroyed or collapsed powerlessly, returning to their eternal slumber. When the mysterious black-robed hooded man behind the resistance saw this, he raised his arms as though he was hugging the crimson moon high in the sky. At this moment, his body suddenly turned incorporeal and was dyed with a faint red color, turning into a hazy moonlight. The moonlight instantly shattered, turning into pieces of red scales that dissipated on the spot. Moonlight transformation. This was a beyonder power possessed by a Sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar of the Apothecary Pathway. To a Sequence 4 Shaman King, it was almost instinctive. And at the spot where the Shaman King was, a figure quickly outlined itself. It was a huge cloth doll. It had blonde hair and bright red eyes. It wore a black Gothic dress that was engraved with countless mysterious patterns and had sinister vines wrapped around it. Its skin didn't have the luster that a human should have. Rionette Tinker. She had used the Staff of the Stars to summon herself in perfect condition. Of course, what Klein had lent Miss Messenger was the real Staff of the Stars. It was the Staff of the Stars that he had brought from above the grey fog to the real world ahead of time. If that wasn't the case, it would be equivalent to Klein's historical void projection summoning the Staff of the Stars projection. Then, the Staff of the Stars projection would summon Rionette Tinker at her peak in the past. All of this burden would be placed on Magician's furs, quickly draining her spirituality. And by temporarily handing the Staff of the Stars' main body to Rionette Tinker, it could effectively avoid this problem. The spirituality expended would be borne by the ancient Bane. At the same time, Rionette Tinker was perhaps one of the existence's least afraid of the negative effects of the Staff of the Stars. As a representative of the Temperance faction, as a puppet, a doll, she could completely prevent any scenes from surfacing in her mind. And after transforming into a concealed state, the Staff of the Stars would find it difficult to effect her historical void projection. Rionette Tinker, who was in perfect condition, had attempted to approach stealthily and directly possess Rose School's Shaman King, ending the battle instantly. However, she had sensed the danger ahead of time. Using the moonlight's illumination, she had escaped from the wraith's possession. Amidst the crimson radiance that enveloped the land, red scales rapidly reformed in the distance, condensing into the black-robed and hooded Rose School's Shaman King. He closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at the ancient bane in front of him. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, a figure rapidly outlined itself. It was none other than the German sparrow, who was wearing a black trench coat and a half-top hat. He wore a transparent glove on his left hand as he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Clumps of crimson flames rose all over the battlefield, as if they were announcing a grand performance. Just as the Shaman King finished reassembling, he reached out his left hand and tore the clothes around his chest. And at this moment, Rionette Tinker's bright red eyes reflected his figure. If nothing went wrong, the Rose School of Thought's Shaman King would turn into a rabbit or a goat in the next second. He would lose most of his characteristics and beyonder powers. However, his body only emitted a faint glow without any changes. His chest was exposed, and there was a thin, brownish-yellow puppet embedded in it. This puppet seemed to grow out of the Shaman King's body, and it was connected to his organs. Its eyes and mouth were like crescent moons, and its body was planted with dried flowers and withered grass. It exuded an indescribable strangeness under the moonlight. Suddenly, the puppet was dyed bright red, as though it had been soaked in blood. Following that, it clearly softened, turning into a pool of mud that led to the Shaman King's organs. Amidst the mud, an arm extended out. Its surface was flowing with a pitch-black sticky liquid, and strange objects protruded out. Some had skeletal heads, some had barbed tongues, and some had three-dimensional eyes. Abomination Sua, this leader of Rose School, a Sequence 1 existence, had descended through the air with the help of an advanced setup. The evil aura instantly caused the surrounding Rose School members and vassals to either die, undergo mutations, or attack their own people crazily. Apart from the Shaman King, no one was spared. West Balam, a port city. Shaman King Klarman, who had become the supreme ruler here, stood on the top floor of a cathedral that originally belonged to the Church of Evernight, looking down at the sparsely lit city. In a house not far away, Emlyn White glanced at Sharon, who was sitting on a chair like a doll. He took out a bronze box embedded with many rubies. Inside the box was an eyeball-shaped glass ball. It was a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the Sun domain that Emlyn had applied for from the Sanguine. It was called the Vision of White. It was very effective against demigods and shaman kings of the mutant pathway. In certain aspects, it could even be considered a counter. Of course, it wouldn't feel pity or benevolence just because Emlyn and Sharon were Beyonders on its side. Seeing Sharon nod slightly, indicating that there were no problems, Emlyn's body suddenly turned incorporeal. Under the moonlight that shone into the room, he disintegrated into bright and demonic red scales. On the top floor of a nearby cathedral, the black and white-haired Klarman paced back and forth. He sneered at the fact that the city's Nighthawks and mandated Punishers had led the Ruan immigrants to evacuate ahead of time and had taken away all the sealed artifacts. If there were only Beyonders, it wouldn't be impossible to escape, but with so many ordinary people, how are they to hide and move? I don't need to send people to track them. I just need to seal off the surrounding areas where they can dock their ships and obtain food to make them collapse on their own. As he muttered silently to himself, this Shaman King, who had been active in the southern continent since the beginning of the Fifth Epoch and was even suspected to have died of old age, cast his gaze out the window and stared at the crimson moon high in the sky. The abnormal phenomenon of the crimson moon turning white had made Klarman feel the wrath of the primordial moon. He had always felt uneasy. He had become a believer of the primordial moon while studying natural interaction, secret deed rituals, and other mysticism knowledge. Normally speaking, it was relatively easy for a shaman king to live to 1,000 years old, but after that, there would definitely be a decline in his physical condition, an irreversible aging, and the decline and decay of his spirit body. Therefore, 1,200 years was often the natural limit for shaman kings and sanguine earls. To continue living, they could only rely on various methods to extend their lifespans, such as sealing themselves and sleeping in a coffin deep in the ancient castle. The reason why Klarman was still energetic at nearly 1,400 years old and didn't need to reduce his actions was because he had received a gift from the primordial moon. This was also the reason why he had disappeared for so many years. Later, he received a revelation from the primordial moon and joined Rose School. In this aspect, Klarman had always been a little puzzled. At times, he believed that the mother tree of desire and the primordial moon were one and the same, different sides of the same great existence. At other times, he felt that the mother tree of desire and the primordial moon were not only completely different, but there was even a deep contradiction between them. This resulted in the primordial moon believers like him, who later joined Rose School, not receiving enough attention. Apart from receiving some gifts, they were placed in non-critical positions. Just as Klarman was focused on sensing the crimson moon in an attempt to obtain a revelation, bright red scales of light appeared in the crimson moonlight that scattered across the cathedral's bell tower. They gathered together and turned into Emlyn White, who was wearing a suit and a bow tie. Behind this sanguine, thick black gas emanated, forming a pair of illusory bat wings. Emlyn had long consumed the corresponding potion to eliminate his scent and spirituality fluctuations, allowing him to approach the target in secret. Of course, it was a demigod, a sequence 4 demigod of the same pathway. Even if he was fully prepared, he didn't dare to get too close, or he would be easily discovered. Looking at the window of Shaman King Klarman's room and observing the projection on the glass for a second, Emlyn White opened the bronze box embedded with a ruby and picked up the vision of White with his left hand, which was wearing a black velvet glove. His expression immediately warped as he experienced the pain of being completely exposed to the blazing sunlight. Enduring the feeling, Emlyn placed the transparent eyeball-shaped glass ball near his right eye. All the buildings in front of him suddenly disappeared from his vision, leaving behind figures that were either cold, crimson, or depraved and evil. Among them, there was a figure that was like a huge black vortex, crazily devouring the surrounding light, causing its body to distort. This was Emlyn's target, the ancient Shaman King, Klarman. A spot of light lit up, condensing into a scorching, blinding beam that shot out from the vision of White and headed straight for the figure behind the glass window. Note 1, adapted from the Old Testament, Job. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Divine Sovereign of the 9 heavens. The blinding white beam penetrated the glass window and landed on Shaman King Klarman. It then burst out with an intense light that melted away all the undead, darkness, and evil. Klarman's figure ignited with white flames, like a paper figurine that was close to burning coal. It was indeed a paper figurine, as though it was condensed from crimson moonlight. Shaman King's substitution spell, Moon Paper Figurine. As the paper figurine turned to ashes, the ancient Shaman King appeared at the top of the cathedral and cast his cold gaze at Emlyn White, who was near the bell tower. At this moment, Klarman's blood-red eyes reflected the figure of Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress and a small bonnet. His body stiffened as though he had lost control of himself. Upon seeing this, Emlyn didn't hesitate. As though he had practiced it thousands of times, he aimed the vision of White at the Shaman King's left chest, preparing to activate the Sun Domain's unshadowed spear. As long as this attack hit Klarman's heart, this Shaman King wouldn't be able to use moonlight transformation to resolve it, nor would he be able to use the artificial vampire's powerful recovery abilities to heal himself. Of course, this would definitely cause serious damage to Sharon, who had possessed Klarman, but if she could quickly finish the target, she was willing to pay the corresponding price. In the previous communication, Emlyn, Sharon, and Merrick had already discussed a few similar plans and reached an agreement. This was also the reason why Sharon didn't restrain Shaman King Klarman by affecting his clothes. Compared to Wraith possession, this was easier to resolve for an opponent who could moonlight transformation. As for whether Klarman would be ashamed of running naked, the magic mirror's answer was no. Under such circumstances, they finally chose to let Emlyn White attack the target, so as to deplete his moon paper figurine and create an opportunity for Sharon to possess him. Seeing the transparent glass ball in Emlyn's hand accumulate light once again, extending out an extremely pure and incandescent spear, Klarman, who was standing stiffly at the top of the cathedral, suddenly changed. A crack quickly appeared in the middle of his forehead, and it looked as if a blood-red full moon was embedded in it. Moonlight surged out like a tide, causing Sharon's illusory body, pale blonde hair, and light blue eyes to float uncontrollably from Klarman's body. Klarman's stiff and slow movements barely returned to normal. Under the light of the full moon, he turned into a ball of blood and split into countless fragments of light. His figure quickly reassembled on another spire of the cathedral. Behind him was Sharon's illusory figure in a black regal dress. As for the unshadowed spear that Emlyn had created, it passed through Klarman's original location and flew into the distance, expanding into a miniature sun in midair. The entire port city was suddenly illuminated. At the same time, Klarman's right shoulder clearly squirmed. Something tore through his black robe and drilled out. It was an exquisitely crafted male doll. It was only the size of a palm and wore a dark red suit with gold embroidery. Its eyes had been dug out by someone, leaving only 2 black holes. The doll sat on Klarman's shoulder. It raised its hands and pressed its fingers together, as if it was playing an invisible instrument. Sharon's figure was immediately repelled from Klarman's back, as if she had suffered a severe rejection. As for Emlyn, he felt his clothes tighten and bind him tightly. His bow tie also came to life, strangling him in midair. The doll was a Grade 1 sealed artifact that Rose School had given Klarman. It was called the General of the Pupilless Eye, an item formed after a sequence 4 demigod of the mutant pathway died in an accident. It had the characteristic of being alive. According to the owner's thoughts, it could possess objects with a spirit and awaken objects without a spirit. However, it had to be fed by the owner's flesh and blood, otherwise, it would gradually grow eyes. And once the sealed artifact was complete, it would transform into an evil spirit that would crazily pursue its original owner and hate all humans. When Emlyn heard his bones emit a sound of being unable to bear the burden, the vision of white that burned his soul bloomed with a clear light, turning the surrounding area into a shadowless kingdom without any evil. The General of the Pupilless Eye's influence on his clothes was severed. But at this moment, Klarman had already mumbled a certain word. With a cruel smile, he reached out his hands and stretched out an illusory and hazy door that was engraved with many mysterious symbols. This was the door of summoning. The Moon Pathways Sequence 3 was called Summoning Master. Klarman, who was originally only at the Shaman King level, had completed the summoning under the illumination of the blood-red full moon on his forehead. However, his overall temperament had changed as a result. His rationality had faded significantly, and his madness had become more obvious. Amidst the illusory creaking sounds, the door of summoning opened a gap. From the gap, 2 human palms reached out. Their skin was lusterless and lacked texture, like the worst of puppets. Outside Fairtech, the Rose School believers and vassals, who had originally planned on following the resurrected corpses to attack the Ruan army's defensive line, were crazily killing each other without any rationality. Some of them, who were originally ordinary people, bent their backs and grew grayish-black wolf fur. The corners of their mouths widened as sticky saliva constantly dripped down. Some of their skin was dyed black and as hard as steel. Some of them had lost their hearts and fell to the ground, but they got up completely fine. Some of their bodies turned transparent as though they had turned into shadows. Just the descent of Abomination Sua's aura had tainted the surrounding living beings, causing them to either collapse and die tragically, or mutate into beyonder creatures such as werewolves and zombies. As a high-ranking Sequence 1 existence, he could directly bestow power upon his believers, but there was a time limit. However, this method might not be what the resistance wished for. On the other side of the battlefield, more than 2,000 meters away, after the Ruan fortifications, although the soldiers didn't see or hear anything, transparent blisters still appeared on the surface of their skin. Their minds were filled with thoughts of venting all sorts of emotions and desires. Before long, they would go crazy one after another, turning into mindless beasts. And in the entire base, or even in Fairtech, there weren't many humans who could remain clear-headed. Suddenly, they heard chanting. It was a chant formed from holy and ethereal voices. The chanting came from the Evernight Cathedral in the city, as though there were many choirs praising the goddess. The soldiers, citizens, and officers fell asleep one after another. After the fortifications, inside the trenches, and beside the streets. They dreamed of a tranquil darkness, of moonflowers, and of night vanilla. Their bodies and minds were at peace, and they were no longer corrupted by evil. In the Evernight Cathedral in Fairtech, the high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, Goddess's Eye Ilia, tried her best to maintain the dream that enveloped the entire city, unable to interfere with the demigod-level battle outside. Klein and Rionette Tinker simultaneously felt the surrounding spirituality transform, as though it had turned into layers of barriers in an attempt to bind them to the spot and restrict their movements. And in the blood-red mud between the Shaman King's chest and abdomen, after Sua's arm completely extended out, squirming pieces of flesh covered in black viscous liquid drilled out, forming the body of this abomination. He was like a gigantic tree that had been doused with oil. His extended branches were made up of many arms that protruded out one strange object after another. On the tree trunk, on the surface of the viscous black liquid, there were bloodshot black and white eyeballs rolling everywhere, instantly clearing the rationality of anyone who saw them, turning them into rabbits, goats, and fat pigs. The hundreds of arms quickly extended outwards. Some sealed off the sky, while others drilled into the ground. Some surrounded them from all directions, while others directly grabbed at Klein and Rionette Tinker. At the same time, Abomination Sua let out a roar that pierced straight at the spirit body, causing the two targets to tremble at the same time. A certain degree of stiffness appeared, making the crimson moonlight in the sky thicker, causing a scene to appear on the red curtain. At the core of the scene was a mummy wrapped in yellow bandages. It was pierced through by countless brown branches as it hung in midair. Its stomach was bulging high, and from time to time a certain spot would protrude and collapse, as though it was giving birth to a new life. The mummy's mouth opened and closed as it constantly screamed. Although Klein couldn't hear any actual sound, his body and soul still resonated with the pain. It made him bear the burden of the mummy's predicament bit by bit. The chained god, Abomination Sua's roar was formed from ancient Hermes' words overlapping in an unimaginable manner. In essence, he was praying to the chained god, and he successfully received a response. The mother tree of desire was still unable to infuse too much of her power into reality. To pray to her and obtain feedback at the level of an angel, a large-scale sacrificial ritual was needed. Of course, the direct influence of the mother tree of desire and the gaze she gave through the chained god also had a certain difference in essence. The chained god wasn't a true god to begin with. He was only a king of angels that contained the mutant pathway's uniqueness and two sequence one beyonder characteristics. After giving birth to Abomination Sua, he even lost a sequence one beyonder characteristic. When he was completely corrupted by the mother tree of desire, he also suffered the fate of being isolated. Therefore, regardless of the nature of the mother tree of desire, the influence it could cause on reality was limited after going one full circle. But no matter what, the trap targeted at Rionette Tinker was sufficiently luxurious. As the projection of the chained god appeared, the entire land was dyed dark red. Klein immediately felt that his connection with the spirit world had been severed, preventing him from using teleportation to leave. His figure instantly jumped through the flames. Taking the opportunity when Rionette Tinker was fending off Abomination Sua, he reached his hand into the void and grabbed at different spots. Finally, Klein dragged out a silver-black jewelry box embedded with all sorts of gems. Then, without any hesitation, he opened the second layer. Box of the Great Old Ones. The second layer of this Grade 0 sealed artifact could transfer all living beings within its range to a particular scene it had recorded. The silver-black three-layered jewelry box embedded with many gems was quickly opened, revealing the interior of the second level. It was pitch black, and even the surrounding barrier seemed to fuse with it. It gave off the feeling that there was no end or bottom. In an instant, countless specks of light lit up in the darkness. It was as if it had become a miniature starry sky, a miniature universe. These resplendent dots of light rapidly spun, causing the surrounding scene to change several times in a second. Klein's plan was to move Abomination Sua, Rose School's shaman king, and a large number of believers and vassals to the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, allowing them to leave the southern continent. They wouldn't be able to immediately sense that Klarman had been attacked, preventing them from providing effective assistance. However, the second level of the Box of the Great Old Ones was random. There were only a few times when it could release a specific scene. Most of the time, the chosen location would inevitably undergo an anomaly. This couldn't be affected by accumulating luck, at least not below sequence 0. Therefore, after opening the second level of the Box of the Great Old Ones, Klein didn't know what would happen. It was just like how he didn't use his Beyonder powers to cheat at the card table. He was just like how he had pushed out all his chips purely through observation. Of course, he wasn't too worried. No matter where the Box of the Great Old Ones took him and Miss Messenger, it wouldn't be able to harm him. After all, Rionette Tinker was fake, the Box of the Great Old Ones was fake, and he was fake. With this in mind, even if he was thrown underground by the Box of the Great Old Ones and faced the terrifying corruption, Klein could still instantly remove the historical void projection and enter Sapphira Castle to do a complete disinfection and cut off the connection. On this basis, he had the ability to help Miss Messenger's main body resist the corruption. This wasn't directly enduring it. With the layer of historical projection, it was relatively better. The only thing Klein needed to worry about was that the scene chosen by the Box of the Great Old Ones was the place where Miss Sharon and Emlyn had attacked Shaman King Klarman. If that happened, it would be equivalent to him leading the enemy's main force straight to his headquarters. He could only consider giving up on the operation and cooperate with Rionette Tinker to escape the battlefield with the other participants and escape the southern continent. The probability of this happening was very low, but they had to guard against it. At that moment, due to the influence of Abomination Sua's aura, Klein's spirituality had solidified quite a bit, as though it was restraining his body and soul. However, it still surged into the Box of the Great Old Ones, maintaining its opening. In the blink of an eye, the scene on the second level of the Box of the Great Old Ones changed. A miniature, vast sea of sand appeared. Klein, Rionette Tinker, Abomination Sua, the hooded Shaman King, and a large number of Rose School believers and vassals saw the endless yellow sand and felt the extreme coldness of the night. Apart from the projection of the chained god, all the creatures on the battlefield were instantly transferred to a desert. As for the projection, due to Abomination Sua's departure, its connection was severed. It was unable to send its powers into reality. Without bothering to examine where he was, Klein dispersed the Box of the Great Old Ones and snapped his fingers, summoning scarlet flames out of thin air that kept jumping about. He was doing this to avoid Abomination Sua's gaze and seize the opportunity to complete the summoning of the historical projection. At that moment, an extremely evil roar sounded in his ears. His mind suddenly went blank as he temporarily lost all his thoughts. The scarlet flames he was in came to life as well. Like a cage, it bound him to the spot. With just a roar and the influence of some aura, Abomination Sua was able to restrain Klein to a preliminary stage. If it wasn't for the fact that he had Rionette Tinker in her perfect condition as a teammate, Klein's projection would have been dealt with without being able to retaliate. His main body might have even been affected to a certain extent. At that moment, the gigantic doll the size of a castle took a step forward and opened its tightly shut mouth. There was no sound, but the twisted tree that was covered in pitch-black liquid seemed to have encountered a flood. It began to sway backward as it raised its arms that protruded with strange objects. This was a curse that Rionette Tinker had been silently accumulating for a long time. The root cause was the anger, hatred, and resentment that surged after the tragic attack. However, Abomination Sua didn't show any obvious changes. All it did was sway and stiffen for a second before returning to normal. High-level existences of the same pathway were always especially effective against lower sequence beyonders. They could even exert a certain level of influence across space. Using this opportunity, Klein escaped the restraints of the flames and switched to using Creeping Hunger. He flashed to the other side and avoided the blood moon arrow created by the Rose School Shaman King. He didn't dare look straight at Abomination Sua. Seizing the opportunity, he reached out his right hand and pulled at the void in front of him. This time, he didn't summon anything. Klein continued blinking and repeated his previous actions. Then, he successfully dragged out a figure. It was none other than the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, the Angel of the Concealment Domain, Ariana, who was wearing a simple linen robe and a tree bark belt. My previous report was effective. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he once again activated Creeping Hunger and teleported elsewhere. The eyes of Ariana's projection moved slightly as her gaze turned deep. Following that, she joined Rionette Tinker's battle against Abomination Sua. With her help, Rionette Tinker, who was in a rather difficult situation and was working hard to create an opportunity for Klein, finally managed to catch her breath. She didn't get possessed by Abomination Sua's consciousness and become a real doll. The Rose School Shaman King showcased his comprehensive abilities in the darkness and moon domains. He attempted to use spells like Abyss Shackles to restrict Klein's movements, but short-distance blink was just too useful. Without the influence of the chained gods' projection on the surrounding area, and without Abomination Sua's interference, Klein was like a fish that had returned to the sea. He wandered freely, and he only needed to consider resisting the enemy's spells in the interval between two teleportations. However, the Shaman King was unable to predict where he would appear next, so it was difficult for him to effectively stop him. During this process, Klein grabbed a few more times and dragged out a figure. This figure had bronze skin, black hair, and brown eyes. His facial features were soft, and his gaze was cold. He wore a deep black robe embroidered with golden threads, and he wore a golden bird-shaped crown. He was none other than the former death consul Aztec Eggers. Another angel. The shaman king's eyelids twitched as Abomination Sua suddenly stabbed his pitch-black arms into the desert. The nearby desert boiled and was covered in a sticky black liquid. It spread far into the distance and corroded the void, interfering with the overlap between reality and the spirit world. Before teleportation was completely effected, Klein blinked to appear behind Mr. Aztec. Using him as cover, he quickly grabbed at the air a few times. His arm suddenly sank as he dragged out a silver-white snake tail. Another angel. The reason why Klein dared to directly summon the three angels was because his historical void projection was summoned by Rionette Tinker's true body using the Staff of the Stars. The spirituality expended was borne by this ancient bane and not magician's furs. Otherwise, Furs would have already fainted when the servant of concealment, Ariana, descended. She wouldn't be able to maintain it any longer. Magician's Furs's role was to first summon the historical projection of German Sparrow, allowing him to have plenty of time to set up the ritual ahead of time and bring the Staff of the Stars to the real world. Then, she would remove the maintenance and allow the historical void projection to return to the fog, allowing Rionette Tinker to summon another one. In less than 10 seconds, as Abomination Sua had placed his focus on Rionette Tinker and subconsciously underestimated Klein, not only did he lose the help of the Chained God's projection, but he also went from an ambush target to being surrounded by 4 angels. Without any hesitation, this sequence one angel opened his mouth and let out many overlapping roars in ancient Hermes. He prayed to the Chained God once again. Upon seeing the door of summoning in front of Shaman King Klarman quickly open and reach out 2 palms whose auras alone made him tremble, a thought suddenly flashed through Emlyn White's mind. Another angel of the Rose School of Thought, King of Curses Barenka. This was the information provided by Sharon and Merrick. Upon seeing this, Emlyn tensed up. Without any hesitation, he waved his arm and through the vision of White at the door of summoning. On the one hand, it was his first time experiencing a battle at the demigod level, so it was inevitable that he would overreact. On the other hand, he wasn't worried that he would lose the vision of White. After all, it belonged to the Sanguine as a whole. At most, he could slowly repay it in the future. At the same time, even without this sealed artifact, he still had other mystical items to use. For example, Laymanos Travels. With this notebook, Emlyn could summon the unshadowed crucifix to replace the vision of White. After the eyeball-shaped glass ball flew out, it constantly absorbed the light along the way, bringing with it extreme darkness. When he got close to the gate of summoning, the vision of White suddenly erupted, blooming with an extremely brilliant light. Like the scorching sun at noon, it enveloped the hands and the gate, melting away all evil, depravity, darkness, filth, and the aura of the undead. The blood-red full moon on Shaman King Klarman's forehead was clearly affected. Its radiance was compressed to its side, unable to affect its surroundings. Seizing this opportunity, Sharon's figure, which was floating in midair, warped and turned into a life-sized puppet. This puppet looked identical to Shaman King Klarman. It had messy black and white hair and a pair of bright red eyes. On the other side, Emlyn raised his left arm, revealing the translucent ring on his index finger outside the glove. The ring seemed to be made of light red amber, and there was a blood-colored gem embedded at the top. Lilith's ring. This was a ring personally made by the Sanguine ancestor, the ancient goddess, Lilith. It could project a door that led to the depths of the spirit world for a certain period of time, summoning an unknown creature. Emlyn didn't know what he would receive. All he knew was that the summoned creature would be slightly stronger than him under normal circumstances, but he couldn't eliminate the possibility of directly inviting a demigod. At the top of the ring, the blood-colored gem emitted a faint glow as an illusory door covered in mysterious patterns appeared in front of Emlyn. It creaked open, causing the gap to widen. Just as Shaman King Klarman regained his senses from the sun's illumination, he saw a moon rise behind the door of summoning. It was a bright, silvery white moon. In Shaman King Klarman's eyes, a bright, silvery white moon slowly rose and quickly filled his pupils. This was completely different from the common crimson moon, nor was it the blood moon that occasionally appeared. It was similar to the abnormal state of the moon not long ago, but there were certain differences. It illuminated Klarman's eyes and body, making him instantly lose his connection with the crimson moon. In other words, before returning to normal, Klarman couldn't attempt moonlight transformation, nor could he blink within a certain range of the crimson moonlight. Suddenly, a word appeared in the mind of the Moon Domain's Shaman King, you. Lilith. The ancient goddess, Lilith, who had once wielded the moon pathway. Such a change exceeded Emlyn's expectations, but Sharon, who was good at restraining her emotions and thoughts, wasn't affected. Despite having turned into a Klarman puppet, she raised her right hand and pulled out a lock of black and white hair from her forehead. Almost at the same time, a lock of white hair on Shaman King Klarman's head fell to the ground without suffering any attacks. The door of summoning that he had just opened melted and shattered inch by inch under the sun's radiance produced by the vision of white. This wasn't because the summoned Rose School Angel was unable to resist a Grade 1 sealed artifact like the vision of white, but because the door of summoning was unable to withstand such a unique attack. In addition, the King of Curses, Baranka, had only reached out his hands, and the power that could descend through space was rather limited. The evil aura that had seeped into reality had been purified by the vision of white, preventing it from affecting Sharon and Emlyn. At this moment, without the door of summoning as a medium, Baranka could only return to his original spot and wait for the next summoning, or for Shaman King Klarman to pray. As an angel, he had a high enough level to respond to prayers in the entire world. Seeing the lock of hair fall to the ground, the Klarman puppet that Sharon had turned into didn't hesitate. She let her right hand slide down a little from her forehead and pinched the exaggerated gap that was embedded with the blood-red full moon before forcefully closing it. Klarman couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. The flesh on his forehead strangely turned blurry as it filled the terrifying gap, blocking the miniature full moon. This was one of the Beyonder powers of Sequence 4 puppet of the mutant pathway. It was called Source of Curses. Apart from affecting non-living creatures, the puppets could also turn into arcane puppets, magical paper dolls, and other items. Through the connection established, they could curse the target in various ways. This Beyonder power would undergo a qualitative change at Sequence 3. At this stage, it was the type that would harm the enemy and oneself. Under normal circumstances, puppet demigods rarely used it. In other words, the puppet was hurting itself to hurt the enemy. The reason why Sharon dared to do so was because she was certain that since they were both Sequence 4, a wraith and a zombie would definitely be able to withstand more damage than a vampire. Having known ahead of time that Shaman King Klarman had a Grade 1 sealed artifact, General of the Pupilless Eye, Sharon didn't think that her wraith possession would succeed. Her main goal was to use this method to establish a connection with Klarman and prepare for the subsequent curse. She plucked out the lock of hair, which was a sign that the curse had officially begun. Destroying the blood-red full moon on the target's forehead was to prevent him from building the door of summoning again and pulling the Angel of Rose School into the battlefield. Of course, as a demigod, Klarman wouldn't be cursed to death so easily. If it were in the past, he could have used moonlight transformation, bad illusion, and other methods to weaken the damage brought about by the curse. He could also constantly move at high speeds, dodge attacks, and recite the honorific name of the Angel of Rose School. However, under the illumination of the silvery white moon, his body seemed to freeze, preventing him from completing such actions. As Klarman's thoughts raced, the puppet, General of the Pupilless Eye, who was sitting on his shoulder, stood up and let out an ear-piercing cry. The surrounding glass windows shattered, turning into bullets that shot towards Sharon, who was floating in midair. Without a controller, the eyeball-shaped glass ball flew up on its own, causing a huge pillar of light with countless flames swirling around it to descend. The pillar of light enveloped Sharon, illuminating the surroundings as though it was daytime. General of the Pupilless Eye could affect mystical items that had lost their owners and make them help him. Amidst the flaring sun, Sharon, who had transformed into Klarman, clearly melted. Her expression twisted uncontrollably. Half of the large number of glass shards melted into the pillar of light, while the other half penetrated her body. Klarman let out another tragic cry. It left Emlyn's body cold as his blood seemed to condense into frost. Bloody holes appeared on the surface of the Shaman King's body. His entire body was like a candle that had been thrown into a fireplace, slowly softening and dripping with oil. Any damage dealt to the source of curses would be reflected on the target. As a demigod of Rose School, Klarman undoubtedly knew this. His actions just now were to exchange damage for damage, forcing Sharon to take the initiative to stop the curse. Under the theurgy of the Sun domain, dark and evil creatures like puppets, wraiths, zombies, and werewolves were clearly more injured than vampires, potions professors, scarlet scholars, and shaman kings. In other words, the continuous strikes of flaring sun would cause Sharon to vanish, but it would only severely injure Klarman. As for demigods of the moon pathway, they had extremely powerful self-healing abilities. In that short second, Shaman King Klarman used his rich experience and profound mysticism knowledge to accurately grasp the problem of the source of curses. He chose the method that was most suitable for him and could produce results in the shortest amount of time. But at this moment, Emlyn White, who had lost the vision of White and summoned the strange moon, snapped back to his senses. He took out a bronze-green notebook with a hard cover and flipped it to one of the pages. Crackling sounds sounded as bolts of lightning leaped out of thin air, interweaving into a storm that emitted an intense aura of destruction. It instantly swept Shaman King Klarman in. Laymanos Travels, Lightning Storm. Having temporarily lost his moonlight transformation and the ability to blink within a certain range, Klarman was unable to dodge at all. He was struck by the silver bolts of lightning one after another. Sharon took the opportunity to remove the source of curse's state to prevent the damage suffered by the target from being reflected on her. However, her face was clearly much paler than before, and her aura had become rather weak. The flaring sunbeam had indeed dealt her quite a bit of damage. The burst of silver quickly extinguished as Klarman's body turned pitch black. The charred skin and flesh constantly peeled off as new flesh and blood squirmed and grew at the original spot. The general of the pupilless's body rapidly turned incorporeal as though he had turned into a ghost. He was prepared to possess Klarman and move him out of the current area to prevent any subsequent attacks. At this moment, a blonde, red-eyed head suddenly appeared and bit down on the exquisite doll's head. Klarman, who was still feeling a little numb, subconsciously looked over and saw a lady without a head. The lady was dressed in a gloomy gothic dress and carried 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. Rionette Tinker, in the vast desert, Rionette Tinker, who was attacking Abomination Sua with Aztec, Ariana, and the Silver Serpent, suddenly had a blank look in her eyes. Her actions turned stiff as she acted instinctively. This was part of Klein's plan. Once the battle stabilized and Abomination Sua was temporarily unable to escape, nor was his life temporarily not in danger, Rionette Tinker's true body would exit her concealed state and return to the real world to help Sharon and Emlyn quickly finish the battle. Looking at the tragic mummy projection that appeared in midair, he controlled the 3 angels to hold back Abomination Sua. At the same time, he used their auras to influence the environment around him to switch from teleportation to flaming jump, continuing to deal with the Rose School of Thought's Shaman King. During this process, he appeared carefree, but in fact, he realized that the compatibility between his body and soul was decreasing bit by bit. His body gradually became a cage for his spirit, making his actions stiffer and heavier. This made Klein recall the core description of a prisoner: the body is the cage of the heart, and the world is the cage of the body. With the passage of time, he intuitively understood the meaning of this sentence from another angle. After Abomination Sua began to pay attention to him, even if he didn't have the chance to directly attack him, he had unknowingly been corrupted. After one of Rionette Tinker's heads controlled the general of the pupilless eye, the other head raised the black cane in her teeth. This cane was embedded with many gems as it lit up with a blurry glow. A figure quickly took form. It was none other than the German sparrow in his top hat, trench coat, and death knell. Bang! A silver-black stream of light flew out and accurately hit Klarman's body. Klarman's thoughts came to a halt as his entire body froze on the spot. Control Spirit Bullet. This was the Control Spirit Bullet shot by Gehrman Sparrow as a replica of the Staff of the Stars. This sealed artifact numbered 0 to 62 could allow the Beyonder powers and characters that appeared in the wielder's mind to descend into reality, and the latter could launch a single attack. On the other side, Sharon immediately turned into a puppet that looked identical to Klarman. She retracted her right hand and stabbed it into her chest. Blood spewed out as Klarman opened his mouth, but he was unable to make a sound. To a wraith, the heart was definitely not a vital point, but to a vampire, it was extremely fatal. Without giving Klarman a chance to resist, Emlyn flipped through Laymanos Travels again and released the historical void summoning projection recorded on it. He then took out the unshadowed crucifix that was covered in bronze. He pressed down on the spike with his fingers, allowing the blood to flow out and cleanse the mottled cross. A long spear that was pure to the extreme and blazing white to the extreme instantly condensed. After Sharon dispelled the source of curses, Emlyn threw out the spear of light and watched it penetrate Shaman King Klarman's chest and nail him to the high wall of the cathedral. The brilliant light suddenly expanded, completely wiping out Klarman's final aura. Unshadowed spear, in the vast desert, Klein suddenly stopped and took off his top hat at Abomination Sua and the Shaman King. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. His body then faded and vanished. During this process, Klein wasn't worried about being disturbed at all. This was because it wasn't that he was attempting to leave, but that Rionette Tinker had dispelled the historical void projection. This also meant that the operation on the other battlefield had succeeded. Under the golden light that erupted, Klarman, the Shaman King who had lived for more than 1,000 years, fell to the ground in pieces at the entrance of the Evernight Cathedral. Every piece was charred black without any blood. Among them, an item dropped out from his burnt black robe. It was a normal-sized palm. The texture of the skin was inhuman, and it had a rather dim luster. The fingers were slender, and the flesh was even. If he hadn't seen it in such a situation, Emlyn would have definitely imagined that the palm was a part of an exquisite, full-sized doll. The other head in Rionette Tinker's hand swung forward and quickly bit the palm. At the same time, Sharon's figure turned incorporeal as she entered Shaman King Klarman's remnant body, accelerating the purging of the Beyonder characteristic. Emlyn composed himself and looked at the dissipating door of summoning created by Lilith's ring. His body suddenly transformed into a blurry moonlight. The crimson moonlight immediately shattered, turning into countless fragments of light. The bright and demonic red scales swam around the area enveloped by the moonlight, reforming beside Klarman's corpse into Emlyn White, who was wearing a suit and a bow tie. Without looking at the Beyonder characteristic that was seeping out, he dispersed the unshadowed crucifix, bent down, and used his left hand, which was wearing a black velvet glove, to pick up the glass ball-like vision of white that he had thrown over. His other hand shook Laymanos Travels, flipping the spellbook to one of the pages. The symbols and mysterious patterns depicted on it were all part of travel. Emlyn's figure turned transparent as he vanished from the scene. He had followed the plan to leave first after the operation ended. He didn't interfere with Sharon and company's cleanup of the scene and erase any traces. After all, he was the weakest here. He had to rely on sealed artifacts and mystical items to fight, which drained him greatly. As for the spoils of war, they would be distributed when he returned to Bakeland. In this regard, Emlyn fully trusted German Sparrow's promise and the credibility of the Rose School Temperance faculty. After teleporting back to an empty house in Bakeland, he suddenly threw down Laymanos Travels and took out the bronze box embedded with many rubies. He then placed the vision of white inside. After doing this, Emlyn had the strength to take off his left glove. He saw that his finger was covered in blisters that were swollen and swollen. With the vampire's regenerative abilities, this level of injury should have healed long ago, but in reality, it didn't improve at all. The burns from the vision of white will take at least 7 days. Emlyn took out the ointment that was stored in a metal tube, squeezed out a portion, and smeared it on the wound. The soul-piercing pain was immediately covered by a refreshing feeling. Emlyn slowly exhaled as though he had finally come back to life. He had used a great deal of willpower to restrain himself from throwing the vision of white to the ground. This was because once the sealed artifact left his control, it would automatically absorb the surrounding light and emit a glow that could purify all things. To a sanguine, this was a very good way to commit suicide. Right on the heels of that, Emlyn took out a bottle of his blood that he had drawn ahead of time and smeared it on the surface of Laymanos Travels. Then, he drank another bottle of blood to alleviate the thirst brought about by Lilith's ring. After doing this, he finally eliminated the negative effects of the sealed artifact on him. Only then did Emlyn have the time to recall the accident that had happened during the battle. He had used Lilith's ring to project the door of summoning, but he hadn't summoned a creature from the depths of the spirit world. Instead, he had brought out a strange moon. This moon had hung behind the door of summoning, silently illuminating Shaman King Klarman, suppressing the various Beyonder powers that belonged to the moon domain. If not for such a change, even if Lilith's ring had summoned a spirit world creature at the saint level, it wouldn't have been able to end the battle so quickly. Perhaps he would have had to wait for the angel from the temperance faculty of Rose School to descend before he could gain an overwhelming advantage. A silvery white moon. Don't tell me the ancestor gave me help? Emlyn's thoughts raced as he came up with a corresponding guess. This matched his identity as the sanguine messiah that the ancestor had appointed. After serious thought, Emlyn no longer had any doubts about this guess. However, unlike usual, he wasn't that excited or agitated. When he truly witnessed a battle at the demigod level and confirmed that he had to shoulder such an important responsibility, he didn't feel proud at all. His heart was heavy and filled with pressure. Phew. After a few seconds, Emlyn opened his mouth and whispered, "I'm the Messiah of the Sanguine." When he said this, his expression was abnormally solemn. There was a hint of solemnity without any hesitation. In the room where Emlyn had previously met with Merrick and Sharon, this sanguine saw the perfect doll-like lady take out 2 items and heard her voice say with a slightly ethereal tone, "According to the agreement, we will only take 1 item. According to the agreement, we will only take 1 item. This is all that is left." The 2 items were a gem that seemed to be condensed from thick blood. It was the size of a fist and emitted a crimson glow like a miniature crimson moon. An exquisite male doll wearing a dark red suit with golden patterns had 2 black holes for its eyes. Shaman King Beyonder characteristic. General of the pupilless eye. Emlyn nodded and saw that the 2 items seemed to have a life of their own as they flew over. Just as he reached out to grab them, he heard Miss Sharon add, "The Shaman King's Beyonder characteristic has some strange corruption remnants." The Shaman King's Beyonder characteristic has some strange remnants of corruption. Even the unshadowed spear wasn't able to purify it. She means that I have to find an angel to help me shatter it and remove the corruption? Emlyn completely understood Sharon's words as he nodded slightly. "I know how to deal with it." Sharon, who was wearing a small black bonnet, immediately floated up. She lifted her skirt and bowed. "Thank you for your help." "Me too." Emlyn took off his hat and bowed in return. Above the grayish-white fog, inside the ancient palace, Klein looked at the wisps of black gas that emanated from his body and shook his head with a sigh. "I actually got cursed by a divine abomination without realizing it. It might also be done by the projection of the chained god. I'm already separated by a historical projection. If it were any saint without Sapphira Castle, they would probably suddenly die after believing themselves to be safe. As for Miss Messenger, since she was a real angel, even without a historical projection, there wouldn't be too much of a problem." Therefore, Klein wasn't worried. After the black gas dissipated, Klein waited for a while until Emlyn sacrificed his items and requested Mr. Fool's help in purifying the Shaman King Beyonder characteristic. "The strange corruption comes from the mother tree of desire or the primordial moon?" Klein picked up the miniature crimson moon and carefully examined it for a few seconds. During this process, he was on high alert, prepared to mobilize the power of Sapphira Castle at any moment. If it wasn't for the fact that he already had the level of an angel here, he wouldn't have agreed to Emlyn's sacrifice of this characteristic. Instead, he would have chosen to directly descend with the power of a sequence to shatter the characteristic across space and separate the corruption. Back then, Klein didn't even dare to divine the werewolf Beyonder characteristic that the mother tree of desire had exerted a little influence on. He had hurriedly sold it. After seriously sizing it up, Klein pressed down with his right hand, causing the entire mysterious space to tremble. The miniature crimson moon shattered with a crack, splitting into tiny scarlet dots of light. Amidst these dots of light, a small amount of red mist evaporated and finally condensed into a drop of fresh blood. Then, the scarlet dots of light gathered again and constantly condensed, turning back into the miniature crimson moon. However, compared to before, it appeared even clearer and purer. Klein conjured a fake hand and picked up the drop of blood that looked fresh. He discovered that it contained a vibrant vitality. It hasn't reached the level of an angel, but it's a little strange. It seems to have received the blessings of an evil god. As Klein severed all the invisible connections that were derived from the blood in his hand, he pulled a paper figurine over and pressed the blood on it. The moment the blood came into contact with the paper figurine, it immediately seeped in. In the next second, the paper figurine's stomach strangely protruded and suddenly exploded. As the paper figurine shattered, a new paper figurine with a hint of crimson crawled out from its stomach. It had a vague appearance. The power of reproduction. Klein frowned slightly as he jabbed forward with his right hand, turning the newborn paper figurine into powder. The small amount of blood-colored fog spread out again, condensing into a drop of blood. The characteristics and spirituality have only decreased slightly. It'll take at least 100 transfers to completely degrade. Klein silently made an evaluation and gathered the power of Sapphira Castle to seal the drop of blood. He then looked up and cast his gaze at the male doll on the long model table. The palm-sized doll in a formal attire was prostrating, not daring to raise its head. It's easy to resolve it if it has a living characteristic. Klein chuckled and moved the sealed drop of blood towards the puppet named General of the Pupilless Eye. General of the Pupilless Eye propped up its limbs and retreated. After pausing, it pressed its forehead tightly against the table and let out a noise that humans couldn't understand. Expressing your submission? Very good. Klein replied with a smile and casually instructed, show me your abilities. After a series of demonstrations, he confirmed that General of the Pupilless Eye could possess a target and affect inanimate objects. It could also gain initial control over mystical items that didn't have any spirituality injected into them. The latter ability might be very useful at certain times. Klein nodded slightly and beckoned for a box to appear, allowing the Pupilless General to jump into it. After carefully sealing it, Klein threw the box and the drop of blood into the junk pile, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the place they would live in the future. As for the negative effects of General of the Pupilless Eye, Klein believed that it could be resolved through friendly negotiations. Seriously, in the field of online literature, there's practically no rest all year round. If I hadn't fought for 1 day of rest per week in the second half of last year, I feel that my mental state would definitely be much worse than it is now. The longer a book is written, the more anxious and stressed, and it might even affect the quality of my sleep. Don't worry, I won't stop updating. Just like last year, there will be no updates during the New Year period, every day at 12:30 p.m. Starting from the 23rd, which is tomorrow, I'll resume normal updates on the 3rd of February. That will be a total of 11 days. Compared to last year, there's no increase at all. Furthermore, there are 4 days that I was supposed to update alone, which means that I've actually only taken 7 days off. In short, you guys have earned a lot, and I haven't lost out either. Also, the bonus for last month's monthly votes for first place is even longer. I originally planned to put it on New Year's Eve, but after thinking about it, I decided to put it at the climax of the plot. That would be better, and I'll inform you guys in advance. Also, everyone, take care of your health, don't go out too much, and stay at home for the new year. Lord of the Mysteries, New Year Update Schedule, Chapter Updated, currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. After dealing with his harvest and bestowing the purified Shaman King Beyonder characteristic to Emlyn White, Klein wasn't in a hurry to leave Sapphira Castle. He briefly reviewed the battle today. Among them, he focused on Abomination Sua's performance in various aspects to evaluate how powerful an angel was. If I were to encounter him head-on and not hold back, I might not even have the chance to summon an angel projection unless he succeeds in one try. Of course, my target, the Dark Demonic Wolf, is a Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker, while Abomination Sua is already a Sequence 1. The difference between the two of them shouldn't be small. However, the Dark Demonic Wolf and I are both of the Seer pathway. He can suppress a low sequence like me in all aspects. I can only be thankful that he hasn't completed the ritual and advanced to Sequence 1. Otherwise, there's no hope of winning. Sequence 1. As his thoughts raced, Klein's pupils suddenly constricted as he sat up straight. He had just had an idea and thought of a possibility. Could it be that Dark Demonic Wolf Kotar has already advanced and become a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries? He created the Marionette City to mislead possible pursuers, such as Angel of Time Amon. I can't rule out such a situation. Yes, there's another possibility. It's that Dark Demonic Wolf Kotar has already completely grasped that curtain and has the strength of a quasi-Sequence 1. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that his next actions might be more dangerous than he had expected. For the Dark Demonic Wolf to survive in the forsaken land of the gods for so many years, to the point where even the god of deceit, Amon, was unable to successfully capture it, it meant that he had reached a rather high standard in both strength and intelligence, I still have to make more preparations for the hunting plan against him. Klein frowned slightly and slowly exhaled. Bakeland, Westboro, inside the Odora family's villa. Emlyn sat on the leather sofa in the living room and placed his right foot on his left thigh, patiently waiting for Baron Cosme to arrive. Before long, the sanguine Baron, who looked like a middle-aged gentleman, entered the lounge and swept his gaze at Emlyn. "Viscount White, why are you visiting so late at night?" Emlyn smiled. "Isn't this the beginning of the day? Look, the crimson moon outside the window is so beautiful." Cosme really wanted to reply to the young sanguine, telling him that he had always maintained a good routine of waking up at 7 in the morning and sleeping before 11 at night in the Harvest Church. However, after some hesitation, he resisted the urge and said, "That's not a problem." However, he hesitated for a moment and resisted the urge. Emlyn patted his suit and tugged at his bow tie. Bit by bit, he got up and raised his chin slightly. "Tell Lord Nibs that he can prepare for the Earl conferment ceremony." Cosme asked instinctively, "What are you talking about?" Just as he said that, he suddenly came to a realization as he recalled Emlyn's previous application. "Why, you obtained the Earl, no, the Shaman King Beyonder characteristic?" He smiled and replied, White enjoyed the various feelings at with, he, and king, he, white, and king, with, as he spoke, he took out the bronze box inlaid with many rubies, opened it, and showed the eyeball-shaped glass ball inside, indicating that he had not lost it and would soon return it. With church, with. The Rose School Temperance faculty still maintains such powerful strength? Then why did they cooperate with you? The upper echelon of Bakeland, who was also Cosme's grandfather, Marquis Nibs Odora, wasn't too optimistic about Emlyn's previous application. He had the intention of waiting for his cooperation with the Rose School Temperance faculty to fail, leaving him no choice but to seek help from demigods like him. Emlyn glanced at him and replied with a smile, "It's a secret." "It's a secret." This was a tone he had learned from German Sparrow. He found it cool and suited his tastes. At the same time, this was also a key point that the hanging man had repeatedly told him during their free exchange in the tarot. Only by maintaining a sense of mystery could the upper echelons of the sanguine feel a certain level of fear. They wouldn't dare find an excuse or use their status to take away the Shaman King characteristic. Without waiting for Cosme's response, Emlyn threw down the bronze box containing the vision of White. As he buttoned up his suit, he walked past the Baron and walked to the door of the guest hall. Just as he was about to leave, Emlyn stopped. He didn't turn back as he straightened his back and looked straight ahead. "Remember to call me Earl next time." With the ancestors' blessings and the moon's high regard for him, he was filled with confidence that he would become a Shaman King. The muscles on Cosme's face twitched, but he maintained his silence. After Emlyn left, he couldn't help but twist his expression. As a sanguine that had existed since Roselle's time, he was many years older than Emlyn, but up to now, he was only a baron. He was only slightly better than those without titles. As for Emlyn, who had already become a joke in Bakel and sanguine circles, he was about to cross the boundary between deities and mortals, becoming a sequence 4 Shaman King, an Earl of the Sanguine. This made it impossible for Cosme not to lose his composure, be jealous, or be shocked. After spending a few minutes to control his emotions, he entered the underground area and passed through several secret doors before arriving at the grey hall where Nibs was sleeping. "Grandfather, Emlyn's operation succeeded." There was a short period of silence from the heavy coffin that seemed to be made of black iron. After 3 to 4 seconds, Nibs finally said, "The faction behind him is beyond imagination." The sanguine Marquis's voice was deep and old. It was a little hoarse as it resounded in the hall. "Grandfather, Emlyn relied on the vision of White to ultimately succeed. The items he obtained should be given to the clan," Cosme said with some anticipation, feeling indignant. Nibs's voice turned a little louder. "Fool. To be able to kill a Shaman King in a situation where Rose School's indulgence faculty is clearly prepared, is it something that anyone or any faction can do? After so many years of losses, how much strength can Rose School's temperance faculty have left? At most, it's an angel in a bad state, or a grade 0 sealed artifact, and 2 to 3 demigods. All of these combined wouldn't be able to restrain an abomination Sua. And Rose School still has other angels, other grade 0 sealed artifacts, quite a number of demigods, as well as the projection of the chained god and the blessings of the mother tree of desire. For Emlyn's operation to succeed, you can do the math. At the very least, how many angels and grade 0 sealed artifacts will he need to mobilize? This is a faction that can match us. In the future, don't deliberately investigate Emlyn's accomplices. After yelling a few times, Nibs coughed twice, clearly finding it strenuous. Cosme's face alternated between livid and pale before he finally calmed down. Then, are we really going to prepare a ritual for him? What else? Nibs returned with a question before sighing. Perhaps after Emlyn risked his life for the Sanguine's future, the ancestor really began to favor him, Fog Sea, Xianxia Island. After leaving the future on a safe sea route, Admiral of Stars Xianxia, who had used fairy tale magic to arrive at the hidden island, came to a mountain peak and chanted a Jotun incantation at the empty cliff. Sesame, open the door. Immediately, a path appeared on the cliff. It seemed real and illusory, leading to an unknown location. Xianxia used her forte in prophecy to simply assess if there was any danger. Then, she stepped onto the path and went deep into the cliff. As she walked, her eyes suddenly opened up. She saw the sea that was as clear as sapphire, and a magnificent castle that was purely made of jade. This was Queen Mystic Bernadette's Emerald City. Xianxia wasn't unfamiliar with this place. She easily passed through the golem's questions and various tests and arrived at the half-open room with the best view inside the castle. The tall queen was standing behind the railing, looking at the waves that surged over. For some reason, the excitement and joy hidden in Xianxia's heart suddenly calmed down at this moment, giving rise to a sense of steadiness, contentment and freedom. In the past, when she sailed on the sea, she would occasionally feel lonely and sad, like a leaf that had left the tree and could only let the wind blow her to different places. But now, she seemed to have landed on the ground, right next to the tree. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. In the end, she just pushed the heavy glasses on the bridge of her nose and simply greeted, "Good afternoon, Your Majesty." Bernadette turned around and nodded slightly. "I summoned you back to Jadeite City because there are some items and things I need to hand over to you." Xianxia asked instinctively, "Why me?" The queen had the secret organization Element Dawn and a group of pirates under her. Bernadette didn't directly answer Xianxia's question. "I got a clue and left Bakeland in a hurry." "I remember that," Xianxia interrupted. Bernadette's long and straight eyebrows twitched slightly. "Through this clue, I managed to piece together an incomplete sea map from the descendants of Edwards, William, Porley, and Company. This records the places my father had explored in the Fog Sea. With the help of this nautical chart and my own prophetic ability, I can roughly guess that a certain sea area far from the safe sea route might hide his secret. I plan to take the Dawn there and do a long search. I'm not sure when I'll be able to return. Perhaps I'll never be able to return. So, I have to pass some items and things to you in advance." Xianxia listened carefully and said without hesitation, "I'll go with you. That's my father. This is something that belongs to me alone." Queen Mystic Bernadette slowly shook her head. Xianxia was silent for a few seconds. "If you hadn't returned, I would have done the same thing." Nine Heaven's divine emperors. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Queen Mystic Bernadette looked at her in silence for a few seconds. "This is your choice, and it's also your freedom." Xianxia stared at the queen in front of her without backing down. After a while, she pursed her lips and said, "I know that you must have destroyed all the clues so that I wouldn't have the chance to follow your footsteps. For you, this is the end of all the past, whether there is a return or not." Bernadette, who had her chestnut hair casually draped over her shoulders, didn't say a word. She maintained her silence, as though she was using this method to confirm Admiral of Stars's guess. Seeing this, Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "I won't say that I'll use all means to find you if you don't return in half a year or a year. I just want you to remember to recite Mr. Fool's honorific name during the most dangerous times." She calmly said that title. Queen Mystic Bernadette slowly nodded. "I will remember." Xianxia immediately revealed a smile and said with misty eyes, "That's right. What items and tasks do you have for me?" Bernadette flipped her palm and took out an item from somewhere. The object was golden in color and looked like a shrunken kettle. Its surface was covered with mysterious and complicated symbols, and there was a wick sticking out of the kettle. It's called the magic wishing lamp, and its serial number is 0-05. It might have come from the first epoch, and even a true god is unable to shatter it. Usually, it won't cause any harm, nor will it play any role. However, it will constantly use dreams and illusions to induce you to rub against the surface and summon the genie. Queen Mystic Bernadette briefly introduced the origins and effects of the item in her hand. The genie claims to be eternal. It can satisfy any 10 wishes you wish, but it will often be completed in an extremely twisted manner or come with extremely terrifying consequences. My father said that the wielder can use words and preparations to avoid the harm brought about by the first 2 wishes, but the 3rd wish is absolutely not to be made. At this point, Bernadette emphasized another point. Absolutely not. Sounds easy to avoid. Xianxia thought for a while and said, "You give me 2 wishes after you make them. I'll make 2 more wishes and then give them to Frank, Heath, and the others." This can do a lot of things. She was only using Frank as an example. She had no intention of letting that guy come into contact with such a dangerous thing. Bernadette held the magic wishing lamp and shook her head indiscernibly. The possessor is different from the possessor. Before I die, even if you obtain the magic wishing lamp, you will only be the possessor. The first wish you make will be recorded as my 3rd wish and your first wish. Also, although we can use words and preparations to avoid the damage that comes with making wishes, it doesn't mean that the genie is unintelligent. On the contrary, it is very smart, cunning, and very autonomous. Xianxia hummed in acknowledgement. Then does he have a wish that cannot be fulfilled? Not at the moment, but if it involves a true deity, the degree of distortion in the wish will exceed your imagination. To put it simply, if you wish to become a sequence 0 true deity, your body and soul will fuse with an evil god of unknown origins. Remember, the genie's requirement is that the wish has to be simple. Otherwise, he will reject it and treat it as though you have already made a wish, Bernadette explained. With that said, she got an invisible servant to fly the terrifying sealed artifact, 0-05, towards Xianxia. After Xianxia reached out to grab the magic wishing lamp, Bernadette continued, "Xianxia, I'm going to take the magic wishing lamp. If you dream of the genie and are bewitched by him to make a wish, it means that I can no longer return. Next, you will be its wielder. I hope that your first wish is to take back all the items that Bernadette Gustave brought with her before she went out to sea, including her Beyonder characteristic. Yes, it's best to add a specific date when you make your wish." Xianxia looked down at the golden magic lamp and blurted out, "Can I make a wish to resurrect you?" Queen Mystic Bernadette fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "The resurrected me might just be a monster. If you really wish to do so, you can ask Mr. Fool for his opinion." Xianxia nodded slightly. "All right. These are the items I'm giving you and what I wish to tell you. I'll leave the rest to the element dawn. They will have a new leader, and they won't collapse because of a single person's disappearance." Bernadette didn't harp on the matter, indicating that this was the main reason why she had summoned Xianxia to Emerald City. The magic wishing lamp's level were extremely high, so there was no way to use a messenger to deliver it. Without waiting for Xianxia's response, Queen Mystic's expression suddenly softened a little. "Haven't you always wanted to share what happened to you all these years with me?" Admiral of Stars Xianxia was taken aback as she tersely nodded. "Yes." She then walked to the queen's side, pulled a chair over, and sat down. She faced the azure sea beyond the jade railing. Bernadette sat beside her and listened to her recount her encounters after leaving the dawn, just like in the past. Xianxia had mentioned some of these matters in her letters, but due to the lack of space, she didn't describe them in detail. Some of them were even being told to others for the first time. At some point in time, Xianxia fell asleep and dreamed of many years ago. Back then, she was still a young girl. She stubbornly refused to turn back as she walked off the dawn. Suddenly, she jolted awake and realized that there was no one around her. She realized that it had turned dark at some point in time, and there was even the rosy glow of dawn. Xianxia suddenly reached out and threw out an illusory ball of thread that wasn't realistic enough. The ball of thread rolled into the void, leaving behind a bright thread. Following this thread, Xianxia seemed to have grasped teleportation. She strolled through the spirit world and arrived at the periphery of Xianxia Island. She stood at the edge of the cliff and cast her gaze into the distance. She saw a gorgeous and huge sailboat carrying the orange-red light of dawn on its back in the dark blue sea that was still a little black as it sailed towards the horizon. Katlia slowly sat down and leaned her body forward slightly. She hugged her knees and stared in that direction for a long time. The sun gradually rose, scattering some of its light on her body. Bakeland, a food distribution point. The veiled Xianxia no longer lowered her head like she had in the past few months, afraid that others would recognize her. She anxiously looked ahead, worried that the free food would be distributed before it was her turn. Vaguely, she seemed to hear gunshots echoing in the distance. It was unknown if it was from the Fasak, Intis, and Fainapotter troops that had broken through the defense line, or the police who were dealing with the food snatchers. Please end it. Please end this war quickly. Stellan, who had already gone to 3 relief points today, prayed silently. At this moment, the staff member a few meters away raised his voice. The food here has been distributed. Stellan's face immediately turned ashen. She looked up at the darkening sky, dejectedly and numbly dragged her feet as she returned to the house at 17, Minsk Street. As soon as she opened the door, the 2 children in the house rushed over. They raised their innocent faces and said, "Mommy, did you buy bread?" "Mommy, I'm hungry." They were twins, a boy and a girl. They looked very cute. Stellan's nose turned sour as she forced a smile. Yes. She then entered the house, took out a small amount of bread from a hidden spot, and split it equally between the 2 children. Seeing the 2 children completely disregard etiquette as they ate the bread, Stellan's expression kept changing, alternating between sadness and pain. Not long after, her husband, Luke Sammer, returned home, but he similarly didn't have any food in hand. Ever since the Klim company was taken over by the military due to the Wartime Act, this former manager had lost his job. He could only rely on his past savings and the government's aid to maintain his family. "I didn't receive it." Seeing his wife look at him with a hopeful gaze, the burly man with a messy beard lowered his head in shame. Stellan, who was in her 30s and had a rather beautiful face, took a deep breath and said, "Me too. I'll go out and line up again." "Me too. I'm going to line up again. There should still be places that give out food." Without waiting for her husband's response, she rushed out the door. Luke immediately turned around and said to her back, "I'll look for it again. I'll go look for it again." Stellan didn't stop. She walked 2 streets and arrived in front of a house with a garden. Not long after, she met the owner of the place, the tycoon in his 50s. "I think I want to buy some food." Stellan took out a stack of wrinkled bills. The old man with grizzled hair smiled and said, "That's right. Why should I sell it to you? I remember you rejected me the last time." Stellan's face turned extremely pale. Without a word, she lowered her head and used her other hand to unbuckle the belt around her skirt. With a thud, the originally delicate but stained calfskin belt fell to the ground. Luke Sammer wandered the streets aimlessly, unsure of where he could obtain food. Looking at the small number of pedestrians passing by and the bags they were trying their best to protect, the eyes of this learned gentleman who loved machinery gradually turned red. Unknowingly, he followed a person and turned into a street. In less than an hour, the curfew would begin. This was one of the few chances he had. The person stopped outside a house and walked towards the door with weak steps. At that moment, the person suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. Luke subconsciously took a few steps back before quickly approaching and testing the pedestrian's breathing. His gaze unconsciously landed on the paper bag the person was hugging tightly to his chest, and his nose caught the fragrance of toast. Luke gulped and reached out to take the bag. As he moved his palm, he fearfully looked back at the house the pedestrian was trying to enter and saw a child's graffiti pasted on the oriel window. Luke's movement stiffened. After a few seconds, he stood up, walked to the door of the house, and rang the doorbell. The housewife and child quickly opened the door and saw their weak father and the bag of bread. The curfew soon arrived, and Luke returned to Minsk Street, depressed and feeling inferior. Just as he opened the door to his room, he saw his wife smiling at him. "I got my food." "That's great." Luke heaved a sigh of relief and hugged Stellan tightly. No one could see Audrey as she walked through the streets and alleys. She didn't say a word as she walked all the way back to Empress Borough. She walked back to the luxurious villa and smelled the fragrance of fried foie gras and other delicacies. After staring silently for a while and watching the servants come and go, Audrey went upstairs to her room. In the middle of the night, she put on a cloak and entered her parents' bedroom and came to their bed. After looking deeply for a long time, Audrey knelt down on one knee and pressed her forehead against her father's hand. Droplets of water slid down and soaked the carpet. Then, the blonde noble girl slowly raised her head and said to her sleeping parents, sobbing, "I'm going to kill you. Dad, Mom, thank you. Thank you for teaching me what compassion is, what kindness is, and what virtue is." As soon as she said that, she closed her eyes, stood up abruptly, and walked out the door. There was no longer any expression on her face. P.S. I wish everyone a happy New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, Earl of Hall woke up at the time he was most accustomed to and took a stroll in his garden and lawn. By the time he finished looking at his beloved pure-blood horses, he returned to the third floor of the villa and changed into his outdoor clothes. His wife, Caitlin, had already woken up and was instructing her maid to pass on the arrangements she had just thought of. "It's time for breakfast," Earl of Hall said to his wife with a smile as he stood by the coat rack. At that moment, he heard a commotion coming from outside. It was getting closer and didn't die down. Frowning indiscernibly, Earl of Hall turned his head to glance at his valet. Without the noble needing to speak, the valet immediately walked to the window and pulled open the remaining gauze curtain. With a whoosh, more light shone into the bedroom, turning it clear. The valet then cast his gaze out the window and scanned the surroundings. His expression suddenly turned solemn. He turned his head and glanced at his wife, who was still talking to the maid. He quickly walked to Earl of Hall's side and lowered his voice. "Demonstration. Many people are demonstrating." Demonstration? Earl of Hall was no stranger to this term. As a noble of Rouen and the second largest shareholder of the Constant Coal and Steel Consortium, he had seen many workers gather to demonstrate, demanding higher weekly wages and set maximum working hours. In the past month or two, there had been several demonstrations in Baekeland due to various issues, but they were quickly quelled and didn't cause much of an impact. His gaze moving back and forth on the valet's face for a few seconds, Earl of Hall narrowed his eyes, acutely sensing that today's demonstration might be different from what he had imagined. He walked forward without batting an eyelid and came to the window. At a glance, Earl of Hall's gaze suddenly froze. With the advantage of being on the third floor, he saw that the road in the distance was filled with people. They gathered together and surged in this direction, like a huge dark cloud that was about to envelop Baekeland. "Bread! We want bread!" The shouts of tens of thousands of people gathered together and gradually became louder and clearer. Earl Hall felt that his blood was freezing. It wasn't that he hadn't seen so many people when he participated in mass and other activities at Memorial Square. He had never heard the overlapping voices, but back then, he could barely be considered part of the crowd, a part of the whole. And today, he was one of the targets of the surging tide. Earl of Hall couldn't help but look at the back of the procession and found that there was no end to it. However, with his rich experience, he could make a judgment based on some of the details he observed. He could see very few policemen and soldiers on both sides of the parade. Compared to the huge crowd, they were like waves stirred up by the tide, extremely insignificant. Earl of Hall believed that the protest against Queens would be under the strongest control. A large number of soldiers and police would be sent over. The current situation could only mean one thing: there were too many people participating in the protest. As a result, the soldiers and policemen were scattered too far apart. A protest with more than 100,000 people? Perhaps it's more than that. A protest caused by a food shortage could turn into a riot and looting at any moment. It looks very orderly now. Is it because there are many organizers and leaders? Damn it, didn't MI9 and the various churches notice any signs? How can a protest of such a scale be organized overnight? Even if Baekeland had become a barrel of gunpowder, it would take quite a number of matches to ignite it. Thoughts flashed through Earl of Hall's mind as his expression turned more and more solemn. Bread. We want bread. The shouts became more and more uniform and louder, as though a tsunami had appeared in the city. At this moment, the servants in Earl of Hall's residence sensed the commotion. They came to the windows and looked out the door. Their faces immediately turned pale, as though they had encountered a flood that they couldn't avoid. Bread. We want bread. Countless voices converged together as the black mass of heads brought with it a strong sense of oppression. Earl of Hall suddenly came to his senses. He subconsciously wanted to find someone to send a telegram to the royal family and ask them to organize an army to suppress it. But when he took a closer look, he found that many people in the protest were wearing military uniforms and were physically disabled. Bread. We want bread. The soldiers who maintained order were on guard while looking at the protest with sympathy, their guns pointed at the sky. Among those people were their former comrades in arms, their parents, their wives, their children, their friends, their neighbors, and a large number of living people like them, who just wanted to not starve to death. How could they not feel pity and sympathy for them? At first, such emotions might only have arisen in the hearts of 5 or 6 soldiers and policemen, but it soon spread to almost everyone. In the past, under the supervision of officers with pistols, they would definitely accept all orders numbly. But now, many people were thinking, if any son of a bitch dares to let me shoot him, I'll shoot him to death. Bread. We want bread. Amidst the shouts and the impact of the large crowd gathering, Earl of Hall's face turned a little pale. He couldn't help but retract his gaze and look at the guards and bodyguards gathered outside the house. He looked at the beyonders of the Church of Evernight who were in charge of protecting his family and realized that their reactions were different. The guards and bodyguards were filled with fear, and the beyonders he had hired hidden inside had rather solemn expressions. As for the protectors of the Church of Evernight, their gazes were filled with sympathy and pity. To the Church, I might have 1,000 believers here, but there are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even more outside. Earl of Hall instantly came to a realization. He had a clear understanding of the consequences of what he had prepared to do. Even if he was armed to the teeth, it was impossible to fend off so many marchers with just a small number of guards. Once a conflict broke out, the beyonders of the Church of Evernight couldn't be counted on. It would already be a blessing from the goddess if his family could escape from Empress Borough with the bodyguards he had hired. For the first time, Earl of Hall experienced the power of numbers, as well as the terror of so many people gathered together. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he immediately turned his head and instructed his valet, "Send a telegram to the Prime Minister and the other nobles. Tell them that I'm willing to take the lead and donate most of the food. Ask them to maintain their calm." As the radio waves flew and exchanged, the nobles living in Empress Borough learned of Earl of Hall's attitude. The current Duke of Negan looked out the window with a heavy expression. After a moment of silence, he exhaled and said to the male secretary beside him, "Protect the manor well. Give up on your unyielding stance and follow Earl of Hall's lead. Also, use those merchants who are hoarding food as an example." After high society came to an initial consensus and came up with a plan to deal with the situation, Earl of Hall's heart finally returned to its original position. He had the energy to head to the dining hall and meet up with his family. When he passed through the dining hall's door, he subconsciously scanned the situation inside. His wife was standing by the window, looking out worriedly. His eldest son was pacing back and forth, appearing angry and anxious. His daughter was standing by his wife's side, silently watching the procession move forward like a tidal wave. The fog sea, the future. Catlia stepped onto the resplendent bridge formed from starlight and returned to the deck. "Captain, you have to rein in Frank this time." Bosun Nina was the first to rush over and shout. Catlia's melancholic mood was instantly shattered as she frowned slightly. "What did he do this time?" Nina said angrily, "He asked me if I could give birth. He asked me if I could give birth to a child. He wanted to study how life was conceived and how the soul was created." "Did you beat him?" Catlia fell silent for a second. "I did." Nina didn't hide it at all. Catlia then cast her gaze at the nearby Frank, ignoring his bruised face. "It's best you study the reproduction of fish first." "All right." Frank scratched his head and obeyed his captain's orders. Catlia then nodded at the pale bloodless Heath Doyle who had grown out of the shadows of the cabin. "It's fine." Heath Doyle visibly relaxed. "Yes, Captain." After the commotion from the crew, Catlia finally returned to the real world. While they weren't paying attention, she rubbed her temples and flew into the captain's cabin. Following that, she used magic to seal the area and took out the magic wishing lamp, which was ranked at the top of the Grade 0 sealed artifacts. After finishing her preparations, Xianxia sat behind the desk and lowered her head. She recited Mr. Fool's honorific name in Jotun and reported the matter regarding Queen Mystic to him. Klein, who was surveying the area around the northern city ruins with a lantern in hand, turned his head slightly and listened for a few seconds. Then, he followed the procedure and entered the world above the gray fog. He then sat at the end of the long, mottled table, the high-backed chair belonging to the Fool. He emanated his spirituality towards the crimson star representing the hermit. Queen Mystic has preliminary clues to that primitive island and plans on leaving the safe sea route to conduct a large-scale, long-term search. That primitive island was discovered by Roselle the Great by chance. It's very likely that one of his 9 secret mausoleums is hidden on it. This is the only one that hasn't been discovered or destroyed. It's where the hope for the Emperor's revival lies. However, the living beings on that primitive island seem to worship an unknown power that originates from the cosmos. Just understanding the cosmos will cause one to be corrupted. I have to remind Ma'am Hermit to write a letter to warn Queen Mystic. Magic wishing lamp. Magic wishing lamp? So this Grade 0 sealed artifact is in Queen Mystic's hands. It's formed from the combination of a miracle invoker's beyonder characteristic and a characteristic of a mysterious origin. Even a true deity can't shatter it. Just as Klein finished hearing about 0-05, he immediately adjusted his perspective and enlarged the image of the kettle-shaped golden magic lamp. Suddenly, the wick at the mouth of the magic wishing lamp ignited by itself. P.S. On the first day of the new year, I wish everyone luck in the year of the rat. The light emitted by the wick was abnormally viscous, as though it had been infused with a lot of sugar. It spewed upwards, forming a distorted and blurry pale golden figure. This figure instantly occupied the crimson star representing the hermit, making Klein momentarily lose his sense of Xianxia. Sitting at the end of the long bronze table, Klein's eyes widened as a thought subconsciously flashed through his mind, as expected of a sealed artifact numbered 0-05. Although the numbering of Grade 0 sealed artifacts often followed the order in which they were grasped or understood by the Orthodox churches, it had to be known that this set of naming rules was officially formed after the 7 churches truly ruled this world, which was from the end of the 4th epoch to the beginning of the 5th epoch. Back then, most Grade 0 sealed artifacts had already appeared, and they were known or obtained by the Orthodox churches. This resulted in a situation where the more powerful, terrifying, and inconceivable Grade 0 sealed artifacts would be placed at the front during the first ranking. Then, they would be numbered according to the order in which they appeared at the same level. In addition, although there was no saying that the more ancient an item was, the more powerful it was. For an item from the first epoch that even the ancient gods couldn't trace back to, it definitely had secrets that even deities couldn't fully figure out. This way, the closer the number was to the front, the more terrifying the Grade 0 sealed artifact was. To a certain extent, it was also true. Of course, based on this rule, the last numbered Grade 0 sealed artifacts might not necessarily be weaker than the first 10. Perhaps it was simply because they were discovered late, or because the churches obtained them late. There was no spare number left for them, so they could only be ranked according to the normal order. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, the golden figure's gaze pierced through the crimson star representing the hermit and cast itself at the ancient palace above the gray fog. Following that, his voice resounded in an abnormally grand manner. Long time no see. Long time no see? Long time no see. He knows the former owner of Sapphira Castle, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? No, it should be him, the genie who claims to be eternal. He can actually use Ma'am Hermit's prayer to directly speak to me. Klein's thoughts raced as he suddenly tensed up. Based on his years of experience and the abilities of a clown, his body suddenly relaxed as he leisurely leaned against the back of the chair. Then, Klein opened his mouth and gave a response. Heh. He did not give a definite answer, nor did he argue that he was a fake. He only displayed a disdainful, natural, and condescending attitude. The distorted and blurry golden figure snorted. You're actually so weak. No wonder I haven't heard of your honorific name in the past few thousand years. Honorific name. Weakness. He really knows the former owner of Sapphira Castle. That's an existence that was active in the first epoch? Amidst his thoughts, Klein smiled. What you see might not be the truth. Haha. The distorted and blurry golden figure laughed and said, "You still like to deceive, but there's no way to fool me with the state of Sapphira Castle. Under normal circumstances, there's no way for me to penetrate the outer layer of protection and talk to you like this." "How do you know I didn't do it on purpose?" Klein asked with a relaxed expression. "There's no point in you deceiving me," the distorted and blurry golden genie immediately replied. "Why does it feel like a victim of fraud is saying that I have nothing left, that I've even sold my kidneys?" Back then, the former owner of Sapphira Castle, the existence suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, did to the genie. Yes, part of the characteristic that forms this magic wishing lamp belongs to a miracle invoker. Klein lampooned to relieve the pressure in his heart before smiling. "Whether it's meaningful or not isn't up to you." The genie's blurry golden figure trembled slightly. "From the current state of Sapphira Castle, you seem to have a need for a miracle invoker beyond her characteristic." He didn't harp on the topic and instead pointed to the situation he had observed. "This fellow can actually tell. His level is really high. He can automatically separate the miracle invoker beyond her characteristic from the magic wishing lamp." Klein's eyes narrowed slightly as he nearly lost his composure. He then controlled his actions and expression and replied with a smile, "If you think so. If you think so, so be it." The blurry and distorted golden figure once again made the majestic and lofty voice resound above the gray fog. "We can make a deal. You remove my seal and let me return to freedom. I'll leave the miracle invoker beyond her characteristic to you and only take away the part that belongs to me. As for bearing witness, use your own Sapphira. Although you and I have ways to resist the backlash and reduce the damage from breaking the contract, it won't be without a price. You need to consider the consequences. I promise I won't stay here any longer." Seal. Sapphira. The terrifying essence of the magic wishing lamp is that there's an existence that's at least at the level of a true god sealed inside? Klein's heart stirred as he quickly analyzed the feasibility of the matter. Soon, he made up his mind. He wouldn't be bewitched. There were two reasons for this. First, he wasn't the real former owner of Sapphira Castle. There was a limit to what he could do and the number of accidents he could withstand. Second, the mysticism education he received from the Nighthawks and his subsequent experiences told him not to make a deal with an unknown existence. He shouldn't have any hopes of getting lucky. After making up his mind, Klein calmed down a lot and focused on how to obtain more information. The genie was suspected to have come from the darkest, most chaotic, and most mysterious first epoch. He definitely knew a lot. After some thought, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up. "Do you think such conditions can move me?" He planned on seeing how high the genie's offer was to pry into some of his secrets. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the flickering golden figure suddenly lit up, in the truest sense of the word. His gaze seemed to land directly on Klein as his magnificent voice shook the ancient palace like thunder. "You're not him. You're not him." At that moment, Klein was a little stunned and alarmed. It was as though he was performing a grand magic show and had suddenly been pointed out by the audience. He didn't know what was wrong with his rhetorical question, nor did he know what exactly had gone wrong. As such, it was difficult for him to analyze the pros and cons in a short period of time and give the most suitable reaction for the current situation. How did he discover that I'm not the former owner of Sapphira Castle, the existence suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? Wasn't my question a very reasonable rhetorical question? Since we're going to make a deal, we have to allow bargaining. Wasn't the former owner of Sapphira Castle like this? Impossible. How could an existence that's good at deception directly offer his bargaining chip without even negotiating or pressuring him? Oh no, I'm thinking too much. Nearly 10 seconds have passed. If I don't respond in time, it would be equivalent to directly admitting to the genie's accusations. When it came to being exposed, Klein didn't have much experience, so he couldn't immediately think of what to say. Just as he raised his vigilance and prepared to take out the staff of the stars and mobilize the power of Sapphira Castle to resist the genie's possible attack, the golden and blurry figure suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. This laughter seemed to stir one's soul, causing Klein, who was in Sapphira Castle, to nearly show signs of losing control. It wasn't easy for him to stabilize his state without leaving a trace. There's no intention to attack. It's just an effect of natural dissipation. Why is the genie laughing? What's so funny? Klein frowned slightly as he thought of one possibility after another, but he found them unrealistic. After a few seconds, the genie's laughter stopped and he said in a cheerful tone, "That's right." He said happily, "Even for existences at our level, fate is still wonderful. No matter who you are, the deal I just proposed is still valid. As long as you can remove the seal and release me, I'll return to the cosmos with the portion that belongs to me. The rest, including the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic, will be left to you. In addition, I'll fulfill 3 of your wishes. How about it? This should be generous enough, right? Cosmos." Klein's eyelids twitched when he heard that. He acutely sensed some danger. This was a warning that stemmed from his spiritual intuition. He originally thought that he could pretend to agree and obtain more information. Then, he could rely on Sapphira Castle to renege on his debt, but now, he suddenly felt that he couldn't make a promise, hence, Klein made a prompt decision. Leave. As he spoke, he severed the connection between himself and the crimson star that represented the hermit. The blurry and distorted golden figure suddenly swelled up and then dissipated, leaving only a faint voice reverberating. "You will agree in the end." After the world above the gray fog completely calmed down, Klein slowly exhaled and muttered to himself silently, "The genie is a powerful creature from the cosmos. It was sealed in the magic lamp in the first epoch or even earlier. The person who sealed him might be the former owner of Sapphira Castle, the existence suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. This can be inferred from the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic of the magic wishing lamp. That's why the genie sensed that I wasn't the former owner of Sapphira Castle when I asked him. But I've considered this point. Logically speaking, there's nothing wrong with asking. Unless, back then, the genie and the former owner of Sapphira Castle had some sort of tacit understanding or secret regarding this matter. The genie's power shouldn't be able to seep out too much of the seal, but it can use the beyonder characteristic that forms the seal. The characteristic of making a wish likely comes from the miracle invoker part. Then, the genie used his level to magnify it. Amidst his thoughts, Klein looked up at the crimson star that represented the hermit. He realized that Katlia hadn't noticed the abnormality of the magic wishing lamp. Phew. Klein condensed the reminder he wanted to do into a stream of light and threw it into the crimson star. End of chapter 1274. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.